I found myself transported back in time to the Baozi Mountain era as a young Goku armed with an astronomical combat power of 100 million. Although I lacked the typical transmigrator's golden finger system. My formidable strength and deep understanding of the original storyline meant that anyone like Vegeta or Frieza would be on their knees begging for mercy if they dared to show up. I trained alone in the mountains until the age of 8 when I could transform into a Super Saiyan. That was when Bulma finally arrived with her Dragon Radar, marking the official start of the familiar Dragon Ball adventure. I aimed to keep changes to the storyline to a minimum, but had no intention of letting Bulma or Android 18 slip through my fingers. Their story arcs had always fascinated me in my previous life. So I set off with Bulma to gather the Dragon Balls. The Red Ribbon Army, which young Goku struggled against in the original, was effortlessly wiped out by me. King Piccolo didn't fare any better as I smashed his head in without hesitation. Initially, I didn't plan on killing him outright since he and Kami were linked, meaning Earth's Dragon Balls would vanish with their demise. However, during our battle I discovered he had already spawned Piccolo Jr., indicating that my presence had affected the storyline. With early troubles resolved swiftly, the plot hit a temporary lull. Bored, I took up residence in Bulma's grand villa, training in the gravity chamber by day and chatting with Bulma in the evenings. Although I still appeared as a child, that didn't stop me from pursuing my desires. Scions mature rapidly after the age of 16, and as an adult I held a grand wedding with Bulma on the estate. But then Ox King's daughter Chi-Chi unexpectedly showed up. I suddenly remembered that in the original story I was supposed to marry her. This complicated things, as I pondered how to send Chi-Chi away. Bulma compassionately suggested, "Since you were betrothed from a young age, I don't mind the three of us living together, but you must call me sister." Thus our wedding became a trifold affair. Much to Krillin's chagrin, he cast a disdainful look my way, which I noticed with a chuckle. "Don't worry, little Baldy," I thought. "Your Android 18 will be mine too." In the months following the wedding, my training time was cut down to just 2 hours a day. As the rest was spent with Chi-Chi and Bulma, it was quite exhausting. I nearly depleted my stock of Senzu beans. A year later, both Chi-Chi and Bulma bore me children. Born after my Super Saiyan transformation, their SLs were exceptionally high, granting them incredible talents that even surpassed the original Gohan. 4 years passed and it was about time for Raditz to arrive on Earth. Sure enough, a spaceship landed and Raditz, using his scouter, headed straight for Baozi Mountain. I was training with my son Sun Can when he appeared. Raditz recognized me immediately. "Kakarot, what are you doing? You were sent here to destroy Earth," he barked. I couldn't be bothered to respond. Instead, I turned to my son and instructed, "This is your uncle, go easy on him." Sun Can grinned and in a flash appeared before Raditz. With a small but powerful fist he struck Raditz's face, followed by a spinning kick that sent Raditz screaming back into the boulders behind him. Poor Raditz, beaten by his 4-year-old nephew. I sighed, contemplating, maybe it was best not to kill Raditz after all, he was family, bound by blood. I walked over to him, extending a hand to help him up. "Raditz, since you're my brother, let me give you some advice. Don't be a lackey in Frieza's army anymore. I've mastered the legendary Super Saiyan transformation. Train with me and together we can take down Frieza." Raditz was taken aback, his eyes wide with shock. "You've become the Super Saiyan that appears only once every 1,000 years? I nodded, explaining, "Actually, transforming into a Super Saiyan is quite simple. Once your power level reaches 3 million, you can transform." I glanced at Raditz's hairstyle, musing that after transformation he'd probably jump straight to the 3rd stage of Super Saiyan. Over time he trained on Earth with Sun Can. Unfortunately, my brother lacked both talent and endurance. Upon learning that Saiyan's power increases after recovering from near death, he repeatedly asked Sun Can to beat him half to death, only to recover using Senzu beans. Truly, he was like mud that couldn't stick to a wall. In contrast, Vegeta, though arrogant, undeniably possessed talent and perseverance. I sighed silently, deciding not to continue nurturing Raditz. Let him train with Sun Can, perhaps he might become a decent sacrifice to help Sun Can transform into a Super Saiyan sooner. After not hearing from Raditz for a while, Vegeta decided to visit Earth himself. Following a year of interstellar travel, Vegeta and Nappa arrived on Earth. By then Raditz's power level had soared to 100,000. He arrogantly appeared before Vegeta, taunting, "Ridiculous Saiyan Prince, I've surpassed you." Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Raditz. A great battle was imminent. Raditz defeated Vegeta and was about to kill him when I intervened. Vegeta had potential and I planned to train him properly. Despite his stubborn defiance insisting Kakarot, don't think just because you're stronger than me you can boss me around, I am the prince of all scions. I waved him off, interrupting, how about I teach you to become stronger? Then you can help me take down Frieza yourself. Vegeta's eyes lit up at my words, though he outwardly showed no resentment towards Frieza for destroying planet Vegeta. Deep down the Scion Prince loathed him. Frieza's power was overwhelming and Vegeta had long struggled to find a way to exact his revenge. Excited, he clenched his fist. Kakarot, teach me the Scion way to grow stronger, Frieza will die by my hand. I led Vegeta to the gravity chamber at Mount Paozu, explaining that it was the best training method for Scions. He needed to raise his power level to 3 million as soon as possible. Vegeta seemed displeased, questioning, isn't it possible to gain power through wishing on the Dragon Balls? I heard about them from Raditz. I shook my head and explained the Earth's dragon can't enhance our Scion power levels. Perhaps the Namekian dragon could, but we Scions shouldn't rely on external forces to grow stronger. Vegeta nodded on the surface, but inwardly he smirked, training bit by bit here to get stronger? Ridiculous. Raditz must have used the Dragon Balls to become so powerful. If the Earth's dragon can't do it, then I'll head to Namek. With that, he launched his spaceship, setting course for Namek. Meanwhile, Frieza threw the scouter on Vegeta's eye, was conveniently eavesdropping on this entire conversation. In the world of Dragon Ball on Earth and West City, Bulma, Chi-Chi, and a few others stood in the courtyard of Capsule Corporation. At the center of the courtyard lay a lifeless body, none other than Son Goku's. Bulma had gathered the 7 Dragon Balls and placed them on the ground. As they drew near each other, they emitted a golden glow. Taking a deep breath, Bulma shouted, come forth, Shenron, and grant my wish. With a swish, the sky turned dark with heavy clouds, lightning crackled and thunder roared. A golden light spiraled from the Dragon Balls into the sky, transforming into a majestic green dragon. Shenron lowered his head with authority, addressing Bulma and her companions, speak your wish, gatherer of the Dragon Balls. Any one wish can be granted. Bulma, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Shenron, please bring Son Goku back to life. Shenron paused, seemingly surprised. The silence was so profound that the sound of their heartbeats was audible. Thump, thump. Bulma frowned. What's wrong? Isn't resurrecting someone straightforward? Chi-Chi tense brought her fist to her mouth. Could it be that someone who died from illness can't be revived by the Dragon Balls? Shenron's eyes glowed red for a moment before he slowly responded, I apologize, but this wish cannot be fulfilled. Son Goku's soul is not in the afterlife. Bulma's eyes widened in shock. How is that possible? It's only been a few months. How can he not be in the afterlife? Shenron replied, it is the truth. His soul has traveled to a past timeline and I cannot resurrect him. Bulma and Chi-Chi were taken aback. Traveled to a past timeline. Shenron confirmed, yes, please make another wish. Bulma had a sudden idea and asked, can you transfer Goku's soul back here? Shenron shook his head, I'm sorry, manipulating time is a grave sin, neither gods nor mortals should meddle with time lightly. Bulma and Chi-Chi hung their heads in despair. Chi-Chi collapsed into Bulma's arms, weeping uncontrollably. How could this happen? Goku, you big jerk, how could you leave us like this? Are we both going to be widows at such a young age? Seeing Chi-Chi's heartbreak, Bulma had another spark of inspiration. Shenron, can you create a time machine for me? Shenron shook his head once more. I have already said interfering with time is a grave sin and this wish cannot be granted. Bulma, eyes hollow, clutched her head and crouched down. How could this happen? If we can't bring Goku back, what's the point of collecting the Dragon Balls? Chi-Chi looked helplessly at Bulma. Bulma, if Goku can't be revived, what do we do? Bulma turned her gaze toward the laboratory, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. I'm researching time travel. I believe, given time, I can build a time machine. Then we should be able to reunite with Goku. Chi-Chi's eyes showed a trace of resignation. Time travel, a groundbreaking endeavor, might take decades to achieve, yet she nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the dragon hovering in the sky grew impatient and asked urgently, have you decided on your wish? Just then, Bulma and Goku's daughter burst into tears. Mom, I've finally defeated Cell, but does this mean Dad can't come back to life? Will I never see him again? Bulma held her daughter close. You'll see your father again. Suddenly an idea sprang to Bulma's mind and she looked up at the dragon. Shenron, please bless our daughter with a lifetime of safety. The dragon's eyes gleamed. Your wish has been granted. Until we meet again. In the vast and infinite universe, countless planets moved in their predetermined paths. A spherical spacecraft hurtled through the great distances, racing towards Earth. Inside, through a small window, a little boy with a tail stretched and slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were full of questions. Where am I? The boy checked his own body, short limbs bare with a tail and a life support device on his mouth. Clearly he was a young scion. Didn't I die? Why didn't I go to the other world but became smaller instead? And didn't Bulma use the Dragon Balls to revive me? Or is it that the Dragon Balls can't revive those who died of illness? Goku scanned his surroundings. Through the tiny window he saw the vast black universe dotted only with specks of light. This spaceship. It's so familiar. Could it be the one Bardock stole, and its destination is Earth? Have I been reincarnated? His expression turned blank. Could it be that those who cross dimensions can't use the Dragon Balls to come back to life? Originally he was a modern man who died from illness and was reborn as Kakarot, sent to Earth by Bardock and Giant. The events unfolded as he predicted. After landing on Earth he was adopted by Grandpa Gohan. As he grew, Grandpa Gohan taught him martial arts and how to strengthen his body. With memories of a modern life and habits he ran daily. With great perseverance, training was even tougher than regular exercise, more grueling. He wished to take it easy, but he was Kakarot, he was Goku. Without effort Earth would be doomed, and he would perish. So every day he dutifully followed Grandpa Gohan's training regime. Because he was too young, Grandpa Gohan hadn't yet taught him how to cultivate his energy or launch a Kamehameha. Instead he focused on physical endurance, even doing farm work. Goku naturally didn't know how to train his energy or fire a Kamehameha, but the foundation of combat strength is key. Without a single complaint he meticulously followed Grandpa Gohan's teachings. Great power requires a resilient body to wield it. Thus the grandfather and grandson lived happily in the mountains. Time flew by and he grew stronger even before reaching adulthood. Meanwhile he was waiting for someone. Finally one day Bulma came to the mountains searching for the Dragon Balls. Witnessing Goku's strength, she wanted to take him down the mountain. Grandpa Gohan also told Goku that the world was vast and he should experience it. Even if Grandpa Gohan hadn't let him go, he would have left the mountain eventually. After meeting Bulma, the wheels of fate began to turn and he embarked on his legendary life. Following the teachings of the Turtle Hermit, he trained diligently in martial arts, honing both body and mind. He participated in the World Martial Arts tournaments numerous times and eventually defeated the formidable King Piccolo. After enduring countless trials, he finally grew into adulthood. It was time to consider the major decisions of life, such as whom to marry. The choices were many: the playful and adorable Bulma, the girl next door Chi-Chi, or the Dragon Ball goddess Android 18. Although the world of Dragon Ball is modern-like, it still has a king, making it distinct from the contemporary world. Here, there are no strict restrictions on monogamy as long as one can bear the physical demands. This law exists mainly to protect men in this society. In his younger days, while attending university, he had pursued a goddess for a month only to watch her be whisked away by a wealthy and handsome rival over a mere fruit basket. His youthful dreams of pure love shattered completely. To hell with love and the idea of a lifelong partner. In this new world, even if he couldn't forgo beef entirely, he was determined to live more freely. He resolved to seize every opportunity that came his way. As for whom to marry, only a child would make such a choice. He wanted them all. Marrying Bulma was to fulfill the unresolved emotions of his childhood. Chi-Chi was the original partner, and by stepping into the shoes of that martial arts enthusiast he could offer her a more relaxed life. And marrying Android 18 was every Dragon Ball fan's dream. Thus he not only wed Bulma but also Chi-Chi, and he planned to marry Android 18 once the androids appeared. If Bulma objected, at the very least he would keep Android 18 close as a secretary. A year after marrying Bulma and Chi-Chi, they had a lovely daughter together. He was worried that Chi-Chi might turn into a later stage housewife who only cared for her children and not her husband, so he deliberately refrained from letting her get pregnant. Keeping her pure-hearted and enjoying her youthful affection was truly delightful. When Vegeta arrived on Earth, Goku didn't let his compassion get the best of him and quickly dispatched him. Later he traveled to Namek where he defeated the galactic tyrant Frieza. Everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction. Although no one came from the future with any miracle medication, Goku, knowing the plot, prepared for his impending death due to a heart virus before the android's arrival. He researched various cases of viral heart disease and found that although there was no miracle cure, there were medicinal treatments and surgical methods for conservative management. Fortunately, the technological level in the Dragon Ball world was high. Surgery or hospitalization could effectively cure it. He stocked up on various medications and underwent regular checkups. While the Earth's Dragon Balls could grant immortality, they would lock his power level at the time of the wish. Preventing further growth, they could immunize against some diseases but not against the billions of viruses in the universe. However, they could target and eliminate specific viruses. Since he wasn't sure which virus he'd contract, he collected the Dragon Balls ready to summon Shenron for healing if he fell ill. Unfortunately, plans often fall apart. Before he could even fight the androids, Cell appeared first. During his battle with Cell, his viral heart disease flared up even though Cell was still in his initial form. But apart from Sun Wukong, no one could withstand even a single blow from Cell in battles. Between masters, victory or defeat often comes down to mere moments. Without an ally of equal strength, there was no chance to heal and he died on the spot. Upon awakening, Sun Wukong found himself back here in his early days as a cub. Understanding the cause of his death, he gazed somewhat despondently out the window. Without the protagonist's halo, he realized his life was even less remarkable than his original one. At that very moment, a blue planet caught his eye through the glass window. A trace of relief appeared on Sun Wukong's face. Never mind, he thought, if resurrection is not an option, living another life isn't so bad. With the experiences of my training, I will surely become stronger this time. This time I will definitely protect everyone. Maybe I should start by stopping Bulma from sending those benefits. Sun Wukong accepted the reality of his rebirth. Not long after the spaceship arrived on Earth, and after several turns, Sun Wukong found himself back at Mount Paozu. As before, he trained his body, enhancing himself. While cultivating his physical strength, Sun Wukong also remembered to cultivate his mind. Eat well, sleep well, train well, live well. This was also what Son Gohan taught him. Inheriting memories from his previous life, Sun Wukong's mind was filled with various skills. Kamehameha, Solar Flare, Destructo Disc, Instant Transmission. Retraining himself proved to be twice as effective with half the effort. The memories of 2 lifetimes placed him at the forefront of his era. Though still a cub, he was far stronger than he had been at the same age in the past. 8 years passed in the blink of an eye since Sun Wukong arrived at Mount Paozu. Sun Wukong felt he had honed his strength to its peak. His entire body's power converged at his back and his aura surged upward. In an instant, lightning and thunder erupted, the sky and earth changed color and a fierce wind arose. Countless stones were shattered by lightning, turning into boulders that the wind swept down the mountain. Mount Paozu seemed as though it were undergoing a tribulation. A golden light stretched across the sky, transforming Sun Wukong into a Super Saiyan. Phew, that wasn't easy, but I finally transformed successfully. Because of his explosive aura, countless boulders tumbled down Mount Paozu, crashing noisily toward the base. Although aside from Son Gohan at the peak, there was no one else on the mountain. Sun Wukong didn't want to cause too much destruction. This was his home after all. Sun Wukong quickly reined in his aura, yet at that moment a girl's scream echoed from halfway up the mountain. Ah, help! The scream immediately drew Sun Wukong's attention. He saw a red compact car with its body crushed by a massive boulder, a blue-haired girl with a ponytail trapped in the driver's seat, screaming continuously. Liquid dripped steadily from the car's body and the smell of gasoline filled the air, making the girl even more frantic. Sun Wukong's pupils contracted. It was Bulma, narrowly avoiding being crushed. His figure shot forth, swiftly hurling the giant boulder aside. He then pried open the deformed car body and pulled Bulma out. Bulma was taken aback when she saw Sun Wukong move the boulder with his bare hands and pry open the car to rescue her. This strength was beyond human imagination. Bulma immediately scrutinized Sun Wukong from head to toe. He was agile in form but not tall, still a child, but strangely there was a tail behind him. Bulma pondered quietly to herself. Could it be that I've run into a wild man? Or perhaps he's just a cosplay fanatic? Suddenly, the car's fuel tank caught fire and the vehicle exploded violently. The terrifying heat and shockwave startled Bulma once again. In a flash, the small figure of Son Goku darted in front of Bulma, shielding her. Bulma stared in amazement at Goku's small stature, her mind going blank, even forgetting to breathe. It wasn't until the aftermath of the explosion settled that Bulma resumed breathing. Goku looked at Bulma's somewhat youthful face, showing a hint of a smile. Bulma, you finally came. I was nearly out of patience with my training and was about to come down the mountain to find you. Bulma was taken aback. She asked in confusion, hey, you just called my name. Do you know me? Goku seemed to realize he had spoken too soon and quickly covered, you misheard. Bulma pressed further, did I mishear? Are you a wild man? How can you be so powerful? Goku frowned, does this outfit look like a wild man's to you? Bulma then carefully examined Goku. Although his clothes weren't any brand she recognized and seemed handmade, the style was quite modern. However, his rustic attire and the fake tail for cosplay seemed particularly out of place. Just as Bulma was curious about how someone so small could have such strength, she noticed the 4-star ball hanging at Goku's waist. Bulma's eyes lit up immediately. Wow, it's the 4-star ball, fantastic, it's really here. Hey kid, can I take a look at that bead of yours? She reached towards the 4-star ball as she spoke. Goku quickly hid the Dragon Ball behind him, avoiding Bulma's reach. Bulma showed a hint of surprise on her face, but then a mischievous smile appeared. Little brother, give me your bead, okay? In exchange, I'll show you my panties, how about that? As she spoke, Bulma lifted her skirt, revealing a flash of pink. Goku felt a sense of familiarity flash through his mind. Bulma was just as bold when she was young. He had to stop her from offering such favors along the way. It was quite exhausting. He sternly replied no. Bulma's expression paused for a moment as her skirt fell back down. Looking at Goku's clever and wise eyes, she thought to herself, this kid seems hard to trick. How exactly can I swindle the Dragon Ball from him? Moreover, this kid's skills aren't bad. If I could bring him along to find the Dragon Balls, it would be much safer. Thus Bulma began to coax Goku down the mountain, telling him how exciting the outside world was. But how could Goku not know about the world outside? So he straightforwardly said, alright, I can be your bodyguard and accompany you to collect the 7 Dragon Balls. In exchange, when I grow up you have to marry me and be my bride. Bulma was stunned, pointing to herself in disbelief. Would you actually know about the 7 Dragon Balls and want to marry me when you grow up? Goku nodded seriously. Yes, I've heard the story of the 7 Dragon Balls, besides I'm not that young. I'm already 12, boys develop a bit later, but in a few years I'll be taller. I don't mind that you're 4 years older than me. Bulma thought to herself, amused by the little boy's request in front of her. A kid like him, what does he know about brides? Kids are easy to trick. She could just agree and move on. Bulma's face lit up with a big smile. Sure, I agree. And with that, Goku and Bulma bid farewell to Grandpa Gohan. Since the car had broken down, Bulma rode a motorcycle, taking Goku with her, leaving Mount Paozu behind. As the sun set and the last light of day faded, Bulma stopped the bike. It's getting dark. Let's stay here for the night, she said, pulling out a capsule with a mischievous grin. Hey kid from the mountains, have a look at this. It's high-tech, don't be scared. Goku scoffed. It's just a capsule in a portable house, what's the big deal? Bulma was taken aback. Didn't you say you've never been down the mountain? How do you even know about this? Goku quickly replied, who said that? I often go to the city with my grandpa to buy things. I've seen plenty of these. Oh right, there aren't really any people living in the Stone Age these days. Anyway, I'm going to throw it now, stand back. Without dwelling on it, Bulma pressed the capsule button and tossed it. Bang! With a resounding pop, a dome-shaped house appeared. As Goku gazed at the familiar structure, memories flooded back. It was in this portable house that Bulma had given him his first bath. Despite her wealthy background, Bulma was a brave, adventurous girl, lacking any of the airs of a spoiled princess. She was quite sensible too, seeing that Goku was still in a daze. Bulma said, alright, don't be shy, my future little husband, come on in. Goku replied, I feel like you're tempting me, but I can't prove it. Come in already, I'm closing the door. Bulma teased, talking to a mature mind might lead a young girl astray. She stepped inside with Goku following after. With a few simple steps, dinner was being prepared, bread with heated soup, a quick meal. Bulma remarked, it's not like the mountains here, we have water stored, so bathing is convenient. You should take a bath. I could smell your sweat while we were riding. Then she quickly added, never mind, you're just a kid, I'll help you wash. Oh, and take off that toy tail of yours, it's so rustic. Goku flicked his tail. You mean this? Oh, Bulma was shocked. The tail actually moves, is it real? Goku laughed. Yep, and you always said I was ignorant, but you've never seen this, have you? Bulma thought to herself, do boys just grow tails? I've never seen a naked boy before. I thought only cavemen had tails. By the time Bulma looked up, Goku was already undressed. Hey, what are you doing? Cover yourself up, Bulma exclaimed. Goku shrugged. What's there to be afraid of? You'll be my wife eventually. You've seen me now, so you can't go back on your word. Next I'll look at you once and we'll be even. Blushing, Bulma retorted, who said I'm your wife? We haven't even gathered all the Dragon Balls yet. Sun Wukong, raising an eyebrow, muttered to himself, you cheeky rascal, you big flirt, taking advantage of me like that. He shot a sidelong glance, recalling the scene. And who's the one who tried to catch my eye the moment we met by lifting her skirt? Bulma, with a playful smirk, retorted Sun Wukong. What's with the coyness now? Go ahead, wash my back. She stuck out her tongue, refusing his offer with a teasing humph. You're just a little rascal, no way, blah blah blah. With a quick retreat, Bulma exited the bathroom, leaving Wukong staring after her wistfully. Those times we bathed together, he reminisced with a side glancing over his own body. Can I just grow up already? Being a kid is no fun. The next day, even as the morning sun crept in, his son Wukong was still deep in slumber. Bulma, however, had other plans and was determined to rouse him. Get up, it's time to search for the Dragon Balls, she urged, only to have him groan and bury himself deeper under the covers. Oh, come on honey, just a little longer, he mumbled half asleep, causing Bulma to blush furiously. Who's your honey, you little rascal? She thought, though it was too late. Wukong was already back in dreamland. Her patience snapped, and she stood with hands on hips, yelling, get up now. His eyes blinked open, confused. Bulma, why are you shouting so loud? She continued with a tone of mock exasperation. Son Wukong, don't test my patience. It's summer break and I took this chance to come out here. I need to find those Dragon Balls before the break ends. Get up, unlike you I don't have all the time in the world. Rubbing his eyes, Wukong finally sat up, still groggy. Bulma, growing more impatient, tugged his covers away in one swift motion. For a brief moment everything was laid bare and Bulma's face turned a deep shade of red as she shielded her eyes. Oh my, why aren't you wearing any underwear? She exclaimed, trying to peek through her fingers out of sheer curiosity. This little moment of childish curiosity almost made Wukong laugh and his sleepiness vanished. He quickly covered himself again, chuckling, this is so embarrassing, getting exposed in front of my wife again. Grandpa at Mount Paozu was too poor to buy me underwear. When you take care of me I'll finally be able to afford some. Bulma, seeing he was covered, dropped her hands and glared at him. In your dreams, who'd want to take care of you, you shameless little monkey? Wukong, sensing something amiss, retorted, hey, this is my room. What are you still doing here? Didn't get enough of a look before, now you're waiting to see more as I get dressed. Bulma's mouth twitched in frustration as she quickly turned and left the room. After a rushed breakfast and packing up their portable house, Wukong and Bulma were ready to hit the road once more. With Bulma on her motorcycle and Wukong comfortably seated behind, he basked in her fragrance, feeling rather content. But suddenly an abrupt stop nearly sent him flying. Whoa, girl, easy on the brakes, he cried out. Bulma shouted, there's a monster blocking our way. Look, what is that? Wukong leapt off the bike to investigate, finding a large sea turtle obstructing their path. Huh, a sea turtle, alright, I get it now. Bulma, puzzled, asked, get what? Wukong simply smiled, never mind, just set up our house right here, lock the door and wait for me. I'll be back with a Dragon Ball in no time. Bulma blinked in surprise. What did you say? Son Wukong replied, just do as I say, okay? A strange thought bubbled up in Bulma's mind. His commanding tone felt so natural. Something seemed off, yet nothing was really wrong, so Bulma entered the portable house. Meanwhile, Son Wukong grabbed the large sea turtle and flew straight to the Kame house. Bulma was astonished once again when she saw Son Wukong flying. This guy can fly. How many secrets does he have? Oh, Bulma's curiosity about Son Wukong was growing by the minute. Son Wukong had his reasons for leaving Bulma alone in the wilderness. Keeping her from meeting Master Roshi lowered the risk. Little Bulma's personality was quite worrisome. Additionally, venturing out alone, Son Wukong was concerned about Bulma's safety. Not wasting any time, he flew quickly and reached Kame house in a few minutes. The speed was so intense that the sea turtle he carried was foaming at the mouth. Master Roshi saw the turtle and thanked Son Wukong. Thank you, as a token of my gratitude. Stop, Son Wukong interrupted, pulling out his power pole. Do you recognize this? Master Roshi was taken aback, thinking there was a fight approaching. But it was just to show him something. Upon seeing the power pole, Master Roshi immediately recalled. He asked, this is indeed the power pole. Are you the child adopted by Gohan? Son Wukong nodded. Yes, it's me. My name is Son Wukong. Master Roshi replied, is that so? I didn't expect you to grow up so much. Gohan hasn't visited in a long time. How is he? Son Wukong nodded. He's doing alright, but not as spirited as you, Grandpa Turtle. Master Roshi sighed. That's to be expected. Gohan is too honest. I always told him to look at beautiful women more often. Good mood leads to good health and vitality. Son Wukong nodded. Exactly, I've advised him several times to find a companion, but he just won't listen. Master Roshi chuckled. Maybe he prefers them young and pretty. With Bulma still in the wilderness, Son Wukong thought to himself that he couldn't chat any longer. He immediately said, Grandpa Turtle, besides returning the sea turtle, I have another reason for coming here. Could you give me the bead on your collar? I need it. Master Roshi took off the Dragon Ball and handed it to Son Wukong. This one, I've had it for many years. it's not much use to me, so you can have it. Even after Sun Wukong left with the Dragon Ball, Master Roshi was still processing what happened. He hadn't expected Sun Wukong to be able to fly. Could he have joined the crane school? He thought about chatting with him more. Gohan's kid sure is in a hurry. Just then the sound of the television came from inside the house. Viewers, welcome to today's yoga session. Today's instructor is Miss Bodo. Master Roshi perked up immediately. It's Miss Bodo teaching yoga today. I'm coming. Meanwhile, inside the portable house, Bulma lay staring at the ceiling and thought, why isn't he back yet? Could he be lost? Just then the ground began to tremble. Bulma looked out the window and saw a creature with a wild boar's head approaching. As it got closer, it curiously fiddled with the door of the portable house. Bulma was startled. Oh no, whatever you do, don't come in. Just as Bulma's voice trailed off, there was a loud crash. The front door was ripped off by a boar-headed monster. Not even for a second did the security door stand a chance against him. The beast, brandishing a large blade, turned his gaze towards Bulma inside the house. Ha, this is a stick-up. Hand over all your tasty treats. Bulma immediately backed away, stammering, please help yourself. The table was laid out with some bread and other instant foods. Clearly, the boar-headed creature wasn't fond of this kind of fare, and a frown creased his brow. In a heartbeat, he shifted his gaze back to Bulma and started moving towards her. With a menacing look, his face full of malice and an imposing stature, Bulma's legs turned to jelly in fear. What are you going to do? Don't come any closer. Just at that moment, a shadow shot in from outside like a bolt of lightning. A single punch knocked the boar-headed monster out cold, and with a deft motion the figure flung him out the door, sending him flying with a swift kick. As Bulma gathered her wits, she realized that the one who intervened was none other than little Son Goku. Wow, you're amazing. I didn't expect you to be so strong. Son Goku casually dusted off his hands. Are you complimenting me? I've got plenty more tricks up my sleeve. He wiped his hands clean and pulled out a Dragon Ball. Look, what do you think this is? Bulma's face lit up as she took the Dragon Ball. You found another one. It's the 3-star ball. Fantastic. Now we have 4 Dragon Balls, just 3 more to go. Son Goku asked, by the way, Bulma, can I ask you something? What wish do you want to make when you collect all the Dragon Balls? With a look of eager anticipation, Bulma replied, I want the perfect boyfriend. Son Goku immediately said, didn't I tell you? I'm your boyfriend now, and when I grow up I'll marry you. Bulma pouted, but you're too young. I don't feel that way about you. People grow up, you know. Besides, we can just use the Dragon Balls to make me 4 years older, right? Bulma scrutinized Son Goku, musing quietly to herself, it'll be a long time before he grows up. And will he be handsome? I like tall, handsome guys. She thought back to Goku's impressive moves earlier, which did have a certain charm, but his height was undeniably too small. Could it really be called a romance with a kid? At that moment Bulma couldn't muster any romantic feelings for Goku. However, his presence certainly provided a strong sense of security. Bulma was deep in thought. Seeing her distracted, Goku said, all right, let's not talk about this for now. When I grow up, you can chase after me. For now, let's go find the next Dragon Ball. Bulma retorted, what a joke. Me chasing after you? No way. Goku chuckled softly, saying nothing. Soon the two of them were off on their journey to find the next Dragon Ball. A few days passed without incident. Before long, they arrived at a quiet village. Bulma pressed a few buttons on the radar and said, the Dragon Ball radar indicates it's here, but it's so quiet, is there really no one around? Goku asked, can the Dragon Ball's location be more precise? Bulma nodded, it can, but it's just an approximate location. Alright, then let's go and get a more accurate fix on the coordinates. Okay. Before long, they found themselves in front of a house. Bulma said, this is the place, it should be in this house. But the door is locked, what should we do? Sun Wukong replied, leave it to me, just remember to cooperate with me in a moment. How should I cooperate? Bulma asked. If I get hit, you should demand compensation from him and ask for the Dragon Ball, Sun Wukong explained. You getting hit? Bulma chuckled, don't worry, I can take a beating. I'm indestructible, Sun Wukong said confidently, patting his chest. Bulma covered her mouth and laughed, alright, got it. Sun Wukong walked up to the door and knocked gently. Is anyone there? He called out. There was no response. Just as Sun Wukong was about to knock again, someone swung an axe at his head. Sensing the attack, Sun Wukong didn't dodge. The axe struck his head with a clang and bounced off. Sun Wukong merely rubbed his head, the impact feeling no more painful than a mosquito bite. The villager was astonished. Really useless, he exclaimed, dropping to his knees. I'm sorry, Lord Oolong. You can have whatever you want, just don't take my daughter. Sun Wukong, still rubbing his head, said, swinging at someone's head without confirming who they are first is very dangerous. As Bulma, seeing that Sun Wukong was unharmed, sighed in relief and added, exactly, if you had hit my head I would have been done for. The villager apologized profusely. I'm so sorry, I thought he was Oolong in disguise. Bulma, curious, asked, who is Oolong? The villager explained, Oolong is a monster living nearby, he can transform into anything and he's terrifying, no one has seen his true form. Yesterday he took a liking to my daughter and said he would come to marry her around this time. While they were negotiating with the villager, others from neighboring houses came out to watch. Bulma pointed at Sun Wukong and said, so you mistook him for Oolong? The villager nodded. Yes, I'm terribly sorry. Bulma continued, to tell me more about Oolong. The villager said, Oolong is very lecherous and has kidnapped several young women from our village. If we try to escape or resist, he'll kill everyone in the village. Bulma nodded, indicating that she understood. By the way, she exclaimed, taking out a Dragon Ball, have you seen a ball like this before? The villager adjusted his glasses. Sorry, I haven't. Just then the door they were knocking on opened and an old lady emerged. I have a ball just like that, she said. Bulma was overjoyed. It's here after all. The old lady continued, it seems my grandmother found it a long time ago. Is this it? Oh, Bulma counted the stars while nodding. Yes, it's the 6-star ball. Granny, if you're willing to give this to us, we'll help you get rid of that Oolong monster. The old lady looked surprised. If you can really get rid of the monster, I'll give it to you, but you're just a little girl. Bulma pointed at Sun Wukong. I'm not the one fighting, he's the one who will take on the monster. The other villagers were astonished. How could that be? A little kid, how can he possibly defeat Oolong? Don't waste your life here, they said. Sun Wukong reassured them, don't worry, I'll defeat him. The villager added, besides defeating him, you need to find out where he lives. Many girls have been taken by him. Sun Wukong nodded and said, all right, I understand. I'll spare his life. Just then a scream erupted from the crowd. Everyone run, Oolong is coming. In an instant the crowd scattered in all directions. Bulma quickly turned to Wukong and said, Wukong, I'll leave it to you. I'm going to hide inside. No need, Wukong replied confidently. That guy, one punch is enough. Bulma snorted, always boasting. Despite her skepticism, she hurried into a nearby house. The villagers watched Wukong through the windows with bated breath. At that moment a giant appeared, towering over Wukong like a mountain over a pebble. Oolong laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, my dear lady, I've come to take you away. The villagers gasped in worry. The child, won't he be eaten? It's dangerous. He's not even up to Oolong's knee. But before they could murmur any further, Sun Wukong swung his Rui Jingu, banged, striking Oolong with a single mighty blow. In an instant the giant Oolong crashed to the ground. Seeing stars. Oolong's been defeated. Is that kid really that powerful? The villagers quickly rushed out to see. Suddenly, with a bang, Oolong transformed into a small pig. The crowd was stunned once again. Bulma, curious, asked, is this Oolong's true form? Seeing Oolong so weak, Bulma strutted out confidently. Hey Oolong, where are the girls you kidnapped? She demanded. Soon Oolong led the villagers to his mansion where the abducted girls were happily entertained. Although things hadn't gone exactly as planned, at least the girls had been found, along with obtaining the 5th Dragon Ball. Bulma also seized one of Oolong's cars. Bulma drove the little car with Wukong beside her and they left the village in high spirits. Haha, only 2 Dragon Balls left. It's going smoother than I thought, Bulma exclaimed. Isn't that thanks to me? Sun Wukong replied. Bulma quickly flattered, yes, our Wukong is the best. Now give me a kiss. No way, you're still too young, Wukong said, lounging in the passenger seat. You promised to marry me when I grow up, yet you're still obsessed with finding Dragon Balls. You must be up to no good thinking of finding a boyfriend. Bulma giggled, didn't you say you'd be handsome when you grow up? I can't wait to see it. How about we wish for you to grow a bit? Wukong was speechless. In his past life, Bulma had fooled him just like this. With only 1 Dragon Ball left, she had sneaked away while he slept. Tricking a child was one thing, but in truth Sun Wukong was living his 3rd life with a mind far more mature than hers, yet he had no intention of bullying her with these advantages. After all, who hasn't been young once? Traveling around with her in search of the Dragon Balls wasn't the main goal. Rather, it was about preventing Bulma from getting into trouble. It was all part of the wife training plan. As the car sped along, a sudden hill appeared ahead. Sun Wukong quickly said, keep your eyes on the road or you'll crash and have to walk. Bulma smirked and deftly swerved to avoid the mound. Tisk tisk, my driving skills aren't bad at all. Good thing we have a car. It's much faster this way, Bulma thought to herself as she drove along, her eyes on the road. The next Dragon Ball is at Fire Mountain, which is quite a distance from here. It'll take us 2 or 3 days to get there. You should get some rest," she suggested, glancing over at Goku. Goku nodded, letting his eyes droop as he settled into a light nap. Bulma watched him, the childlike innocence still plain on his face, but inside she was plotting. "Once we find the 6th Dragon Ball, I'll ditch this guy. One wish is enough for me. He's so strong. He won't be in any danger anyway." "Yes, that's a splendid plan," she mused, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. Sensing Bulma's sly smile, Goku couldn't help but feel a hint of nostalgia. After a long day of driving, night fell. Bulma pulled out a portable house, announcing, "Let's stop here for today. We need a good night's sleep. Can't have any tired driving. I'm going to take a bath, so keep watch. We're in the middle of nowhere. Who knows if there are bandits around?" "Got it," Goku replied, nodding. Bulma, exhausted from a day's drive, took her bath and went straight to bed. Meanwhile, Goku, who had been surviving on bread for days and was still hungry, decided to hunt for some meat. Suddenly he sensed 2 faint energies approaching. Stepping outside, he recognized their strength. "Seems like the bandits around here are Yamcha and Puar," he muttered to himself. Sure enough, Yamcha and Puar soon appeared before Goku. Yamcha, with his hands on his hips, laughed. "Ha, a portable house. Looks like we've got some rich folks here. Kid, I don't want to bully you. Hand over your money and capsules and I'll let you go." Goku glanced back at the house where Bulma was probably sleeping soundly, then turned to Yamcha with a mischievous grin. "TSK, looks like I'll have to beat you up again." "Sorry about that." Yamcha was taken aback. "Again? What do you mean?" he asked, confused. In the next instant, Goku's figure darted forward, grabbing Yamcha and giving him a thorough beating. He controlled his strength carefully, not intending to kill him, but enough to turn him into a swollen mess. Moments later, Yamcha lay sprawled on the ground, bruised and battered. "Master, master!" Puar cried, tending to Yamcha's injuries. Just then Bulma emerged from the house in her pajamas. She took one look at Yamcha's battered face and asked Goku, "Who is he? What are you doing? It's so noisy." "Nothing much," Goku replied. "Just a bandit who wanted our money and capsules, so I gave him a good thrashing." Bulma's sleepiness vanished instantly. "A bandit, huh? Daring to rob me?" "Goku, take all the stuff from that pighead," she ordered. Goku, relieved that Bulma wasn't interested in Yamcha's sorry state, nodded. He quickly searched Yamcha, taking everything of value. Before long, Puar helped the bruised Yamcha to leave. Goku opened the capsule they had taken. There wasn't much money, but there was plenty of food. It was quite the haul. Returning to the house with his spoils, Goku munched on some beef jerky. "This jerky's pretty tasty, and there's a lot of it. Haven't had meat in days. Saves me from hunting," he remarked happily. As Bulma munched on her food, she remarked, "No wonder there are so many bandits around here. One successful heist and they'd be set for a year." Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. "Indeed, plundering is the quickest way to amass wealth. If you dare to run away, I'll just tie you up and take you home. I'll be the Mountain King and you'll be my queen." Bulma scoffed. "As if you dare. Anyway, I'm full now. I'm going back to sleep. You finish eating on your own." With his mouth full, Sun Wukong mumbled, "All right, remember to draw the curtains." Fortunately, they hadn't been very active these past few days, so he hadn't expended much energy. However, Wukong hadn't had a proper meal in a while. This time he devoured almost a month's worth of food for a normal person. Satisfied, he finally drifted off to sleep. 2 more days passed as they traveled. At last, they arrived near the Flaming Mountain. The mountain path was treacherous, prompting Bulma to put away the car. Together, they began walking toward the mountain. Wiping her sweat, Bulma remarked, "So this is the Flaming Mountain?" "It's scorching hot," Sun Wukong replied. "Yes. Perfect for winter living." Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. They turned to see a towering figure approaching, a man as imposing as an ox. It was none other than the Bull Demon King. He strode toward them, axe in hand. His massive form exuded an overwhelming presence. The Bull Demon King bellowed, "What are you two doing here? Are you here to steal my treasure? Speak up." Startled, Bulma quickly hid behind Sun Wukong. "And no, we're just passing through," she stammered. The Bull Demon King raised his axe. "Passing through? Who just passes through here? You're clearly after my treasure. Feel the power of my axe." Seeing Wukong standing calmly, Bulma recalled how he had dealt with the wild boar earlier and gained some confidence. She crouched low behind him, using him as a shield, and pointed at the Bull Demon King. "Wukong, he's coming. Take him down." Unfazed, Sun Wukong pulled out his Rui Jingu Bang, pointing it toward the Bull Demon King, or rather showing it off. After all, it wouldn't be right to beat up his future father-in-law. The Bull Demon King paused. "Hey, is that the Rui Jingu Bang?" Sun Wukong nodded. "You recognized it so quickly?" Intrigued, the Bull Demon King asked, "How do you have the Rui Jingu Bang?" Do you know Master Roshi? Sun Wukong politely replied, yes, I know him, but this staff was passed down to me by my grandfather, Sun Gohan. I'm Sun Wukong. Hearing they weren't fighting but instead chatting, Bulma curiously asked, you all know each other? The Bull Demon King's anger dissipated and he laughed, yes, Son Gohan and I were both disciples of Master Roshi. I was the second disciple and Son Gohan was the first. Time flies, Son Gohan's adopted grandson is already this grown-up, just like my little Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, the Bulma queried. Suddenly, the mention of Chi-Chi seemed to invigorate the Bull Demon King. That's right, you're about the same age as Chi-Chi. How about you marry her when you grow up? Before Sun Wukong could respond, Bulma pushed him forward and chimed in, great idea, it's settled then. Wukong whispered, Bulma, are you trying to marry me off to get out of this? How can that be? You two are a perfect match, coming from similar backgrounds and even the same age, said the Ox King as he pulled out a photo of his daughter, Chi-Chi. Here, take a look, isn't she beautiful? Bulma glanced at the photo and was a bit taken aback. How could such a rough and tough guy have such a cute daughter? Goku sure is lucky, she thought. Nodding eagerly, she said, yes, yes. What an adorable girl, and she really does seem like a good match for Goku. As she spoke, she patted Goku on the head. Goku, intrigued, asked, so where is your daughter now? She wouldn't be up on Fire Mountain, would she? Changing his tone, the Ox King continued, no, but your timing is unfortunate. I sent Chi-Chi to borrow the Bansho fan from Master Roshi. Otherwise, you would have met her this time. Bulma, puzzled, asked, what do you need the Bansho fan for? The Ox King pointed toward the castle, explaining, to put out the fire, of course. My castle is surrounded by flames and I can't live there anymore. Bulma looked in the direction of the castle and suddenly had a realization. Oh no, the Dragon Ball seems to be in that direction too. Hearing this, the Ox King's curiosity was piqued. Dragon Ball? What's that? Bulma took out a Dragon Ball, showing it to him. It's a ball like this. The Ox King enlightened, said, so that's called a Dragon Ball. You're right. There's one in the castle, but it's too dangerous to get in. Goku offered. Ox King, uncle, I can help you put out the fire if you give me the Dragon Ball. The Ox King, surprised, asked, really? Can you do that? Goku nodded, yes, my grandpa taught me the Kamehameha wave. The Ox King was overjoyed, that's wonderful, I'll quickly go fetch Chi-Chi back. She hasn't gone far, Goku already floating in the air responded, let me handle it, I can fly and find her faster, I'll be back in a few minutes. With that, Goku soared into the sky, following the directions the Ox King had given him. Soon his figure disappeared from sight. Bulma, with a sly grin, sidled up to the Ox King. Ox King, uncle, I really think Chi-Chi and Goku are a perfect match. They're the same age and Goku is really strong, it's a match made in heaven. The Ox King's face was full of smiles. Ah, yes, since they're children of acquaintances, we know them well. Goku must be a good kid too. It's just that Chi-Chi is a bit shy and timid. Bulma encouraged, that's alright. Once they get familiar with each other, it won't be a problem. The Ox King nodded, you're quite the talker, young lady. Once they're back, I'll arrange their engagement. Bulma waggled her finger, saying, no need to rush. They're just kids and should listen to the adults. If you arrange it for them, they might secretly be happy, but being shy, they might not show it. You could let Goku stay here and let them develop their feelings. The Ox King clenched his fist, you're right, feelings can be cultivated over time. Once the fire is out, I'll set up a betrothal feast for them. Bulma gave a thumbs up, that's the Ox King for you, always efficient. Later on, Wukong will be entrusted to you. The Bull Demon King patted his chest confidently and said, don't worry about it. Chi-Chi has been watching a lot of dramas lately and insists that I find her a boyfriend. I've been quite troubled over this recently. Now that Wukong is here, it's just perfect. Bulma's eyes curved into crescent moons as she laughed heartily. This is what you call destiny. The Bull Demon King laughed so hard his mouth couldn't close. Yes, this is destiny. It's determined by the heavens, and nothing is greater than the heavens. Dear son-in-law, you must get along well with Chi-Chi in the future. On the mountain path, Chi-Chi was rubbing her stomach, complaining, we've walked so far, and I'm tired, thirsty and hungry. I really want to go home. Dad said as long as I found Master Roshi he'd find me a boyfriend. This task is a bit too difficult. My dad is really unreliable, sending a kid like me to find Master Roshi, always tricking kids. Just then a voice came through, Chi-Chi, Chi-Chi. Curiously, Chi-Chi looked up. What voice is that? Is someone calling me? Following the voice, the figure of Sun Wukong appeared. Hey, who is that and how can he fly? Soon Sun Wukong approached. Found you, Chi-Chi, I'll take you home. Chi-Chi asked curiously, who are you and how do you know me? The Sun Wukong replied, I'm Sun Wukong. I've seen your photo. It was your dad, the Bull Demon King, who asked me to find you. Chi-Chi's eyes lit up. You've seen my photo? I get it, you're the boyfriend my dad found for me, right? Sun Wukong thought, why does it feel so smooth? Such a strange feeling. Seeing Wukong's silence, Chi-Chi was full of questions. What's wrong, don't you like me? Or is my dad forcing you to marry me and you feel wronged? Sun Wukong shook his head. No, I like you, it's just that we are both so young now. Chi-Chi's face suddenly turned red and she covered her cheeks with her hands. It's okay, we can grow up together. Sun Wukong was completely impressed by the father-daughter duo's way of thinking. With a smile returning to his face, he said, Chi-Chi, let me take you back first. Chi-Chi asked curiously, but we haven't found the banana fan yet. We've already found a way to extinguish the fire, let's go. Chi-Chi looked around and seeing no transportation said shyly, but I can't walk anymore. Then I'll carry you back, okay? Chi-Chi shivered, her face turning redder. Then if you carry me you must marry me when we grow up. Chi-Chi was already Sun Wukong's predestined wife and he hadn't thought of giving up, so he nodded okay. Soon Sun Wukong carried Chi-Chi like a princess and soared into the sky. Wukong, fly slower, I'm a bit scared. Alright, don't worry, hold on tight, it's fine. Okay, I'll listen to you, dear. Chi-Chi blushed, burying her head into Wukong's chest. It was warm and comfortable. It made Chi-Chi think of the future, getting married and having children with Wukong, and she couldn't help but become deeply enchanted by the thought. Sun Wukong carrying Chi. She flew toward the flaming mountain. Chi-Chi in Wukong's embrace was utterly captivated, sneaking a glance at Sun Wukong. He's quite handsome. Since he held her like that, she could only marry him in the future. At Flame Mountain, the silhouette of Wukong appeared and Bulma exclaimed, look, they're back. The Ox King immediately lifted his head. At a glance he saw Sun Wukong in the air holding Chi-Chi. The way he held her was unmistakably a Princess Carrie. Chi-Chi even buried her head in Wukong's chest, looking immensely affectionate. The Ox King praised Tisk Tisk, who would have thought they get along quite well. Bulma laughed, yes, they really look like a perfect match, congratulations, haha. Hot congratulations to you too, came the cheerful response. Soon the four of them arrived at the foot of Flame Mountain. Wave after wave of heat assaulted them and they all began to sweat. Bulma skeptically asked Wukong, can your ki blast really put out the fire? Sun Wukong nodded confidently, of course, don't underestimate me. With that, Sun Wukong stepped onto the wall, contemplating whom I need to control the force properly. It can't be too strong or it'll destroy Chi-Chi's home. Then Sun Wukong positioned his hands like a flower bud. Kamehameha, a blinding white light suddenly shot towards the flames. A fierce wind arose, prompting Bulma, Chi-Chi and the Ox King to shield their eyes. In just an instant the heat wave receded. The three of them looked at the castle. It was still standing and the fire was out. Wonderful, the fire is truly out, exclaimed the Ox King. Chi-Chi excitedly added, so my fiancé Wukong, is this amazing? It was Bulma's first time witnessing such a technique and she was astonished. This is the Kamehameha, what an incredible move. Once the fire was extinguished and the temperature cooled, they entered the castle. After some searching, Chi-Chi found the 6th Dragon Ball and handed it directly to Bulma. Bulma, thrilled, said, great, we're just one Dragon Ball short of completing the set. Ha, Sun Wukong said, Uncle Ox King will be off then. But the Ox King immediately said, wait a moment. What? Sun Wukong asked curiously. The Ox King declared, I've thought it over, let Chi-Chi be your bride. The fire in the castle is out and it's much cooler here. I'll invite the neighbors and we can arrange your engagement. Saying this, the Ox King looked at Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, what do you think of the fiancé your father found for you? Blushing, Chi-Chi covered her cheeks and shyly said, Dad, I'll listen to you. The Ox King laughed heartily, haha, I'm very satisfied too. Not only is he the grandson of my senior brother Gohan, but he's also an acquaintance of mine. His martial arts skills are exceptional and he's as young as you are. You two being together is truly a match made in heaven. Sun Wukong asked, does that mean I need to stay here? The Ox King replied, yes, you're looking for the Dragon Balls, right? Since you're only missing one, Bulma and I have discussed it and she said she can find the last one on her own. Disgust, Sun Wukong turned to Bulma. As the Ox King spoke, Bulma had already shifted her gaze elsewhere. Seeing Bulma's guilty expression, Sun Wukong couldn't help but find it amusing. This mischievous Bulma, does she not want to keep her promise of marrying me and intends to ditch me? In the previous life, Bulma probably pushed Sun Wukong to Chi-Chi in the same way. As Bulma grew older, she couldn't help but notice how tall, handsome and powerful Goku had become. She often regretted her earlier decisions. Despite the whirlwind of adventures she experienced, she could never quite forget about Goku. Resigned to the inevitable, she eventually found herself allied with Chi-Chi and Goku as part of the same family. Observing Bulma's guilty expression, Goku pondered for a moment. After leaving Fire Mountain, it seemed they were bound to encounter Pilaf and his bumbling crew. They lacked the courage for any real harm. Yamcha, on the other hand, wouldn't recover from his injuries so quickly, and without any means of transportation he couldn't pursue them that far. The risk of exposure was minimal, thus Goku decided to pretend to stay put, waiting a couple of days before stealthily following her. Bulma was undoubtedly the leading lady, her protagonist aura as strong as ever. Goku wasn't worried about her facing danger, he was more concerned about her sharing the spoils. At this point in time Bulma was still very much a not-v romantic. Once he had it all figured out, Goku nodded in agreement. Alright, let's go with that plan. After parting ways with Goku, Bulma drove her vehicle at top speed, laughing with glee. She thought, only one Dragon Ball left and I managed to shake off that kid. Perfect, children are so easy to fool. Seeing him with Chi-Chi, who was around his age, he likely forgot about our unreliable promise. Sure enough, peers are always more appealing. But speaking of Goku, he's incredibly strong. Having him as a bodyguard is quite convenient. As expected of me, this move is a win-win. After 2 days of travel, Bulma checked her Dragon Radar. Good thing I pinpointed the last Dragon Ball's location earlier, it's not too far now. So excited to find the final Dragon Ball. After driving a bit further, a castle loomed into view. The last Dragon Ball seems to be inside that castle. Bulma mused for a moment and said, such a huge castle might have monsters. Now that I'm alone, I must be extra cautious, prepare well and scout thoroughly before entering. Quickly she found a hidden spot to bury the 6 Dragon Balls, covering them with plants to ensure the surface looked identical all around. Unless the radar was exceptionally precise, finding them wouldn't be easy. Then Bulma, clutching the radar, stealthily approached the castle entrance. Peering through the grand doors, she saw the castle was opulent yet eerily vacant. Nervously Bulma stepped inside. Suddenly a faint noise startled her and she shrank back into a corner, summoning her courage. She peered toward the sound. It was just a black cat scurrying across the hall. Bulma exhaled in relief. You scared me to death. Just a cat. With the perceived danger gone, Bulma gathered her courage again and crept toward the direction indicated by the radar. Stop right there, a voice suddenly interrupted Bulma's actions. Before her stood 3 figures. The leader was over 3 meters tall with a blue face and fierce tusks, his bald head gleaming. The 2 beside him looked equally bizarre, as grotesque as aliens. They weren't part of Pilaf's gang. They were subordinates of Garlic Jr., Ginger, Nikki and Sancho. Upon witnessing such a terrifying figure, Bulma felt every hair on her body stand on end. I was just passing through, she stammered, trying to mask her fear. The leader of the group, known as Throat Candy, let out a hearty laugh. We've detected the Dragon Balls from a distance, and it seems there are 6. You little girl have brought them right to us, saving us the trouble of finding them. If you don't want to die, hand over the Dragon Balls. Bulma, having painstakingly gathered 6 Dragon Balls, was in no mood to simply hand them over. Steeling herself against the terror that gripped her heart, she screamed help, and bolted in the direction she had come from. But she had barely taken a few steps before 3 shadowy figures, moving like phantoms, materialized in front of her, blocking her escape. Faced with such imposing figures so close, her legs gave way and she collapsed to the ground. The ringleader advanced towards Bulma, his grotesque features twisted into a menacing grin, and hoisted her up. Little girl, you can scream all you want, but no one will save you. The ugly visage and fierce expression made Bulma's fear escalate. Unable to contain herself, she wet herself, the liquid soaking the ghastly figure. Bulma burst into tears, wailing, Goku, help. Just then a small figure flickered into view, delivering a powerful kick to Throat Candy, sending his body hurtling through the air until it embedded into a building. As Bulma fell, the newcomer caught her in a princess carry, landing gracefully. Looking up, Bulma saw the familiar youthful face. Goku, thank goodness you've come to save me. Goku set Bulma down, pinching his nose with a hint of disdain. Bulma, you smell. Did you pee your pants? Bulma's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Stubbornly she retorted, why are you here? Weren't you supposed to be engaged to Chi-Chi? Goku chuckled, the engagement ceremony was yesterday. You promised to marry me too, so I'm planning to marry both of you, so I used instant transmission to get here. Bulma was taken aback and immediately flared with anger. Are you kidding? Bulma, the second daughter of Capsule Corporation, would never marry someone alongside another woman. Goku shrugged and said, you agreed to it. You said if I helped you gather all the Dragon Balls, you'd marry me, and Chi-Chi becoming my bride was your idea too. Don't worry, I won't go against your wishes. Bulma was momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Throat Candy dislodged himself from the wall, pointing at Goku and cursing, "You brat, how dare you attack me? Watch us deal with you." His two companions advanced menacingly. As the three figures approached, Bulma's thoughts were once again interrupted by fear. Goku pulled Bulma behind him and said, "Bulma, stay back." That simple gesture sent a shiver through Bulma. The unparalleled sense of security he provided was something only he could give. Watching Goku's small yet formidable figure, a peculiar thought crossed her mind. This scene, it's just like a hero saving a damsel in distress in the movies. Could it be that when I grow up I'll really end up marrying him? As she pondered, the three figures drew even closer. Bulma immediately hid behind a nearby pillar and shouted, "Son Goku, if you defeat them I'll marry you when I grow up." A faint smile appeared on Goku's face. "Alright, it's a deal." The three strange figures surrounded Goku, laughing heartily. "You little brat, trying to play the hero, don't end up wetting your pants like her, haha." Goku glanced at the three-inch, a hint of confusion in his eyes. They were underlings of Karrak too. This castle wasn't Pilaf's gang but theirs. By rights, they shouldn't be out at this time. Could it be that his rapid increase in power had altered this world? Yes, a butterfly flaps its wings and a tsunami occurs on the other side of the Atlantic. The butterfly effect, quite reasonable. Thankfully, Goku's combat strength had surpassed his contemporaries. Even if a later stage boss appeared early, to the current Goku it was merely a trivial challenge to obliterate. With a roar, the three charged at Goku. With a backhand punch and a kick, Goku sent them flying. Then, with a point of his finger, a robust energy beam blasted towards them. After a fierce explosion, the trio was reduced to ashes. Bulma's face was filled with disbelief. Could it really be solved so easily? When they intercepted her just now, their movements were like teleportation, far superior to the previous bumbling oafs. Bulma could clearly sense their prowess. Just then a short figure flew out. It was none other than Karrak too. He looked at Goku and said, "To defeat my three subordinates in an instant, your power is truly astonishing." Bulma, clutching the pillar, disdainfully remarked, "Is this guy the leader? He looks like a child." Karrak too, enraged, retorted, "Silence. After witnessing my transformation, let's see if you can still say that." With those words, Karrak too roared. Instantly, the ground trembled, veins bulged on his forehead, his body expanded, and his clothes burst apart. In a flash, he transformed into a giant 7 or 8 meters tall. His fists were as large as Goku himself. Bulma, panic-stricken, clung tightly to the pillar. In the next moment, Karrak too hurled a punch at Goku. However, Goku blocked it effortlessly with just one finger. With a reverse kick, Karrak too let out a pained grunt. The agony twisted his face and his massive body smoothly flew backward. Karrak too crashed through the castle structure, causing the ground to tremble and raising clouds of dust. Seeing this, Bulma excitedly ran to Goku's side and hugged him tightly. "Goku, you're truly amazing." Goku asked, "Why did you come out? He shouldn't be dead yet." Startled, Bulma quickly hid behind the pillar again. Sure enough, as the dust settled, Karrak too struggled to his feet. Such overwhelming power, what is this? Is he really an Earthling? It seems to deal with him I'll have to use that move against the heavens. As he spoke, Karrak too extended his hand and a sudden spatial rift appeared. A powerful suction force erupted from all around. Karrak too laughed heartily, "Ha ha ha, no matter how strong you are, everything will be sucked into the death black hole I created." As expected, the black hole grew larger and its pull became increasingly formidable. In an instant, the castle was torn apart and debris was drawn into the black hole. Karrak too continued to taunt, "You will be trapped in a world devoid of light forever and ever." Sun Wukong shook his head. "Such tricks are useless against me." Just then Bulma screamed, "Wukong, save me." Turning to look, he saw Bulma being pulled toward the black hole along with a pillar. In a flash, Sun Wukong appeared beside Bulma. She abandoned the pillar and clung to Sun Wukong like an octopus. "Phew, I'm saved. Wukong, think of a way to deal with him." Sun Wukong pointed a finger and an energy blast shot toward Karrak too. Instantly his body was sent flying backward right into the black hole. Without its source of power, the black hole vanished immediately. Only then did Bulma relax her grip on Wukong. That was terrifying. What was that thing just now? The ruins of the castle no longer flew into the black hole. Suddenly, a flash of golden light caught their attention. Sun Wukong remarked, "That must be a Dragon Ball." Bulma's eyes lit up as she quickly picked up the Dragon Ball. "Wow, it really is fantastic, the Dragon Balls are coming together." Bulma, excitedly clutching a Dragon Ball, walked out of the castle ruins with Wukong. However, just as Bulma was about to dig out the remaining 6 Dragon Balls, she discovered only a single pit remained. Bulma was immediately stunned. What's going on? My Dragon Balls are missing. Sun Wukong curious asked. You crafty little thing, did you hide the Dragon Balls here and someone stole them? Bulma distraught fell to her knees. How could this happen? We were about to complete the set and now they're stolen. Sun Wukong patted Bulma's head. It's alright, we still have one and others can't use them anyway. Isn't the radar still working? Let's track them down and I'll help you get them back. Bulma suddenly perked up. Yes, right away. She quickly pressed the radar, but her expression changed. Oh no, maybe the activity just now was too intense, the radar isn't responding. Sun Wukong said, in that case let's head back. You have me anyway, so there's no need to make a wish. Bulma immediately stood up. No way, I have to gather all the Dragon Balls. Luckily, I brought my full set of tools. Fixing it will be a breeze. With that, Bulma reached into her pocket, seemingly searching for a capsule. But as she searched, she froze. Oh no, my capsule is missing. Sun Wukong asked, did you bury it with the Dragon Balls? Bulma shook her head and quickly said, I remember now, that strange black hole sucked in the box with my capsules. Sun Wukong replied, alright then, nothing we can do about that. Are we still going after the Dragon Balls? Of course we have to. Alright, let's first find a village or town to buy some tools and fix the radar. So how do you want to proceed? Do you want to walk on your own, or should I carry you and fly there? Bulma pondered for a moment. I'll walk by myself. I'm pretty fit, you know. With that, the two of them set off on foot. 2 hours later, Bulma's legs were so tired she plopped down on the ground. I'm exhausted, I can't move another step. Goku said, just hold on a bit longer, there are people up ahead. Bulma asked, how do you know that? As we get closer I can sense their faint presence. Bulma, sense their presence, what does that mean? It's just a martial arts training technique. If your presence is a bit stronger than the average person, I can find you even if you're at the ends of the earth. Bulma covered her mouth in surprise. So even if I fled to the ends of the earth you'd be able to find me? Why would you run away? Bulma laughed awkwardly, just kidding. Let's keep moving. And so Bulma continued to walk forward. Soon several figures appeared in front of them. Goku noticed their attire and the guns they carried, and a hint of confusion crossed his face. Those are members of the Red Ribbon Army. In this life, the enemies have shown up earlier than expected. Just then one of the Red Ribbon soldiers exclaimed excitedly, great, I found it. In his hand appeared a Dragon Ball. Bulma was startled. What? Those guys are also searching for the Dragon Balls? Goku rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Does that mean the 6 Dragon Balls you've collected have been scattered? Bulma's heart skipped a beat. How could this happen? My summer vacation is almost over, I don't have much time left. Goku reassured her, it's okay, once we fix the radar and make it a bit more precise I can help you gather the Dragon Balls in a day or two. Bulma's face lit up instantly. Really? That's amazing Goku, you're incredible. In her excitement Bulma hugged Goku. Hearing Bulma's joyful cry, the Red Ribbon soldiers approached. Hey you two kids, have you seen a ball like this? Goku's face showed a hint of mischief. He pulled out a Dragon Ball they had recently obtained from a castle. Are you talking about this? The soldier's face lit up with joy. It's a Dragon Ball, hand it over kid. As he moved towards Goku reaching for the Dragon Ball, Goku swatted him away with a flick of his wrist, sending the soldier flying. In the blink of an eye Goku had the Dragon Ball in his hand. Another soldier shouted angrily, how dare you mess with the Red Ribbon Army, prepare to die. The soldiers behind him immediately opened fire on Goku. With a few swift movements Goku easily took down the gun-wielding soldiers. Not far away an officer grabbed a communicator and shouted, report, someone with a Dragon Ball has appeared and snatched our Dragon Ball. The enemy is too strong, requesting reinforcements. All guards of Muscle Tower mobilize. In an instant a group of people emerged from Muscle Tower nearby, charging towards Goku and Bulma. Bulma was almost paralyzed with fear, nearly losing control again, but fortunately after 2 hours of trekking her body was severely dehydrated. Just as she was searching for a place to hide she noticed the air had suddenly gone still. Looking up she saw that Sun Wukong had already taken down hundreds of men. The scene was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Bulma glanced at the uniforms on the ground and a deep terror immediately washed over her face. This was bad. It seemed like they had crossed paths with the Red Ribbon Army, a group they couldn't afford to provoke. They were the most ruthless military force in the world. Sun Wukong unfazed said, no worries, if it comes to it I'll just finish them all off. That tower over there looks like one of their bases. Let's go see if there are any tools there. Hearing Wukong speak with such confidence Bulma felt her fear ease a little. The two of them made their way towards Muscle Tower. Soon, they found themselves inside the tower. Sun Wukong called out, "Is anyone here?" At that moment a tall man with a scarred face appeared. He asked, "Did you defeat the army here?" Seeing this towering fierce figure, Bulma was startled again and hurriedly hid behind Wukong. Sun Wukong recognized him. This was Android 8, a kind-hearted android. He nodded and said, "Yes, we're looking for something." Android 8 immediately pulled a Dragon Ball from his pocket. "The army bombed a plane today and found this Dragon Ball. Our commander had read ancient texts and knew about the Dragon Balls, so he ordered the army to collect them for him. I found one when I was out and hid it on me, thinking the commander might do something bad if he gathered all the Dragon Balls." The fear on Bulma's face faded. She stepped forward and said, "Oh, so you're a good guy. Then return it to us." Android 8 was taken aback. "Are you going to use it for something bad?" Bulma retorted angrily, "How could we? Do we look like bad people?" Suddenly Bulma's gaze fixed on Android 8. "Hey, you're a robot, aren't you?" Android 8 was shocked. "How did you know?" Bulma immediately grew smug, placing her hands on her hips. "I'm a super genius. I can tell at a glance." Android 8 looked at Bulma in astonishment. Bulma suddenly said, "Honestly, this is the first time I've seen such a sophisticated robot. Let me see your construction." Android 8 immediately retreated. No, it's not safe. There's a bomb installed in me." Bulma remained unfazed. "A bomb? Let me help you take it out." Android 8 asked in surprise. "You can do that?" Bulma, brimming with confidence, replied, "Of course I can. I'm a super genius. However, I'll need to use your tools." Android 8 nodded. "The tools are simple. I know a room with tools." Bulma beamed with joy. "That's great. I needed tools to fix the Dragon radar too." Soon, the three of them found the tool room. Bulma opened up Android 8's abdomen and removed the bomb. With the help of the tools there, she quickly repaired the Dragon radar. Before long, Android 8 was back on his feet. Bulma exclaimed, "Wow, number 8, your design is incredibly intricate. The scientist who created you must be extraordinary." Number 8, surprised, responded, "Really? The bomb has truly been defused. Thank you. As a token of gratitude, is this Dragon Ball all you need?" Holding the Dragon Ball proudly, Bulma replied, "Of course, that's enough." "Thank you," number 8 humbly remarked. No, it should be me thanking you." Bulma pressed the radar button, but the dots were now scattered. Her smile quickly vanished and she frowned, saying, "I can't believe it. Just when we had all the Dragon Balls together, they've been dispersed again." Goku asked, "They shouldn't be too far apart, right?" Bulma nodded, "Yes, it's manageable. Look, there are 2 Dragon Balls at this location." Number 8, glancing at the radar, added, "It seems that's the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army." Bulma was taken aback. "What?" She anxiously turned to Goku and said, "Goku, they've already found 2 Dragon Balls. Maybe we should just give up, otherwise we might be in danger." Goku nodded casually, "As you wish. A small group like the Red Ribbon Army doesn't concern me." Suddenly Goku remembered Dr. Gero and Android 18. If the Red Ribbon Army wasn't destroyed, they could wreak havoc on the world. More importantly, his wife Android 18 wouldn't exist. Goku quickly changed his stance. "No, I'll help you defeat the Red Ribbon Army and get the Dragon Balls back." Bulma was moved, her eyes glistening with tears. She said excitedly, "Goku, you're really helping me so much. You're so good to me, I'm really touched." Goku chuckled, "It's alright, you're my wife. Who else would I help?" Hearing this, Bulma's heart softened. She looked deeply at Goku and said, "But let's forget it. The Red Ribbon Army isn't an ordinary organization. Let's stop this Dragon Ball quest here. I don't want us to be killed by them. They are all outlaws." Number 8 immediately added, "Honestly, I feel it's wise for you to give up. No matter how strong you are, challenging their headquarters is too reckless. Moreover, your appearances might already have been transmitted to their headquarters. You might be under surveillance now." Bulma's face turned pale. "No, it can't be. We're already being watched." She placed her hands on Goku's shoulders. "Then, please, you must defeat the Red Ribbon Army." Goku nodded, "No problem. So, are you waiting here for me, or coming along?" Bulma, worried about the potential danger here, naturally decided to accompany Goku. However, without a means of transportation, her legs felt weak. Unlike Goku, she wasn't used to walking long distances. Just then, number 8 thoughtfully suggested, "There are a few fighter jets here. If you don't mind, you can use them as transportation since there's no one else around." Meanwhile, at the Red Ribbon Army headquarters, "Report to the General, Major Masruta has been overrun and the enemy is heading here with the Dragon Balls. Here are their photos for your review." The general, not even 1.2 meters tall, held the pictures of Goku and Bulma, astonished. "It's just this little kid and this woman." The adjutant exclaimed in disbelief, "This is incredible, Marshal. It seems they are not ordinary people. The marshal nodded. It appears so. Summon all the elite members immediately and allocate an additional billion. We must also hire the world's top assassin, Tao Pai Pai. We need to go all out to deal with them. Yes, Marshal. Soon after Tao Pai Pai, Colonel Violet, General Blue and the ninja were all gathered. Tao Pai Pai scoffed. Is the target just these two kids? Such a fuss over nothing. But no matter who the opponent is, the fee doesn't get discounted, right? The marshal nodded. Naturally. General Blue chuckled. Head, with my psychic powers I can immobilize them and finish them with a single shot. This billion reward should undoubtedly go to me. Just then a soldier rushed in to report. Report to the marshal. The third squad said they encountered a monster attack and then lost contact. The marshal was furious. What nonsense are they spouting? Once they return, I will have them executed immediately. The black general beside him suddenly pointed to the sky, shouting, Marshal, look, what's that? What? At that moment, the ground began to tremble. Following the black general's indication, the marshal looked up. Countless energy blasts were descending from the sky. What is that? Before they could react, the energy blasts rained down on the buildings. Boom, boom, boom. Chaos ensued. Numerous buildings were demolished and many lives were lost. The marshal's location was easily identifiable. Goku had launched a massive energy blast, reducing the marshal's headquarters to ashes. Thousands of soldiers discarded their armor and fled in panic. Help, run for your lives, I'm done with this. After the dust settled, the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters was in ruins. Bulma watched in shock from her fighter jet. Goku, having finished his task, flew to Bulma's side. Bulma, astonished, asked, are you even human? How can you be so powerful? Of course I'm human. Want to check? Goku replied with a grin. Bulma took a deep breath. How can there be a freak like you in this world? She glanced at the demolished buildings and said, but you've destroyed their base. Could the Dragon Balls be destroyed too? Goku shook his head confidently. No, the Dragon Balls are very sturdy. Give me the radar and I'll find them. You don't want to risk getting hit by falling debris. Bulma felt a warmth in her heart at his words. Having such a little boyfriend wasn't so bad. It felt nice to be cared for. Perhaps after gathering the Dragon Balls she could wish for him to grow up closer to her age. He'd probably be quite handsome. As she mused, a blush crept across her face. Goku urged, hey Bulma, what are you doing? Hurry and give me the radar. Taking the radar, Goku began to search through the rubble. No matter what was covering them, Goku could effortlessly lift it with just a hand. Even a complete building couldn't hinder him for more than a few seconds. Before long, he had found both Dragon Balls. Watching Goku wield such inhuman strength, Bulma felt as if she were in a dream. After all her hard work collecting the Dragon Balls, it seemed she might have done it all for someone else. However, for young Goku, gathering Dragon Balls was as easy as child's play. Before long, Bulma had collected 5 Dragon Balls once again. Goku asked, let's see, where are the other 2 Dragon Balls? While they're still close, let's head to the next location. Bulma took the radar, adjusted the search range and found them. They're in that direction. Seems like they're moving away. Goku suggested, looking for Dragon Balls is exhausting. Give me the radar, I'll go find them. Once I get them I'll come back to pick you up. Bulma immediately refused. No. What if I get caught by the remnants of the Red Ribbon Army? I'm coming with you. Goku chuckled. I never thought our Miss Bulma could get scared. Suddenly Goku remembered something. He asked, by the way, did you change those pants? Duong! Bulma's veins popped and she delivered a hefty punch to Goku's head. Don't ever bring that up again or I won't forgive you. Goku rubbed his head. Why are you so angry? It's really nothing. If you have a tendency for accidents, everyone wets the bed as a child. Bulma interrupted Goku with another blow, fuming, shut up, I never wet the bed. All right, enough. Let's get going. Gurgle gurgle. Bulma rubbed her stomach. But I'm hungry, let's find something to eat. Goku also rubbed his stomach. I'm a bit hungry too, let's go find something to eat. Hundreds of kilometers away, Pilaf, Mai and Shu, the 3 unlucky companions, were huddled in a corner discussing their next move. Pilaf was furious. Damn it, we managed to grab 6 Dragon Balls, only for them to be blown up by the Red Ribbon Army, scattering them everywhere. I'm so mad. Mai glanced at her ample chest, sighed with relief and said, luckily I hid 2 Dragon Balls in my bosom. We still have a chance to gather them all. Shu asked Mai, you're incredible, no one even noticed. The Dragon Balls hidden in your chest. Thud. Mai punched Shu on the head, causing a large bump to swell up, gleaming in the light. You're just a dog, what would you know? Shu wiped his tears in grievance. Wamai's gotten mean. Mai pulled out the 2 Dragon Balls from her chest, which immediately deflated noticeably, dropping from a D cup to an A cup. Emperor Pilaf, let's head back to the castle. To find the remaining Dragon Balls we'll need a radar. Pilaf nodded. Their radar was quite large and was installed on their plane, which had been destroyed, leaving them without it. They needed to go back and cobble together another radar. Just as the trio was making their way back to the castle, Pilaf tripped over something. Pilaf was furious. Damn it, what had the audacity to trip me? Emperor Pilaf. The 3 turned to look and saw something shiny protruding from the ground. Shu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could it be a treasure? Pilaf was overjoyed. Hahaha, my luck is off the charts. Last time we dug up Dragon Balls, this time it's bound to be something good. My Shu started digging. Mai and Shu immediately set to work, digging energetically at the glimmering object. Before long, they unearthed a rice cooker. The gleaming object was nothing more than the galvanized switch of a rice cooker. Xiao Wu frowned and said, King Pilaf, it seems this is just a rice cooker? Ashu chimed in, there's a note on top. What does it say? Pilaf attempted to read it but couldn't decipher the characters. No matter, he declared, if there's a note it must be valuable. With that, Pilaf opened the rice cooker. A cloud of mist billowed out, coalescing into a human shape. Before them stood a tall, wrinkled figure who extended his arms and laughed maniacally. Ahaha, after so many years, the great demon King Piccolo is back. Xiao Wu exclaimed, the great demon King Piccolo? Ashu added, I think I've heard of him. Pilaf felt a shiver run down his spine. No way, just by opening a rice cooker we release a demon from hundreds of years ago. The great demon King Piccolo turned his menacing gaze towards the trio, a sinister grin spreading across his face. I never thought anyone would still remember me, the great demon King Piccolo. The oppressive aura emanating from Piccolo overwhelmed the 3, causing them to huddle together in fear. Suddenly Piccolo noticed the 2 Dragon Balls in Pilaf's hands and grew curious. What are those objects you're holding? Pilaf attempted to play dumb, but the commanding pressure in Piccolo's voice left no room for denial, forcing him to spill the truth. Dragon Balls? Pilaf nodded. Yes, gather all 7 and you can make any wish. Your Excellency, you could rule the world with them. Piccolo held the 2 Dragon Balls, pondering for a few moments before bursting into laughter. Ha, Dragon Balls, such a thing exists. This is excellent, I have hoped to restore my youth. Moments later, Piccolo spat out 3 eggs, which immediately hatched into monstrous creatures fully formed within seconds. The worldviews of the Pilaf trio were utterly shattered. Xiao Wu stammered, he actually spat out 3 monsters. Ashu could barely speak. It's terrifying. Piccolo, after catching his breath, commanded the creature's symbol eliminate all the martial artists who stand out in this world. Tambourine, seek out the remaining 5 Dragon Balls. Both monsters replied in unison, yes, Your Excellency. A bird-like creature approached Piccolo. Your Excellency, what should we do with these 3? The Pilaf trio quivered under Piccolo's gaze. Please don't kill us, from now on we'll follow Your Excellency's every command, they pleaded. Piccolo asked disdainfully, you wish to serve me, then tell me what can you offer? Pilaf, struck by a sudden idea, excitedly raised his hand and said, to find the Dragon Balls you need a dragon radar. It's nearly impossible without one. Our previous radar broke, but we can make another one if given a little time. Piccolo's lips curled into a smirk. It seems you might be of some use. Meanwhile, in a remote little town, Goku and Bulma were feasting in a restaurant. Goku in particular had a mountain of plates stacked high beside him. Bulma, having finished her meal, looked in awe at the scene next to Goku. Did you actually eat that much? Goku let out a satisfied burp and chuckled, hee hee, eating a lot makes you grow fast, right? Let's see where the last 2 Dragon Balls are and get going to gather them all. Bulma rubbed her legs, feeling a bit tired. It's already dark out, I've been exhausted all day. How about we look for them tomorrow? Goku nodded, alright, I get it. You've been running around all day and you need to wash your clothes. Bulma sighed, I lost my capsule, so no portable house tonight, we'll have to stay in a hotel. They managed to book a luxury suite in a small town, which wasn't bad at all. After a hearty meal, Bulma enjoyed a bath and fell asleep on the soft bed, ready for a good night's rest. The next morning, Goku was still dreaming when he was abruptly awoken by Bulma's cries from the next room. Oh, I'm dying. Oh, it hurts. Goku rubbed his sleepy eyes and looked towards Bulma's door, shouting, why are you howling so early in the morning? What's going on? You sound like a pig being slaughtered. Bulma groaned, ugh, my legs hurt, my back hurts, my stomach hurts, everything hurts. Goku was puzzled, what? You're in so much pain, hold on, I'm coming, and open the door for me. Bulma replied, I can't get out of bed. Goku forcefully pulled the door open and walked in. he found Bulma sprawled out on the bed looking utterly defeated. Goku furrowed his brows. "What happened to you?" Bulma sighed. "I'm exhausted from yesterday." Goku's face lit up with a nostalgic smile. He remembered stories from his past life, like the time when a guy planned a 7-day trip with his girlfriend during a long holiday. The itinerary was packed: hiking on the first day, swimming on the second, shopping on the third, and more. But after the first day's hike, the girlfriend was bedridden for 6 days while the guy happily played video games the whole time. As soon as she recovered, it was back to work for her. Bulma was in a similar state now. "Alright, what do you want to eat? I'll get it for you." A hint of color returned to Bulma's cheeks. "Wait, Goku, you're my boyfriend now, right?" Goku looked curious. "Yeah, but I'm still young." Bulma's face turned dark and muttered, "Just help me to the bathroom, I can't hold it anymore." Goku obliged, and so Bulma stayed in the hotel for 7 days. On the 8th day she finally got up and they went to a restaurant for a meal. The TV in the restaurant was playing a melodramatic soap opera. Suddenly, the show was interrupted by an emergency news broadcast. It was the king. His Majesty seemed to be sweating, but what was he doing? After a few opening remarks, he got to the main point. "Therefore, I have decided to relinquish my throne. From now on, the king of the world is Piccolo, the great demon king." "My apologies." The restaurant patrons were stunned. "What? Piccolo, the great demon king?" Suddenly, the king raised his head and shouted, "If we let this guy become king, the world will be doomed. Someone hurry up and deal with this lawless guy." At that moment, old Piccolo lifted the king and scolded him. "I told you not to speak recklessly. Do you have a death wish?" Piccolo tossed aside the king and turned his face towards the camera. "People of the world, take a good look. I am your new king, Piccolo Daimao. Witness the destruction of your streets, and you should understand my power by now. Let me share my vision as your new king. First, let me tell you the words I despise the most: peace and justice. Rest assured, I have no intention of restricting your freedom. On the contrary, you are free to enjoy your freedom to the fullest. Laws will be abolished, making war, violence, murder, and robbery all legal with no punishment. Villains, do as you please, for my demon clan will eradicate all justice." Goku watched Piccolo on the television, a look of surprise on his face. "Did he come out too early?" Bulma exclaimed. "Damn it, this guy became king by sheer force." People dining nearby witnessed this scene, seemingly awakening distant memories. "Piccolo Daimao, I remember now, that guy who plagued the world centuries ago. Wasn't he killed? I can't believe he's alive." Sitting on the king's throne, Piccolo continued, "My policies are not limited to these. I want you to taste the terror of death. There are 43 regions in the world, so I've prepared 43 slips. Today marks the anniversary of Piccolo Daimao becoming king. Every year on this day, I will draw lots. The region with the drawn number will be destroyed by me, Piccolo Daimao. My explosive demon wave can obliterate a city in an instant with no pain at all." As he spoke, Piccolo launched an energy wave behind him, instantly reducing a mountain to ashes. The audience was left speechless, fear gripping every heart. "What? He destroyed a mountain in an instant? Piccolo Daimao is truly terrifying. I thought he was just a legend. But it's real, we're doomed." Piccolo laughed maniacally. "Ha ha ha ha. I love seeing the terror on human faces. It's beautiful. Now let the draw begin." The viewers were petrified. "This fool, if luck is on our side, we can live for 43 years. Please don't let our region be drawn." Piccolo's expression turned menacing as he continued, "By the way, if anyone is dissatisfied with me, feel free to come to the palace and attack me with missiles. But know this, anyone who dares will die." He began the draw. The audience held their breath, praying their region wouldn't be chosen. Soon Piccolo held up a slip with the number 29. "Region 29 is West City. I'm heading there right away, so escape as far as you can." Ha 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 ha. Bulma was shocked, her face drenched in sweat. "What? West City? My parents are still there." Goku patted Bulma reassuringly. "Don't worry, I'll take care of him." Bulma trembled, looking at Goku. Can you really do it?" Sun Wukong nodded thoughtfully. It's nothing but trash. But before you leave, hand over the Dragon Balls to me. Besides Piccolo, there must be a few other minions. Keeping the Dragon Balls with you isn't safe. They'll attract monsters." Just then, a flash of lightning crossed Sun Wukong's mind. He looked out the window. "It seems they've already arrived." Everyone followed Wukong's gaze. Through the window, they saw a green-skinned figure with wings flying towards them, a large, demon character emblazoned on his chest, much like Piccolo's. Bulma, looking at the green-skinned creature, exclaimed, "Is that one of Piccolo's minions?" Sun Wukong nodded. "There's no mistake. If I'm not wrong, his name is Tambourine." Tambourine glanced around and then noticed the people dining in the restaurant. With a bloodthirsty look he demanded the Dragon Balls should be here right, hand them over quickly or I'll kill you all. The restaurant patrons exchanged confused glances. Dragon Balls? Who is this guy? He's so arrogant claiming he'll kill us all. Since Piccolo became king, have the villains become this bold already? A burly man stepped forward, pointing at Tambourine and cursing. Where did you come from being so arrogant? How dare you offend someone from the Demon Clan? You're asking for death. Tambourine smirked, pointing a finger at the man. A blast of energy shot towards the burly man, exploding violently in front of him. With a loud bang, the man was sent sprawling to the ground. The onlookers were startled by the explosion. The burly man immediately knelt, pleading, "Please spare me, I just spoke too loudly." Tambourine sneered, "I'll say it again, hand over the Dragon Balls or everyone here will die." The crowd was on edge, their hair standing on end. How terrifying! He claims to be from the Demon Clan. Could he really be one of Piccolo's men? What, Piccolo has more minions? That's terrifying. A little girl in the restaurant cried, clinging to her mother, "Mommy, I'm scared." The woman held her child tightly, retreating quickly, but Tambourine blocked the exit, leaving no way out. Sun Wukong took Bulma's bag, revealing the 5 Dragon Balls, and calmly approached Tambourine. "Are you looking for these?" Tambourine's eyes lit up at the sight of the Dragon Balls. 5 Dragon Balls all at once. "Ha, excellent, kid, you've done well, hand them over." Tambourine reached out his hand. Sun Wukong didn't hand them over. Instead he asked, "I just want to know, how did you find this place?" Tambourine's eyes turned cold and he snarled, "Kid, you're questioning me? Do you have a problem? Wretched human, you're not worthy of questioning me." With that, Tambourine lunged forward to grab the Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong swiftly caught Tambourine's arm, holding it firmly. Tambourine was shocked, trying to resist, but he found the boy's strength overwhelming, unable to budge. "How is this possible?" Tambourine was aghast. Sun Wukong pressed on, "I'll ask you again, how did you know the Dragon Balls were here?" Danbalin gritted his teeth, unwilling to answer and still trying to resist. Sun Wukong's gaze turned cold as he yanked off Danbalin's arm with a swift motion. With a tearing sound, green liquid splattered everywhere and Danbalin cried out in pain, his voice filled with agony. Taking advantage of the moment, he soared into the sky. In the next instant, Danbalin opened his mouth wide, unleashing an energy wave that crashed violently towards Sun Wukong. The explosion hit directly, engulfing Sun Wukong in a violent burst. Danbalin laughed heartily, hands on his hips. "Waha, dare to fight me? Not even a speck remains of you now. Our Demon Clan is invincible." Bulma watched the cloud of dust, her hair standing on end with disbelief as she shouted, "Wukong!" The people in the tavern were terrified. "How frightening, has he been blown to pieces?" they whispered. Just then a strong gust swept through the center of the explosion, clearing the dust to reveal Sun Wukong standing unharmed. "He's okay, thank goodness he's okay." Bulma let out a sigh of relief. "I knew he wouldn't be defeated by someone like that." Danbalin was shocked once more. "How can this be?" he exclaimed. Before he could process, Sun Wukong ascended into the sky. Danbalin gritted his teeth and launched a punch towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong caught Danbalin's arm effortlessly with one hand while the other pointed at Danbalin's head. "Talk or die," Sun Wukong declared. Danbalin immediately realized his predicament and shouted, "I'll talk. No time to play with you, you're too late." In an instant, a powerful energy wave struck Danbalin directly. After a fierce explosion, Danbalin vanished along with the smoke and dust. The people in the restaurant were left speechless. Sun Wukong landed on the ground, addressing the crowd, "More strange people like that might come here. You'd better leave." "Thank you, hero." The people quickly expressed their gratitude and hurried away. Sun Wukong then turned to Bulma and said, "Bulma, I don't think Piccolo will only have this one subordinate, others might come here for revenge. You can't stay here either. I'll take you to a safe place, then go deal with Piccolo." With that, he picked up Bulma and flew off into the distance. A few minutes later he settled Bulma in another city before swiftly departing. Bulma watched his retreating figure and shouted, "Wukong, good luck, I'm counting on you." With Danbalin's demise, Piccolo, seated in the palace, suddenly froze. After a breath he clutched his head, his scalp tingling. "Ah, damn it, that fool killed my Demon Clan warrior." Just then a plane arrived above the palace. A voice boomed from above, "Piccolo, come down if you dare and face my might." Piccolo glanced at the sky. "Damn, I'm already angry and now some fool with a death wish shows up." The former king lying on the ground was shocked. "So soon a warrior has appeared." Piccolo glanced at the camera with a cruel smirk. "Perfect, I'll entertain him. I'll kill one to warn 100, broadcast the miserable fate of those who resist the king." With that, Piccolo stepped outside the palace. The plane landed and out stepped a bald old man. the crowd gathered around the television, their curiosity piqued by the sight of the elderly man. An old man? Who was he? How dare he challenge the mighty King Piccolo? Has he lost his mind? The host of the martial arts tournament was watching the live broadcast on the street when a realization struck him. He knew who the old man was. I know him. He's Master Roshi, the martial arts deity Master Mutato. The other onlookers were equally astonished. Is that Master Mutato? Yes, it's him. A true warrior, one who dares to face the harsh realities of life, who dares to confront the bloodshed head-on. Master Mutato, you're amazing. Come on, Master Mutato, the earth needs a martial arts deity like you. The earth needs a hero like you. The king was shocked as he stared at Master Roshi. So he is the martial arts deity Master Mutato. Without a word, Master Roshi tore off his shirt, his muscles bulging and expanding. King Piccolo sensed Master Roshi's aura and a peculiar glint flickered in his eyes. It seems like he's got some skills. I didn't expect that during my time sealed away so many formidable martial artists would emerge on Earth. With that, Master Roshi charged forward, throwing a punch at King Piccolo. However, King Piccolo reacted swiftly, catching Master Roshi's fist with one hand. With a reverse sweep of his leg, Master Roshi cried out in pain and was flung backward, landing heavily on the ground as his muscles shrank. A single move had left him gravely injured. King Piccolo, with his sharp hearing, had overheard the king calling Master Roshi the martial arts deity Master Mutato. Pointing his thumb at himself, he turned to the camera and laughed maniacally at the audience beyond the television screens. See that? This is your so-called martial arts deity who can't even withstand a single move from me. If anyone else wants to die, step right up, huh? Just then Master Roshi stood up once more. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a capsule. With a gentle press, a rice cooker appeared before King Piccolo. The sight of it utterly shocked King Piccolo. What? At the sight of the rice cooker, King Piccolo's legs went weak, sweat dripping down his face as his mind went blank. An enigmatic smile appeared on Master Roshi's face. I see you remember. Long ago my teacher Master Mutato sealed you away with a rice cooker, saving the world. Now, it's my turn to seal you again, King Piccolo. With those words, Master Roshi assumed the stance for the evil containment wave. Just at that moment, a dragon-like figure descended beside King Piccolo. It was Cymbal. Reporting to King Piccolo, I've wiped out most of the martial artists. King Piccolo's body trembled with joy. One-on-one he couldn't resist the evil containment wave, but with an ally it was a different story. Quick, Cymbal, take care of this guy. Master Roshi was taken aback. King Piccolo was far stronger than him. If he sealed Piccolo he would die and the monster would open the rice cooker, rendering his seal useless. Cymbal grinned as he approached Master Roshi. Beads of sweat formed on Master Roshi's forehead. There was no other choice but to fight. However, after just 2 rounds, Master Roshi found himself on the defensive, gasping for air. The air was thick with tension as fury painted itself across faces. How could this be happening? The audience was equally horrified. How was it possible? Our martial arts god couldn't even defeat a mere subordinate of the Demon King Piccolo. Hang in there, you can't lose, Master Roshi. Watching TV, Gohan was visibly shaken when he saw Master Roshi's silhouette. Master Roshi. At that very moment, Goku suddenly appeared. Gohan, in front of the TV, was taken aback once again. Goku, how could you be there? Goku glanced at the rice cooker on the ground and sighed in relief. Master Roshi, it seems you haven't used the evil containment wave yet, which means I'm not too late, right? Master Roshi was taken aback. I remember now. You're the one who brought me the sea turtle last time, Gohan's grandson. How did you end up here? Goku flashed a slight smile. Of course I'm here to defeat this Demon King Piccolo. Master Roshi immediately shouted, Kid, you're no match for Piccolo. But if you can just help me subdue that guy, I'll seal away Piccolo. Goku waved his hand dismissively. No need for that, I can handle them both on my own. Moving in the blink of an eye, Goku kicked and shattered the rice cooker. Master Roshi was dumbfounded. What are you doing? He was clearly shocked by Goku's actions. Destroying the rice cooker had rendered the evil containment wave useless. Powerless, he let his arms drop and scolded, Kid, you've caused a disaster. The Demon King Piccolo is incredibly powerful. I'll hold him off. You need to run. Cymbal moved toward Goku enraged. Where did this brat come from? Talking big about destroying our demon clan. How presumptuous. You're not getting away. As he spoke, Cymbal roared and punched at Goku. Goku's body turned into a bolt of lightning, piercing straight through Cymbal. In the next instant, a large hole appeared in Cymbal's chest. He stared at the hole in disbelief. How is this possible? Thud, Cymbal fell heavily. Piccolo was shocked once more. He actually killed Cymbal. Master Roshi was also in disbelief. He took out that guy in one move. Gohan swallowed hard. Goku, he's become so strong. The audience collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Who is that kid? The one Master Roshi couldn't defeat, and he took him out with one move. Looks like Earth might be saved. The king stood up, taking a deep breath as he witnessed the scene. Please, warrior of Earth, you must defeat the Demon King Piccolo. Your Majesty, we must flee. Goku turned to face the Demon King Piccolo. Piccolo laughed maniacally. Hehehe kid, thanks for destroying the rice cooker for me. Now I'm fearless. Judging by your skills, it seems you also killed Tambourine when he was gathering the Dragon Balls. I painstakingly brought 2 warriors into this world only for them to die by your hand. In that case, let me send you to your death. As his words echoed, Piccolo let out a fierce shout, his hand moving with lightning speed to strike Goku. Goku's body flickered and the lightning-fast strike missed its mark. Piccolo was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected to miss. In the next instant, Sun Wukong countered with a swift spinning kick, landing squarely on old Piccolo's face. Wah! Piccolo let out a pained cry. Disbelief etched across his face as saliva flew from the corners of his mouth. He was sent hurtling backward, but it wasn't over. Sun Wukong flashed forward, grabbing Piccolo's leg and slammed him forcefully onto the ground. The once formidable Demon King Piccolo lay sprawled out, utterly defeated. Above, on the airplane, Pilaf swallowed hard. How could Demon King Piccolo be so powerless? And that kid, how could he be so strong? Mai tugged at Pilaf's sleeve. Lord Pilaf, what do we do? Shu whispered, covering his mouth. Lord Pilaf, are we going to get killed by him? Maybe we should run. At that moment, little Piccolo shouted, Father will surely win. The trio shivered, huddling together in fear. Pilaf quickly echoed, yes, yes, Demon King Piccolo will surely win. Witnessing Piccolo's brutal defeat, the crowds watching on television began to feel a spark of hope. It wasn't a dream. That little guy was actually more powerful than the legendary Demon King Piccolo. Our Earth is saved. Piccolo, who had been slammed to the ground, slowly stood up, his eyes filled with disbelief. Impossible, impossible. Demon King Piccolo actually defeated by such a kid, he muttered, gathering energy in his hands and blasting it directly at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong didn't even flinch as the energy wave struck him directly. Piccolo was overjoyed. A direct hit. Master Roshi was shocked. This is bad. Suddenly a ripple of energy emanated from Sun Wukong, scattering the smoke and dust, revealing him unscathed. Such attacks are useless against me, Sun Wukong said disdainfully. Piccolo trembled. How could this be? No effect at all. Damn it, if only I could regain my youth, I would surely kill you. Suddenly Piccolo's aura began to surge violently, creating a fierce storm that forced Master Roshi to shield his face. Kid, although this move will cost me my lifespan, I have no choice but to use it to kill you. Master Roshi sensed his growing power and immediately shouted, Kid, act quickly, kill him now. Sun Wukong wanted to act too, but the problem was, if he killed him, the Dragon Balls would be completely useless. Suddenly a voice came from above, Dad, go for it. Sun Wukong looked up in surprise. At some point a hovering plane had appeared in the sky. On its edge stood the Pilaf trio, the Birdman and Little Piccolo, all watching the battle below. The cheer had come from Little Piccolo. Sun Wukong's confusion deepened. Piccolo hadn't even regained his youth, yet he already had a son. In this lifetime, many people who weren't supposed to show up had appeared early. Events were in disarray, and the timing of everything seemed chaotic. Sun Wukong couldn't figure out where things had gone wrong. Aside from the different training intensity in the mountains and not letting Son Gohan die, he hadn't interfered much with any major events, right? It seemed as though he had never truly achieved anything in this world, yet the course of events had drastically changed. The emergence of the young Piccolo completely ignited the death warrant of the elder Piccolo. A slight smile crept onto Goku's lips. No matter what, as long as the young Piccolo was born, he could be killed. At this moment, the elder Piccolo had gathered his energy, striding towards Goku. His body was surrounded by crackling electricity, his power now greater than before. With every step, the ground trembled beneath him. Piccolo snarled, Brat, prepare to die. With it, he lunged, aiming a vicious handchop at Goku. Master Roshi yelled, watch out. Goku's gaze shifted from the young Piccolo just in time to block Piccolo's fist with a single finger, and with a backhand slap sent Piccolo flying once more. Master Roshi was once again left speechless. Such immense power, and yet it was halted by just a finger from this kid. Before the elder Piccolo could react, Goku's figure flashed forward, swiftly closing the distance and seizing Piccolo's arm. With a gentle squeeze, Piccolo's face twisted in agony, and he let out a tortured scream. Ah, hiss, ah. A faint, indifferent smile played at the corner of Goku's eyes as he extended his palm, releasing a fan-shaped wave of energy. In an instant, a blinding light engulfed Piccolo, blocking out the sky. As the light faded, the Demon King Piccolo was reduced to ashes. Master Roshi was dumbfounded. How could this be? He had actually killed the Demon King Piccolo just like that. The audience before their televisions erupted in applause. That guy, he's amazing, he actually defeated the Demon King. Piccolo, humanity is saved. The kid's a hero. Gohan was incredulous. Goku, that kid, he's become so powerful. Across the kingdom, every television station broadcasted this single channel. In the castle, Chi-Chi and the Ox King watched the broadcast, cheering as they saw Goku defeat Piccolo. Wow, Goku is so powerful. No wonder he's going to be my husband. The Ox King's face showed admiration too. Indeed, I never thought that Kid Goku could be so incredible, even stronger than Master Roshi. Bulma naturally was watching too. However, upon seeing Goku's triumph over the Demon King Piccolo, she only offered a faint smile, remaining otherwise composed. She had witnessed Goku in action too many times along this journey. She was accustomed to his strength, whether it be monsters, armies, or even the likes of Garlic Jr. No enemy stood a chance against him. With him around, there was an overwhelming sense of security. She touched her chin, murmuring, to defeat Piccolo on a live television broadcast, my Goku has become the hero who saved the world. Young Piccolo, upon witnessing the scattering of Piccolo's ashes, trembled with rage. Father, damn it. After shattering Piccolo, Goku flew up to the spaceship. Pilaf and his crew retreated in fear while Piccolo's avian subordinates scrambled to protect young Piccolo, sweating profusely. Suddenly, Pilaf had a bright idea and promptly offered up 2 Dragon Balls. We were forced, please let us go, this is the Dragon Ball. Xiao Wu and Axiu nodded in agreement from the side. Yes, we accidentally dug up an electric rice cooker, please spare us. Sun Wukong took the Dragon Ball, glanced at Pilaf and his companions and said, well, at least you understand a bit. I'll let you go this time, but if I find out you're up to no good again, be careful with your lives. The 3 hurriedly expressed their gratitude. Little Piccolo, full of hatred, glared at Sun Wukong and shouted angrily, you killed my father, I will avenge him. Wukong replied to little Piccolo, that's right, I killed your father, but you're too weak now to defeat me. If you want to beat me, train hard. If you seek revenge, I'll be ready anytime. With that, Sun Wukong disappeared from the plane. Pilaf, seeing Sun Wukong let them go, immediately shouted, Xiao Wu, Axio, hurry and start the plane. Okay. The Birdman looked at Piccolo Jr. in disbelief, swallowing hard. Who would have thought he'd give us a chance to grow? Young master, you must train hard and avenge the great Demon King. Little Piccolo clenched his fists tightly. Sun Wukong landed on the ground. Master Roshi looked at Sun Wukong in disbelief and praised him. I never expected you to have such power. Humanity has hope because of martial artists like you. Sun Wukong didn't let pride get to him. Most of his martial arts skills were taught by Master Roshi in his previous life. Although Master Roshi was a bit of a lecher, Sun Wukong respected him from the bottom of his heart. This guy, despite his flaws, is serious when it matters. Sun Wukong said, Master Roshi, you're too kind. I wanted to ask, not counting my grandfather's generation, have you taken any disciples recently? Master Roshi sighed, I used to have 3 disciples, but unfortunately, they were all killed by Piccolo's men. 3 disciples, who were they? Krillin, Tien and Kaiatsu. Sun Wukong's gaze intensified. Krillin was expected, but it's still early and Tien and Kaiatsu have already appeared. A hint of urgency flashed in Sun Wukong's heart. In this life he must hurry and improve his strength. The timeline of everyone's appearance is completely out of order. It's troublesome if the strong ones appear early. Master Roshi noticed Sun Wukong's strange expression and curiously asked, why do you know them? Sun Wukong replied, no, nothing, just make sure they train well, I'll bring them back to life. Master Roshi was shocked. Bring them back to life? Sun Wukong nodded. The Dragon Balls I collected earlier can grant wishes once gathered. The wishes before collecting them now rely on myself to fulfill, so the Dragon Balls aren't of use to me temporarily, they can be used for this purpose. Dragon Balls? Master Roshi queried. With that, Sun Wukong left the TV camera's view and placed the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground. The 7 Dragon Balls sensed each other and emitted a faint glow. Sun Wukong shouted, come forth Shenron and grant my wish. In an instant the Dragon Balls shone with golden light and the sky was quickly shrouded by dark clouds. Amidst the thunder and lightning, a golden light rose into the sky, transforming swiftly into a green dragon. Master Roshi's pupils narrowed. Could it be Shenron? So the orb he wanted from me back then was actually a Dragon Ball. The viewers in front of their TVs had just felt relieved that Piccolo had been defeated when suddenly the sky turned dark, leaving them bewildered. What's happening? Why did it suddenly get dark? Could it be that with Piccolo's death, the world is ending? Bulma looked up at the dark clouds in the sky, her face showing confusion. What's going on? Did the sky just turn dark all of a sudden? Is it going to rain? Shenron, with a majestic tone, addressed Goku, to the one who has gathered the 7 Dragon Balls. Speak your wish and any wish can be fulfilled. Goku responded, Shenron, please bring back to life everyone who was killed by Piccolo and his men. Shenron's eyes gleamed with a red light. Very simple, your wish has been granted. Farewell until next time. In an instant Shenron transformed into golden light and re-entered the Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls lost their luster and shot off in all directions. Meanwhile at Kame House, Krillin, Tien and Kaiowatsu awoke, looking incredulously at Master Roshi. Krillin was the first to speak. Master Roshi, what's going on? Weren't we dead? Master Roshi took a deep breath. It was Shenron. Goku made a wish to bring you all back to life. The group expressed confusion. Shenron, yes, Master Roshi confirmed, as long as you collect all 7 Dragon Balls any wish can be fulfilled. The group was taken aback. So was Piccolo defeated by Shenron, Master? Roshi shook his head. No, it was a young boy named Goku about Krillin's age. He defeated Piccolo with his strength. They often replay that battle on TV. You should watch it. That level of martial arts might give you some insight. The group was astonished. Someone actually defeated Piccolo. Who is this incredibly powerful person? Why don't you watch and see? Master Roshi suggested. He turned on the TV, and soon the screen was replaying the footage of Goku's battle against Piccolo. The group focused intently on the screen. After watching, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Tien was amazed to think that Goku at such a young age is already so powerful. Krillin wiped the sweat off his brow. That guy's strength completely crushed Piccolo. Master Roshi nodded. Indeed, in the path of martial arts, there is always someone better. From today on you must train diligently and forge your own path. The future of Earth is in the hands of you young people. Tien clenched his fists with excitement to think that someone could train to such strength. If someone can do it, I think I can reach that level too. Krillin's fighting spirit was renewed. I will definitely become stronger too. Meanwhile, Bulma was flying a plane with Goku sitting in the co-pilot seat. The two were heading to West City. Congratulations Goku, you're a big hero now. Stop teasing me, Goku replied. Bulma grinned with a hint of pride. What's there to tease about? If my mom finds out that the world-saving hero is my boyfriend, she'll be thrilled. School starts in a few days, and if my classmates know you're my boyfriend, they'll be so jealous. Goku chuckled. Then I'd better hurry up and get a phone. Bulma, it'll be more convenient for us to keep in touch this way. I mean, if a pretty girl asks for my number, I'm afraid you might not have it handy. Bulma nudged Goku with her nose, turning her gaze towards him. Oh, you little pervert, you're eyeing other dishes while eating from your own bowl, she exclaimed, reaching out with her dragon claw hand to grab Goku. Goku shouted, watch the road, we're about to crash. Bulma scoffed. Are you trying to scare me? Who could a plane possibly crash into? An hour later, the two landed in West City. Mrs. Briefs squinted with a warm smile as she greeted Goku. Oh my, so you're Bulma's boyfriend, are you? We really owe you one this time, or we might not have made it, hee hee hee. But you seem a bit young still. Maybe when you grow up, you can take me out on a date, Goku. Bulma interrupted Mrs. Briefs and asked, Mom, where's Dad? I need to ask him something. Mrs. Briefs covered her mouth, giggling. He should be in the lab. Let me take you there. In the courtyard of Capsule Corporation, Goku set up a flying machine. Mr. Briefs was engrossed in studying the spacecraft. I didn't expect this spaceship technology to be so advanced, he remarked. Goku nodded. Yeah, about the conditions I mentioned earlier, can it be modified? Mr. Briefs nodded. Earth doesn't have materials of such high strength, but if size isn't an issue, we can still make a gravity room with up to 100 times Earth's gravity. Goku rubbed his chin thoughtfully. 100 times, huh? That should be useful for a while. Please help me build 100 times gravity room. Mr. Briefs chuckled. We're all family here, no need for formalities. However, this is a big project. It'll take about 10 days to a couple of weeks. Wait for my update. Alright, with only a few days left before Bulma's school term started, she no longer had time for leisure as she had a lot of assignments to catch up on. The recent enemies were appearing earlier than Goku had anticipated, prompting him to quickly enhance his strength. While the gravity room was under construction and Bulma was busy with her homework, Goku ascended Korin Tower alone. Senzu beans, crucial for restoring energy and healing injuries, were a priority, even if Yajirobe hadn't climbed Korin Tower. Goku needed to stock up in advance. The rule was to climb, not fly, and Goku adhered to it, climbing up the tower as usual. As he neared the top, he suddenly saw three bald heads also climbing the tower. It was Kaiotsu, Tien Shinhan, and Krillin. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of Goku's mouth. Heck, Krillin is still so small, yet he's already working hard. That's impressive. Goku felt that Krillin's talent was not inferior to Tien Shinhan's. Tien was just a fast learner, but Krillin was more agile and clever. He had invented the Destructo Disc and various interesting techniques, practicing combinations of skills for combat and developing his own understanding of ki. However, being an Earthling limited his potential. Tisk tisk, I should give him a hand, Goku thought, picking up speed. Move, move. Krillin was startled, unable to see Goku's face clearly, only a blur rushing toward him like a hungry tiger. Wait, wait. Just as they were about to reach the top of the tower, Krillin was already exhausted and didn't have time to dodge. He was directly knocked off, falling as he flailed his arms, yet he found nothing to slow his descent. His face was full of unwillingness. How could this happen? I worked so hard to climb up here. Tien Shinhan and Kaiotsu didn't need help. They could both fly, so they wouldn't fall. Poor Krillin, though, had to start climbing from scratch. Goku, worried he might fall to his death, looked down. He saw Krillin flailing until he got close enough to Korin Tower to start using it to slow his fall. Even so, he still fell about 70 to 80% of the way down. Soon Krillin's figure was obscured by the clouds. Goku shook his head. Good buddy, I can only help you this much. With that, Goku leapt past Kaiotsu and Tien Shinhan, quickly reaching the top of the tower. Tien Shinhan, seeing Goku's figure clearly, was deeply astonished. Such speed, several times faster than on flat ground. Could it be that the kid is so powerful because he repeatedly climbed this Korin Tower to hone his martial arts? Suddenly Tien Shinhan's eyes lit up. That ultra-divine water is just a decoy. The real training is climbing Korin Tower. I understand now. If I keep climbing the tower repeatedly, I'll surely reach that speed. With renewed determination, Tien Shinhan continued his climb. Atop Korin Tower, Goku greeted Master Korin enthusiastically. Master Korin, I'm here. Master Korin looked at Goku astonished and said, little guy, your martial arts truly amaze me. You even defeated King Piccolo. Honestly, the legendary ultra-divine water is fake. The real training is climbing Korin Tower. However, such intense training is no longer useful for you. Even if you climb the tower, I have nothing more to offer you. Goku nodded. I know I'm not here for any ultra-divine water. I'm here for one thing only. To get some senzu beans. Senzu beans? Master Korin glanced at several large jars beside him. They were filled to the brim with senzu beans. Those, eat one and you won't be hungry for 10 days, plus they heal injuries. I have plenty here, take as much as you need. Goku nodded and pulled out a bag, filling it quickly. In no time he had stuffed 2 jars worth into the bag. Master Korin's mouth twitched. Hey, aren't you a little too comfortable here? Taking so many, are you planning to hold a relief operation? Goku shrugged. Didn't I leave you 1 jar? You just keep them for food anyway, and they don't taste that great. I brought you some other tasty things to substitute the senzu beans. Master Korin squinted his eyes. Other tasty things? Just then Goku pulled out a universal capsule. With a light press, a mountain of cat food appeared. Large bags, 10 kilograms each, along with cat treats, freeze-dried snacks and dried fish. Master Korin sniffed the air. What's this? Try some, it's all stuff you love. When you run out, let me know and I'll bring more. Just remember to save the newly grown senzu beans for me. Goodbye. With those words, Sun Wukong's figure flickered and vanished. Karen the cat sage was startled. Where did he go? Shaking his head, Karen mused about the peculiar visitor. Did he really come all this way just to stock up on senzu beans? As Karen eyed the pile of cat food curiously, he wondered. What exactly is this stuff? It smells so delightful. With that thought, the cat sage opened a pack of cat treats and gave it a gentle lick. Instantly, a look of pure bliss spread across Karen's face. Oh, this is delicious. I've never tasted anything so good in my life. Suddenly, the surface of the water tank revealed the image of Tien and his friends climbing the tower. No, I must hide this. I can't let them eat my delicious treats. They'll have to settle for the bland senzu beans to fill their stomachs. With that, Karen carefully stashed away the cat food, savoring the treat in his hand. High above, Sun Wukong sensed Karen's actions and a smile crept across his face. Karen is a cat after all and truly loves cat food. Speaking of which, Beerus is also a cat. It seems everyone in the Dragon Ball world is a foodie. I wonder if I gave Beerus some cat food, would he eat it? Sun Wukong quickly shook his head, that idea was dangerous. Better not to try it. Leaving Karen Tower behind, he returned to Mount Paozu. Grandpa, I'm back. Gohan stepped out of the house, his face lighting up with joy at the sight of Wukong, yet beyond looking at Wukong he kept glancing around. Wukong's back. But where's that little girl? Didn't she come back with you? How many times have I told you be gentle with girls, don't bully them? Where'd she go? Wukong chuckled. Grandpa, I didn't bully her, I took her home. School's starting soon, so she's busy with homework. Gohan patted Wukong's head. Her name's Bulma, right? She's a nice girl, seems like she's a bit older than you. If only you were a bit older you could marry her. You know what they say, 3 years older a golden brick to hold. Don't worry Grandpa, I've already promised her I'll marry her when I grow up. Wukong nodded with determination. Gohan's face blossomed with pride. Really? Wukong nodded. Of course, and I also met the Ox King and his daughter Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi agreed to be my bride when we grow up, so now you have 2 granddaughters-in-law. Gohan swallowed hard. What's the Ox King's daughter? Wukong nodded. Yeah, why? The mention of the Ox King's daughter conjured up an image in Gohan's mind of a towering, powerful woman, a force of nature. The vision was so vivid it made his scalp tingle. Gohan quickly shook his head. No, it's nothing. As long as you're happy, actually having someone like Bulma as a bride would already be wonderful. But who would have thought our Wukong would become such a heroic figure, saving the world? In the future, many girls will surely like you, don't let them down. Wukong reassured him. Don't worry Grandpa, I know to be gentle with girls. Are you going to keep living in the mountains? Gohan asked eagerly. I'll stay with you for a few days and then I'll leave. Bulma's family has built me a training room. In a few days I'll head there to continue my training. Are you going to stay at her place? Gohan inquired. Yes, Grandpa, I can't always be with you, Goku replied, to which Gohan shook his head saying it's okay. In fact, Grandpa should be leaving in a few days too. It's good that you have a place to stay. You've been childhood friends, growing up together is wonderful. Curiously, Goku asked. Leaving? What are you going to do, Grandpa? Gohan explained. Fortune teller Baba Master Roshi's sister came by and found me a job. I'll be helping the Grand Supreme Elder with the furnace at Mount 5 Elements. I was thinking of settling you in before I left, but seeing that you have plans I can leave at ease. Goku rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Helping with the furnace for the Grand Supreme Elder sounds nice, at least you won't be lonely and bored on the mountain. Gohan chuckled. When you're older and have a child, Grandpa will come back to help take care of them. Now, are you hungry? I'll catch a fish and get some wine, it's been a while since we had a drink together. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Bulma had started her school term, diving into her studies. The gravity chamber at Capsule Corp was completed, equipped with the latest sound system and high-definition projector. Goku tried it out, finding the sound quality excellent and the visuals clear. Training while listening to music seemed enjoyable. The senzu beans were ready and everything was set for him to get into a steady routine. Goku soon adjusted to the rhythm of gravity training. It was the most monotonous part of his regimen, yet the daily sense of growing stronger kept him motivated. Purely physical training could only enhance the body, and being constantly tense wasn't beneficial. Training the body and mind in harmony was the true path. Goku understood that mastering one's strength with ease was the key to becoming stronger. Living at Capsule Corp, Goku had time to go on dates with Bulma, stroll around and watch movies. Having lived 2 lifetimes in the Dragon Ball world, he knew Bulma's personality well. With the mindset of an adult, winning over a young girl was a breeze. Every day he made her heart flutter with joy. Time flew by as the two happily spent time together. Goku grew taller and more mature while Bulma graduated. They reached the age to marry. The Briefs family sent out invitations and began preparing for the wedding. On a bright sunny day, it was Bulma and Goku's wedding day. Guests arrived at Capsule Corp one after another, warmly greeted by Bulma's family. Congratulations, congratulations, they exclaimed. Tights, Bulma got married before you need to catch up. With a smile, Tights replied, haha, yes, I'm trying. Who would have thought? Bulma's groom is quite handsome. Doesn't he look familiar? Of course he does. He was the one who defeated King Piccolo on live TV back in the day. Oh my, it's him. How did he grow up to be so handsome? Taisi remarked, isn't it so? Great physique, handsome looks, the kind of boyfriend Bulma has always dreamed of. A guest chimed in, the daughter of the richest man paired with a world-saving hero, truly a match made in heaven. Congratulations, the Briefs couple courteously responded. Thank you, please take a seat inside, the banquet will start soon. Meanwhile, the master of ceremonies began his duties. Mr. Sun Wukong, do you take Miss Bulma to be your lawfully wedded wife to cherish and care for her for all your life? I do. Miss Bulma, do you take Mr. Sun Wukong to be your lawfully wedded husband to support and nurture him for richer or poorer and to bear his children? I do. Just then a rough voice interrupted the ceremony. Stop, you cannot get married. The guests turned their heads to the source of the voice only to see the Ox King arriving hastily with Chi-Chi in tow, witnessing this scene. Bulma was stunned as if struck by lightning. Enraged, Chi-Chi shouted at Sun Wukong, have you forgotten our childhood promise? You said you'd marry me when we grew up. I've waited all these years and now you're marrying someone else, boo-hoo. With that, Chi-Chi covered her face and wept. The Ox King comforted Chi-Chi, then turned to Wukong. Wukong, I went to Mount Paozu recently to find you, but neither you nor your grandfather were there. Luckily, I saw a friend's wedding invitation with your name on it and thought it was a namesake, but I recognized Bulma's name too and felt something was wrong. Seeing it with my own eyes at the wedding, Chi-Chi, and I could hardly believe it. Aren't you engaged to Chi-Chi? How can you be marrying Bulma? Upon hearing the Ox King's words, the guests began to murmur amongst themselves. The briefs couple also hesitated. Taisi, curious, asked, hey, what's going on? The two girls fighting over one guy. The world is truly full of surprises, but Mr. Wukong is a world-saving hero. Could he really be a heartbreaker? Taisi glanced around and said, all the guests are here, maybe finish the wedding first. Chi-Chi angrily retorted, no way, this needs to be resolved. I'm the one Wukong is supposed to marry. The Ox King looked at Bulma with a peculiar expression. Miss Bulma, how could you marry Sun Wukong? You were the one who arranged Chi-Chi and Wukong's engagement when they were young. I remember you didn't like Wukong because he was too young. Bulma's mouth twitched, lost for words. Taisi's face showed a curious expression. She asked Bulma, what's really going on? How did you arrange an engagement for Wukong with someone else and now you're marrying him yourself? Bulma had long forgotten about Chi-Chi and Wukong's arrangement. Their sudden appearance brought it all back, leaving her stammering and unsure of what to say. Mr. Brief also inquired, Bulma, all the guests are here, why are you hesitating? What's going on, tell us. Lost for words, Bulma looked to Sun Wukong for help. Sun Wukong noticed Bulma's helpless expression and gave her a reassuring look. Glancing around at the guests, he began to weave a tale. Of course, when spinning a story, it must be a mix of truth and fabrication so as not to arouse suspicion. Sun Wukong spoke loudly, the events from back then are a bit complicated, so let me explain. Taking a deep breath, Sun Wukong began, I met Bulma during her summer vacation. She wanted to gather the Dragon Balls to wish for a boyfriend. I happened to be out training, so I teamed up with Bulma to collect the Dragon Balls. I was a few years younger than Bulma at the time and not even as tall as her. Back then, Bulma thought I was just a kid and didn't like me. On our journey to find the Dragon Balls, we passed through the Flaming Mountain and met the Ox King and Chi-Chi. Since my grandfather and the Ox King were martial brothers and Chi-Chi was about my age, the Ox King uncle suggested that Chi-Chi marry me when we grew up. Bulma thought we were well matched and encouraged our engagement. However, things took a turn when Bulma found herself in danger and I saved her. We continued our quest and finally managed to gather all the Dragon Balls after much hardship. Then King Piccolo appeared. You all remember he killed many people. The crowd nodded in agreement. Yes, King Piccolo destroyed several towns and many people died. I remember he even became king and crime was rampant. I thought it was the end of the world, someone exclaimed. That's right, another added. Back then it was Wukong who defeated King Piccolo, our hero. But what does this have to do with marriage? Wukong, since you promised Chi-Chi you shouldn't break your promise. Tais looked at Wukong and said, Wukong, continue. Sun Wukong nodded and went on, so I defeated King Piccolo, but it was a pity for those who died. Bulma thought that the Dragon Balls could grant any wish. Instead of wishing for a boyfriend, she decided to use them to revive the people killed by King Piccolo. Thus, those who were killed by Piccolo's gang were brought back to life. But Bulma's summer-long effort to collect the Dragon Balls went unused and she didn't get the boyfriend she wanted, which left her feeling a bit down. Having gone through so many challenges together, I comforted her, saying that it didn't matter about the Dragon Balls, if she just wanted a boyfriend. I promised to marry her when I grew up. For this, I need to apologize to Chi-Chi. Bulma and I developed feelings for each other through our shared trials. Although I wasn't her first choice, she accepted me gladly, and that's how it happened. As the crowd listened to Sun Wukong's tale, it seemed that in just a few sentences, the story had been made clear. Everyone began to speak kindly about Bulma. So it was Bulma and Wukong who revived so many people back then. We thought it was a divine miracle. Oh, so that's the story behind my neighbor's miraculous return. It's incredible how Bulma used the Dragon Balls she painstakingly collected to save lives. How admirable. Indeed, Bulma is truly remarkable. Even if I had to spend a month's salary to save someone, I would hesitate. But Bulma used the Dragon Balls she worked so hard to gather for this purpose. It's truly touching. Isn't it? Although she saved so many people, they were all strangers to her. If I had to sacrifice the fruits of 1 or 2 months of labor to save strangers, I would also hesitate. You're right, Bulma is a hero for saving so many people and deserves praise. It makes perfect sense for Goku to have married Bulma after he defeated the great demon King Piccolo. But then, there's also the fact that Goku was engaged to Chi-Chi. It's a real head-scratcher. However, Goku and Chi-Chi's engagement had also been set for a long time. If Goku doesn't marry Chi-Chi, he'd be letting down a girl who's waited for him so long. That's true, Chi-Chi has held on to her promise with Goku since they were young and has done nothing wrong. But on the other hand, Goku and Bulma have known each other for so many years. It would be a pity if they weren't together. What a dilemma. Thais furrowed her brows, troubled by the situation. Oh, what should we do now? Bulma gave up her wish to bring back those killed by Piccolo. Chi-Chi is engaged to Goku, and Goku and Bulma have been through so much together. It's so difficult to decide what the right course of action should be. Yes, only today did I realize that not only is Goku a great hero for defeating the great demon King Piccolo, but Bulma is also a heroine for reviving so many people. It's so challenging. To save others, she sacrificed her own wish. Bulma is truly great. Chi-Chi took a deep breath as she looked at the troubled Bulma. Chi-Chi said, I understand. Bulma sacrificed her precious wish to save everyone, and she truly deserves compensation. Since she likes Son Goku, she should marry him. The crowd was shocked, turning to look at Chi-Chi with eyes full of surprise. Chi-Chi, such an understanding young girl, is truly rare. I thought Chi-Chi would cause a scene, but unexpectedly, her maturity is heart-wrenching. It's so difficult to choose whom to support. The Ox King looked at Chi-Chi and asked, Chi-Chi, are you planning to sacrifice your own happiness to let Goku and Bulma marry? Wouldn't that be too unfair to you? You've waited for Goku at home for so many years. Chi-Chi looked at Son Goku with determination and said, No, I won't give up. I want to marry Son Goku together with Bulma. The crowd was shocked once again. What? You marry Son Goku together with Bulma? Thais was also taken aback. Marrying Son Goku simultaneously. Although a man can have multiple wives, Bulma is the daughter of the richest man. For common folks, such a thing might make sense, but for a lady like Bulma, it seems somewhat inappropriate. Chi-Chi didn't wait for others to speak and looked at Bulma. Bulma, would you be willing to marry Goku together with me? Bulma looked at Goku, then at Chi-Chi. The seeds she planted in the past now brought the decision back to her. She took a deep breath. Since things had come to this, she would have to grit her teeth and endure it today. Kiki was just a simple little girl after all. After watching so many palace dramas with her intelligence, how could such a young girl ever outshine her? Bulma declared, all right, I agree. In an instant, the hall erupted into cheers. Bulma was truly magnanimous. She was a fine example to follow. Goku, in a surprising turn of events, was marrying 2 brides at once. Was this the privilege of a hero? Mrs. Brief covered her mouth, squinting as she walked forward, laughing. Oh my, what a spectacle for everyone. Tights, quickly get a wedding dress for Kiki as well. Tights asked, could we get one more? Mrs. Brief inquired. What? Tights shook her head. Nothing. Soon Kiki donned her wedding gown and stood beside Goku with Bulma, one on each side. The officiant promptly resumed the ceremony. Mr. Son Goku, do you take Miss Bulma and Miss Kiki to be your wedded wives to protect and cherish them for all eternity? I do. Miss Bulma and Miss Kiki, do you take Mr. Son Goku as your wedded husband to cherish him in wealth and poverty, to support him and bear him? Children, Bulma responded, I do. The Kiki added, I do. With the ceremony concluded, everyone wished the newlyweds a life of happiness, unity, and many blessings. Kiss the bride. But how does one kiss 2 brides, one on each side? What a clever solution. Under the watchful eyes of the guests, Bulma blushed, lifting Goku's left cheek for a deep kiss. Kiki stood on tiptoes, her face flushed, planting a kiss on Goku's right cheek. It was truly a shared moment of bliss. The guests applauded generously, and in an instant fireworks lit up the sky and colorful ribbons rained down. The romantic moment radiated with a rainbow of colors, as if time itself had turned eternal. Night finally fell. A busy day had come to an end. For a woman, her wedding day is of utmost importance, and the sense of ceremony cannot be overlooked. Kiki had hurriedly joined the wedding, but this was Bulma's moment and such a hasty affair seemed a bit unfair to her. Goku promised Kiki that he would give her a complete wedding ceremony another day so as not to let the Ox King lose face at Fire Mountain. Their wedding would be held there and Kiki was moved to tears by his thoughtfulness. And so Bulma and Goku entered their bridal chamber where joy and wonder awaited them. The next morning Bulma gently kissed Goku awake. Goku, get up, you haven't forgotten your promise, have you? After breakfast you have to take me to the World Martial Arts Tournament. Goku, wrapping an arm around Bulma's waist, gave her a light kiss on the cheek. Of course I haven't forgotten, even though I'm not fond of such minor matches. But since you like it, the tournament victory can be the start of our honeymoon. Yes, I can already imagine how dashing you'll look when you win. I've bought you a new martial arts outfit, come try it on. Alright. After dressing up, the two left the room together. Chi-Chi and the Ox King were waiting for them in the living room. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Chi-Chi said, Wukong, my father and I will head back to the Flaming Mountain first. We need to prepare for the wedding there as well, so. Bulma gave a light smile and pulled out a thick stack of cash. A wedding should be grand and generous. If you need more money, just let me know. Chi-Chi was shocked. So much money. Her family was wealthy, but the gap between a local rich landowner and the world's richest person was immense. It was at this moment she truly realized the intimidating power of being the world's richest. Seeing Chi-Chi surprised, Bulma said, take it from now on, we're all family. Chi-Chi nodded, taking the money with excitement. Alright Bulma, Wukong, I'll wait for you at the Flaming Mountain. Wukong, don't keep me waiting too long, my dad and I have agreed on the date, it's a month from today. The Ox King added, if your grandpa comes back, be sure to bring him along. Well, we're off now, young man, don't forget our Chi-Chi. Son. Wukong nodded, I'll be there on time. No, I'll be there early. A smile bloomed on Chi-Chi's face. Okay. Bulma took out another universal capsule and said, traveling back and forth is inconvenient and a waste of time. This is a jet plane, you should use it. Chi-Chi was astonished, a private plane? This is too valuable, I can't accept it. Bulma held Chi-Chi's hand. Don't be so formal, from now on, we're family. Sun Wukong also nodded. Chi-Chi, take it. Having both you and Bulma marry me is truly a blessing for me. Chi-Chi shook her head. No, being able to marry you alongside her makes me very happy. So it's a deal. Yes, it's a deal. After bidding farewell to Bulma's family, Chi-Chi and the Ox King left West City. Bulma watched as the Ox King and Chi-Chi disappeared, not retracting her gaze for a long time. Sun Wukong hugged her tightly from behind. What's wrong, are you regretting it? A little. If I knew you'd grow up to be so handsome back then, I wouldn't have pushed you towards Chi-Chi. A slight smile appeared on Sun Wukong's face. You said the same thing in the previous life. After breakfast, Bulma and Wukong took a box of universal capsules. The two boarded the jet and headed to the World Martial Arts Tournament. At the World Martial Arts Tournament, Master Roshi and Yamcha were waiting at the registration booth for the disciples to arrive. Why aren't they here yet? Before long, Tien, Kaiotsu, Krillin and others arrived outside the venue. Master Roshi, long time no see. Master Roshi was taken aback. Krillin, you've grown so much. Krillin nodded. Yes, I've grown fast, haven't I? Changed a lot, indeed. Kaiotsu curiously asked Master Roshi, who was that person? Master Roshi explained his name is Yamcha. I took him in as a disciple a couple of years ago. Krillin laughed. Oh, I have a junior now. Yamcha extended his hand to greet everyone. Hello. Everyone, I'm Yamcha, please take care of me. Please take care of me, I'm Krillin. Please take care of me, I'm Kaiotsu. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, their attention was suddenly drawn to something in the distance. Master Roshi's eyes immediately glimmered with delight. Wow, what a beautiful young lady. Krillin frowned, looking a bit puzzled. The person next to her looks somewhat familiar. Tien Shinhan added, I feel the same, but I can't quite place it. The two weren't strangers, they were Bulma and Son Goku, who walked straight toward Master Roshi. Hello everyone, how's Master Roshi doing? Master Roshi was momentarily taken aback. I remember now, you're that Son Goku. Goku nodded. Yes, it's me. Everyone was shocked. Tien Shinhan exclaimed, what? Yamcha scrutinized Goku, asking, you say you're Son Goku? Yes. Krillin looked at Goku in disbelief. I remember you used to be as tall as me, and you knocked me off the Korin Tower once. I thought I grew fast, but I didn't expect you to grow so tall. Goku scratched his head awkwardly. Haha, I was just playing a prank back then. I didn't expect you to remember it so well. Master Roshi's gaze shifted to Bulma. And who might this beautiful lady be? Bulma greeted everyone warmly. Hello everyone, I'm Goku's wife, Bulma. Once again, everyone was taken aback. What? Krillin remarked, I don't even have a girlfriend and Goku's already married. Master Roshi added, indeed, and what a beautiful wife at that. Just then a bolt of realization struck their minds. They all turned to see Piccolo walking by wrapped in a turban and wearing a white cloak. Yamcha commented, that guy has a strong presence. Krillin asked, who is he? But Tien Shinhan's pupils contracted. That aura is so familiar and terrifying. Could it be King Piccolo? Master Roshi broke into a cold sweat. How is that possible? Wasn't he dead? How has he become young again? Goku explained, he's not King Piccolo but his son Piccolo. Everyone was stunned. What, King Piccolo's son? Goku nodded. Yes, when I defeated King Piccolo he was just a child, so I didn't kill him. Tien Shinhan inquired, is he here to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament too? Goku looked around and said, everyone don't be so tense, you've all improved a lot over these years. If you can bring out King Piccolo again, maybe you can defeat him too. Everyone nodded in agreement. Krillin said, yes, ever since we saw you defeat King Piccolo we realized there were higher limits. I'm not so easy to kill now, Tien Shinhan declared. I don't want to fall behind Goku, my goal in this tournament is to defeat you. Goku smiled, actually what I've shown is just the tip of the iceberg. You can all become stronger, especially you Krillin. If your current fighting level is 100, with your own efforts you could reach hundreds of thousands, even millions. Krillin pointed to himself in disbelief. I can? Goku nodded, yes you can. Never give up on martial arts, it's a lifelong pursuit. Everyone else don't slack off. Krillin took a deep breath, clenched his fist and said, thanks for the encouragement, I got it. Master Roshi then asked, by the way Goku, have you registered yet? Yep, already did, Goku replied. Then let's go inside and wait. Alright, let's go together, Goku said, pulling Bulma by the hand. Bulma, you should head to the stands. I'm going in now. Bulma nodded, okay, I'll cheer for you from the audience. Just then a clear voice came over. Goku darling, wait for me. Everyone turned their heads to see, a beautiful black-haired woman was jogging over to Goku. She quickly reached his side and affectionately grabbed his other arm. Chi-Chi, what are you doing here? Goku asked curiously. Chi-Chi nodded, I just remembered that today is the World Martial Arts Tournament. My dad can handle things at home by himself. With air travel it's so much more convenient. I dropped my dad off at home and came here to watch. I'm a martial artist too, you know, hoping to win a prize and earn some pocket money. Master Roshi, Tien Shinhan, Krillin and the others were dumbfounded. Tien Shinhan wore a puzzled expression. What's going on? Master Roshi looked incredulous. Such a cute girl, and she calls Goku her husband too. Krillin turned to Bulma, aren't you Goku's wife? How come someone else is calling him husband? Bulma nodded, yes, that's how it is. I'm Goku's wife and Chi-Chi is also Goku's wife. What? Krillin and the others were stunned. Chi-Chi glanced at Master Roshi and the others, greeting them warmly. You all must be Goku's friends. I'm Chi-Chi, the daughter of the Ox King and Goku's wife. Nice to meet you all. The Ox King's daughter? Yes, Master Roshi, my dad sends his regards, Chi-Chi said. Master Roshi rubbed his bald head, his mouth twitching, unable to speak. Krillin looked at Goku like he was a phenomenon. Goku, how come so many of us don't even have a girlfriend, and you're the same age as me but have already married 2 wives? Goku laughed awkwardly, not answering. Master Roshi took a deep breath. To be young is great, marrying 2 beautiful wives, how enviable. Just then the tournament officials began calling for participants to enter. Chi-Chi quickly pulled Goku, saying, darling, we're going to be late, let's hurry inside. Alright Bulma, we're going in now. Bulma nodded, okay, good luck darling, and you too Chi-Chi. With that, Goku and Chi-Chi went hand in hand into the arena, followed by Krillin and the others. Krillin sighed, the gap between people is just so huge. Not only is he stronger than me, taller than me, but he's also married 2 beautiful wives. I'm so envious. Yamcha smirked, not only that, but he's also more handsome than you and he has hair. Krillin, emo. Tien Shinhan and Kaiotsu unfazed calmly walked into the arena. Soon all the contestants were in place. The tournament officials stepped onto the stage and began the announcements. Hello contestants. The preliminaries are about to begin and everyone is asked to gather in the center. A heartfelt thank you is extended to all participants who have traveled far and wide to partake in the Triennial World Martial Arts Tournament. It is hoped that everyone will abide by the rules and showcase their extraordinary skills to claim the title of the world's best. Now let's proceed with the drawing of lots. Tien Shinhan whispers to Kaiotsu, Kaiotsu, make sure to place that guy in a different group. I want to gauge his abilities. Also try to spread everyone out. Got it. The drawing begins and soon concludes. Yamcha glances at his number and compares it with the others, letting out a sigh of relief. Wow, great, our friends are not pitted against each other, so there's no need for infighting. Goku looks at his number. 2. Clearly Kairatsu had a hand in this, putting me in the first match. The referee announces loudly, alright, the drawing is complete and now we proceed with the first group preliminaries. Everyone knows the rules, right? Falling off the stage, losing consciousness, or conceding means defeat. However, please note that killing your opponent results in disqualification. Now will contestants number 1 and 2 please step onto the stage? With the referee's command, a handsome young man steps into the ring. The crowd erupts in cheers. It's contestant Puff. He's one of the top 3 in the boxing world. 3 years ago he reached the quarter-finals of the martial arts tournament, so his prowess is not to be underestimated. That's right, and after 3 years his skills have surely reached new heights. The guy opposite him is really unlucky to face such a formidable opponent right off the bat. A starry-eyed girl gazes at the ring with hearts in her eyes, murmuring, oh dear, both are so handsome, it's hard to choose whom to support. I feel like I've seen that guy opposite Puff somewhere before. Do you feel the same? Yeah, he does look familiar. Maybe he has a celebrity look-alike, another girl chimes in. True. But facing someone like Puff, who has both skill and looks, he's bound to lose. Krillin watches Goku and Puff in the ring, muttering that Puff guy, although a bit inferior to us, is pretty strong. He should at least test Goku a bit. Tien shakes his head, there's no comparison. Goku was already powerful as a kid, and now he must be even stronger. Chi-Chi shouts loudly, go honey. Several girls nearby disdainfully glance at Chi-Chi, shameless. A plump girl smirks, yeah, young girls these days calling any handsome guy their husband, how embarrassing. A flamboyant woman scoffs, Puff is my husband, don't you dare fight me for him. Go Puff darling. Chi-Chi glares at them, retorting disdainfully, you think I'm fighting you for Puff? TCH, I wouldn't even bother with that guy. The group is taken aback. Could it be that you're after the guy on the other side? Chi-Chi retorts, what do you mean by after? Let me tell you single folks a fact. When I say husband, I mean it. Goku is my actual husband. She points at Goku. Realization dawns on the group. Oh, so that's how it is. One woman covers her mouth, giggling, hee, what a pity, your husband's going to lose in the first match. Really, you mock us single folks, but your husband looks pretty average, just a paper tiger. Another woman immediately stood up. Come on, Puff's husband, go give that guy a good beating. Yes, go knock the opponent out. Kiki took a deep breath, silently encouraging herself. Stay calm, I want to be the perfect bride, I'm a lady, don't stoop to their level. In the audience stands Bulma, also stood up. Goku, you can do it. Hey, what's with that woman, not cheering for the nation's husband Puff, but instead rooting for the opposite side? How blind. That girl is quite pretty too, but it's such a waste for someone so young to be so blind. Amidst the chatter of a few women fighting over their husband, the referee stepped onto the stage. In this match, we have Sun Wukong, a newcomer to the tournament, facing Puff, who reached the quarter-finals last time. This is indeed a serious challenge for Mr. Goku. Let's watch and see who is truly the strongest. Without further ado, let the match begin. As soon as the words were said, Puff assumed a professional boxer's stance, fists poised in front of his forehead, legs constantly adjusting his posture. Goku stood opposite him, looking quite relaxed. Puff chuckled, too bad you ran into me in the first round, tough luck. I fear I'll knock you out with just one hit, how boring. With that, Puff swiftly threw dozens of punches into the air, seemingly to show off. The crowd erupted at Puff's rapid punches. Wow, as expected of Puff, his punches are even stronger and more powerful than 3 years ago. The guy opposite is still standing there, he seems petrified. Puff's husband quickly knocked him down. Enjoying the cheers from his fans, Puff curled his lips into a smirk. You're just going to stand like that, so full of holes? Oh well, bullying people isn't fun. Let me, a boxing master, defeat you with one blow. With that, Puff's figure blurred as he dashed towards Sun Wukong. His swift fist shot straight at Goku. Bang! Puff's punch struck out, only to hit nothing but air. Just as he was puzzled, Goku lightly raised a hand, gently pushing Puff with the back of his hand, sending him flying like a cannonball. Crash! Puff's body flew out of the ring, embedding directly into a wall. The arena fell into an instant silence, as quiet as a pin drop. Lost? Did Puff lose? The referee, seasoned and experienced, quickly reacted. Unbelievable, Puff has been defeated in just one round. Sun Wukong is the winner. Kiki excitedly shouted, oh yeah, my husband won. The group of women cheering for Puff were dumbfounded. What happened? Did Puff really lose? I didn't even see what happened. Kiki, having won her silent competition with them, proudly looked their way, boasting, see, my husband won, my husband Sun Wukong is the best. The women were momentarily speechless, their idol being taken down in one move was just too humiliating. Suddenly one woman gasped, exclaiming in astonishment, "I get it, haha, I understand now. I remember thinking how familiar Sun Wukong looked, and even his name seemed to ring a bell. He is indeed the same young boy who defeated the great demon King Piccolo in front of television cameras 6 years ago." "What, Sun Wukong, the one who defeated Piccolo?" Chi-Chi covered her mouth in shock. "Oh no, my husband's identity has been exposed." As soon as she said that, everyone turned to Sun Wukong, inspecting him closely. "You know, upon closer look he really does resemble that boy, it's really him." The eyes of several women began to sparkle. Who would have thought that the little guy who appeared on TV back then would grow up to be so handsome? They were instantly smitten, realizing they nearly overlooked him. After all, he is Sun Wukong. Some even stood up, shouting directly at Sun Wukong, "Sun Wukong, I love you." "Oh my, I can't believe I didn't recognize him. He's the great hero Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, I love you too." "Forget about Puff, he can't hold a candle to you." "I love you too, Sun Wukong." Oh, have they already turned against Mr. Puff so quickly? Watching these women change their attitudes so abruptly made Chi-Chi quite unhappy. She glared at them, exclaiming, "Hey, don't be so flippant. Wukong is my husband, we're already married, so stop idolizing him." A coquettish woman looked at Chi-Chi with a sly smile, saying, "Don't be so selfish. What's wrong with a man having more than one woman? Especially since Sun Wukong is such a remarkable person? He's a hero, at worst I could be the other woman." "Exactly, Wukong belongs to the world, which means he belongs to us too. I could be the third, I could be the fourth." Chi-Chi's lips twitched and veins bulged on her forehead. "How shameless, Wukong wouldn't even look at you." "Well, you never know. Just wait until I put on my black silk battlesuit. No man can resist. Wukong would never fall for someone like you." Chi-Chi realized she was losing her composure and took a deep breath to calm down. Don't get angry, don't get angry. They won't get him anyway." Krillin watched as a group of women quarreled over Wukong, his face turning sour. "That guy Wukong, he just beat a nobody and now all these girls are jealous over him, it's so frustrating." Master Roshi chuckled, "Oh my, Wukong's really got some good luck with the ladies. I won a championship back in my day, but no young ladies were ever jealous over me." Oolong wiped some drool away, acting haughty, "Just a bunch of fierce women, not cute at all." Poor chimed in, "Yamcha, when it's your turn to go on stage, be sure to do your best. Who knows, you might win over a few admirers too." Yamcha's lips trembled as he lowered his head, avoiding the gaze of the women. At that moment Yamcha hadn't fully overcome his fear of women, especially with so many around. His body began to feel weak. Oolong observed Yamcha's condition with curiosity and sidled up to Puar. "Hey Puar, why doesn't your master, who isn't bad looking, have a girlfriend? Does he have some peculiar tastes? Has he ever asked you to transform into someone like Yua Mikami or Yui Hatano?" Puar looked puzzled. "Oolong, who are you talking about?" "Oolong, outsiders watch the excitement, insiders see the intricacies." Some skilled martial artists couldn't help but exclaim, "Incredible, he defeated Puff with just the back of his hand. This martial arts tournament runs deep." Indeed, from the looks of it, he didn't even use any real effort to defeat Puff. Tien Shinhan furrowed his brows. The opponent was too weak, revealing just one move, so it's hard to gauge his true strength. Piccolo glanced at Goku, a cold smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "His power is far beyond this, but judging by his moves he can't defeat me. Son Goku, I will definitely defeat you and trample you underfoot." Soon the second match began. Krillin versus a sturdy brute. Right from the start Krillin went all out. As his opponent charged, Krillin swiftly knocked him out of the ring with a whip kick. The announcer immediately declared Krillin wins, yet there was little applause from the audience. Krillin, huh? What went wrong? Didn't I win in style? Why aren't there any girls cheering for me? Krillin looked at Goku and noticed that even though Goku had stepped down from the stage, many girls were still looking at him. Krillin scratched his head in confusion. "I won just as handsomely, so why aren't any girls jealous for me?" The referee wasted no time announcing, "Next match, Yamcha versus the Wolfman." After a bout of exchanges, the results were decided. The intense matches continued. Each contestant showcased their skills on the stage with full vigor. Yamcha wins. Tien Shinhan versus Lan Fong. Tien Shinhan wins. Ma Jr. versus King Chappa. Dear King Chappa has fainted. Ma Jr. wins. Tien Shinhan looked at Piccolo mumbling that guy, truly unfathomable. Yamcha nodded, I have a bad feeling about this. There seem to be many formidable individuals in this martial arts tournament. Soon the weaker contestants were swiftly eliminated. Essentially, the Turtle School, including Son Goku, defeated their opponents with a single move. Standing out on the stage, only Krillin was troubled. Even though his victories were similar to Goku's, defeating opponents in one strike, he failed to capture any girl's attention. Krillin was a bit helpless. He had initially taken up martial arts to attract girls, but reality gave him a harsh slap. This world is very realistic. Girls not only look at strength but also at looks. Krillin touched his bald head and shook his head helplessly. Having no hair and no nose really put him at a disadvantage. Suddenly Krillin recalled Goku's words. He would become even stronger than he is now. Alright, then aim for the pinnacle of martial arts and keep striving. The host announced the top 8 contestants. In this World Martial Arts Tournament, the top 8 are Ma Jr., Son Goku, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, the Invincible Masked Man, Chi-Chi and Shin. Let's congratulate them. Krillin exclaimed, wow, Goku's wife made it to the top 8. Master Roshi chuckled, oh my, what a pleasant surprise, the Ox King's daughter is quite formidable too. If only she could come to my turtle hermit house to train. Oolong rolled his eyes at Master Roshi, muttering to himself, you old perv, keep dreaming. I'm too lazy to call you out on it. Is it really a disciple you're after? The referee brought out the lottery box and announced, everyone, it's time to draw your lots. The participants stepped forward and picked their numbers. Soon the referee began to announce the upcoming matches. With the drawing complete, the matchups for the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament were set. Krillin vs. Chi-Chi, Tien Shinhan vs. the Invincible Masked Fighter, Yamcha vs. Son Goku, Demon Jr. vs. the Hermit Fighter. The referee declared, would Krillin and Chi-Chi please come to the stage? The two stepped onto the platform. Krillin looked at Chi-Chi and said, wow, I'm actually up against such a beautiful girl, how could I possibly bring myself to fight? Chi-Chi glanced back at Krillin, assumed her stance and replied, I didn't expect someone who's not very tall and lacks both hair and a nose could be this powerful. Making it to the top 8 incher truly more than meets the eye. But don't think that just because I'm a girl I'm just a pretty face, bring it on. With just a single statement, Chi-Chi froze Krillin's smile. Her words dealt a heavy blow to Krillin's already fragile self-esteem. His face turned pale as he felt deeply offended. While Krillin might be short in stature, his strength was undeniable. If Chi-Chi hadn't been a girl, he might not have held back. He could have defeated Chi-Chi with a single move. After a few exchanges, Chi-Chi realized the problem. She simply couldn't keep up with his speed. As they distanced themselves from each other, Chi-Chi gave up on further attacks. She looked at Krillin and said, little Baldy, I have to admit you're strong. I can't beat you. I surrender. A hint of redness crept onto Krillin's face as he awkwardly scratched his head. Is that a compliment? He, thank you, but as a girl, you're really strong too. The referee, seeing Chi-Chi surrender, quickly stepped forward to announce, thank you both for the thrilling match. Chi-Chi has conceded. Krillin is the winner. The second semifinals match, Tien Shinhan vs. the Invincible Masked Fighter, please come to the stage. Soon Tien Shinhan and the Invincible Masked Fighter took the stage. The Masked Fighter was undoubtedly Yajirobe. His skills were still impressive, but unfortunately Tien Shinhan had far surpassed his past self. After taking a beating, Yajirobe was reluctantly knocked out of the ring, landing face first. Rubbing his face as he got up, Yajirobe dejectedly said, darn it, are all the contestants this overpowered now? I just wanted to earn some pocket money. If I'd known I wouldn't have come. The referee immediately announced, Tien Shinhan wins. The third match, Yamcha vs. Son Goku. Would the two contestants please step forward? As soon as Goku and Yamcha took the stage, the audience erupted once more. Wow, Goku's on stage again, he's so handsome. Hurry up and knock that show-off out. The Bulma, hearing the cheers from the numerous fans, couldn't help but look around. Many female fans were cheering for Goku, unabashedly calling him their husband and shouting I love you without reservation, showing absolutely no restraint. Bulma couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought that Goku would gain such popularity after being recognized? It seems that from now on he shouldn't participate in such competitions lightly. She glanced over at Goku and murmured to herself, who would have thought that Goku would become so sought after as he grew up? With so many girls liking him, it's no surprise, handsome and strong, what girl wouldn't like such a guy? Fortunately I made my move early. With that, Bulma felt a deep sense of relief. Yamcha was under immense pressure, facing off against Goku. It seemed as if everyone in the stands was hoping for his defeat. Looking at Goku, Yamcha said, "You remember me, right?" Goku nodded. "Yeah, you're the desert bandit Yamcha." Yamcha replied, "I didn't expect you to have such a good memory. That's right, a few years ago in the desert I tried to rob you, but you were too strong and I got beaten badly. I've never forgotten that, but now I'm different. I've trained under Master Roshi and gone through rigorous training. I've gotten stronger and this time I will defeat you." Goku adopted his fighting stance and beckoned Yamcha with his hand. "Enough talk, let's go," Yamcha shouted fiercely, launching his Wolfang fist, creating a flurry of punches aimed at Goku. However, Goku didn't use his superior strength to defeat him directly. Instead, he calmly used the techniques of the Turtle School to block each of Yamcha's attacks, occasionally countering lightly. In just a few breaths, Yamcha's hands felt numb and he distanced himself from Goku, yet it was those few counterattacks that left Yamcha bruised and battered. Krillin observed, "What's going on? Goku is using Turtle School techniques, but Yamcha can't even fight back," Master Roshi remarked. "Goku's power has already surpassed mine. The fact that Yamcha didn't lose in one round shows his training has improved significantly, which is quite impressive." Watching Yamcha get beaten, Bulma chuckled smugly. "That guy on the other side is all show, looking so pathetic in front of Goku." Yamcha assumed a defensive stance, breathing heavily. "I didn't expect you to have grown so much stronger." Goku's figure flickered and he slapped Yamcha across the face. Yamcha flew backward, landing with a thud. Looking down at Yamcha, Goku asked, "What are you saying? Are you complimenting me? Didn't you train under Master Roshi too? My martial arts are also from the Turtle School. I used power equivalent to yours, so why am I stronger?" Sometimes you have to look for the reason within yourself, right? Have you reflected well over the years? Have you trained seriously, completed Master Roshi's training diligently, or not? Yamcha was momentarily at a loss for words. Goku continued, "Is this little injury enough to keep you down?" Yamcha slapped the ground and stood up again. "Don't mistake me for those small fries. Now let me show you the results of my years of training." With that, Yamcha gathered energy in his palm and a ki blast slowly formed. Watch out now, this is my ultimate move, the Spirit Ball." Yamcha flicked his fingers and the Spirit Ball shot rapidly toward Goku. A smirk appeared at the corner of Goku's mouth. Finally, something interesting. As he spoke, Goku's figure flashed, dodging the Spirit Ball. "Lucky you dodged it fast." Yamcha flicked his fingers again. The Spirit Ball abruptly stopped and shot back in the opposite direction. Goku tilted his head slightly, avoiding the second assault. Just as the Spirit Ball was about to strike for the third time, Goku's figure flashed again, kicking toward Yamcha. Bang! Yamcha was sent flying heavily, landing straight outside the ring. The Spirit Ball lost control and dissipated in the air. Krillin wiped the sweat off his forehead. "How is this possible? Yamcha's ultimate move didn't work at all," Master Roshi exclaimed in surprise. "Incredible, that's Yamcha's own creation, yet it couldn't even touch him." The announcer was stunned. Out of bounds. Yamcha has lost again. The winner of this match is Goku." Yamcha lifted his head and asked, "Why are you so strong? How do you train?" Goku replied casually, "Simple really, every day I train with weights. 1,000 push-ups, 1,000 pull-ups, 1,000 sit-ups, and run 10 kilometers no matter the weather. Consistency is key." Yamcha's mouth twitched. "Are you joking? I do that every day too." Goku nodded. "See, the training's the same, but I use heavier weights, you should try it." Goku extended his hand, pulling Yamcha up before walking out of the fighting area. As he left, he tossed back a parting shot. "So train hard and don't embarrass the Turtle School." Yamcha clenched his fists tightly. "I'll surpass you one day." With that, Yamcha returned to the stands. Hearing Goku's words, Krillin was also struck with realization. "So that's his training routine, now I get it." Goku returned to Chi-Chi's side. "Chi-Chi was what I said earlier, kind of annoying." Chi-Chi snuggled close, rubbing his arm affectionately. "Not at all, I think my husband is absolutely right." Watching Chi-Chi's happy and sweet expression, Goku couldn't help but feel touched. Chi-Chi's love-struck nature was truly endearing. No matter what he did, she always thought he was right. Piccolo's eyes glinted coldly. "Is that all you've got? Seems I've overestimated you, Goku." At that moment, the referee announced next match: the Immortal Fighter vs Demon Jr. "Contestants, please come to the stage." Piccolo walked onto the stage, but there was no sign of the Immortal Fighter. The referee looked around him. "What's going on? Immortal Fighter, Immortal Fighter, the match is about to start, please come to the stage quickly." Piccolo crossed his arms and chuckled. Don't tell me they ran away scared." Just then, the Immortal Fighter crawled onto the stage. The crowd burst into laughter. The Immortal Fighter actually crawled up, how hilarious! Look at that skinny figure, I'm worried they'll snap like a twig. It must be luck that got him to the finals. Cien stepped onto the stage and said to Piccolo, sorry, I just had to use the restroom. Piccolo retorted, what, you didn't run away? Cien chuckled, how could I possibly run away? Confidently Piccolo proclaimed, I'll take you down in just a few moves. My target is Goku, not someone like you. Cien gave a peculiar smile, once you get rid of Goku no one will be able to stop you, right? Do you think you can conquer the world again? Piccolo, do you still harbor such evil thoughts? Piccolo's pupils narrowed. How do you know that? Cien was the first to strike, launching a ki blast towards Piccolo. In the blink of an eye it collided with Piccolo, exploding violently upon impact, forcing Piccolo to retreat. Cien shouted, as long as I'm here, don't even think about it. The audience was dumbfounded. How could it be? That Cien fighter is actually so powerful. Piccolo retaliated with an energy blast aimed at Cien. Cien leaped into the air, dodging the attack. However, the stage ended up with a large crater. The two quickly exchanged several rounds of combat, their movements too swift for the audience to follow. In an instant they distanced themselves from each other. Krillin exclaimed, whoa, what's going on? How are there so many powerful people? Master Roshi was sweating too. Incredible, I never thought there were still such powerful people in the world. Tien also wiped cold sweat from his brow. I thought he was just a lucky guy, but I didn't expect him to be so formidable. Standing in a defensive stance, Piccolo growled, damn it, who the hell are you? Cien was also sweating, thinking to himself, damn it, I didn't expect him to be this strong, even stronger than the Piccolo Daimao of the past. Although I possess this weak human body, the difference in power is too great. It seems this kid has undergone some rigorous training. Piccolo's hearing was excellent. Even Cien's mutterings were audible to him. Possession, you're possessing a human body? Cien was taken aback and asked in Namekian, you can read minds? Piccolo was shocked and replied in Namekian, no wonder, so it's you. No wonder your techniques are so similar to mine. Aren't you forbidden from coming to the human realm, Kami? Cien smirked, you finally realized, Piccolo Daimao. You should know very well why I'm here. Sweat beaded on Piccolo's forehead. You're not here to deal with me, are you? Don't forget I am you. If I die you'll die too. Are you saying you want to go down with me? Cien replied, I won't commit suicide. Humans taught me a way to stop you from continuing your evil deeds. What did you say? As he spoke, Cien placed a small bottle on the ground and removed the cap. The referee curiously commented, the Cien fighter has taken out a small bottle and placed it on the ground. It doesn't seem like a weapon. Maybe it's some kind of magic. Piccolo was startled. No way. Without any hesitation, Cien used both hands to perform the evil containment wave. Swish, a green energy spread across the sky, surging towards Piccolo. Master Roshi and his group were taken aback. Evil containment wave. He was going to seal Piccolo. Just as the evil containment wave was about to hit Piccolo, a sinister look flashed across his face. Send it back to you. In an instant, the evil containment wave reversed, pulling Shin into it. Shin was caught off guard, and it was too late to resist. Damn it, I didn't expect this. I need to return this body. As he spoke, Kami separated from the body and was sealed into the bottle by the evil containment wave, leaving Shin's body to collapse on the ground. Piccolo quickly stepped forward and capped the bottle, a victorious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You thought you could take me down with such an outdated technique? How naive, I'm invincible now. In the next moment he stuffed the bottle into his mouth. The spectators were left bewildered by the scene. The referee was the first to recover from his astonishment. Contestant Shin is down 10-9-8. Finishing the count, he shouted, he's not getting up. The Demon Junior contestant wins with a peculiar technique. Soon Shin awoke, wandering off the stage in confusion, yet the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause for him. Shin was puzzled. What's going on? His son looked at him with admiration. Dad, you're amazing, you're my idol. Piccolo glanced at Shin, sneering, just an ordinary person. Even after waking up he has no clue what happened. I'll let you live. Krillin turned to Goku and asked, what did that guy do? Nothing, just focus on the next match. Shortly the final round of draws began. Piccolo vs Krillin, Tien Shinhan vs Son Goku. After witnessing Piccolo's display of power against Shin, Krillin showed signs of hesitance. After a few rounds, realizing he couldn't defeat Piccolo despite unleashing all his best moves, Krillin decisively chose to concede. Tien Shinhan gave it his all but was still defeated by Son Goku, leaving the stage with genuine respect. These two matches sent the excitement in the arena soaring to its peak. The referee announced loudly, "Thank you to these outstanding martial artists for their incredible performances." Finally, the most anticipated grand finale of this tournament is about to begin. Please welcome Son Goku and the Demon Jr. to the stage. As Goku and Piccolo stepped onto the stage, the crowd erupted in cheers. Good looks are justice, after all. Furthermore, Goku's popularity soared after his identity was revealed. Many people cheered loudly for Goku. "Go Goku, flatten that guy looks so weird. How could he be a match for Mr. Goku? Go Goku my love." Even Bulma stood up. "Go get him Goku, take him down in an instant." Piccolo's mouth twisted into a cruel smile, his thumb pointing at himself. "Hee Son Goku, it's finally time to face you. I'm about to show you the greatest terror in this world." Goku's lips curled slightly upwards. "Where did you learn that gesture?" Piccolo was taken aback. "What did you say?" "I suggest you don't use it anymore, because that's a thumbs up and you're not quite there yet." "Nonsense, I'll soon make you speechless." Piccolo suddenly stomped the ground, launching himself explosively towards Goku. As Goku's figure just took off, the next moment he was hurled toward the ground. Boom! A violent explosion resounded, a cloud of dust rose, and everyone was bewildered. What just happened? Where did he go? As the dust settled, Piccolo was seen lying on the ground, eyes rolled back. Goku stood before him, hands on his hips. Krillin exclaimed, "Ah, this." Tien Shinhan added, "It's terrifying, I didn't even see what happened." Master Roshi, eyes wide open in shock, said, "Is that really Goku? He defeated King Piccolo in one move." The referee immediately started counting down, 10, 9, 8. The Demon Jr. contestant didn't wake up, and so in this martial arts tournament, Goku emerged victorious. Chi-Chi jumped up in excitement. "My husband is amazing," Yamcha remarked. "He took down such a formidable opponent in one move. When he fought us, he must have been holding back." Tien Shinhan gasped, "It's not just holding back, it's like he was holding back the entire Pacific Ocean." Bulma smiled proudly. "Tisk tsk, such a familiar fighting style, that's my husband's true power." The 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament concluded. Bulma and Chi-Chi each held one of Goku's arms. Chi-Chi praised Goku. "You were incredible, defeating that guy in an instant. Your performance was so cool." Bulma laughed, "That's nothing. You haven't been around Goku long enough. He's been amazing since he was a kid." Just then, a tournament staff member approached. "Mr. Goku, congratulations on winning the championship. Please come and collect the prize money, which has been increased to 1 million. Goku looked at Chi-Chi. "Chi-Chi, you go collect it." Chi-Chi was stunned, pointing at herself. "Collect the prize money? You want me to do it?" Goku patted Chi-Chi's head. "Yeah, anyway, Bulma doesn't lack money. From now on, when I earn money, you can manage it. How about that?" Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled with excitement, her cheeks flushed. "Really? I'll be a good wife and manage our home well." With that, Chi-Chi happily went to collect the prize money. After Chi-Chi left, Bulma's face showed a hint of displeasure. Goku curiously asked, "What's wrong, Bulma? Are you jealous?" Bulma pouted, turning her head in a huff. "I'm not jealous." Goku cupped Bulma's face and gently kissed her on the lips. "Oh, Bulma's lips are so firm." Bulma's face turned crimson, and with a mix of annoyance and affection, she pushed Goku away. "Oh, you bad guy, you're so annoying. I'm not talking to you anymore." Bulma pouted, stomping her foot playfully. Goku, unfazed, wrapped her in his arms dominantly. Leaning close to Bulma's ear, he whispered, "Bulma looks so cute when she's mad." As soon as he said that, Bulma's angry expression broke and she giggled. You really know how to make a girl smile." She rested her head on Goku's chest, whispering, "Let me tell you, even though Chi-Chi married you too, I'm the main wife. Got it?" Goku nodded eagerly. "Oh, got it. From now on you'll be the queen. Any future wives will just be concubines or whatever." That's better. Wait. What did you just say?" Bulma seemed to have finally caught on. She shouted angrily, "You rascal, are you planning to have a harem of 3,000 beauties? I'll bite you to death." With that, Bulma lunged at Goku with the intent to bite. Goku hurriedly ran away and Bulma chased right after him. Stop right there." Master Roshi, Krillin and the others wanted to greet Goku and chat for a bit, but instead they were met with the sight of Goku and Bulma playfully bickering, the air around them filled with the sweet scent of public displays of affection. "Darn it, Goku, this guy is too much," they muttered, feeling slighted. "Showing off your love in public, huh? That's how you meet your end fast. Disgraceful." In the end, they left feeling rather dejected. Goku ran a few steps and stopped next to the unconscious Piccolo. The tournament staff were attempting to wake him up. Bulma also noticed Piccolo on the ground and halted her playful chase. She asked Goku, "What should we do with this guy?" Goku crouched down and sent a pulse of energy towards Piccolo. Piccolo slowly came to consciousness. As soon as he opened his eyes and saw Goku, he immediately sprang to his feet with a quick kip up and then executed a couple of backflips to put some distance between them. The World Martial Arts Tournament staff announced, Demon Jr. contestant, your battle has ended, Goku is the winner. Piccolo paused for a moment, then a cruel smile appeared on his lips. I was just careless, I'm not so easy to defeat, he sneered, the match being over is perfect, now I can kill you, Goku, he declared, assuming a fighting stance. The other workers quickly backed away. Bulma was startled and immediately hid behind Goku. Goku's gaze turned cold. Are you sure you want to fight me? Suddenly Goku's aura surged. Though he didn't unleash his full power, the intensity of his aura was far beyond Piccolo's imagination. If Piccolo's aura was like a rushing river, then Goku's was a vast, boundless ocean. Piccolo's pupils trembled involuntarily and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. In just an instant, he was overwhelmed by Goku's aura, unable to breathe. The power was immense, irresistible, utterly overwhelming. How do you possess such a powerful aura? This is impossible. Piccolo stammered as Goku slowly approached him. By this point, any will Piccolo had to resist had vanished. The closer Goku's aura came, the more oppressive it felt, as if Goku could obliterate him with a mere finger. By the time Goku stood in front of him, Piccolo's sweat had soaked through his clothes. Goku extended his hand. If you could merge with Kami, maybe you'd have the strength to face me. But as you are now, you don't have the right to challenge me. Of course, once he merged with Kami and returned to being a good-hearted Namekian, he wouldn't fight Goku anymore. Piccolo clenched his fists tightly and shouted, Goku, are you mocking me? Just kill me, then Piccolo won't even frown. Goku shook his head and said, there's no need to kill you, I don't enjoy squashing ants. Release Kami and you can leave. If you're still thinking about world domination, then go train deeper in the mountains. Under the coercion of Sun Wukong, Piccolo inexplicably regurgitated the bottle that sealed the God of Heaven. Sun Wukong cast a cold glance at Piccolo. Aren't you leaving? Piccolo shuddered, and without looking back flew away. Bulma let out a deep sigh of relief. Phew, the terrifying guy, why not just eliminate him? Sun Wukong rubbed Bulma's head affectionately. Little girl, don't harbor such heavy thoughts of killing. Oh no, Bulma suddenly clutched her stomach, letting out a soft whimper. What's the matter? Sun Wukong asked. I've been holding it in throughout the match, hurry, I need to get to the plane, I need the bathroom. Sun Wukong nodded, okay, I'll release the god and we'll be off. With that, Sun Wukong tossed the bottle onto the ground. With a crack it shattered and the God of Heaven emerged. Seeing the deity who looked just like the old King Piccolo, Bulma shivered once more. This elderly form of the deity was identical to Piccolo with an imposing presence. Bulma's lips quivered as she said, another King Piccolo. As she spoke, an involuntary wet patch spread across her pants. The God of Heaven, with a bewildered expression, glanced at Sun Wukong, then at the departing Piccolo. Curiously, he asked, what happened? Sun Wukong replied, Lord God, it's best if you don't come down to the mortal realm without reason. Your appearance is too frightening. I've dealt with Piccolo, he shouldn't cause trouble anymore. The God of Heaven looked puzzled. After speaking, Sun Wukong took Bulma's hand and said, Bulma, let's head to the plane first. I want to see Chi-Chi receive her award. Once she's done, we'll leave. However, as Sun Wukong tried to lead Bulma away, he noticed she was hesitating. What's wrong? Can't move? Sun Wukong asked curiously. Alright, I'll carry you then. Bulma, with her legs pressed together, leaned into Wukong's ear, whispering, I wet my pants again. Sun Wukong took off his jacket, tied the sleeves into a knot and fixed it around Bulma's waist. He gently patted Bulma's soft bottom. Is this okay now? Bulma nodded, her face flushed with embarrassment. Promise me you won't tell anyone. I'll go change on the plane. If Chi-Chi comes back, keep her busy and don't let her board yet. Don't worry, Sun Wukong assured with a nod. Bulma moved to an open space, released the plane from its capsule and boarded. At the same time, Chi-Chi approached with a large stack of cash. Honey, I've collected the prize. This money is enough for us to live on for a year, she said. As she spoke, a plane popped out from the capsule, catching their eyes. The logo was unmistakably that of Capsule Corporation, and Chi-Chi knew instantly it belonged to Wukong and Bulma. Oh, Bulma's already on the plane, she must be getting anxious. Let's hurry up, Chi-Chi suggested. Sun Wukong took Chi-Chi's hand, feeling its softness and warmth. Chi-Chi, feeling the gentle grip, shivered slightly, her body turning a bit soft. No rush, Sun Wukong said, it's rare for us to have a moment alone, let's wait until she calls us up. At these words, a rosy hue spread across Chi-Chi's face. she responded sweetly, leaning her head gently onto Wukong's chest. Feeling the warmth radiating from him, her eyes sparkled with love, reflecting the adoration in her gaze. Sun Wukong tightly embraced Chi-Chi. The young girl's fragrance was intoxicating. Wukong playfully took a deep breath and said, "Chi-Chi, you smell so nice." Chi-Chi blushed and replied, "Husband, you smell nice too. I heard that being able to smell each other's scent is a choice of genes. It seems we are truly meant to be together." The two of them lost track of time in their affection. Wukong glanced at the plane, which still showed no signs of action, although they did attract countless envious gazes from passers-by. Public displays of affection were indeed a bit ostentatious. To buy Bulma sometime, he asked Chi-Chi, "Do you want to grab a bubble tea?" "Sure, my mouth is a bit dry. I want a couple's cup," she replied. "Alright, let's get the extra large size." Wukong and Chi-Chi made their way to the bubble tea shop. "Boss, one super large cup, please." Moments later, the two of them were holding an oversized bubble tea cup shaped like a water bucket, each sipping from a straw as they boarded the plane. As soon as they boarded, Chi-Chi wrinkled her nose. "Husband, the more I drink this bubble tea, the stranger it tastes. Did someone pee in the ingredients?" "Bulma," Wukong pinched Chi-Chi's nose and said, "What nonsense are you talking? Do you think this is beer?" Chi-Chi insisted, "But I really smell something off. We should return it." Bulma awkwardly cleared her throat and discreetly turned on the ventilation. "Return it? It's just a bubble tea. I thought you couldn't afford it. By the way, why didn't you two get me one?" Wukong replied, "Aren't you going to fly the plane? If you drink too much, you might not hold it in on the way." Bulma pouted in displeasure. "You've forgotten about old friends for new ones. I'm upset. I won't fly it. Let Chi-Chi do it." Chi-Chi giggled. "Bulma is jealous." "Well then, since we're heading to Fire Mountain, let me handle it." With that, Chi-Chi walked towards the pilot's seat. Bulma, satisfied with her little scheme, contentedly leaned against Wukong. Suddenly, the plane roared to life and shot into the sky in a matter of breaths. The violent takeoff made it hard for Bulma to stay steady, but Wukong's embrace gave her a semblance of security. Bulma clutched the armrest and questioned Chi-Chi. "Chi-Chi, how can you fly the plane like this? It's too dangerous." The takeoff was one thing, but why is it still so bumpy? This is a plane, not a car. Chi-Chi turned her head, looking a bit aggrieved at Bulma. "Shouldn't I fly like this? I just learned from the manual. Sorry if it's not good." Bulma's pupils shrank in shock. "Doesn't everyone know how to fly a plane from a young age?" Sun Wukong rubbed Bulma's head and said, "Not every family can afford a private plane. Your comment is a bit too privileged." Bulma suddenly realized her oversight. She had thought Chi-Chi could fly the plane so she could cozy up with Wukong. However, Chi-Chi's skills were so lacking that despite flying, it felt like they were constantly bouncing. So Bulma moved to the co-pilot seat. "I didn't know when I gave you guys a plane I was being so careless. You two surviving is truly a testament to your luck. Now, since I'm here, let me teach you how it's done. Make sure to learn well." "Alright." Chi-Chi nodded sheepishly. "Okay, I'm ready." Bulma cleared her throat and said, "It's not actually that hard. The technique for piloting this plane, which our family developed, is quite similar to driving a car. When starting, you need to begin with first gear to move slowly. Once the plane starts to shake a bit, keep it steady for a while before releasing the clutch and giving it some gas to accelerate. Don't shift directly to second gear. Instead, smoothly transition from first to second gear. Once the body is stable, move from second to third gear, then give it a burst of gas. As you soar into the clouds and the speed is sufficient, meaning the plane is thoroughly warmed up, it will start to shake again. At this point, you shift from third to fourth gear, even fifth gear. The plane will stabilize and there won't be a single bump." Chi-Chi exclaimed, "Oh, I see, I got it." Bulma felt the plane's operation and nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad, you can be taught." No sooner had she spoken than Chi-Chi skipped fourth gear and directly shifted to fifth, seemingly making some serious error by shifting without pressing the clutch. The plane made a strange noise and began to shake violently. Suddenly, the smell of kerosene wafted into the cockpit. Bulma was alarmed. "Oh no, slow down, the plane is leaking oil." Sun Wukong glanced back at the engines on the plane's wings, which were spewing both oil and fire, and weakly asked Bulma, "Isn't this supposed to be a jet plane? It won't explode, right?" Bulma turned to look at the external engine, her pupils suddenly contracting. "Quick, Wukong, Chi-Chi, grab your parachutes, we need to jump." Sun Wukong helplessly slapped his forehead. Indeed, it was going to be an accident. Amid their panic, Sun Wukong picked both of them up, kicked open the cabin door and flew out with them. The plane, now without a pilot, nosed forward and plunged down. Bulma and Chi-Chi both breathed a sigh of relief. Bulma gently patted her chest view that was terrifying. Thank goodness Wukong can fly, and luckily this is a wilderness area. Chi-Chi looked weakly at Wukong and Bulma. I'm sorry, Bulma. I messed up your plane. Bulma shrugged. It's okay if it's broken, as long as we're safe. For safety's sake, maybe you should avoid flying planes in the future. Just as Sun Wukong was about to land them safely, he noticed something unusual. At the spot where the plane was about to crash, someone appeared. A blonde woman riding a flying motorcycle sped along her trajectory, seemingly right in line with where the plane was heading. Moreover, she was being pursued by 4 or 5 police cars with machine guns occasionally firing. Sun Wukong's pupils contracted. That was launch. According to the plane's descent path, disaster would strike in mere seconds. Not only would launch be hit, but the police cars behind her would also be caught in the crash. Bulma noticed someone below where the plane was falling and was shocked. Wukong saved them. Sun Wukong wasted no time. He quickly landed the two on a mountaintop and then shot toward the crashing plane. At that moment, Lan Chi and the police officers who were chasing her noticed a dark shadow looming overhead. They all looked up simultaneously, only to see a flaming aircraft hurtling towards them. What? The dozen or so officers in the police cars panicked at the sight of such a massive object falling from the sky. We're doomed, get out of the way. However, the aircraft's size was too overwhelming, casting a wide shadow over them. It was too late to escape its range. Just at the critical moment, the figure of Sun Wukong suddenly appeared beneath the falling plane. With his hands he caught the aircraft and, with a mighty heave, hurled it far into the distance. In an instant the plane landed and exploded, a colossal flower of flame blossoming into the sky. Waves of heat rippled outward, stirring up layers of yellow sand and dust. Smoke and dust enveloped everyone. Achoo! Moments later, as the dust settled, the view gradually cleared. Blue-haired Lan Chi blinked her clear white eyes, looking around in confusion as if trying to recall what had just happened. The dozen or so police officers, having narrowly escaped disaster, took a moment to regain their composure. When they saw the flying motorcycle and the money in its trunk ahead, they remembered their mission. They were there to capture the notorious bandit Lan Chi following citizens' reports of a bank robbery. Hastily, they got out of their vehicles, some even trembling slightly as they surrounded Lan Chi. A dozen gun barrels pointed at her. Bandit Lan Chi, don't move, don't try any tricks, you're under arrest. Lan Chi stared blankly at the looming gun barrels, her mind a whirl of confusion. Who are you people? The officers were taken aback. What's going on? I remember Lan Chi having blonde hair. Besides the hair color, the clothes and the motorcycle are the same. It must be Lan Chi's disguise. Lan Chi, stop pretending, isn't it obvious? Lan Chi remained bewildered. Did I do something wrong? The officers shouted urgently, grab her and take her away. Just as someone was about to cuff Lan Chi with handcuffs, she burst into tears. No, don't help. Bulma, witnessing this, was also intrigued. Is that girl really a bandit? Chi-Chi tilted her head, observing Lan Chi. Her innocent expressions, soft features and clear eyes seemed entirely out of place with being a bandit. Chi-Chi turned to Goku and asked, Bulma, did they make a mistake? That girl looks so gentle, she doesn't seem like a robber. Bulma nodded in agreement. I don't think she looks like one either. At this moment both of them turned to Sun Wukong beside them. Bulma tentatively asked Goku, that sister doesn't look like a bad person, why not help her? Sun Wukong shook his head. I'm a well-known figure now. I don't want to become a wanted criminal. Bulma pouted, with your skills who could catch you? If you're worried about causing trouble, take this. Saying this, Bulma handed him a black stocking she had removed. This. Bulma frowned. My feet don't smell, just put it on and get going. Sun Wukong's body shivered. Alright, never mind. With that, he flashed above Lan Chi. Look here. A startled collective gasp arose as everyone turned their gaze upward. Solar flare. An intense burst of light exploded, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. My eyes. At that very moment Sun Wukong descended, moving with lightning speed to knock out a dozen people. Of course, these were ordinary humans, and Sun Wukong exercised precise control over his strength to avoid causing any lethal harm. It's often said that a person with a ton of strength, when applied with the right technique, can exert the force of 3 tons. Conversely, without technique, even a ton's worth of strength can't be fully utilized. Over the years, Sun Wukong's dedication to his training never waned, and his mastery over his power became exceptionally precise. He could punch through a planet with ease, or delicately adjust his force to strike with precision down to a few dozen pounds. Seeing her pursuers knocked unconscious, Lan Chi looked at Sun Wukong with excitement. Thank you so much. I really don't know how to repay you, Bulma and Chi-Chi, though generally gentle, can unleash their inner fury if provoked, but Lan Chi was different. blonde Launch shared similarities with Bulma and Chi-Chi in their fiery states, needless to say, yet the blue-haired Launch was always gentle as water, serene and graceful, continuously exuding the classical charm of a lady, a true treasure of a girl who wouldn't adore her? Since Krillin hadn't taken her to Master Roshi, it was only natural for Sun Wukong to take her with him. Sun Wukong silently reassured himself, "I'm not a player, I just want to give good girls a home." He said, "Launch, come with us." Launch looked puzzled. How do you know me? Where are you taking me?" "Well, come home with me. My home could use a gentle lady like you." Launch beamed. "That sounds wonderful. I'll be saved then, as the police are after me." A short while later, Sun Wukong gathered with Launch, Bulma and Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, while observing Launch, inquired, "What's your name and why are the police after you?" Launch replied softly, "My name is Launch. As for why they're chasing me, well, I might have robbed a bank again, or maybe it was a train." Bulma was taken aback, glancing at Launch's demure demeanor, and couldn't help but laugh. He rob a train? You must be joking with your demeanor. How could you do such things?" Launch scratched her head. "I don't remember, but you should be careful because when I sneeze, my personality changes drastically, also my hair turns blonde." Sun Wukong interjected, "Is that so?" Bulma, Chi-Chi and Launch all turned to Sun Wukong. That way, Sun Wukong concentrated his energy and a golden aura enveloped him. In an instant he transformed into a Super Saiyan with hair and eyebrows turning golden. The three were momentarily stunned. Bulma curiously asked, "Wukong, how did your hair change color?" Chi-Chi looked bewildered. "Is my Wukong a delinquent?" His gaze even seems fiercer now. Launch's eyes brightened. Yes, just like that. "So I'm not the only one who's a little different. You're like me." Sun Wukong exhaled and returned to his normal state. Sun Wukong chuckled softly. "That form you just saw is called a Super Saiyan. It makes me more excited and powerful in battle, but my usual form is more comfortable." Launch nodded thoughtfully. "I see, so I can transform into a Super Saiyan too." Chi-Chi and Bulma exchanged confused glances. Just then as Sun Wukong tickled Launch's nose with a feather, achoo! In an instant Launch's hair turned golden, her demeanor shifted to one of confidence, and the gentle aura she had was replaced by the commanding presence of a strong-willed woman. Bulma and Chi-Chi were taken aback. Her hair turned gold and her aura changed. "How interesting, both of you can transform." Bulma's plane was destroyed, but fortunately Chi-Chi had another one. Given Chi-Chi's questionable flying skills, Bulma took the controls and headed towards Fire Mountain. Chi-Chi, Wukong and Launch sat in the back. Since boarding the plane, Launch had been observing the interior with curiosity. Crossing her legs, she commented, "This is my first time on such a luxurious plane. It must cost a fortune to buy 1 inch, right?" Sun Wukong nodded. "Yet private planes are expensive. But Bulma is the world's richest, so one plane is nothing to her." Hearing the term world's richest, Launch's eyes lit up. Sun Wukong asked, "Hey, what's got you so excited?" "Don't even think about robbing anyone. Living with the Capsule Corporation you'll have enough pocket money, so there's no need for that." Launch shook her head. I know. I'm not stupid. Why would I do that if I have money to spend? By the way, where are we going?" Chi-Chi blushed slightly, pressed her lips together and said, "We're going to my home. I'm going to marry Wukong. Congratulate us." Launch was momentarily stunned, glancing from Chi-Chi to Wukong. Suddenly a blush spread across her face and she shyly said, "Wukong, the way you saved me was so impressive. I like strong and powerful guys, plus we can both transform. I think we're meant to be. Why don't you marry me instead?" Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi's temper flared. She grabbed Launch by the collar and shouted, "Launch, do you know what you're saying? We were engaged since childhood. He's mine. If you keep this up, I'll hit you." Achoo! With another sneeze, Launch turned back to her blue-haired self. Seeing Chi-Chi seemingly about to attack, Launch innocently asked, "What's happening? Did I do something rude just now?" Chi-Chi looked at her clear-eyed innocence and reluctantly let go, grumbling nothing. Sun Wukong wrapped an arm around Chi-Chi, pulling her aside to a corner of the plane. He whispered, "Chi-Chi, Launch's brain works differently from normal people. Don't take her too seriously. Look at her in this state. She's clearly a gentle girl. Later, get her a maid outfit and have her serve you. If she transforms again, just tickle her nose with a feather to change her back." Kiki was gently cradled in Wukong's arms, her body instinctively turning soft as her endearing romantic heart once again took the lead. She beamed sweetly, "You're my husband, I'll listen to you. Besides, I've always wanted a maid." In the blink of an eye, a few days passed and the day of their wedding arrived. Villagers from near Flame Mountain gathered to attend the union of Wukong and Kiki. Everything went smoothly. There were no unexpected incidents and the castle remained unscathed by fire. All was as it should be. Kiki finally donned the white wedding gown she had always dreamed of, the fabric glistening under the sunlight with an ethereal glow making her feel like a true princess. She vowed to herself to strive to be a good wife. Yukong too in his formal attire looked dashing under the bright sun, rekindling the fluttering feelings in Kiki's heart. She gazed at Yukong with eyes full of tenderness and love while he looked back at her with adoration and indulgence. Hand in hand the couple stepped onto the red carpet as friends and family showered them with petals, bestowing blessings upon them. The petals swayed gently in the breeze, adding a touch of poetry to the romantic wedding. Miss Kiki, do you take Sun Wukong to be your husband for richer or poorer no matter what? I do, Kiki's voice rang out clear and resolute. Mr. Sun Wukong, do you take Kiki to be your wife to cherish and care for her for all your days? I do. The couple exchanged their vows atop the mountain, their love echoing through the valley. Guests raised their glasses, celebrating the blissful moment. As the sun set and night enveloped the sky, Kiki slipped out of her wedding gown, revealing her graceful curves. The flickering red candlelight cast a soft glow on her face, blushing like a ripe peach with a hint of shyness adding a touch of allure. Yukong lifted Kiki into his arms, her long dark hair cascading down her fragrant shoulders, releasing a subtle sweet scent. Feeling Yukong's tenderness, she trembled slightly, her slender white arms wrapping around his neck, whispering softly, "Husband, I love you too." With a deep kiss, all their passion and affection melted into the gentle night. The candlelight gradually dimmed and a vibrant red lotus quietly bloomed. A few days later, Wukong, Bulma, Kiki and Launch settled into a villa at Capsule Corporation in West City. With a modern soul, Yukong was inclined to reject the rat race, preferring to enjoy life. Moreover, with two women by his side, the period following the wedding was especially intimate. He dedicated just 2 hours a day to training, spending the rest of his time with Bulma and Kiki, savoring a peaceful life. A year passed. The diligent efforts with Bulma bore fruit, though it veered slightly from Wukong's expectations. In his past life, he and Bulma had a daughter named Sun Yen. He assumed the same adorable little princess would arrive once more. However, this time Bulma gave birth to a son. Fortunately, Wukong, well versed in the laws of probability, didn't dwell too much on the change. Besides, having a son was advantageous. With rigorous training, he could grow to be incredibly strong, blessed with scion blood. The boy had the potential to become a formidable warrior, yet Wukong found himself racking his brains when it came to naming his son. If you were to name someone Sun Wufan or Sun Wuqian, it just doesn't seem fitting. Sharing the same Wu generation character as oneself seems to defy the rules of the original world. After consulting the computer and name dictionaries, trying all sorts of methods and going through the painstaking process of selecting from hundreds of names over several days, he finally settled on the name Sun Can. Thus, a new life was added to Sun Wukong's family, named Sun Can. Time marches on relentlessly, and in the blink of an eye 4 years had passed. Knowing that the Scions would come to Earth and that Frisia would be encountered on Namek, Sun Wukong had been preparing thoroughly over these years. Besides necessary martial arts training, he had collected the Dragon Balls 3 times, gaining the ability to survive in space. However, it seemed that the Earth's Dragon Balls were of a lower grade. They could grant immunity to most earthly diseases but couldn't protect against all illnesses. After all, viruses are foreign invaders, and perhaps some viruses exceeded the power of the dragon. As time flowed, Bulma and Chi-Chi reached the peak of their beauty and physique. Consequently, the other 2 wishes granted them eternal youth, much to their delight. The wish was indeed a sweet one. Who wouldn't love everlasting youthful beauty? Though it did require a bit more stamina, and the senzu beans were nearly running out. In the northern grasslands, a farmer was toiling away diligently. Suddenly, a whizzing sound cut through the air as a spherical spaceship descended onto the nearby ground with a mighty impact, blasting a crater into the earth. A thunderous explosion echoed across the sky, and the farmer was so frightened he dropped to the ground. The spaceship's hatch opened and Raditz emerged. Through his scouter, he discovered this planet brimming with life, a hint of dissatisfaction crossing his face. "What's going on? How is there still life on this planet?" Kakarot that little. Curious, the farmer approached the explosion's epicenter to investigate. Raditz also noticed the farmer. Their eyes met, and Raditz's towering 2-meter frame exerted an overwhelming presence on the farmer. Terrified, the farmer pointed his hunting rifle at Raditz. What are you?" Sensing the nearby life form, the scouter on Raditz's temple beeped incessantly. "Humph, a mere power level of 5, pathetic." Raditz strode towards the farmer. The farmer panicked. "Don't come any closer or I'll shoot." As soon as he spoke, he fired. Whoosh! With a casual flick of his arm, Raditz deflected the bullet back at the farmer, instantly piercing him. Thud, the farmer fell. A flicker of disdain crossed Raditz's eyes. Died just like that, a truly feeble race. With that, Raditz activated his scouter to search for beings with high power levels on this planet, also hoping to find Sun Wukong. Beep beep beep, Raditz's eyes brightened. Ahead was a creature with a strong power level. Could it be Kakarot? He immediately flew towards the energy surge. While training, Piccolo sensed a powerful presence approaching, jolting him. A strong energy was nearing. Was it Sun Wukong? Piccolo clenched his fists, a smirk forming on his lips. 5 years have passed. Sun Wukong, do you know what these 5 years have been like for me? I had been undergoing rigorous training, never daring to slack off for even a moment. It was time to defeat you and let me, the great Demon King Piccolo, rule the world. However, when the figure approached, Piccolo was stunned. It wasn't Goku. Raditz also paused. Oh, it's not Kakarot, huh? Surprising that there's such a powerful presence on this planet. Piccolo asked, who are you and what are you doing here? Raditz shook his head. You're not my target. Piccolo sensed his formidable energy, feeling a bit insecure. He forced himself to calm down and shouted angrily, then what are you doing here, looking to die? Raditz smirked. Oh, talking big, huh? Let me see exactly how much fighting power you have. TSK, over 500 battle power, not bad. Just then, Piccolo struck first, launching an energy wave at Raditz. A loud explosion erupted, smoke filled the air, engulfing Raditz. Piccolo just began to breathe a sigh of relief when a gust of wind blew the smoke away, revealing Raditz unharmed. Piccolo's face turned green with shock. How is this possible? How can Earth have such a powerful fighter? Seeing Piccolo's terrified expression, Raditz wore a look of arrogance. Is that all you've got? Pathetic, just a bit of smoke and dust. My turn now, let me show you my strength. With that, Raditz strode towards Piccolo. Realizing this person was extraordinarily powerful, Piccolo ripped off his cape and tossed away his turban. In the next instant, his energy burst forth violently. At that moment, Raditz's scouter beeped again. Raditz saw the astonishing numbers and abruptly halted his steps. He looked at Piccolo incredulously. What kind of monster are you able to control your battle power fluctuations? On this planet, your battle power actually exceeds 1200. Piccolo had witnessed Goku's prowess, and in the past 5 years he had never relaxed his training. His power had grown rapidly, yet when facing Raditz, Piccolo still felt very uneasy. After all, judging by the energy he sensed, Raditz's strength was superior. Just as Piccolo was preparing for a life-or-death battle, Raditz's scouter beeped again. Raditz's face lit up with joy. A higher energy reading. It must be Kakarot. Raditz glanced at Piccolo once more and said, why so tense? I'm not even after you. With that, Raditz flew directly towards West City. Piccolo was left bewildered on the spot. What happened? Just left like that? Raditz noticed Piccolo didn't follow and slightly relaxed, randomly encountering a guy with such high battle power who can control it at will. Luckily I slipped away quickly. That Kakarot guy, could he be dead? Suddenly realizing this Earth is pretty dangerous too. Suddenly Raditz's scouter beeped again. Is that Kakarot? How did the energy reading get stronger again? What's going on? West City. Goku was training his child in the yard. 997. Keep going, just 3 more. 998, just 2 more. 1000. Alright, it's time for frog jumps. Little Sunken plopped onto the ground with a thud. Dad, I'm so tired, can we take a break? He pleaded. Underneath the parasol, Chi-Chi and Bulma sipped on their cold drinks. Bulma called out, Goku, stop pushing him so hard, he's just a kid. Sun Wukong chuckled, it's fine. Boys need to grow up strong to protect girls. It's good for him to train from a young age. Bulma shook her head with a resigned smile. Luckily he takes after you tough from the start. If other kids were trained like this, they'd be worn out by now. Of course Wukong grinned. We're a warrior race, right son? Yeah. Sunken nodded vigorously. Chi-Chi looked at Bulma with a hint of envy, gently rubbing her belly. Bulma, I'm so envious of you. I want a child too, but Goku's afraid I'll neglect him if I have 1 inch, so he won't let me. What should I do? Bulma took a sip of her drink. That might happen. It's a woman's nature to care for her child, it's just how things are. It's hard to balance attention between a child and a husband. But remember how you enjoyed those times when I was occupied with the baby. Chi-Chi sighed. That's true, but I really want a child. Also, haven't you noticed how much Goku actually loves kids? Bulma laughed. Oh, he does love to push them around, that's for sure. Training in martial arts at such a young age, it's tough being his son. Chi-Chi rested her chin on her hands, watching the child doing frog jumps. But now it's a time of peace, martial arts feel unnecessary. if I have a child, I'd want them to study well and get a good job. Bulma smiled softly. If it's about studying, you won't have to worry about him being too stressed. Chi-Chi looked puzzled. What do you mean? Bulma explained. For ordinary people, education is the only path to change their status, but education is mostly to find those with exceptional talent. Most graduates end up as workers. Our kids just need a normal education. My dad's business is big but not too hard to manage. Still, some education is necessary. He's inherited my intelligence and Goku's combat skills. He'll grow up to be both smart and strong. Hearing this, Chi-Chi propped her chin on her hands, reflecting. It seemed true that Capsule Corporation employees were well educated. Throw a stone and it might hit 4 postgraduates and 1 with connections. But Bulma was different. She didn't even finish college yet, became a boss as an adult. Chi-Chi seemed to understand, nodding in agreement. You're right, if I have a son, I'll let him do whatever he wants when he grows up. Exactly, that's what I'm doing. We have the means, don't we? Chi-Chi nodded approvingly. Yeah, I owe it to you. Life is much better now. Then before I got married, Bulma smiled faintly, not saying more. Earning money gives one status in the family. How could Chi-Chi be upset with the one who provides for her? Soon as Sun Wukong finished training his son, just as Sun Can lay on the ground panting, Sun Wukong pulled him up again. Come on son, gather your energy and let me see how strong you become. Sun Can clenched his fists and a powerful aura surged around him, stirring up a gust of wind. Sensing the intensity of the energy, Sun Wukong nodded in satisfaction. Wow, impressive, you've made great progress. Dad, I'm hungry. Sun Wukong patted his son's head and said, let's see if Aunt Lan Chi has finished cooking. Time for lunch. Just then Lan Chi appeared wearing an apron. Everyone come eat, lunch is ready. Sun Wukong responded, coming. Let's eat. Bulma and Chi-Chi also stood up, pulling little Sun Can towards the house. Suddenly a flash of realization struck Sun Wukong's mind and he stopped in his tracks. Bulma and Chi-Chi paused, puzzled. What's wrong, Wukong? Wukong looked up at the sky. I think my brother is here. Bulma curiously glanced upwards. Is it Raditz, the one you told us about before? Where is he? I can't see him. Sun Can also looked up. Mom, I can sense it, he's coming. As soon as the words left his mouth, Raditz's figure descended. His towering stature and domineering expression immediately suggested he wasn't here for friendly reasons. Startling Bulma and Chi-Chi, Bulma timidly asked, is this your brother? Chi-Chi hid behind Wukong, whispering, he really does look like trouble, just like you said. Raditz looked at Sun Wukong with a hint of delight on his face. Hey Kakarot, you've grown, but I still recognized you right away. You look just like our father. Raditz scanned the people around him and demanded, Kakarot, what's going on with this planet? Your mission was to eliminate the humans here. What have you been doing all these years? Raditz had noticed an anomaly with his scouter. The high combat power he detected earlier was now lower. He had already guessed from Piccolo that Earthlings could hide their combat power. If he hadn't spotted Sun Wukong's distinct scion hairstyle from afar, he might have chosen to observe quietly before appearing. Sun Wukong pulled Bulma and Chi-Chi behind him, then with a flick of his finger he shattered Raditz's scouter with a beam of energy. Raditz was taken aback. Kakarot, what are you doing? Having broken the scouter, Sun Wukong no longer held back. He spoke candidly. I don't want Earth to be exposed, so I destroyed the scouter. Besides, I don't fancy being Frisia's lackey, nor do I enjoy killing. Life here is good. I've got a wife and child. I don't see anything wrong with that. Look, I even have a kid now. Earth is my home. Why would I want to destroy humanity? Raditz frowned, glancing at the child who was barely a meter tall. A wife and child? Is that your child with an Earthling? Sun Wukong nodded. Yes, that's my son. He's small but he's already quite strong. He should surpass you now. Raditz clearly didn't believe it, tilting his head as he looked at Sun Can. This little one can surpass me. Kakarot, do you even know what you're talking about? Sun Wukong crouched down and said to Sun Can, son, that's Raditz. You should call him uncle. Go and spar with him a bit, but be gentle. Don't hurt him too much. Okay, Dad, I understand. I'll control my strength, Sun Can replied. Go on then, my good boy. Sun Can walked up to Raditz and said, Uncle, please give me your guidance. Hearing Sun Wukong say that this young scion was stronger than him and should hold back, Raditz's brow furrowed into a tangled knot. Kakarot, are you joking? He started to say, but before he could finish, Sun Can's figure blurred and appeared right in front of him. Raditz's pupils shrank. He hadn't even seen Sun Can move. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Could a child really be stronger than him? Was he dreaming from spending too much time in the spaceship? Smack! Raditz slapped himself hard. It wasn't a dream. At that moment, Sun Can looked up at Raditz and asked, Uncle, are you ready? Raditz's gaze intensified. he thought to himself, even though I'm not very strong, he's just a 1 meter tall kid. Could he really be stronger than me? I must have been distracted. Raditz quickly got into a fighting stance and, feigning confidence, said, "Come on, I'll use just a little bit of my strength to spar with you." With that, Raditz's figure flickered as he launched an attack towards Sun Quan, but before he knew it, Sun Quan was already upon him. Bang! Pow! The small fist carried terrifying power, landing a punch on Raditz's face, followed by a spinning kick. Raditz let out a cry of pain as his body was sent hurtling towards a rockery behind him. Crash! The rockery shattered in response, smoke and dust engulfing Raditz. As the dust settled, Raditz looked at Sun Quan in disbelief, exclaiming, "How is this possible? You're so young, how can you have such tremendous power?" "Uncle, I'm 4 years old," replied Sun Quan. 4 years old? Raditz's eyes widened in shock. At this moment, Raditz's understanding of reality completely crumbled. Sun Wukong watched Raditz's stunned expression and silently shook his head. With his limited combat power and awkward fighting experience, Raditz was likely just an errand boy on Vegeta's team. Even Nappa could summon him at will, treating him like a subordinate. Perhaps his status was comparable to that of a dog. Coming to Earth and encountering farmers with a power level of 5 inches, Scion pride swelled, overwhelmed by a sense of superiority. However, at this moment, Sun Wukong felt no animosity towards him. In a past life, Raditz had come to Earth and tried to drag him into invading other planets. He even tried to use his daughter as leverage to coerce him into joining his conquests. But Sun Wukong didn't indulge him and defeated him directly. Yet, the more he experienced, the calmer his heart became. And his mindset was entirely different from before. Now seeing Raditz again, Sun Wukong felt that this guy's death was somewhat undeserved. Originally, when Raditz came to Earth, the farmer shot at him, which was self-defense. Piccolo met him with harsh words, yet Raditz, despite having the power to crush Piccolo, didn't retaliate but instead went on to look for others. Even when he kidnapped Gohan, it was merely an attempt to bring his brother on board. As an older brother, he had a stable job and a prosperous life, crossing countless galaxies just to reach Earth, all for the sake of convincing his younger brother, who lived in a remote mountainous area, to join him in the city to work and earn money. Such brotherly affection seemed beyond reproach, yet after the arduous journey to Earth and finally meeting his brother, he was met with distrust. Worse still, his own flesh and blood conspired with others to end his life. In hindsight, Raditz's role as a brother was indeed a tragic one. Even in death, his heart was chilled. Over time, as the Scions joined Frisia's army, most of them had their values warped. Raditz, having lost parental guidance early on and following Vegeta's path, became even more twisted. Talking about invading planets had become second nature to him, almost unavoidable. If possible, Goku wanted to turn him around. After all, compared to Vegeta, Raditz was blood-related. Having more powerful warriors by his side was never a bad thing. Goku approached Raditz, extending a hand to help him up. Raditz let out a sigh of relief. This younger brother, despite not growing up with him, was still connected by blood and bore no murderous intent. Goku said, "Raditz, since you're my brother, let me give you some advice. Stop being a lackey in Frisia's army." Raditz looked shocked. "Kakarot, what do you mean by that?" Goku replied earnestly, "I've mastered the secret to Saiyan strength, and I've also achieved the legendary Super Saiyan transformation. Train with me, and then let's take down Frisia." Raditz jumped up in surprise. The legendary Super Saiyan? Raditz still couldn't believe it and asked again for confirmation. "Kakarot, are you saying that the story our mother told us as children about the Super Saiyan that appears once every 1,000 years, you're saying you've become that?" Goku nodded yes, but also no. Raditz was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Goku explained, "Although the legend says one appears every 1,000 years, the truth is transforming isn't as difficult as it seems. As long as you train properly, most Saiyans can achieve it. I think if you're willing to work hard, you could transform too." Goku examined Raditz, wondering if his transformation would directly bring him to the Super Saiyan 3 form. Raditz, pointing incredulously at himself, asked me, "I can do it too." Seeing Raditz's disbelief, Goku didn't keep him in suspense. With a soft shout, he gathered his energy. A flash of golden light blazed and his hair turned golden in an instant. The powerful energy surged continuously, causing the ground beneath him to crack. However, Goku controlled the range to minimize destruction, yet the overwhelming power that seemed ready to explode at any moment was palpable even to Raditz, who wasn't particularly sensitive to energy. This is a Super Saiyan, so powerful. Yes, the Great Ape form increased power tenfold but was cumbersome and required a full moon with the added risk of losing sanity for lower-class warriors. However, this transformation amplified combat power by 50 times. Raditz' expression was a mixture of awe and disbelief, his lips trembling. 50 times? He quickly calculated a 50-fold increase in his mind. If he could transform, it would be a terrifying battle power of 85,000. Raditz gasped, if I can transform, wouldn't I reach a terrifying battle power of 85,000? Son Goku. That one sentence left Son Goku momentarily puzzled. 85,000 battle power is considered terrifying? Indeed, having a limited perspective can really hinder one's growth. Just then little Sun Chan's stomach growled, Dad, I'm hungry, I want to eat. Son Goku reverted from his transformation, looked at Bulma and said, Bulma, you guys go ahead and eat. Bulma nodded and along with Chi-Chi took the child into the dining room. The courtyard was left with only Son Goku, Raditz and Launch. Son Goku pointed to a chair in the yard, have a seat. Raditz felt a shiver down his spine. He didn't know how to face reality. He sat dumbfounded beside the stone table. Kakarot transforming into a Super Saiyan seemed like a trivial matter, not even something as mundane as eating could be delayed. Launch glanced at Goku, apparently not intending to invite his elder brother inside for a meal. She asked somewhat awkwardly, Goku, would you like something to drink? I can bring it for you. Son Goku said, get us 2 glasses of draft beer and some snacks. I want to have a drink with my brother alone. Well, alright. A moment later, Launch brought 2 glasses of draft beer and servants brought some appetizers. With a wave of Son Goku's hand, the servants withdrew. Son Goku relaxed and picked up his glass. I'm glad you came to Earth and I appreciate you thinking of me when there was good news. Come, let's toast, brother. Raditz gradually regained his composure, clinking glasses with Son Goku with vacant eyes. At that moment, nothing he ate or drank had any taste. The impact of coming to Earth was too great, enough to shock him for an entire year. Son Goku took a big gulp of cold beer and then looked up at Raditz. Let's continue our earlier conversation. Your calculations seemed fine, but transforming into a Super Saiyan has certain thresholds. You need to reach a battle power of 3 million, so if you want to become the legendary Super Saiyan, you still have a long way to go. Raditz barely took a sip of his beer before he spat it out in shock. What did you say, 3 million battle power? Son Goku quickly reached out, don't get startled, sit down and talk. Raditz looked at Son Goku in disbelief and asked, does that mean your battle power has already surpassed 3 million? More than 3 million, Son Goku said. When I was 12, it was already 3 million. At the moment, there was no device to detect his battle power, but Son Goku estimated that his current power level should easily reach 50 million. However, just the threshold power level for transforming into a Super Saiyan was already too much for Raditz to comprehend. Son Goku decided not to push him further. Besides, whether Raditz could be turned into a good person was still uncertain, and one should always keep some cards up their sleeve. At this moment, Raditz was staring at Son Goku, not daring to blink, waiting for his answer. Son Goku nodded yes. Raditz was once again shocked and stood up abruptly. So doesn't that make you the strongest in the universe? Raditz exclaimed, his voice filled with a mix of awe and anticipation. The battle power of Frieza, the Emperor of the universe, is 530,000. Even without transforming, you far exceed him. Goku glanced up at him, a calm expression on his face. Calm down. Why are you getting so worked up again? Raditz's hands pressed firmly on the table couldn't contain his excitement. Kakarot, don't you understand what being the strongest in the universe means? It means with your power we could kill Frieza and seize all his wealth. We could then take over Frieza's army and rule the entire universe. Goku, unfazed, replied leisurely, is that so? I didn't realize your ambitions were so grand. But I'm not interested in ruling the universe. There are only a few Saiyans left now. All I want is to marry a few wives, have more children and continue our race. How about this? I'll teach you how to become stronger as a Saiyan. You train hard and you can be the future strongest in the universe. Leave the ruling to you. Raditz looked at Goku in disbelief. Kakarot, what have you experienced on Earth? Why have you changed so much? Meanwhile, in a distant part of the universe, Nappa and Vegeta had taken over a planet and were eating their minds not far from the happenings on Earth. Ever since Raditz landed on Earth and encountered Piccolo, Nappa had been keeping an eye on his actions. I didn't think there'd be such powerful guys on Earth. Our contact was cut off and Raditz's scouter seemed to have been destroyed. Before that, I detected a power level exceeding 5,000. Vegeta continued eating, seemingly indifferent. Raditz is probably dead by now. Nappa was surprised. You mean Kakarot did it? Vegeta smirked. I don't care about that. If Kakarot, a low-class warrior, has reached a power level of 5,000, he could be a useful ally. Nappa took in a deep breath, trying to comprehend. It's hard to imagine a planet like that and Kakarot just a low-class warrior becoming so strong. What should we do? Go to Earth? Vegeta's lips curled into a grin. Of course we should go. If Kakarot, a low-class warrior, can train to such a strength, there must be something on Earth we don't know about. Besides, a warrior with a power level of 5,000 is far superior to that weakling Raditz. Nappa nodded in agreement. Yeah, it's truly unimaginable. Kakarot, just a low-class warrior, becoming so strong. I remember Raditz and Kakarot's father Bardock had been through countless battles and near-death experiences, yet his power level barely exceeded 10,000. If we discover Earth's secrets, we'll surely become much stronger than him. Soon, the two boarded a spaceship and set course for Earth. A month later, in the city of West City at Capsule Corporation's gravity chamber, Raditz and Goku's son were drenched in sweat training intensely. Raditz, whose strength was relatively low, had spent a month in the training chamber. He had finally caught up to Sun Kan's battle power and could now train alongside his nephew. Despite a month of rigorous training, Raditz still had to make some concessions for his nephew. After an hour of intense exercise, Raditz lay sprawled on the ground, exhausted. No, I can't go on, I'm dying here, give me a senzu bean, he gasped. Sun Kan looked at Raditz frowning and said, Uncle, this way of training will work. Scion training is about pushing to the limit each time, only by holding on a bit longer can you break through. Just like this, eating a senzu bean will only restore your energy without significantly increasing your combat power. Raditz panted heavily, turning his head to ask Sun Kan, who seemed unfazed, I feel like I'm going to die. Let me rest for a bit. Nephew, your father didn't lie to me, did he? Is this really his effective training method? Sun Kan nodded. Yes. Is there a problem? Raditz questioned. It's a big problem. Who wouldn't train like this? Back on planet Vegeta, many liver emperors trained like this even more rigorously, but even with senzu beans to restore energy, reaching that level is unlikely. I don't know, maybe we should call my dad to ask? Raditz continued to inquire. No rush, let me ask you something first. Do you know how long it took your dad to reach the threshold of transforming into a Super Saiyan with this kind of training? Sun Kan scratched his head, recalling my mom mentioned that my dad seemed to have started training at 4 years old, but without a gravity chamber, using weighted training instead. It took about 8 years. 8 years, Raditz exclaimed. Yeah, I think my dad told me when I started training, he could transform into a Super Saiyan when he was young. Raditz clenched his fists tightly, sensing something was amiss. Training to exhaustion and then eating a senzu bean for instant recovery seemed to enhance growth faster than before with the gravity chamber's aid, but it still fell far short of Raditz's expectations. After a month, Raditz knew he couldn't even beat Nappa. Continuing at this pace, he'd never catch up to Kakarot in his lifetime. This wasn't a shortcut. It was just pure grind. Suddenly Raditz asked, is there any other trick, Sun Kan thought carefully and suddenly a light bulb went off in his head. A trick, there might be one. Dad said we Scions grow stronger through battles. If we're seriously injured, even near death, as long as we recover, our strength can greatly increase. Raditz, now angry, retorted, no kidding, I know that. We Scions become significantly stronger after healing from severe injuries, but you can't keep playing with death like that, you'll get killed. Do you know how many Scions died in battle on planet Vegeta back then? And yet, no Super Saiyan emerged in all those years. Your grandfather Bardock faced life and death situations countless times and was lucky to survive each one, yet by the time planet Vegeta was destroyed he had just over 10,000 in combat power. To become stronger you have to survive. Sun Kan nodded in agreement, yet Dad also said that besides restoring energy, senzu beans have the power to quickly heal injuries. Any injury, even if you lose an arm or a leg, as long as you can eat a senzu bean you can be healed and even regenerate limbs. What? The senzu bean has such an effect? Why didn't you mention it earlier? Sun Kan asked timidly. You never asked. But Dad said that in the early stages we shouldn't use it like this because it's harmful to the body. Uncle, how about I seriously injure you and you give it a try? Raditz, with a hint of excitement on his face, replied, senzu beans can really heal? Dad wouldn't lie to me. Let's give it a shot. Come on, hit me. Sun Kan quickly gave Raditz a thorough beating. After consuming a senzu bean his injuries indeed healed completely. Raditz was overjoyed. These senzu beans are incredible, he exclaimed, feeling his power had increased significantly. With a look of ecstatic delight Raditz urged, come nephew, hit me again, but even harder this time. And so Raditz enjoyed being pummeled repeatedly, from bruised and battered to another round of the same. It was unclear how many times Sun Kan had beaten Raditz when Sun Kan suddenly realized he could no longer inflict any damage on him. Raditz paused, puzzled. What's wrong, nephew? Hit me harder. Sunken shook his head. No uncle, that was my full strength. You've become too strong. Even if I avoid hitting your vital points it seems I can't hurt you anymore. What? Raditz sensed his own strength. It had increased more than tenfold. His adaptability to gravity was now as effortless as it had been outside. However, he still felt far from the strength level of Sun Wukong's energy. In the corner, Raditz noticed a dagger. Nephew, pick up that dagger and stab me. Sunken was a bit frightened, but Raditz urged him, quick, stab me, and remember to avoid my vital points. Reluctantly, Sunken complied. The blade went in white and came out red. Despite the intense pain that left Raditz sweating profusely, the prospect of gaining strength was a painful joy for him, on the brink of being beaten to death. Raditz consumed another senzu bean. However, he found it had no effect this time. Raditz was initially stunned, but then a look of delight crept over his face. No effect? Could it be that I've reached the threshold of becoming a Super Saiyan? With that realization, Raditz eagerly ran out. Kakarot, Kakarot, I've trained to my limit. Teach me how to become a Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong, seeing Raditz's clothes full of holes, fell into deep thought. Did you glitch this somehow? Raditz, impatient, asked Kakarot. What do you mean by glitch? Never mind that, just teach me how to transform into a Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong shook his head. You think you can become a Super Saiyan in one day? You're dreaming. No, I've already reached the bottleneck, Raditz insisted. At that moment, Bulma emerged holding a modified scouter. Goku, I've finished modifying and repairing this scouter, she said. I've disconnected all network capabilities, so it can only be used in a limited range now. Sun Wukong was surprised. That fast? Can it be used now? Yes, Bulma nodded. Raditz's face lit up with excitement. Sister-in-law, you can do that too. Quick, check my power level. Bulma nodded, put on the scouter and pressed a button. After a moment she read out the number. The power level is 43,523. Raditz was taken aback. How is this possible? I've been training rigorously for a month. I was beaten for a whole day and stabbed hundreds of times just to reach a power level of over 40,000. Goku shrugged dismissively. Without solid training, without pushing beyond your limits, without grueling battles, getting stronger is as hard as climbing to the heavens. Even if you were stabbed into a pincushion 100 times and healed 100 times, it wouldn't help. It would only prematurely exhaust your potential. I counted the holes in your clothes. Have you been eating all the senzu beans? Raditz admitted. I still have some left. What should I do now? Goku advised. Stop relying on senzu beans like that. It's wasteful and not very useful. You need to calm down and continue training slowly. Keep a peaceful mindset and don't be impatient. That's the key to becoming a Super Saiyan. Actually, a power level of 40,000 isn't bad at all. At least it's stronger than Vegeta, right? Raditz was taken aback. Yeah, I'm stronger than Vegeta, having witnessed power levels in the millions. He felt that power levels were just numbers. Especially after spending these days with Goku, he had become a bit numb to tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of power levels. It's like seeing lots of money and thinking tens of thousands is just pocket change, even though he only earns 3,500 a month. Reflecting on this, he realized that in just over a month on Earth, he who had been Vegeta's sidekick for a lifetime now far surpassed Vegeta in strength. Raditz secretly vowed, when they come I'll be the big brother, and Vegeta and Nappa will be my underlings. Let them bully me again. Having figured it out, Raditz's heart was at ease. He responded, I understand now, little brother. I'll continue training. You go on. With that, Raditz enthusiastically headed back into the training room. Watching Raditz's retreating figure, Goku shook his head inwardly. In terms of talent, comprehension, endurance and determination, Raditz just doesn't cut it. He's always trying to take shortcuts. He's a bit like a wobbly half-filled bottle. Vegeta, although arrogant, has way more talent, comprehension and determination. He might surpass Raditz in just a few days. Goku sighed. Oh well, let him train with my son, they can bond a bit. Maybe in the future he can be a decent sparring partner, so my son can become a Super Saiyan sooner. After a hard day's training, it was finally dinner time. Raditz seemed to be in a particularly good mood today, eating the equivalent of 70 or 80 people's portions and still going. The kitchen was struggling to keep up, seeing that his nephew's food was barely touched. Raditz asked, Kid, aren't you eating? If not, I'll take it. Goten wiped his mouth and said, I'm already full, uncle. Go ahead, it's all yours. Raditz didn't hesitate, pulling the food in front of him and devouring it rapidly. Goten asked, Uncle, could you stop calling me kid in the future? I have a name, you know. Raditz snorted. Your name doesn't have a hint of Saiyan style. It doesn't sound imposing at all. I can't bring myself to say it. He then turned to Goku and said, Kakarot, you only gave him an Earth name, didn't you give him a Saiyan name? Sun Wukong was munching on his food and shook his head. You're talking about names, just this one name for Earth. Brother, I'm not good at naming, this one already cost me thousands of brain cells. As Raditz ate, he couldn't help but complain, it sounds awful. I've been with him for over a month and I still can't bring myself to call him that. Sun Wukong chuckled, he. While Chi-Chi and Bulma covered their mouths, giggling, Bulma chimed in, the big brother is right, you have no idea how hard it was for Wukong to name the child. Chi-Chi agreed, that's right, it took him days to come up with just this name. If the big brother is good at naming, maybe he can help with a Saiyan name. Raditz looked up at the sky, that could work. The group turned their eyes to Raditz. After pondering for a moment, he said, father's name is Bardock and mother's name is Jine. Actually, our names follow a certain pattern. Following that logic, the next generation should be named Shiraka, how about that? Bulma blinked and said, not bad big brother, the name sounds much more proper and quite fitting. She looked at Wukong, what do you think, Wukong? Sun Wukong glanced at his son. Sun Chan nodded, I think it sounds pretty nice, way better than being called kid, dad. Can I really use this name? Sun Wukong nodded, it's up to you. Sun Chan shouted with delight, great, now I have two names. Bulma laughed, well then Shiraka, aren't you going to thank your uncle? Sun Chan quickly stood up, poured Raditz a glass of wine and then raised his own juice, saying to Raditz, uncle, thank you. Raditz smirked, clinked his glass with Sun Chan's and downed it in one go. He laughed, kid, don't get too full of yourself. I'm too lazy to name people. I just did it so it's easier to call you. Chi-Chi also raised a glass to Raditz, big brother, you've got quite the knack for naming. Wukong racked his brains and combed through dictionaries but couldn't come up with a striking name. When Wukong and I have a child, we'll have to trouble you again. Raditz waved it off, it's no big deal. Come on big brother, here's to you, cheers. Aside from his pretentiousness, Raditz treated Sun Wukong and his family quite well. He enjoyed a life of wealth with no worries about food and clothing and had servants attending to him. The whole family called him big brother all the time, which he quite enjoyed. It was much better than being the underling in the Vegeta squad, hence Raditz quickly adapted to life here. His training got back on track, frequently sparring with Shiraka, and their relationship grew closer. Since he had given Sun Chan his Saiyan name, it rolled off the tongue so easily that he almost treated him like his own son. Raditz got along increasingly well with the family. After enduring extensive training in the gravity chamber, he hadn't encountered any bugs. Although Raditz's combat power didn't improve dramatically, it had reached around 100,000. Moreover, training and sparring with Shiraka strengthened their bond. This was not one of those typical battles where weak opponents were easily defeated, nor did Raditz rely on a scouter anymore. His battle experience had increased significantly. He had also overcome the weakness of his tail by simply cutting it off, eliminating the problem entirely. At this point, Raditz was unlikely to be defeated by warriors much weaker than himself due to a lack of experience. A year had passed since Raditz had arrived on Earth. The planet remained calm and peaceful. Suddenly, two spacecraft descended upon East City, crashing through two skyscrapers and leaving massive craters in the roads. Many people were buried in the rubble. The impact of the ships hitting the ground was akin to an earthquake. Residents believed it to be just that, and in the ensuing dust and chaos, many fled the scene, some even without clothing. The streets of East City were a mix of chaos and unexpected sights, a bizarre yet vivid landscape. Vegeta and Nappa emerged from their spacecraft, taking a moment to observe the fleeing Earthlings. A smug expression crossed their faces. Vegeta remarked, "So this is Earth, not bad at all." Nappa's lips curled into a slight smirk as he said, "Just like always, let's greet these inexperienced folks." With that, Nappa casually launched an energy blast, demolishing a building, just as Nappa was about to continue his destruction of the city. Vegeta stopped him. "What's the matter, Vegeta?" asked Nappa. Vegeta scoffed, "Don't act recklessly, you fool. Remember, this planet has some powerful warriors. Don't stir up trouble until we know more." Nappa nodded in agreement. "You're right, Vegeta. So shall we go find Kakarot?" he asked, activating his scouter to search for strong energy signals across the planet. "Strange, why is there nothing?" Vegeta observed their surroundings and commented, "It seems the people of this planet can change their power levels. The scouter doesn't seem very useful here." At that moment, Nappa's scouter began to beep. Nappa was startled. "There's a very powerful life force approaching us. Have we been discovered?" Vegeta, surprised, quickly checked his scouter. The numbers rapidly increased: 1,000, 5,000, 10,000, 12,000. Vegeta was stunned. Impossible. Nappa was equally shocked, a power level over 10,000. Before they could process this, a tall figure quickly appeared before them, becoming clearer as it approached. Both Nappa and Vegeta were momentarily taken aback. Vegeta exclaimed, "Is that you, Raditz?" Nappa scrutinized Raditz as he asked, "You're still alive? How is this possible?" Raditz smirked slightly, "Long time no see, Vegeta." "Nappa, why would you think I was dead?" Nappa shouted angrily, "Raditz, you fool, how are there still so many people alive on this planet if you weren't dead? Why didn't you kill all the humans? Answer me." Raditz's gaze turned icy. "Nappa, when you speak to me you'd better choose your words carefully, otherwise I won't hesitate to teach you a lesson." Nappa's pupils contracted with shock. You dare speak to me in noble in such a manner, Raditz? Do you have a death wish?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Raditz's figure flickered and with a swift slap sent Nappa flying. Nappa's body crashed into a mountain, engulfed by a cloud of dust and debris. At that moment Vegeta had just activated his scouter, which suddenly began to beep violently. Beep beep beep, bang. The scouter exploded. Vegeta's pupils shrank in surprise as he quickly discarded the broken device. "Raditz, what have you done?" Raditz, towering over Vegeta, looked down at him. "Haven't you understood yet? I've become stronger. That outdated scouter of yours can no longer measure the limits of my power. In other words, I've surpassed you, Prince Vegeta." "What?" Vegeta's eyes widened, staring incredulously at Raditz. Before arriving here, he had considered that if Raditz survived, his power level might increase rapidly, yet Raditz had originally been a mere weakling with a power level of 1,500 inch, not even qualified to carry Vegeta's shoes. Never did he imagine Raditz's power could cause a scouter to break. In just 1 year he had reached a level that Vegeta could only look up to, completely beyond his control. Vegeta, with a hardened expression, asked, "How is this possible?" "What do you mean?" Raditz replied. "Raditz, you're just a low-class warrior. How could you grow so much in just 1 year on Earth? How did you do it?" Raditz smirked. "Oh, low-class warrior, I almost forgot that term. I remember, Vegeta, you were supposed to be a genius warrior. But now you've seen my strength, it seems that having the right direction is more important than talent, huh? What do you want to learn, Vegeta? How about you and Nappa become my subordinates and I'll teach you?" Vegeta's forehead veins bulged with anger. "Damn it, Raditz, do you know who you're talking to?" Raditz shrugged. "No need to get so worked up, Vegeta. Remember, planet Vegeta is gone. What's the point of being a Saiyan Prince now? There's a saying on Earth, a wise man submits to circumstances, so how about my proposal, Prince Vegeta?" Vegeta assumed a fighting stance, seething with rage. "Raditz, are you joking? I, Vegeta, would rather die in battle than serve a mere low-class warrior like you." Raditz rubbed his head. "Tisk tisk, what a headache. Kakarot, you seem to understand Vegeta better than I do. Your guess was spot on, this guy really is a stubborn tsundere." Just then Goku appeared on the scene with instant transmission. It seemed he had just finished bathing. As he was toweling off his damp hair, he greeted Vegeta right on time. Vegeta, seeing Goku arrive, Vegeta's pupils contracted again, sweat forming on his brow. "Kakarot, Raditz, what are you planning? Are you rebelling?" Goku approached Vegeta and gently pressed down his clenched fist. Vegeta tried to resist, but as Goku came closer he could deeply feel the unfathomable power within Goku even without a scouter. At this moment Vegeta found himself unable to muster any fighting spirit. Sun Wukong noticed Vegeta's tense expression and said, "No need to be so uptight, after all we're both Saiyans, why hold such deep grudges?" Just then a wailing siren echoed through the air and several police officers sped towards them in flying cars. Sun Wukong's image frequently appeared on television and he even had statues erected in his honor, so the people of Earth were quite familiar with him. Someone shouted in their direction, "Is that Mr. Sun Wukong up ahead?" Sun Wukong looked back. The officers, upon seeing his face, were visibly relieved. "Great, it really is Mr. Sun Wukong. We just received a report that someone attacked East City and a building was destroyed. We came to investigate and didn't expect you to be here already." Sun Wukong waved his hand dismissively. I'm here, everything's fine, you should take care of the civilians." The officers bowed to him in unison. "Yes, Mr. Sun Wukong, thank you for your help." With that they turned to aid the civilians. As the officers approached the collapsed building, the rubble suddenly exploded. Inside, Nappa's roar could be heard. "Raditz, you fool, how dare you attack me?" As he spoke, an energy beam shot towards Raditz. Sun Wukong casually raised his hand, deflecting the beam skyward where it dissipated. Witnessing this, Vegeta's pupils contracted once more. With just a casual wave, Kakarot easily deflected Nappa's full-strength attack, confirming that his power far exceeded Vegeta's expectations. However, Nappa seemed oblivious to the situation, his body radiating a terrifying aura as he charged towards Sun Wukong. The murderous intent was so intense it seemed to make the ground tremble. Sun Wukong's gaze turned cold. Still can't see the difference, huh? This Nappa truly a brainless fool. Nappa's fist hurtled towards Sun Wukong, who swiftly sidestepped and appeared opposite him, effortlessly catching Nappa's punch. Despite using all his might, Nappa couldn't break free. How is this possible? Sun Wukong glanced at the wreckage behind him and questioned, was it you who destroyed that building? Cold sweat dripped from Nappa's forehead as he looked to Vegeta for help. Vegeta, help me. Veins bulged on Vegeta's forehead and he seemed ready to tear Nappa apart. He deflected you so easily, his strength is far beyond yours. Can't you see that, you arrogant fool? You're just asking for death. Vegeta moved, but his target wasn't Sun Wukong or Raditz, it was Nappa. With a flick of his wrist, Vegeta shot a beam at Nappa. In a flash, it pierced Nappa's chest. Ugh! Nappa groaned in agony, crashing heavily to the ground. Clutching the gaping hole in his chest, he looked at Vegeta in utter disbelief. Fresh blood gushed from the wound as the light in his eyes dimmed. Vegeta, why? Vegeta scoffed coldly, fool, who told you to act recklessly? The light in Nappa's eyes slowly faded until he took his last breath. Sun Wukong sighed, feeling a twinge of sadness. Nappa, that guy met his end at the hands of Vegeta once again. It seems fate had always decreed it so. Raditz frowned at Nappa's lifeless body and questioned Vegeta, why would you attack a comrade? With Nappa dead and Vegeta being so stubborn, Raditz found it impossible to gather any followers. Detecting Raditz's hostility toward Vegeta, as if ready to strike him, Goku took a deep breath and quickly intervened. Alright brother, no need for violence, killing him would render everything meaningless. Raditz snorted and remained silent. The Saiyan way of communication was too brutal for Goku's liking. If not for the fact that more enemies would appear in the future and allies would be needed, Goku would have been tempted to eliminate Vegeta himself. Holding back his impulsive thoughts, Goku turned to Vegeta and said, Vegeta, I understand you were used to being arrogant, but this is Earth. Don't resort to fighting and killing right away, or don't blame me for taking action. I have something to discuss with you, come with me. Goku then looked at Raditz and said, brother, help bring along their spaceship. Raditz nodded and retrieved their ship from the rubble. Vegeta clenched his fists but said nothing more. Meanwhile, a few police officers were watching them from the side. One of them, gathering some courage, asked, Mr. Goku, the guy who just died, he destroyed a building and hundreds of people lost their lives. Goku nodded and replied, I understand. Tell their families that I will gather the Dragon Balls to bring them back to life soon. The group bowed together, expressing, thank you Mr. Goku, you are truly our savior. Hearing about the Dragon Balls, Vegeta was visibly shocked. Dragon Balls resurrection? It seemed like a long-standing legend, but could it be true? Goku scrutinized Vegeta and Nappa's corpse as if searching for something. Raditz quickly said, it's alright Kakarot, their scouters were destroyed, so what happened just now shouldn't be heard by Frieza's army. Goku nodded, understood, but since Vegeta is here none of that matters. Deliver the spaceship to brief, I've arranged everything. Meanwhile, at Frieza's headquarters, Berry Blue hurried into Frieza's control room. Lord Frieza, we've discovered something I believe you should be informed about. Frieza's hover chair turned around. Ha, it's Berry Blue. What is it? Lord Frieza, Vegeta and Nappa went to Earth. Their scouters sent back some information and we caught two crucial pieces of news before the transmissions were cut off. What crucial news? The Dragon Balls that can grant any wish. Frieza's pupils contracted. Dragon Balls? Could it be that the legend of the Dragon Balls made by the Namekians is true? Berry Blue nodded, whether it was Raditz a year ago or Vegeta and Nappa. The first thing they did upon reaching Earth was to destroy their scouters. I believe Earth has Dragon Balls, but Earth is quite far. However, I know the Dragon Balls were made by the Namekians, so I've sent people to investigate on Namek. After some investigation, it turns out the Dragon Balls there are real. I suspect that Vegeta and his crew have some nefarious plans involving the Dragon Balls. Frieza's lips curled into a slight smile. Ha, is that so? Those Saiyans are nothing more than ants in my eyes. What kind of waves could they possibly stir up? Berry Blue nodded in agreement. Yes, I think the same. That's why I've already dispatched people to start collecting the Dragon Balls on Namek. Frieza chuckled. Berry Blue, well done. However, when it comes to gathering Dragon Balls, how could I not be there in person? If someone with ill intent snatches the wish, that would be disastrous. Yes, Lord Frieza, then we. Frieza glanced at Berry Blue and said, summon Dodoria and the others. We depart for planet Namek, yes, Lord Frisia. Meanwhile, Raditz had gone ahead to prepare the spaceship. Goku, accompanied by Vegeta, was leisurely flying along. The two passed through a desolate area and Goku came to a halt. Vegeta looked around and couldn't help but ask Kakarot, what exactly are you up to? Just because you're stronger than me, don't think you can order me around. I'm the Prince of the Scions and I will never. Goku waved his hand to interrupt Vegeta. The real reason you came to Earth wasn't to recruit me for some planetary conquest, right? Vegeta's pupils shrank. What do you mean? Goku slowly explained. You discovered through your scouter that there are unusually high power levels on Earth and wanted to understand why there are such powerful individuals here. You believe that with your Scion warrior talent, if you could learn this method of enhancement, you could become stronger than all of us, maybe even achieve the legendary Super Saiyan form. Then you would be the strongest in the universe, free to rule it, right? Vegeta was visibly shaken. How do you know all this? Goku shrugged. Isn't that the typical Saiyan way of thinking? Vegeta, haven't you always wanted to rebel to kill Frisia and take his place? Vegeta's eyes flickered for a moment before a proud smile spread across his face. So that's it? Goku blinked. What do you mean, that's it? What are you thinking? Vegeta smirked. Kakarot, it seems you're quite insightful. As a Scion from birth, we undergo combat aptitude assessments, I remember. Your power level was only 2 at birth, just an inferior warrior. Scions like you with low numbers are sent to planets with no significant opponents to conquer. You simply stumbled upon a shortcut to get stronger, which led to your current power. It even allowed that fool Raditz to train to this level. However, even with it, your potential is limited. Your strength should end here. I know Frisia's power level isn't just that. His power level is 530,000, and he has the ability to transform, becoming even stronger. As you are now, you still can't defeat him? From the moment I was born, I possessed a battle power of 3,000, marking me as a prodigy among prodigies. Naturally, my potential and limits far exceed yours. If you could provide me with that method of becoming stronger, I am confident I could surpass you all and surely surpass Frisia as well. You're hoping to use me to defeat the Emperor of the Universe Frisia, aren't you? Goku swallowed a bit nervously. This Vegeta's mind worked incredibly fast, connecting so many dots. Goku raised his thumb in admiration and praised as expected from the combat elite Vegeta. Not only is your talent top-notch, but your intelligence is also remarkable. I haven't even said anything, yet you've guessed it all. Indeed, I was waiting for you so we can join forces and take down Frisia together. Vegeta clenched his fist in excitement. Kakarot, your plan is not bad at all. I accept your terms. I assure you, once you teach me the Saiyan method of becoming stronger, Frisia will certainly fall by our hands. Goku gave a meaningful look at Vegeta and remarked, as expected from Vegeta, it's so much simpler talking to someone smart. Let me tell you a little secret. The destruction of planet Vegeta back then wasn't caused by some asteroid. The real culprit was Frisia. He feared the emergence of a Super Saiyan among us, threatening his position, so he gathered all Scions back to the planet and took the opportunity to obliterate planet Vegeta, wiping out the Saiyan race in one fell swoop. Vegeta's emotions remained relatively unchanged. Are you referring to that? I had guessed as much a long time ago. It was too coincidental that planet Vegeta was destroyed by an asteroid right after all Scions were summoned back. I never believed it. I suspected it was Frisia's doing all along. But honestly, I don't care about that. Before we proceed, I have something else to ask you. Go ahead, Goku replied. Vegeta asked, is it true that there are Dragon Balls on Earth and that they actually work? Yes, but they can't be used at the moment. Can't be used? Kakarot, you aren't planning to use them to resurrect those Earthlings, are you? Goku shook his head. Though I have considered it, it's not entirely the case. After a wish is made, the Dragon Balls turn to stone for a year. It hasn't been a full year since they were last used, so Earth's Dragon Balls are still stone and need more than a month to recover. Plus, I plan to deal with Frisia after you arrive. With Earth's Dragon Balls as a backup, if anything goes wrong, at least we'll have a trump card to save our lives. Vegeta mused to himself, what an excuse, you just don't want me to use the Dragon Balls, huh? You underestimate me if you think that will stop me. As far as I know, Earth isn't the only place with Dragon Balls. I recall that being an Namekian ability. Goku noticed Vegeta deep in thought and asked Vegeta, what are you pondering? Just a heads up, no matter what, you mustn't cause trouble on Earth or I won't forgive you. It's nothing, I couldn't be bothered with that sort of thing. Hurry up and teach me how to get stronger. Follow me then. Especially for Vegeta, Goku had prepared the gravity chamber spaceship and placed it on Mount Paozu. Before long, Sun Wukong explained to Vegeta the method of using the gravity chamber. He then led Vegeta to Mount Paozu into the spaceship's training room. This spaceship, which I've had someone modify, includes a high-gravity training chamber. As for your current strength, it's not enough to deal with Frieza. Since you're now aware of our plan, you should train hard. The technique of sensing energy can replace the detector, and I'm confident you'll master it soon. Besides that, you need to continue training and get as strong as possible. We don't have much time left. In a few days, we'll set off. With that, Sun Wukong left. Seeing Sun Wukong had gone far, a sly smile appeared on Vegeta's face. Do they really expect me to slowly train here to get stronger? How ridiculous! Raditz could become so strong. He must have used the Dragon Balls. It seems you two brothers both need my strength but don't want me to surpass you. They even find excuses to keep me from using Earth's Dragon Balls, but do they really think that can stop me? Humph, two fools, not knowing how to use the Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls were created by the Namekians, so if the legends are true, the Namekian Dragon Balls must also be real. If it were me, I'd wish for immortality. No matter whether it's Raditz, Kakarot, or the Cosmic Emperor Frieza, they'll all be under my feet. Vegeta opened the spaceship and checked the fuel. Tisk, the supplies are adequate. Well then, farewell Kakarot. Raditz, I Vegeta am not used to looking at others' faces. The next time you see me, I will be the #1 in the universe. Vegeta locked onto the direction of Namek, started the spaceship, and flew away towards Namek. Meanwhile, Raditz sent the spaceship to the laboratory for Dr. Brief to modify it. Not long after, Sun Wukong, having arranged everything for Vegeta, also arrived. At this moment, Dr. Brief had already dismantled one of the spaceships, and seeing Wukong couldn't help but exclaim, "Wukong, where did you get these two advanced spaceships?" Someone specially delivered them to me. White, Sun Wukong replied. These spaceships, although they look like yours, are more technologically advanced, and the material strength is superior to the previous ones. Sun Wukong nodded. That's for sure. They've been iterating for at least 20 years, so they're definitely more advanced. Do you still want them modified in the same way? Yes, please. Thank you for your hard work. Alright, you guys go ahead with your business. In a few days, I'll have a more powerful spaceship ready for you. As Raditz and Sun Wukong left the laboratory, Raditz suddenly had a thought and asked Kakarot, I just remembered something. What? The Dragon Balls can revive so many people? They're really incredible. Since they're so powerful, why don't you wish for eternal life? Oh, that. Actually, I tried, but it's not possible. Raditz was stunned. Can't fulfill that wish. Sun Wukong shook his head. It's not that. You can indeed live forever, but there are side effects. Side effects? Yes, my wife Chi-Chi and Bulma both obtained immortality. Since gaining eternal life, their cells have stopped aging. However, precisely because of this, their cellular strength has also ceased to change. So, if I were to become immortal, I suppose I wouldn't be able to continue getting stronger. Although I can transform into a Super Saiyan with this level of strength, it's still insufficient in the vast universe. Fortunately, they don't have to fight, so this side effect doesn't really matter to them. Raditz's pupils narrowed. Immortality has such a side effect. Yes, that's why immortality without the ability to continue growing would only make one a useless punching bag. Raditz nodded. I see. No wonder the legend of the Dragon Balls has always existed in the universe, yet no immortal being has ever dominated. Now, I finally understand. Goku nodded. Yeah, in fact, to get stronger, diligently training under intense gravity is a good approach. There's no real shortcut. However, just this method isn't enough. If one persists in this method for too long, they will quickly hit a bottleneck. Training the mind alongside the body is also crucial. Another riskier but more rewarding method is to frequently challenge being stronger than oneself. Only battles that push you beyond your limits will make you grow rapidly. Raditz nodded. I understand. Just then, Brief walked out of the laboratory. Goku, I detected that your spaceship has left Earth. Goku, left Earth? Raditz's pupils narrowed. Damn, that Vegeta, even though we're stronger, we wouldn't kill him or bully him. Why did he run? Goku looked at the sky. I think I know why he ran away. Raditz asked curiously. Why? Goku said, when I was chatting with him and mentioned the Dragon Balls, I noticed something was off. Vegeta knows there are Dragon Balls on Namek, but he always thought they were just a legend. He probably thinks I won't let him use Earth's Dragon Balls and doesn't want to be overshadowed by us, so he's gone off to find the Dragon Balls on Namek himself. Raditz, I see that fool. So, what should we do? Not much we can do. Once the new spaceship is modified, we can go over there, Raditz asked. Wait, can't we each take one and head directly to Namek? We could still catch up. Goku shook his head. No, we need to modify a larger spaceship. going to Namek. I want to bring a few people along. This is a rare opportunity. What kind of opportunity? This will be a great journey offering Earth's warriors a chance to grow. Moreover, no matter what unexpected events occur, Earth's Dragon Balls can still offer a chance for redemption, Raditz quickly said. But they're so weak, is it necessary? Didn't I just say only by challenging limits can one grow faster? Against Frieza the others can't do much, but fighting Frieza's subordinates, they're all decent warriors. Battling Frieza's forces despite being the underdog will grant them significant growth. Moreover, there's an opportunity on Namek that I don't want to miss. Speaking of opportunities, it's naturally the potential unlocked by the Grand Elder of Namek. Every time Goku thinks about his solitary battles in his previous life, he's tormented by self-reproach. In his past life he grew alone, never caring for others. His overwhelming strength allowed him to easily crush all enemies. As a result, the martial artists on Earth like Krillin, Piccolo and Tien Shinhan never really faced any hardships, and their strength showed no significant breakthroughs over the years. Goku himself could destroy planets with a single punch, yet even Piccolo's power level hadn't surpassed 10,000. Humans, after all, are social creatures. After living a lifetime, Goku realized that growing and becoming stronger alone might seem easy, but it's also incredibly dull and lonely. Bearing all the pressure by oneself is mentally exhausting. Moreover, without Vegeta constantly chasing him, his motivation was somewhat lacking. Recently his training had become a bit lax. Sometimes pushing oneself isn't a bad way to go. At Kame House, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan and Kaiotsu were all training diligently. Master Roshi was watching TV while doing yoga. This was their routine, something they were all used to. Just then a familiar presence approached. Krillin stopped his activities, curious. This seems like a familiar energy. Who's coming? As soon as the words left his mouth, Goku's figure suddenly appeared. Hey everyone, Goku, what brings you here? Tien Shinhan, Yamcha and Kaiotsu also paused their training. Tien Shinhan asked, it's Goku. What brings you here today? Goku walked over, observing them, and said, I came to see if you've been training well recently. It looks like everyone's working hard. Yamcha thumbed his chest, saying, of course, among us I'm definitely the hardest worker. Really want to spar? Yamcha shivered. Are you kidding me? I'm not sparring with you, that's just bullying. Krillin rubbed his bald head and laughed. Just mentioning a spar and Yamcha gets all nervous. Nonsense, how could I possibly beat Goku? Krillin asked, what's the occasion for your visit? Don't tell me you're getting married again. Goku was momentarily choked by the question. Is my character really that unreliable? Krillin laughed, just kidding, you looked so serious, haha. Goku straightforwardly said, alright, I'll tell you directly. I'm here to invite you all for some travel training. Staying here, repeating the same training every day, your progress is too limited. Kaiotsu, curious as ever, asked, travel training, what's that? Krillin speculated, does it mean training while traveling so we can get stronger quickly? Goku replied, of course, not just traveling on Earth. I want to take you on an interstellar journey. The group became interested, exclaiming in unison, interstellar travel. Goku nodded yes. This time the destination is the distant planet Namek. That planet is quite interesting, and there's a particularly powerful Grand Elder there. He is very kind, and as long as someone is good-hearted, he can inspire and unleash our potential, making us stronger. Just a little bit of encouragement can save you 10 years of detours. At the very least, he can multiply each of your fighting abilities by 10 times. Of course, if you usually train enough, the improvement could be even greater. Everyone was astonished. Krillin asked incredulously, just a little boost can increase our strength tenfold, really? Of course it's true. Are you coming or not? Many people are going this time, including me, Bulma, and my son. If you want to go, we'll take you with us. Let me tell you, actually Kami is not from Earth, he's from Namek. This time our destination is Namek, Kami's homeland. You mean Namek is Kami's home? Krillin exclaimed in surprise. Goku nodded, yes, Kami is amazing, but you can all surpass him. However, Kami is already old, not suitable for space travel, but Piccolo has agreed to go. Everyone shuddered at the mention of Piccolo going. Master Roshi even stopped his yoga and came out. That guy is going too, that's terrifying. Goku nodded, yes, Master Roshi, he's going too, but don't be so afraid of him. I'm here, aren't I? Piccolo isn't really bad. All that ruling the Earth business was just the obsession of the previous old Piccolo. It was all caused by absorbing Earth's evil thoughts. True Namekians are a kind race, and you'll understand when you meet them. Goku leaned in closer to Krillin. Krillin, you're not getting any younger. Haven't you thought about finding a girlfriend and getting married? Krillin's mouth twitched. Goku, why the sudden change of topic? Weren't we talking about the trip? As for finding a girlfriend, of course I dream about it. Then why are you holed up in Master Roshi's house training hard with a bunch of bachelors? I'm telling you, training hard is fine, but just training like this won't help you find a girlfriend. Krillin, have you forgotten your dream? You might even meet some nice alien girls. Krillin was taken aback. His dream was to become a top martial artist and be admired by many girls. Hearing about girlfriends and alien girls, countless images of black silk stockings and jade feet flashed through Krillin's mind, and his expression turned slightly dreamy. Krillin said firmly, Goku, thank you for inviting me. I'm going. Goku nodded. Good brother, I believe in you. Get ready, bring some change of clothes, and we'll leave in 5 days. Yamcha immediately raised his hand. If I can get stronger, I want to go too. Tien Shinhan said, if it's about unleashing potential, please take me. Kaiatsu chimed in, if Tien is going, I want to go too, take me along. Goku nodded. Alright, originally there weren't this many spots, but since everyone wants to go, we'll squeeze in somehow. Everyone go pack up. Meet at my place in 5 days. Thank you, Goku. Great, I can go too. They said as they all went to prepare. Just as Goku was about to leave, Master Roshi suddenly emerged, dressed sharply in a suit. Such an intriguing journey, how could you possibly leave me behind? Grandpa Turtle's expression twitched slightly as he spoke. Master Roshi, you're quite advanced in age. Perhaps a spaceship isn't the best fit for you. The turtle hermit flexed his biceps and retorted, nonsense. I'm as fit as a fiddle, just look at these muscles. Sun Wukong leaned in and whispered, Grandpa Turtle, I fibbed earlier. Namek is full of people who look just like Piccolo. There are no girls at all. What, all like Piccolo? Picturing a variety of green-skinned beings with Piccolo's features, the turtle hermit's eyes drooped in disappointment. Maybe I'll skip this one then. In the wilderness, Piccolo eyed Sun Wukong warily. What brings you here, Sun Wukong? Sun Wukong assumed a fighting stance. Here to give you a good beating. Piccolo's lips curled into a slight smile. So you've sensed the threat I posed to you. Humph, I've grown a lot these years. Don't go down in just one round. With that, Piccolo shed his weights and charged fiercely at Sun Wukong. However, with a single slap, Sun Wukong sent Piccolo sprawling on the ground. Piccolo lay there wincing in shock. How is this possible? I've trained so hard, yet I can't even block a single move. Sun Wukong placed his hands on his hips. You've split from Kami, dividing your potential. Your growth has slowed naturally. You can't beat me. But I have an opportunity for you. If you go to your homeland Namek, you might become a super Namekian, then perhaps you could rival me. My homeland? What do you mean? Don't you know, you're not from Earth. You're a Namekian. Will you go? Piccolo's pupils contracted. No wonder I'm different from Earthlings, so that's it. Piccolo pondered for a moment, clenched his fists and declared, I'll go, I must go. Great, we'll set off in 5 days. Meet me at Capsule Corp then, don't be late. Don't worry, we'll all be there on time. At Capsule Corp, Bulma was busy crafting spacesuits. Sun Wukong frowned at her peculiar outfit. Bulma, what on earth are you making? Spacesuits. I made one for you too, just in case there's not enough oxygen on the planet. They're handy. As she spoke, Bulma began to undo Sun Wukong's shirt. Here, try it on and see if it fits. Sun Wukong quickly waved his hands to interrupt her. No need, don't you remember? I can survive in space, and you have eternal life. Besides, the climate on Namek is similar to Earth's. It's not necessary. Bulma touched her chin thoughtfully. Oh right, I forgot about that. So, what should we wear then? It's such a dilemma. What's the climate like on Namek? Is it cold or hot? Should we wear fur or short sleeves? It should be warm, I think. As she mused, Launch and Chi-Chi emerged, with Launch teasingly covering her mouth. Bulma, you're our beauty and style icon. You mustn't embarrass Earth. I suggest you wear a black silk pencil skirt to fully showcase Earth's charm. Chi-Chi added, this is humanity's first journey into space. It should be dignified. Why not wear a cheapao and curl your hair into the latest fashionable waves? Wukong and Bulma both had expressions of disbelief. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. Dr. Briefs had completed the modifications to the spaceship. He explained its functions in detail. This spaceship combined the power of 2 small spacecrafts with dual engines for acceleration. It was 10 times larger than the previous one and twice as fast. Moreover, it was equipped with a swimming pool, gym, kitchen and dining room. There was even a large bedroom with excellent soundproofing prepared for them. Bulma, Wukong, you can consider having a second child. I heard that having a baby in space makes them very smart. I guarantee you'll have a pleasant trip, Dr. Briefs suggested. Bulma blushed. Dad, why are you saying all this? It's embarrassing. Dr. Briefs chided. Oh Bulma. Wukong, you're too conservative. What's there to be shy about? Mrs. Briefs covered her mouth, laughing. Indeed, I'm perplexed how I ended up with such an old-fashioned daughter. Back in my day, my cheapao slit went up to my shoulder. Bulma and Wukong were speechless. As they chatted, Hilaka ran in. Mom, Dad, it's time to set off. Uncle Krillin and the others are here. Goku nodded. Are they? Hilaka, go call them in, okay. Hilaka replied as he went to fetch them. Soon Krillin, Yamcha and Tien Shinhan entered. Hey Goku, Bulma, we're not late, are we? Bulma curiously asked Krillin. You're dressed so formally, are you going on a date? Krillin blushed, scratching his head awkwardly. I just didn't want to embarrass Earth. Goku patted Krillin's shoulder. You look great, Krillin. Shall we set off? Bulma interjected. Wait, didn't you also invite Piccolo? I don't see him yet. Krillin replied. Piccolo, he's already here, sunbathing at the entrance. At that moment Piccolo approached. Are we ready to go? Goku nodded. Yes, everyone get on the spaceship. One by one they boarded the spaceship. Bulma took her seat at the control panel. Destination, planet Namek. Launching in 5 seconds. Whoosh, the spaceship transformed into a streak of light darting into the cosmos. Dr. and Mrs. Briefs watched the empty sky. So fast they disappeared in an instant, they remarked. Just then Raditz and Hilaka approached only to find the large spaceship had vanished. Raditz puzzled. Did they leave without us? Are we late? Dr. Briefs was surprised. Oh dear, how could Wukong be so careless and leave you behind? Let me call them to come back for you. Raditz quickly shook his head. No, it's fine. I'd rather not run into Frieza anyway. I'll stay and help find the Dragon Balls. Mrs. Briefs smiled with squinted eyes. About that, I heard from Bulma and Wukong that collecting the Dragon Balls was left to Kami. Raditz stretched. How, they don't even need me for that. Looks like I'll have some free time. Hilaka looked a bit upset and asked Raditz, Uncle, didn't Mom and Dad promise to take me with them? I really don't want to go to cram school. Raditz gently patted Hera's head with a smile, saying, no worries, since Bulma's not around, who's going to stop you? Let's skip the cram school and I'll take you to the amusement park for a few days. Hera's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Thank you, Uncle. Of course, Raditz continued, since the gravity chamber isn't available, let's take a break from training. Just then Hera sensed the presence of Chi-Chi and Launch approaching. He quickly tugged on Raditz's sleeve. Uncle, let's go quickly before Aunt Chi-Chi sees us. Meanwhile, Bulma, concerned about the children's safety, had already devised a plan with Goku. They intentionally left the children and Raditz on Earth. A few seconds later, outside the Earth's atmosphere, Bulma remarked, this spaceship is really fast. We've already left the atmosphere and stabilized. Everyone feel free to move around. Krillin observed, there's even a swimming pool. This spaceship must have cost a fortune. Yamcha added, absolutely, a spaceship this big must be worth billions. Krillin sighed with envy, I'm so jealous of Goku. With Bulma he doesn't have to work hard for the rest of his life. I still need to save up for a down payment on a house. Goku laughed. Krillin, keep at it. Maybe on this journey you'll find a rich wife and save yourself a lifetime of struggle. Haha, I'll take your blessing, Goku. Tenshinhan asked Goku, is there a training room here? Goku nodded. Yes, there are several. If anyone wants to train, I'll take you there, and you can even adjust the gravity settings. Krillin expressed his enthusiasm. Wow, that's amazing. No need for weights now. I want to train too. Yamcha chimed in. Count me in. Seeing them head to the training room, Piccolo followed suit. On Vegeta's spaceship, phew. I must admit, Kakarot's gravity chamber is quite useful. After training for a few days and returning to normal gravity, I feel full of strength. Just then an alarm sounded on the spaceship's control panel. Beep beep beep. Vegeta hurried over to check. Energy levels are low. Does the gravity chamber consume energy too? He glanced at the coordinates of the space location. Luckily, we're not far from Frieza's Army Base 97. Let's head there for some energy refueling. With that, Vegeta altered his course directly toward the Frieza Army's supply base. Soon Vegeta arrived at the base and several soldiers started refueling his ship. At that moment Chui approached, looking at Vegeta with a mocking grin. Well, if it isn't Vegeta. Vegeta frowned and glanced at him. Get lost, stay away from me. Chui pressed a hand on Vegeta's shoulder, saying, hey Vegeta, Frieza wasn't pleased with your unauthorized trip to Earth. However, King Frieza is magnanimous and has already forgiven you because your discovery was quite valuable. He's very pleased as he believes he can achieve immortality now. Vegeta's pupils contracted. What did you say? Where is King Frieza? Chui chuckled. He's been on Namek for several days now. I guess he's already succeeded. Cold sweat broke out on Vegeta's forehead as he thought, this is bad. Wasn't the scouter destroyed? How could he have heard about this? He actually found the Dragon Balls on Namek, damn it. At that moment a small soldier approached. "Lord Vegeta, the energy has been fully charged and the latest model of the scouter has been equipped for you. Are you going to head out again?" Vegeta ignored the soldier, hurried onto the spaceship and set course straight for Namek. "Damn it, I mustn't let that fool succeed." Kuei watched Vegeta depart, an evil smile creeping across his lips. He pressed a button on his scouter and said, "Hey, is this Zarbon? Report to Lord Frieza. Vegeta has left Base 97 and is heading to Namek. It seems he really has betrayed us." Not long after Vegeta landed on Namek, he activated his scouter to check the situation. Damn it, he thought Frieza's here along with Dodoria and Zarbon. That fool must know I've defected, he'll kill me on sight. I have to gather the Dragon Balls and achieve immortality. Since I'm here, they must know too, but thanks to my mastery of energy control, they won't be able to find me now. With that, Vegeta suppressed his energy to the bare minimum and sensed the general positions of Frieza and the others. Not bad, Frieza's energy signature is easy to spot. A sly smile played on Vegeta's lips as he took out his scouter and activated the listening function. "Now, it's my turn to counter-surveil you, Dodoria. Zarbon, don't let me catch you alone." He then stealthily moved toward Frieza's location. Suddenly a bolt of realization struck Vegeta's mind. Is Kuei following me? A wicked grin appeared on Vegeta's face. "Looking for death, are you?" In an Namekian village, Dodoria presented a Dragon Ball to Frieza. "Found another one, Lord Frieza." Frieza nodded approvingly. "Well done, Mr. Dodoria, we've gathered 3 Dragon Balls already, quite efficient." Zarbon pressed his scouter and said, "Lord Frieza, Vegeta just landed and Kuei has just touched down to track him. Shall I handle Vegeta?" Frieza chuckled. "Your task is to help Dodoria find the Dragon Balls. I haven't decided how to deal with the traitor Vegeta just yet. Besides, Kuei and Vegeta have never gotten along. Let Kuei take care of capturing him." Dodoria nodded. Indeed, Vegeta's combat power is only 18,000. Kuei can handle him with no problem. Zarbon nodded in agreement. Makes sense. Kuei searched for Vegeta's trace with his scouter but suddenly found that Vegeta's signal had vanished. "What's going on? Why can't I detect Vegeta's life signature? Could the scouter be malfunctioning?" Just then an energy blast shot toward Kuei. Startled, Kuei dodged just in time to avoid a direct hit. "Damn it, who was that?" The Kuei looked around and Vegeta's figure emerged before him. Kuei's face lit up with delight. "Ah, I've been looking for you, Vegeta. Under the orders of Lord Frieza, this time I must eliminate you." Vegeta's lips curled into a sly smile. "Do you really think you have what it takes to kill me? I've been waiting here for you for quite some time, so come on." Shui glanced at Vegeta's skepticism in his eyes. "You, how could you possibly be a match for me? Let me see if your combat power has made any progress." Shui activated his scouter and was suddenly taken aback. "What's going on, Vegeta? Why is your combat power only at 5? With a malevolent grin, Vegeta replied, "This is a skill I picked up on Earth, the ability to control my combat power at will." "What?" he exclaimed as Vegeta began to gather energy, causing his power to surge instantly. Vegeta laughed heartily. "Open your eyes wide and witness my true strength now." On Shui's scouter, the numbers began to leap rapidly. In an instant, they surpassed 24,000, far exceeding Shui's own power level. Suddenly, Shui's scouter exploded. Startled, Shui exclaimed, "How is this possible? I remember your combat power was lower than mine. While you spend your days groveling before Frieza, I've been undergoing rigorous training. As a genius, surpassing you is only a matter of time, you fool." Meanwhile, on Frieza's side, Zarbon was also monitoring the energy responses on Namek. At that moment, his scouter suddenly exploded as well. Dodoria, filled with curiosity, asked, "What's wrong, Zarbon?" "It might be a malfunction. Just now, the scouter showed Vegeta's combat power exceeding 22,000, and then it just blew up." Dodoria laughed. "It must be a malfunction. Your old model scouter should have been replaced ages ago. Use mine." With that, Dodoria activated his scouter. Beep beep beep. A look of disbelief spread across Dodoria's face. Zarbon asked, "What is it? What's the number?" Dodoria pressed the buttons on his scouter repeatedly, saying, "What's going on? Is my new model scouter broken too?" It's showing Vegeta's combat power at 24,000. Zarbon was shocked. 24,000, has he surpassed us already? How is this possible? He was supposed to be only at 18,000. Frieza chuckled. "Nothing is impossible. A year ago, the scouters on Earth were already detecting units with a combat power of 5,000. Upon investigation, it was discovered that over 20 years ago, when planet Vegeta was destroyed, a low-class Saiyan warrior was said to have escaped and was sent there. It's quite astonishing for a lower-class warrior to have a combat power of 5,000. Vegeta must have gone to Earth to uncover the secret of the Scion's strength, since he went to Earth it's only natural he would become stronger. However, it's just 24,000, the two of you together should have no trouble dealing with him. Dodoria and Zarbon both nodded in agreement. Frieza continued with a sly grin, Vegeta's purpose here must be the same as mine to obtain eternal life. I always knew Scions were rebellious, but I didn't expect him to openly betray me like this. Unfortunately for him, he's made a miscalculation. I've already acquired 3 Dragon Balls. There's no way he can seize them from me. Haha, his dream is destined to shatter prematurely. Dodoria said, my lord, should we go and deal with Vegeta? Frieza chuckled, no need, it's fine if he collects a few Dragon Balls, they only work when all 7 are gathered. We'll cross paths eventually, and who knows, I might even have to thank him. Dodoria gave a thumbs up as expected of my lord, truly wise. Kuei had initially planned to kill Vegeta and earn Frieza's favor, but when he realized Vegeta's power level far exceeded his own, he was terrified. Wait, Vegeta, I have a good idea. We can negotiate, I can help you. I've long been dissatisfied with Frieza. If we join forces, we can eliminate Dodoria and Zarbon. Vegeta, with a bloodthirsty grin, approached Kuei. Your tricks are insulting to my intelligence. Do you take me for a child? I'd rather enjoy the pleasure of killing you. Seeing that his persuasion failed, Kuei launched an energy attack at Vegeta. However, Vegeta's speed was superior. He swiftly dodged, countered with a whipping kick, and sent Kuei flying skyward. In an instant, Vegeta unleashed a violent energy blast toward Kuei. Kuei's body swelled and burst into a dirty firework display. Vegeta clenched his fist. With my current strength, I can handle Dodoria and Zarbon, but Frieza is out of the question. However, by mastering energy control, I can detect them without them detecting me. As long as I avoid Frieza head-on, I can steal their Dragon Balls. The possibility of gathering all 7 is high. Once I gain immortality, I'll defeat Frieza, then I'll be the strongest and the entire universe will be mine. Ha 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 ha. Dodoria, using a scouter, was tracking Vegeta and Kuei's movements. Suddenly sweat appeared on his plump face. He exclaimed, damn it, Kuei's life signal just vanished. Vegeta must have killed him. His power level has really increased to 24,000. Incredible. Zarbon's expression grew serious. Frieza, however, remained indifferent, dismissively saying, it's just Vegeta, nothing to worry about. Let's continue searching for the next Dragon Ball. Yes, Lord Frieza, a soldier reported, my lord, there's an energy signal over there, approximately 10 individuals. Frieza smiled, let's go, Mr. Dodoria, Mr. Zarbon, just keep the Dragon Balls we have safe. Hopefully the next village has the 5th Dragon Ball. I'm more eager for immortality with each passing moment, haha. Before long, Frieza and his entourage arrived at a village. The Frieza force had already rounded up all 7 Namekians in the village, only 5 adults and 2 children. Frieza, sitting in his floating chair, addressed them, listen up, I'm Frieza and I'm looking for your Dragon Balls. As far as I know, there should be 10 of you. Where are the others? The Namekians remained silent. Frieza's lips curled into a sinister smile. Not speaking, are we? Well, fine then, kill them all. The village elder Mori stepped forward, his voice steady. The others are out working. It's just us old folks and the children here now. Frieza chuckled, just as I thought. Now, let's move on to my second question. Do you have a Dragon Ball? This village should have won, right? Mori shook his head, that I truly do not know. Frieza laughed heartily, haha. Dodoria, what did the second village we destroyed say about this? Dodoria replied, the Namekian Dragon Balls are kept by 7 elders. Only by surpassing these elders in wisdom and strength can one make a wish. They also said that only warriors recognized by these elders can obtain the Dragon Balls. Frieza added, they even said that someone as evil as me could never deserve a Dragon Ball in their lifetime. So, I had no choice but to kill them all and find the Dragon Balls myself. Not far off, Vegeta, wearing his scouter, was eavesdropping on their conversation. Upon hearing how to obtain the Dragon Balls, he suddenly understood. So that's it, all 7 Dragon Balls are in the village, and that's how you obtain them. The Namekians in the village were enraged upon hearing that Frieza had wiped out several villages for the Dragon Balls. Mori's face turned a shade of steel. You demon, killing so many people, you do not deserve the Dragon Balls. Frieza's eyes glinted with a hint of mockery. Is that so? As soon as he spoke, Zarbon unleashed an energy wave that struck a Namekian. In an instant the person was left charred and fell to the ground lifeless. The remaining Namekians were terrified. Mori clenched his fists tightly. Damn it, even if I die, I won't give you the Dragon Balls. No sooner had he spoken than Frieza casually pointed, and another Namekian had a hole blasted through his chest. still being stubborn, seeing how you protect the children, why not kill them instead? Two young Namekians burst into tears, immediately hiding behind Mori. Sweat beaded on Mori's forehead. He wasn't afraid to die, but threatening the lives of children was too despicable. Finally, he couldn't bear it any longer and shouted, "Stop killing, I'll give you the Dragon Ball. Just take it and leave." Frisia smiled, "Now that's more like it." Moments later, Mori handed over the Dragon Ball. "There, now will you leave?" Frisia smiled, "Not quite yet. I have a third question. Where is the next village with a Dragon Ball?" Mori was furious. You have no honor." Frisia smirked coldly, "Do you think I don't know? Without all 7 Dragon Balls, it's meaningless." Mori was so angry he could almost grind his teeth to dust, but he could not betray another village. Just as he was preparing to meet his end bravely, 3 young Namekian warriors flew in. A flicker of hope crossed Mori's eyes, only to be replaced by worry. The odds were against them. No matter how many came, it would just be more lives lost in vain. If one could escape, that would be enough. The elders were of no use now, but the children were the future of Namek. He began to devise a plan to help the 2 children, Den and Eska, escape. In no time, 3 young and robust Namekians landed firmly on the ground. "Elder Mori, apologies for our delay," they exclaimed. Frisia, with disdain in his voice, retorted, "Such a hassle. Just when the location of another Dragon Ball is within reach, do you come here seeking death?" One of the Namekians' eyes locked fiercely on Frisia questioned. "I heard someone attack the village, was it you?" Another Namekian, upon seeing the bodies strewn across the ground, glared at Frisia with righteous fury. "You have killed. This is unforgivable. The peace of Namek shall be protected by us." Elder Mori cautioned, "Be careful, these foes are formidable." Frisia chuckled derisively, bringing his fist to his mouth. "Ah, how naive, thinking you can challenge us." Dodoria checked their power levels. Dodoria tapped his scouter and laughed arrogantly. He, what a disappointment. All 3 are only around 1,000, seems we won't even need to dirty our hands. Men, take them down." Frisia's soldiers rushed forward, surrounding the 3 young Namekians. Elder Mori's eyes suddenly widened as he noticed Dodoria's scouter, and he quickly grasped the situation. His mind worked swiftly and he shouted in Namekian, "I finally understand how they've been locating villages across vast Namek. The device on their eyes, the scouter can detect life forms on this planet, destroy their scouters first, then escape with the children and hide, leave us old ones behind." Zarbon, enraged, demanded, "What plan is that old man concocting?" In Namekian. As he spoke, a blast of energy shot towards Mori, and in an instant Elder Mori fell lifelessly. Den and Eska cowered on the ground, eyes wide with terror at Zarbon, tears streaming down their faces. Namekians naturally possess the ability to conceal their energy. Their true strength exceeds their outward appearance. As the 3 warriors witnessed Elder Mori's tragic end, they understood his plan. Only by destroying the scouters could they have any chance of survival. Thus, they deliberately aimed their attacks at the scouters. After a fierce battle, they succeeded, though it cost the lives of 2 warriors. They managed to shatter Frisia's scouters through cunning strategy. Zarbon, realizing too late, exclaimed, "Damn it, I was wondering why they persisted despite knowing they couldn't win. Their goal was to destroy the scouters." Dodoria frowned. "So that's what that old man was plotting, these bastards." In their moment of surprise, the surviving Namekian grabbed the 2 children and flew off into the distance, attempting to escape. Frisia snorted coldly. "Dodoria, spare that one's life. Find out where the Dragon Ball is before killing him." "Yes, Lord Frisia," Dodoria replied, giving chase. Within minutes, he caught up and unleashed an energy wave, striking Eska down. The young Eska perished on the spot, and amidst the explosion, the young Namekian warriors shielded little Den as they fell to the ground. Dodoria's lips curled into a sinister smile. "Did you really think you could escape? What an outlandish idea. Spill the whereabouts of the next village with a Dragon Ball, or I'll kill another child." The young warrior glanced helplessly at Den. "Den, it seems there's no escape. Even if we die, we mustn't let them find the Grand Elder." Though still frightened, Den nodded understandingly. He resolutely said, "I understand, I'm not afraid to die." Just as the 2 were prepared to face death in defiance of revealing the village's location, an energy blast suddenly shot forth and struck Dodoria, exploding with force and sending Dodoria plummeting into the water. Den and the young Namekian were startled. Looking up, they saw a scion in Frisia's army uniform hovering in midair with a scouter on his face. It was Vegeta. Despite his attire and scouter marking him as Frisia's ally, he had launched an attack. A hint of confusion appeared on their faces. A few seconds later, Dodoria emerged from the water, his anger raging upon seeing Vegeta. "Vegeta, you scoundrel, how dare you ambush me?" Vegeta's lips curled slightly. "Ha, I've been trailing behind Frisia waiting for you or Zarbon to be alone." Without Frisia backing you, you're no match for me, Dodoria seething retorted. Scion, don't sprain your tongue with big talk, hand over your scouter and I'll let you off. Seeing that Dodoria lacked a scouter yet demanded his, Vegeta suddenly realized. He laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, I wondered why I couldn't receive any signals from you, so your scouters are gone. This is perfect, finally the opportunity I've been waiting for. Dodoria bewildered asked Vegeta, what are you talking about? Vegeta picked up his scouter and said, the nearest supply base from Frisia is days away at best. Is this what you want? Dodoria chuckled, thinking of handing it over. Well, that's wise. Betray Frisia and you might live if you're lucky. Unexpectedly, Vegeta tossed the scouter to the ground and crushed it underfoot. Dodoria was shocked. Vegeta, what are you doing? Why destroy the scouter on purpose? Vegeta replied with a smile, that thing is no longer of use to me. Dodoria, surprised, questioned, aren't you also after the Dragon Balls? Without a scouter, how will you track Frisia and the Namekians? Vegeta smugly responded, it's unfortunate for you, but I learned something on Earth, how to know your battle power and location without a scouter. To me you're all blind now. Dodoria, trying to maintain his composure, angrily shouted, regardless, if you don't want to die, get lost, I'm granting you mercy. You should be grateful. Vegeta, noticing the sweat on Dodoria's forehead, laughed, it seems you've realized I killed Shui. You must have checked my power level, you're afraid of me. Dodoria, flustered and enraged, snapped back, stop bragging. It's only because of the broken scouter that it showed such a high number. Dodoria let out a fierce shout, unleashing a powerful energy wave directly at Vegeta. Vegeta moved like lightning, his agility unmatched, having anticipated this attack well in advance. Indiana, a flash, he appeared behind Dodoria, with eyes sharp as a hawk. Vegeta launched himself at Dodoria with unparalleled speed, delivering a powerful blow. Dodoria, filled with terror, attempted to counter with a punch but found himself utterly unable to match Vegeta's swiftness. After several exchanges, Dodoria was driven back repeatedly until he was pinned to the ground by Vegeta. Vegeta's foot pressed harshly on Dodoria's plump face. Didn't expect this, did you? Even with your tough hide, you're no match for me now. It's your laziness that's made you so weak. Die. Vegeta sneered down at Dodoria, extending his hand to form a concentrated energy blast. The blinding light flickered ominously on Dodoria's face, making his fat tremble. Dodoria was terrified. Wait, Vegeta, don't you want to know a secret? It's about your planet, Vegeta. Vegeta's brow furrowed. A secret? What secret about planet Vegeta? Vegeta loosened his hold on Dodoria, gasping for breath. Dodoria said, actually your planet Vegeta wasn't destroyed by a meteor, it was annihilated by Lord Frisia. He feared the possibility of a Super Saiyan emerging from your race, so he gathered all the Saiyans back to their planet and wiped them out in one fell swoop. Because you're a genius warrior, Lord Frisia spared you. As Dodoria recounted the history of planet Vegeta's destruction, he slowly edged farther from Vegeta. Once he was at a safe distance, Dodoria laughed. Haha, Vegeta, that's quite the blow, isn't it? Vegeta's expression remained unchanged. He scoffed, is that all? I knew this long ago. Dodoria's eyes widened in disbelief. What? How could you know? Impossible, you're lying. Vegeta replied, it was too coincidental how all Saiyans were gathered together and then the planet exploded. I suspected it for a long time, and when I went to Earth, Kakarot confirmed my suspicions. Dodoria realized, so that's it, you've been planning to betray Lord Frisia all along. Vegeta chuckled, head, just figuring it out now. Shui was killed by me and you won't be an exception. I won't spare Zarbon either. Once I achieve immortality, even Frisia will fall by my hand eventually. Dodoria, stricken with fear, continued to retreat, then turned to flee. Vegeta smirked, you think creating a bit of distance will let you escape? Vegeta seemingly teleported, catching up to Dodoria in an instant and kicked him to the ground. Once more he aimed his palm at Dodoria. Despite Dodoria's pleas for mercy, Vegeta's brow didn't even twitch. A gigantic explosion engulfed Dodoria in an instant. When the light faded, Dodoria was reduced to ashes. Vegeta exhaled deeply. I did it. I defeated the supposedly invincible Dodoria with such ease. Upon overhearing the conversation, the young Namekians Aoshi and Den were taken aback. Den seemed to piece together a hidden truth and remarked, I see that man's planet and people were destroyed by Frisia. No wonder he's wearing Frisia's army uniform yet fighting against him. Aoshi nodded in agreement. It appears this man possesses both intelligence and courage. He must have joined Frisia's army with the intention of overthrowing his tyranny. Den clasped his hands together. In any case, all the scouters have been destroyed and the Grand Elder is safe. Vegeta looked at his palms and marveled, it's hard to believe that after just a few days of training I become this powerful. It seems Kakarot's gravity chamber training has been quite beneficial to me.
Next it's your turn, Zarbon. Frisia. After Dodoria was reduced to ashes, Den and the young Namekian ran over. The young Namekian respectfully said, "Brave warrior, thank you for saving us just now. I am Emu of Namek and that battle was truly spectacular. You mentioned seeking eternal life earlier, are you after the Dragon Balls?" Vegeta nodded in surprise. "Yes, do you have a Dragon Ball?"
Emu nodded. "There is still one Dragon Ball with the Grand Elder. You've borne humiliation and
broken Frisia's group 1 by 1 inch. That battle was truly magnificent. I believe a warrior as brave and wise as you deserves our Namekian Dragon Ball. Therefore I specially invite you to meet our Grand Elder, Vegeta." Den asked in confusion, "What's wrong, warrior? Don't you want to go?" Vegeta's pupils shrank as he suddenly understood everything.
Relieved at having killed Dodoria, he had momentarily forgotten about the two Namekians beside him.
However, they had voluntarily revealed information about the Dragon Balls. At that moment Frisia's eavesdropped words flashed through Vegeta's mind. Only a warrior who can compete with the wisdom, courage and strength of the 7 elders can qualify for a Dragon Ball. Vegeta's heart leapt with joy. Brilliant. It seems that by killing Dodoria I've inadvertently made them see me as an ally. Perfect. Frisia already has 5 Dragon Balls. If I can get just one, Frisia will never be able to gather all 7. I Vegeta am truly destined for greatness. Although Vegeta was arrogant, his intelligence was top-notch. On the sparsely populated Namek, finding a village with a Dragon Ball was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Since they were now extending an olive branch, he naturally had to go along with it.
As long as he found the Grand Elder they mentioned, even if he couldn't pass some test of wisdom, as long as he eliminated them he could still obtain a Dragon Ball. This Dragon Ball would be the key to preventing Frisia from collecting all 7 and turning the tables in his favor. Thus, Vegeta followed Den and Emu as they flew towards the Grand Elder's village. However, they seemed to be flying too slowly for his liking, which made Vegeta a bit impatient. Sensing Vegeta's displeasure, Den considerately asked, "Mr. Vegeta, is something wrong?" Just as Vegeta was about to urge them to fly faster, a flash of insight struck him like a bolt of lightning.
Vegeta urgently shouted, "You two hide!" Den and Emu were taken aback. Vegeta repeated, "Someone's coming, hide quickly!" Startled, the two immediately ducked behind a rock. Vegeta also found another spot to conceal himself. As the presence grew closer, Vegeta muttered, "The power level seems similar to mine. Is it Zarbon?" Moments later, Zarbon's figure emerged. Den and Emu, upon seeing him, were drenched in cold sweat. This was the guy who had slaughtered several villages and killed Elder Mori right before their eyes. He appeared calm, but was actually ruthless, exuding even more pressure than Dodoria. Den didn't even dare to wipe the sweat off his forehead, silently praying, "Great Porunga, please let this guy leave quickly and not find us." Zarbon flew while searching around, grumbling discontentedly, "That idiot Dodoria taking so long to chase down 2 weaklings, what a waste of time. If only the scouter was still around." Just then Vegeta suddenly appeared, blocking Zarbon's path. "Ha ha ha, it's you, Zarbon." Zarbon was startled. Vegeta greeted mockingly, "Long time no see, Zarbon. Are you looking for Dodoria? I've already taken care of him, now it's your turn." Zarbon was surprised. "You say you took down Dodoria? Nonsense, I don't believe you." Vegeta pointed his thumb at himself and laughed arrogantly, "Then try me." That guy was no challenge at all. Zarbon frowned. "Vegeta, Lord Frisia has treated you well and even valued you highly. Why betray him?" Vegeta sneered. "Treated me
well, you mean by destroying planet Vegeta and exterminating the Saiyan race? Is that what you call treating me well?" Zarbon's pupil shrank. "You know about that, so that's the reason."
Don't fool yourself. I won't grieve over the death of those Saiyans who were content to be enslaved. Ever since I learned that the Saiyans were enslaved by Frisia, I've hated that guy. Saiyans will never be slaves. But because I was no match for him, I had to bide my time lurking within Frisia's army, waiting for the right moment. When I learned about the possibility of eternal life, I knew it was time to strike back."
Zarbon interjected, "You mean the Dragon Balls?" Vegeta smiled, "That's
right, I won't let Frisia have that chance. If I gain eternal life one day I'll defeat him." Zarbon smiled slightly. "You're too naive, Vegeta. Lord Frisia's power is beyond your imagination. In his eyes you're just an ant." Vegeta roared, "Shut up, I don't have time for your nonsense." Even Dodoria admitted that Frisia fears the power of Saiyans. "Now I'll show you my strength." Zarbon assumed a fighting stance, sneering, "Arrogant fool." In the next instant, he lunged fiercely at Vegeta, but Vegeta became nothing more than an afterimage. In that fleeting moment of distraction for Sabo, Vegeta's fist reversed its course to deliver a powerful punch to Sabo's abdomen. It was clear that Sabo's combat abilities surpassed those of Dodoria. After taking the hit, Sabo quickly retreated, soaring into the sky. He gathered a ball of energy in his palm and hurled it toward Vegeta. Yet just as the energy was about to strike, Vegeta vanished once more. "Humph, so you managed to dodge it," Sabo muttered. No sooner had he spoken than Vegeta appeared right before him, driving a knee into Sabo's chest with a swift motion. Sabo staggered back, clutching his chest, coughing up saliva. But Vegeta was relentless, refusing to let Sabo catch his breath. A torrential barrage of attacks rained down upon Sabo, and in the blink of an eye he was knocked to the ground. Vegeta stood with his arms crossed, looking down at Sabo with a mocking gaze. "Now do you understand my power?" "In front of me, Vegeta, you don't even have a chance to fight back," Sabo gasped for air, his face twisted with rage. "Vegeta, you've improved quite a bit, I'll give you that, but I'm no Dodoria. You'll regret awakening my dormant power." Vegeta scoffed at Sabo's words. "Awakened power? Humph, just theatrics, Sabo. I didn't realize you had such a sense of humor." Sabo rose to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Don't worry, I'll let you die knowing why I never used that power. To unleash my true strength, I must transform, but the form is hideous and I prefer beauty, so I despise transforming. However, when faced with death, I have no choice." As he spoke, Sabo's entire body began to swell, his face became grotesquely bloated, resembling a toad covered in sickening spots, his aura surged exponentially, surpassing Vegeta's. Caught off guard, Vegeta saw Sabo charge at him. The severity with which Vegeta had earlier dominated Sabo was now mirrored in Sabo's brutal assault on him. Vegeta attempted to counterattack, only to find himself powerless against this new form of Sabo. With each passing moment, Vegeta was beaten mercilessly, his body battered and bones shattered. Sabo laughed maniacally. "Hehe, Vegeta, enjoying the beating? Where's that arrogance you had? I love seeing you so defiant." Vegeta clenched his teeth, a storm raging within his heart. He hadn't anticipated Sabo's transformation to be so formidable. He had miscalculated. Finally, after a violent explosion, Vegeta, bleeding profusely, plummeted into the lake. Sabo glanced at the lake's surface where Vegeta had fallen, murmuring he should be dead, right? Unwilling to get wet, he abandoned the idea of retrieving Vegeta to finish him off. In the next moment, Sabo returned to his refined, gentlemanly appearance. "With his bones broken, even if he's not dead, he's as good as." "With Dodoria gone, I must report to Lord Frieza at once." With that, Sabo turned and flew towards Frieza's location. Just as Sabo's figure vanished, and Den rushed to the lakeside, intending to retrieve Vegeta. At that moment, Vegeta emerged from the water. "I refuse to give up so easily, I must become stronger." Cough, cough. Vegeta spat out a mouthful of water, his body weakened and he lost consciousness. "Den, hurry, he's not dead yet," shouted Yim urgently. Den rushed forward, his hands emitting a healing light over Vegeta. As Den's healing powers took effect, Vegeta's wounds began to rapidly mend. "Den, both healing and worried?" asked Mr. Vegeta. "Are you feeling better?" Vegeta slowly opened his eyes, immediately noticing Den's hands releasing a peculiar light over him. He realized that the severe injuries he had sustained were now healed. Vegeta sprang to his feet, looking incredulously at Den. "Kid, you Namekians have the ability to heal wounds too?" Den nodded. "Yes, I am a healing type Namekian, I can heal injuries. How do you feel, Mr. Vegeta?" Vegeta clenched his fists, feeling the power surging through his veins, his emotions surging with excitement. "I didn't expect you to have such a miraculous ability." "I am completely healed. Moreover, after this fierce battle, my strength has increased so much." The thought of the Namekians' rapid healing ability and the Scion's inherent talent to significantly boost their fighting power after near-death experiences flashed through Vegeta's mind. An ingenious and bold idea began to take shape in his thoughts. Den asked again, "Mr. Vegeta, that person has left. I'm worried he might return. Shouldn't we hurry to find the Grand Elder?" Vegeta sensed the presence of Zarbon and Frieza. Being too close to Frieza, it wasn't advisable to try exploiting any loopholes here. Vegeta nodded and continued, "Kid, let me ask you, if I get injured again, can you still use your healing technique?" Den hesitated for a moment. "Mr. Vegeta, what do you intend to do?" Vegeta pressed on. "Just tell me, can you use your healing powers again?" Den, somewhat bewildered, nodded. "Of course I can." Yim added, "Den is one of the rare dragon clan on Namek. His healing techniques are exceptional. As long as there's a breath left he can heal, also healing more than a dozen people consecutively is not an issue. Mr. Vegeta, do you have friends who are injured? Vegeta's eyes lit up with a gleam of joy. Shaking his head he said, no, let's move quickly. By the way, can you fly faster? Yim replied, I can fly faster, but Dend. Without another word Vegeta picked up Dend. Let's go. With Dend in his arms, Vegeta, alongside Yim, swiftly flew towards the village of the Grand Elder. Dend looked up at Vegeta and gratefully said, thank you Mr. Vegeta, if it weren't for you we would. His words were cut off as Vegeta suddenly halted. Dend was surprised. What's wrong Mr. Vegeta? Vegeta glanced to the side. Is there another village over there? I sense the presence of someone fighting. Yim was alarmed. In that direction it seems to be Paragus village. Could it be that Frisia's forces have discovered them? Vegeta inquired. Are there Dragon Balls there too? There were no elders there, so there were no Dragon Balls, but... Dend looked at Vegeta imploringly, his eyes full of hope as he asked, Mr. Vegeta, could you please go and save them? Vegeta glanced at Dend. The pleading look in Dend's eyes made Vegeta realize that saving that village was very important to him. Normally Vegeta would never bother with such things, but since it was Dend who was asking and he would need Dend's healing abilities for his own plans later, he decided it was worth the effort. Besides, the energy signatures in that village weren't strong. It was likely just a bunch of Frisia's grunts, so it wouldn't waste much of his time. Vegeta nodded, alright. With it he made a sharp turn and flew swiftly towards the village. In just a few minutes the three of them arrived at the invaded village. Several grunts had already taken control of the village and some Namekians lay on the ground. The leader of the grunts was interrogating them about the location of the Dragon Balls. Without a word Vegeta raised one hand and unleashed his prince's combat technique on the grunts. After a flurry of explosions, a mushroom cloud rose into the sky and all of Frisia's soldiers were reduced to ashes. The rescued Namekians exclaimed with surprise, Dend, did you bring help? Dend nodded, this is Mr. Vegeta, he saved us. The Namekians looked at Vegeta with respect. Thank you for saving us, warrior, you are a great person. Vegeta turned his head arrogantly, snorting, don't get the wrong idea, I was just passing by and happened to dislike Frisia's army. Now that the village is saved, Dend, we should go. The Namekians were momentarily stunned. An elder showed a hint of warmth on his face. This warrior, he's quite the tsundere. Dend didn't move immediately. Looking at the people lying on the ground he quickly said, just a moment Mr. Vegeta, there are still signs of life in them, I'll heal them quickly. Vegeta showed a trace of displeasure on his face but did not urge him further. It was a good chance to see this healing technique in action. Dend descended and used his healing ability on the injured Namekians. In a blink of an eye the severely wounded Namekians were restored to full health. Seeing this, Vegeta was greatly astonished. The people who had been lying on the ground just now had almost imperceptible life signs with heartbeats so faint they were barely audible. Even so, Dend could heal them. Moreover, the speed of healing was jaw-dropping and Dend seemed to be not even slightly fatigued. His abilities were far superior to a healing chamber. The Scion's passive ability to grow stronger through battle was something every Scion warrior knew. If healing chambers could guarantee recovery, Scions would have long since exploited this to become invincible. In the past, many had perished trying to exploit this loophole. Though this passive ability was advantageous, exploiting it was like using Carrie's outdated enhancer. It ultimately led to destruction. Consequently, this dangerous method was banned. But now witnessing Dend's extraordinary healing ability confirmed Vegeta's plans even more firmly. Sabo returned to the village that had just been destroyed. Frisia was still there waiting. Seeing Sabo return alone, Frisia's expression grew displeased. A strange sense of crisis welled up in his heart. Frisia asked, Mr. Sabo, what happened? Why have you returned alone? Noticing Frisia's grim expression, Sabo quickly reported, Lord Frisia, there's bad news. Dodoria has been killed by Vegeta. Frisia was taken aback. Though Vegeta's power level had reached 24,000, could Dodoria really have been killed in just a few minutes? Sabo nodded, yes, Vegeta's power is indeed strong, but I managed to defeat that brat. A peculiar look appeared on Frisia's face. Really? It's been a while since you transformed, is that brat still alive? Sabo hesitated, I didn't confirm it, but even if he's not dead, he's seriously injured at least. Frisia angrily retorted, why didn't you confirm it? Sabo was startled, he fell into the water. What if he escaped through the water? Were you afraid of getting yourself dirty so you didn't check? You're too careless, Sabo. Frustrated, Sabo replied, I'll go right away. Frisia sternly commanded, bring Vegeta to me. Keep his tongue intact. I have a use for him, yes, responded Sabo, feeling the sting of being called useless by Frisia. Frisia then turned to another subordinate, Apul, contact planet Frisia immediately and inform the Jinya force to come here, also bring a scouter. Apul was surprised. My lord, the Jinya force is on their way to planet Yardrat for a mission, isn't it? Overkill to use them against Vegeta. Frisia's eyes flashed with intensity. I have a bad feeling. I've been thinking that the powerful warriors we've trained might turn against us. I used to think it was Vegeta, but now I'm not so sure. Sabo, who was about to leave, turned back. Lord Frisia, you're overthinking it. Vegeta, as the prince of the Scions, can't even defeat me. Even if there are other Scions on Earth, they are just lower-class warriors. How could they possibly be your opponents? Frisia questioned. Are you saying my premonition is wrong? Hurry and bring Vegeta back to me. Yes, Sabo replied and quickly left. Frisia pondered silently. The Scions possess enormous hidden power and their strength increases after each battle. Although they are not my match now, it's wise to eliminate this threat early on. Once they become Super Scions, it will be much harder to deal with them. Sabo soon returned to the spot where Vegeta had fallen into the water. However, after diving in and getting soaked, he found no trace of Vegeta. Frustrated, Sabo stomped heavily. Damn it, he actually escaped. If I don't bring Vegeta back, Frisia will kill me. Sabo anxiously scanned his surroundings. Just then, a mushroom cloud appeared in the distance. Den, having healed the injured, looked up at Vegeta. Mr. Vegeta, thank you for waiting for me, let's go. Vegeta was about to nod when suddenly a bolt of lightning flashed through his mind. What happened, Mr. Vegeta? Him asked with curiosity. Vegeta glanced at the group of Namekians and shouted in a commanding tone, hurry, all of you, hide, someone's coming. The group jumped in surprise. Just then the silhouette of Zarbon appeared above the village. Both Dend and him were taken aback. This is bad, Dend exclaimed in terror. It's all my fault for delaying, now we're doomed. Quickly ran to Vegeta and said, Mr. Vegeta, we can't beat him. I'll hold him off. You take Dend and go. With that, I was ready to fight Zarbon to the death. However, Vegeta grabbed him and tossed him back into the crowd where the startled Namekians caught him. Vegeta glanced at Zarbon in the sky, then turned to the Namekians and barked, get out of here and don't get in the way. I'll handle him. Im was shocked. Dend immediately said to the Namekians, that guy chasing us can transform into a monster and his power increases greatly after transforming. Mr. Vegeta isn't his match. He was just heavily injured by him. Two young Namekians in the village said resolutely, we Namekians aren't cowards. Let's join forces and help the warrior. Im nodded in agreement. However, these words sparked Vegeta's wrath, who said, I can't beat him. I told you to get out of here, didn't you understand? The three of them trembled and immediately retreated. Vegeta looked at Dend again. All of you go find the elder, I'll finish him and catch up with you soon. But Dend tried to protest, but Vegeta fired an energy blast in front of the Namekians. Get lost. With that, I'm Dend, and the Namekians from the village fled towards the elder's village. Zarbon shouted angrily, trying to escape in front of me. In the next instant, Zarbon launched an energy blast towards them. Vegeta flickered and deflected the blast away with his hand, causing it to land on a house, igniting a fire. Seeing the villagers and Dend hesitating, Vegeta shouted again, what are you waiting for? Go. Dend said we should go now or Mr. Vegeta will be distracted here. Maybe he really can defeat that guy. The group nodded in agreement. Finally, the Namekians hurriedly fled. Zarbon looked at Vegeta with a cruel expression. Vegeta, who would have thought a ruthless scion like you would join forces with the Namekians? They won't escape. I'll finish you off and then deal with them. Vegeta smirked, finish me off? What a joke. There's no way you can kill me, you scum. Zarbon wasted no time and transformed into his grotesque form with a howl. In the next moment, Zarbon charged at Vegeta with wide sweeping attacks. However, Vegeta effortlessly dodged all of Zarbon's strikes. With a swift counterpunch, Vegeta sent Zarbon flying. Zarbon rolled and steadied himself, astonished. How is this possible? Just now you were completely powerless against me. Vegeta chuckled, his eyes gleaming with a fierce determination. Zarbon, your day of reckoning has arrived. Zarbon paused for a moment, then erupted into laughter. Day of reckoning? Ha? You must be joking, you know my power far exceeds yours. I guess I've underestimated you. Vegeta smirked with confidence. Zarbon, are you unaware of the Scion trait? Every time we Scions brush against death and recover, our strength surges significantly. Your power increase is irrelevant. You can't hope to defeat me when I transform. With those words, Zarbon rushed at Vegeta once more. Vegeta roared defiantly, Scions are a warrior race, don't underestimate me.
The two clashed violently again, their battle echoing fiercely around them. In just a few exchanges Zarbon was hit with dozens of blows, forced into a retreat. His once arrogant expression morphed into disbelief and then panic as he realized he was outmatched. Vegeta's iron fists pounded relentlessly against Zarbon, eliciting cries of pain. In a matter of moments Zarbon was drained of his strength, collapsing onto the ground. Accepting his defeat, he pleaded, "Vegeta, it was Lord Frieza who sent me to kill you, spare me." Vegeta snorted dismissively, "Enough begging is too late at this stage," Zarbon, alarmed, suggested, "but if we join forces we can surely defeat Lord Frieza." Vegeta wasn't swayed by such proposals, unleashing a powerful energy wave at Zarbon. In an instant the energy pierced through Zarbon's chest, sending him crashing heavily to the ground. Leaving an enemy alive was not in Vegeta's nature. Even with a hole in his chest, Zarbon was reduced to ashes by Vegeta's relentless assault. Vegeta scoffed, "Defeating Frieza with your help? Naive, I've already devised a way to defeat him on my own." With that, Vegeta traced the energy signatures of Dende and the others, quickly pursuing them. Within minutes he caught up with them. Dende exclaimed with relief, "Vegeta, you won." Vegeta nodded, and the tension among the group eased considerably. Before long Vegeta, Dende and a handful of Namekians from a village reached the elder's abode. There Vegeta sensed a formidable presence, one that rivaled his own power. He felt a silent relief that he had not made enemies of the Namekians. Soon enough Dende guided Vegeta to the elder's chamber. Emerging from the room was a Namekian warrior, Nail. At the sight of Nail, Vegeta's gaze sharpened. This was no ordinary Namekian. His combat power surpassed Vegeta's own. Nail spoke, "Dende, you're here. The elder is aware of the situation. He's waiting for you. Go on." And Dende, surprised and delighted, replied, "The elder truly knows everything. If that's the case, why didn't you hide?" With a hint of resignation, Nail explained, "The elder is old and aware that he doesn't have much time left. That's why I've been here guarding him. Come with me." Vegeta and Dende followed Nail into the inner chamber. As soon as they entered, Vegeta noticed an elderly Namekian sitting on a chair. The Grand Elder's eyes seemed barely open as he spoke slowly, "Brave warrior, thank you for saving my child Dende." Vegeta crossed his arms, standing proudly. "Saving him was just a trifling matter. I've come here for the Dragon Balls." The Grand Elder sighed, "Those villains have nearly wiped out my children, so cruel." "Their goal, too, is to seize the 7 Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls symbolize the wisdom and strength of the Namekians, our hope, yet they have brought us misfortune. However, even if I give you this Dragon Ball, it may already be too late." "Why?" Vegeta asked, curious. The Grand Elder explained, "I do not have much time left. Once I die, the Dragon Balls will turn to stone." "What?" Vegeta was visibly startled. The Grand Elder continued, "You are a Saiyan, aren't you? From within you, I can sense an aura of evil. However, you have saved over a dozen of my children and killed those who were with the villains. In a way, you have done us a favor, so come over here." Dende looked at Vegeta and said, "Mr. Vegeta, quickly go over. The Grand Elder is going to unlock your potential." Vegeta's body trembled slightly, somewhat skeptical as he approached the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder placed his hand on Vegeta's head. Vegeta's past experiences flashed through the Grand Elder's mind. "So, you are the Prince of the Saiyans, a race nearly annihilated, bearing a deep vendetta while infiltrating Frieza's army. However, your heart has been tainted by slaughter. Consequently, those feelings of hatred and resentment, along with the pride of a Saiyan, have been tormenting you. Hatred is a foolish sentiment, one that wise individuals should not indulge. If you let go of your hatred and atone for your past, perhaps you could become the legendary Super Saiyan." Hearing the mention of the Super Saiyan, Vegeta's body shook with intensity. "The legendary Super Saiyan," the Grand Elder continued, "it is said that although the Saiyans are a warlike race, before being conscripted by King Cold, they were not wanton marauders. I saw the Saiyan you encountered on Earth. He seems to be a hero there. It shows that the Saiyan's nature isn't inherently violent." Vegeta was taken aback. He even saw Kakarot. "How much did this guy see from my mind?" The Grand Elder went on, "Prince of the Saiyans, your potential is immense. Let me help you draw it out. Perhaps this will enable you to defeat Frieza. However, I ask that once you gain this great power, do not harm us Namekians nor act recklessly." Vegeta nodded, "Rest assured, I have no interest in that. I only want to destroy Frieza. I only want to become the strongest in the universe." Dende also chimed in, "Grand Elder, don't worry. Mr. Vegeta has saved many of us." A slight smile appeared on the Grand Elder's face. His palm generated a mysterious energy. In an instant, a brilliant white light emanated from Vegeta's body, and an overwhelming power surged from within him.
Vegeta felt as if every cell in his body had exploded, releasing an immense power that seemed limitless. This overwhelming strength was so earth-shattering that it nearly caused Vegeta's jaw to drop in disbelief. The power was tens of times greater than any glitch he had ever experienced. Staring in awe at his own hands, Vegeta realized that his current fighting power was worlds apart from before, even surpassing Raditz on Earth by tenfold. A sense of invincibility surged through him and he exclaimed in astonishment, "Such incredible power! Have I truly become a Super Saiyan?" The Great Elder replied, "I am not certain if you have become a Super Saiyan, but it should be enough to defeat Frieza. Take the Dragon Ball, child, and go forth." Den, filled with excitement, picked up the Dragon Ball and handed it to Vegeta. "Mr. Vegeta, the Dragon Ball." Taking the Dragon Ball, Vegeta looked at the Great Elder and Den, overwhelmed by a flood of emotions. His life had been filled with slaughter without a single good deed to his name, yet since arriving on Namek and saving his first Namekian, the wheels of fate had begun to turn. One stroke of fortune followed another, catching him off guard. According to his initial plan, if the Great Elder hadn't given him the Dragon Ball, he might have killed the Elder to seize it, rendering the Dragon Ball to stone and useless for wishes. Was this the work of destiny or the karma from saving others? Vegeta found himself deeply questioning, but none of that mattered now. With such formidable power at his disposal and the Dragon Balls collected, he could wish for eternal life, becoming the universe's ultimate force. Vegeta glanced at Dend. Surviving near-death experiences was a way to unlock potential, but with his potential already unleashed and multiplied several times over, those small gains seemed insignificant. More importantly, he needed to gather the Dragon Balls and make a wish before the Great Elder's life ended. Vegeta said, "Dend, Great Elder, take care. I'm taking the Dragon Ball." The Great Elder called out once more, "Wait a moment." Vegeta turned back. Wishing with the Dragon Balls requires the Namekian language. "Take Den with you." Vegeta paused, surprised that the Namekian language was necessary for the wish. Seeing Den's eager face, he felt a wave of gratitude. Although bringing him might slow things down, without him and the Namekian language, everything would be in vain. "Thank you, Great Elder, for the reminder." With that, Vegeta took Den and flew towards Frieza's presence. His power surge had granted him unprecedented speed. Reveling in this newfound swiftness, Vegeta exclaimed excitedly, "Frieza, I have become a Super Saiyan, your end is near." Meanwhile, after 10 days of travel, Goku and his crew's spaceship finally landed. Through the glass, they could clearly see the vast landscape outside, a sprawling grassland dotted with sparse trees and distant mountains shrouded in mist, adding an air of mystery. Bulma, taking in the breathtaking scenery, stretched with a satisfied sigh. "Phew, we've finally arrived on planet Namek." Goku immediately shouted, "We're here, everyone. Gather your things and let's disembark from the spaceship." "Hold on a second, let me check the atmospheric conditions first," Bulma interjected. Just as she started fiddling with the equipment, she glanced out the window to see everyone already standing on the soil of Namek. Annoyed, Bulma exclaimed, "You guys are too hasty." Goku chuckled, "See, everything's fine. Let's get off the spaceship and check the radar first. We need to find the Grand Elder. He should have one of the Dragon Balls, which will help us pinpoint his location." Bulma stepped off the spaceship and adjusted the radar a few times. "This planet seems enormous," she remarked. Moments later, a signal appeared on the radar. There really is a Dragon Ball signal here," she exclaimed. "That's for sure," Piccolo said, scanning the surroundings. "Dragon Balls can only be made by Namekians. This is their home planet, so of course there are Dragon Balls here." A feeling of familiarity washed over Piccolo. "So this is my homeland, it feels so welcoming." As everyone admired the landscape of Namek and strategized their path across the vast planet, a sudden realization struck them like lightning. "What a powerful energy," Krillin said in astonishment. "Did you guys sense it?" Tien Shinhan nodded. "I felt it." "Is that Frieza?" "He's incredibly strong and evil," Yamcha gasped, his voice trembling. "This energy is terrifyingly strong. Maybe I should just stay and watch the spaceship." Bulma grabbed Goku's hand and said, "What are you all afraid of? Goku's here. Any enemy is just a paper tiger." Krillin pouted, "Easy for you to say, you have Goku by your side, but we don't." Goku turned to the group and reassured them, "Everyone, don't worry, I'll handle Frieza. However, you need to deal with his minions. Otherwise, bringing you here would be pointless. Our main goal is to help you grow and train." Bulma asked Goku, "If they're no match for Frieza, why not just take him out yourself? Wouldn't that be safer?" Goku glanced into the distance and replied, "I've sensed Vegeta's energy. He's here for some sort of opportunity and his power is significant right now. If he can fight Frieza, it will greatly aid his growth." Bulma and the others looked puzzled. Over the past few days, everyone had been curious about Goku's seemingly strange behavior. He seemed to be deliberately helping them all to grow, but it didn't seem to benefit him directly. Finally, Krillin couldn't hold back any longer and asked, Goku, we've all been wondering something this whole journey. Why are you helping us grow intentionally? Tien, Shinhan, Yamcha and Piccolo couldn't help but look at Goku. Goku took a deep breath and said with deep meaning, to be honest, your current levels are too low. If you don't put in more effort, you'll fall even further behind me. Even though I'm strong now, Frieza is just the beginning. In the future, even stronger enemies will appear. No matter how strong I am alone, I'm still just one person. There will always be enemies I can't handle by myself. If a powerful enemy really does show up in the future, having you by my side means we can join forces. Should disaster strike, I don't want all of you to be powerless except for me. At the entrance of Frieza's spaceship, the Jinya Force finally arrived. The five of them performed an incredibly cringeworthy dance routine before reporting to Frieza in unison. Frieza observed their bizarre appearance with a twitch of frustration. He cleared his throat and said, all right, I've waited long enough for you all to arrive. Now let's get down to business. We've already collected 5 Dragon Balls. There are 2 more we need to gather. Also bring that treacherous Vegeta to me. He's collecting Dragon Balls too, and he might have hidden some. Jinya struck a gentlemanly bow and respectfully said, leave everything to us, Lord Frieza. With that, Jinyu pressed the scouter on his face. Is that Vegeta? It seems he's heading in our direction. Also, there are 2 villages on this planet. Frieza chuckled, it seems those must be where the remaining Dragon Balls are. Having a scouter makes things so much easier. Jis handed a scouter to Frieza. Lord Frieza, here's a scouter for you. You can contact us at any time with it. Frieza took the scouter and replied, thank you for your effort. Jinyu smiled and said, no time to waste, let's move out. With that, the 5 of them assumed a pose that might appear awkward to others. Jinyu, Force, let's go. After their dance, they transformed into streams of light and flew off into the distance. Frieza withdrew his gaze from them and activated the scouter. Oh, it seems there are quite a few Namekians left, but still none of them are a match. With the Jinyu Force on it, I can rest easy. Meanwhile, Vegeta was flying when suddenly a flash crossed his mind. He stopped abruptly and frowned. Someone has arrived on this planet. Could it be the Jinyu Force? Dend asked curiously. Mr. Vegeta, can you sense the enemies coming? Vegeta nodded and set Dend and the Dragon Ball down. Dend, hide here, find a cave to stay in, keep your energy low. If the Jinyu Force has arrived, they might have scouters. Wait until I've dealt with them, then you can come out. Dend nodded. Mr. Vegeta, please be careful, Porungo will protect you. Clenching his fist, Vegeta said, before I definitely couldn't defeat the Jinyu Force, but now dealing with them is a piece of cake. With that, Vegeta soared into the sky. Moments later, 5 figures rapidly approached, blocking Vegeta's path. Jinyu arrogantly approached Vegeta, laughing, hello there Vegeta, upon hearing from Lord Frieza that you managed to take down both Dodoria and Zarbon, it seems your skills have improved quite a bit. Vegeta chuckled and replied, are you referring to those 2 pieces of trash? I didn't even break a sweat taking them out. Rikum stepped forward and said, Hehe Vegeta, you're only good at bullying guys like them. Let me put you in your place. Guldo angrily interjected, Rikum, why do you get to go first? G suggested, I propose that I should handle him. I haven't exercised in a while. Captain Jinyu laughed and said, no need to argue everyone, I won't join in. You 4 can decide with a game of rock paper scissors. With that, they began their game. Rock paper scissors. Vegeta watched them with disdain. Arrogant fools, do you think this is some trivial game? Little do you know this is your doom. With a smirk, Vegeta launched an energy blast with one hand. The explosion forced the group to retreat, dodging the blast. Rikum, being larger in size, was caught in the attack, ending up with a face covered in soot. Furious, Rikum shouted to Vegeta, are you in a rush to die? How dare you ambush us? Vegeta laughed heartily, his thumb pointing at himself. Oh, I was merely interrupting your little game, and yet you walked right into it. What a bunch of trash. Rikum, enraged, retorted Vegeta, do you even know what you're saying? How can you call me trash? Vegeta crossed his arms and said, sorry, I didn't mean to single you out. Just as Rikum was about to relax, Vegeta continued, I meant all of you here are trash in the eyes of your master. Come at me together. The group was taken aback, incredulously staring at Vegeta. Was this really Vegeta? He seemed different from before. Previously, at the mention of the Jinyu Force, Vegeta was like a scared child. Now he dared to call them trash. Rikum cursed, have you lost your mind? Vegeta suggesting that the Jinyu Force would need to team up against you. What nerve? Berter chimed in, Captain, should I handle this guy? Jinyu, intrigued, replied, let's not rush.
Could it be that Vegeta's power has increased significantly, making him so audacious? Let's see what his power level is. Saying this, Jinyu activated his scouter. Vegeta smirked. Want to test my power level? Go ahead, I'm curious about it myself. Beep beep beep. The scouter's numbers began to jump. Geese asked, Captain, what's the reading? Jinyu, surprised, exclaimed, unbelievable, Vegeta's power level has reached over 30,000. No wonder he was able to kill Zarbon and Dodoria, moreover his power is still rising. As Vegeta's aura continued to surge, the numbers on the scouter kept climbing. The Jinyu Force's scouters were high-spec, capable of detecting enormous power levels without easily breaking. 40,000, 60,000, 80,000, 100,000, 150,000, 200,000, 300,000. Boom! Suddenly Jinyu's scouter exploded. Seeing Jinyu's scouter break, Vegeta shook his head in disappointment. Jinyu, it seems your scouter is no good. It can't even measure my full power. The others anxiously pressed for answers. Captain Jinyu, what's his power level? Jinyu swallowed hard, unable to believe his eyes. How is this possible? His power level has reached over 300,000. The four others shuddered in shock. 300,000? That can't be right. Jinyu stared at Vegeta, incredulous, and asked, Vegeta, how could you possibly have a power level of over 300,000? Have you become the legendary Super Saiyan? Vegeta smirked, arrogance dripping from his words. 300,000. That's merely the limit of your scouter, not mine. What? Jinyu was taken aback once more. The others gathered around him, their faces full of concern. What should we do, Captain? This guy seems too strong for us to handle even together. Do we need to call Lord Frieza to deal with him? Jinyu glanced at his team, his gaze settling on Guldo. Guldo's eyes narrowed as he whispered, understood, Captain, your plan is brilliant. Vegeta watched as their bravado faded, crossing his arms and taunting them. What's wrong? Has the famous Jinyu Force lost its nerve? Could it be that you're too scared to make a move after learning my power level? Jinyu suddenly chuckled. Hee, Vegeta, I'm genuinely impressed by your overwhelming power. Vegeta raised an eyebrow. Jinyu, what's that supposed to mean? Are you saying you want to submit to me? At that moment Jinyu punched himself in the chest, blood gushing out. Vegeta was stunned, not comprehending why Jinyu would attack himself. Then Guldo pointed his fingers at Vegeta, and in an instant time froze for him, his consciousness halted. Jinyu spread his arms wide and shouted, body change. A burst of white light erupted from Jinyu, rushing toward Vegeta. In that fleeting moment their bodies swapped. A mischievous and fierce grin appeared on Vegeta's face, now Jinyu's face. Hee, Vegeta, thank you for this perfect body. Vegeta, now in Jinyu's wounded body, clutched his chest in pain, regaining awareness. He saw his own body now wearing Jinyu's expression while his consciousness was trapped in Jinyu's monstrous form. His scalp prickled with dread as he demanded, what's happening? How did I become Jinyu? Jinyu in Vegeta's body laughed, didn't I tell you? We switched bodies. You're still Vegeta, but your Super Saiyan body is now mine. Struggling with the severe injury, Vegeta, now in Jinyu's body, tried to stem the bleeding. Damn it, the wound is too serious, I can't move. So it's true, the rumor about Guldo's time manipulation is real, and Jinyu injured himself on purpose to swap with me. Vegeta's expression was one of utter defeat, as if he had lost everything. He had fought tooth and nail to gain such immense power, only to be thwarted by the Jinyu Force. The team paid no heed to the severely injured and body-swapped Vegeta. Instead of despairing, Jinyu was thrilled to have acquired such a powerful body. He laughed heartily and said, everyone, Lord Frieza's mission is to find the Dragon Balls, so let's move out. With that, the group took off towards the last two surviving villages. Meanwhile, Vegeta, now in Jinyu's body, was fuming. He kept scrutinizing his new form, growing more disgusted by the minute. Damn it, this fool has such an unbelievable ability. Even if I gained immortality, this body is absolutely revolting. And the injuries are so severe I can barely move. Suddenly Vegeta, now in Jinyu's body, looked towards a nearby mountain. I've got it. He dragged his battered body, stumbling step by step towards Den's hiding place. Den, come out. Vegeta, did you win? Den asked as he emerged from the cave, only to be startled by Vegeta's new appearance. It's a bad guy. He immediately turned to flee. With a thud, Vegeta in Jinyu's body collapsed to the ground. Don't run, I'm Vegeta. Den halted his escape and turned to look at the fallen figure. What did you say? I'm Vegeta, I accidentally swapped bodies with that Jinyu guy. Hurry, I can't hold on much longer, heal me. After a brief exchange of questions and answers, Den was convinced. The soul within Jinyu's body was indeed Vegeta's.
Without delay he healed Vegeta in Jinya's body. Once healed, Vegeta felt significantly relieved. He glanced at his reflection in the water, struggling to accept the visage before him. Frustrated, he pounded the ground and raged, "Damn it, I was too careless. I finally became a Super Saiyan only to be outwitted by the Jinyu Force. I can't accept this, I refuse to." He let out a roar of anguish, tears of frustration streaming down his face. Den, seeing Vegeta so despondent, couldn't help but worry for him. His mind raced for a solution. Though he couldn't physically assist Vegeta as a Namekian, he realized there was a way through the Dragon Balls. Thinking of the Dragon Balls, Den's eyes lit up. "Vegeta, don't give up. Since your body was swapped, can't you just swap it back?" Vegeta was momentarily stunned, then sank into despair. "I can't swap it back. I only have his body, not his special abilities." Den shook his head. "No, it's not like that. Before he left, the Elder explained everything about the Dragon Balls to me. Besides the incantation, there's this. Namex Dragon Balls grant 3 wishes. You can use the first wish to swap back to your original body, then the second wish for immortality. This way all your desires can be fulfilled, and you'll even have 1 wish left over. But with your current strength, who knows how difficult it will be to obtain the Dragon Balls?" Vegeta was taken aback. "What did you say, the Dragon Balls grant 3 wishes? Den nodded earnestly. "Yes, Vegeta." Vegeta glanced at the water's surface once more and saw the repulsive reflection staring back at him, suddenly struck by a realization. Jinyu had swapped bodies with him and they were off searching for the remaining 2 Dragon Balls. However, Jinyu's scouter had exploded. This meant Frieza likely wasn't aware of the body swap between him and Jinyu. With this ugly face, he could infiltrate Frieza's ship and steal all the Dragon Balls he had collected. Den exclaimed in surprise. "Yeah, that's a great idea, Vegeta, you're brilliant. Just hearing about the 3 wishes of the Dragon Balls, you've already come up with a perfect plan to use this body." Vegeta clenched his fists in excitement. "It's truly a blessing in disguise. I never imagined the Dragon Balls could grant 3 wishes. This way I won't even need to fight Frieza to obtain them. It's much safer than the risky battle I was considering before." Vegeta tightened his fists and said, "Although this body is uglier and inferior to mine, it's still among the strongest. Aside from Frieza and my Saiyan body, it should be able to defeat anyone else. In fact, I might not even need to fight at all." Vegeta immediately instructed Den. "Den, listen to my plan. Stay here and don't act on your own. I'll take this Dragon Ball and get Frieza's trust. I'll find a way to steal all of Frieza's Dragon Balls. Only one is missing. With this body, aside from the Jinyu who took my body, no one else is a match for me. Then I'll figure out how to claim the last Dragon Ball from them. Once we have all 7 Dragon Balls, you can help me make the wishes. After fulfilling 2 wishes, no matter where my body is on Namek, I'll definitely come to save you. Also, for the 3rd wish, you can wish to bring back your people who were killed by Frieza's men." Hearing Vegeta's meticulous plan, Den nodded happily. "That's great, our Namekian people can be revived too. Don't worry, Vegeta, I won't let you down." With a smile, Vegeta in Jinyu's body took Den and a Dragon Ball and flew towards Frieza's direction. Soon, when he felt they were close enough to Frieza's ship within his throwing range, he set Den down. Then, holding the Dragon Ball, he flew towards Frieza. On Frieza's ship, Frieza sensed someone's approach through his scouter, clearly detecting Jinyu's life energy. "Ah, it's Jinyu so soon." As the words left his mouth, Jinyu's figure appeared, jubilantly holding a large Dragon Ball. "Lord Frieza, mission accomplished. I eliminated that Vegeta and secured his Dragon Ball." Frieza laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, as expected of Captain Jinyu, your efficiency is impressive. Now, with just 1 more I can achieve eternal life." Vegeta, in Jinyu's body, asked, "So Lord Frieza, where should I place this Dragon Ball?" Frieza, with a sly smile, said, "The other Dragon Balls are in the innermost room. Place this Dragon Ball with the others." "Yes, Lord Frieza," replied Vegeta, who had swapped bodies with Jinyu as he carried the Dragon Ball towards the room where they were kept. With another Dragon Ball in his possession, Frieza felt a wave of ease wash over him. Reclining in his hoverchair, he leisurely sipped a glass of wine. As he savored his drink and monitored the movements of the Jinyu force through his scouter, a sudden explosion echoed through the air, shaking the entire spaceship violently. Frieza's eyes widened in surprise as he shouted, "What's going on? What happened?" His subordinates rushed to investigate the cause of the disturbance, while Frieza quickly checked his scouter. "What's happening? Jinyu's life signal has vanished." Frieza sensed something amiss and a jolt of realization ran through his body. "Damn it, the Dragon Balls!" he leapt from his hover chair and sprinted towards the room where the Dragon Balls were stored. Instead of the treasure he expected, he found an empty room devoid of any Dragon Balls. Rage ignited in Frisia's eyes. Damn it, the Dragon Balls are gone. A few beams of light shone down on Frisia's head, prompting him to look up. To his astonishment, there were several holes in the ceiling of the spaceship, allowing sunlight to stream through. Even the floor was riddled with holes, rendering the spaceship completely wrecked. Damn it, I never expected Jinyu to betray me. Frisia was beside himself with fury. That treacherous Jinyu daring to steal my Dragon Balls. When I catch him, I'll kill him. Frisia shot out of one of the holes, scanning the surroundings. Carrying 6 Dragon Balls, Jinyu couldn't have gone far. Frisia flew off in pursuit. Meanwhile, Vegeta, hidden behind a wall, chuckled quietly to himself. Frisia was indeed a fool.
Not daring to waste a moment, Vegeta, in Jinyu's body, suppressed his
energy, crawled through one of the holes in the spaceship and landed on the ground. He not only suppressed his energy to avoid detection by the scouter, but also used the spaceship to evade Frisia's sight. Frisia, having flown some distance, stopped. The vast landscape around him revealed nothing, and his scouter detected no energy signals. Frisia was at a loss. Damn, has Jinyu learned to hide his power level too?
Frisia, not lacking in intelligence, quickly realized something. No, he must still be in the spaceship.
He couldn't have flown away that fast. With that, Frisia returned to the spaceship. Everyone has searched the spaceship immediately and find Jinyu for me. At that moment, Vegeta realized his plan had succeeded. Holding his breath, he dove into the water, swimming towards where he had thrown the Dragon Balls. Moments later, Vegeta arrived near the area where he had dropped them. They should be around here. Vegeta searched carefully.
Fortunately, the Namekian Dragon Balls were large and not easily
concealed by debris. Before long, 6 Dragon Balls lay conspicuously before him. Haha, they're all here. My control was perfect. Tough luck for you, Frisia. Haha, the Dragon Balls are mine. Now all I need is to get the last Dragon Ball collected by the Jinyu Force. Bring Dent here and my wish will come true. With that, Vegeta selected a few mountain ranges as coordinates, blasted a pit in the ground and buried the Dragon Balls there. Then he hid himself, lying in wait to hunt
down the Jinyu Force.
He could conceal his energy, but they could not. As they approached, he wouldn't need his eyes. They would be like bright beacons to Vegeta's senses. As long as the one carrying the Dragon Ball wasn't Jinyu in a swapped body, success was almost assured. Meanwhile, Goku and his companions finally arrived at the Grand Elder's dwelling. The Grand Elder gazed at Piccolo with amazement. You are a child of Kata's. I knew it. As the extraordinary genius of Namek, you wouldn't perish so easily. Piccolo looked at the Grand Elder, surprised. You mean I survived the climatic disaster that struck Namek? The Grand Elder nodded. Yes, though it seems you don't have memories of it, Goku explained. Grand Elder, the current Piccolo is incomplete. After arriving on Earth, he wished to become the Earth's guardian.
However, to be a guardian, one must be devoid of malevolence. To achieve this, he separated his evil thoughts from himself. This Piccolo is the offspring of that evil Namekian. The Grand Elder paused in astonishment. Namekians are inherently kind. How could they possess malevolence, and must one be completely devoid of it to become Earth's guardian? Goku nodded. It seems so, but Piccolo has changed now. At least he hasn't killed anyone. The Grand Elder looked at Piccolo with profound understanding. Child, come here for a moment. The Grand Elder exuded a warm aura, making Piccolo approach respectfully. Placing his hand on Piccolo's head, the Grand Elder saw a flood of memories rushing into his mind. Enlightened, the Grand Elder realized, so it was an invasion of malevolence from Earth that split you into two. Piccolo nodded, though it wasn't his doing. The split was orchestrated by the Guardian. The Grand Elder shook his head with a sigh. That half of the Guardian was truly foolish, having his own genius power. Dividing it reduced the potential. If you two were to merge, you could grow to unimaginable heights, potentially rivaling even Frisia, the Emperor of the Universe. Piccolo clenched his fists and looked up, saying, Grand Elder, I don't want to merge with that guy. Even if it means becoming the legendary Super Namekian, I'm not tempted. I just want to be myself. The Grand Elder chuckled, letting the matter rest. Even apart, you have immense potential within you. I suppose you've trained diligently over the years? Piccolo nodded. Yes, I've been training continuously. Even without becoming a Super Namekian, I can still become very strong. The Grand Elder smiled. Then let me help you unlock that potential within. As he spoke, a strange energy appeared in the Grand Elder's palm. Piccolo's power surged tremendously in an instant. Suddenly his body changed color, not the usual green but a striking orange, and his pupils turned red. This newfound strength was extraordinary.
Although not quite at Goku's level, his power level, if estimated, was easily in the tens of millions. The other companions stared at Piccolo in disbelief.
Krillin exclaimed, "Is this what potential unleashing looks like? He can even change color." Piccolo's suddenly become so powerful. Tien added, "It's unbelievable, this potential unleashing is incredibly potent.
The sheer intensity of his energy is unimaginable, it's almost suffocating." Goku too was taken aback by Piccolo's orange transformation. Orange Piccolo, he thought. It was reminiscent of the transformation seen in the movie version after the appearance of Cell Max. Goku recalled that it was after Dent had matured and used the Dragon Balls to upgrade Piccolo that he gained this orange form. An orange Piccolo, this was a transformation comparable to the Super Saiyan Blue level. It was unexpected that the Grand Elder could awaken such potential in him, even though Piccolo's current battle power wasn't exceedingly high. That was due to his still developing base power. If he could merge with Kami, the amplification would be unimaginable. Moreover, such a merger would enhance his innate abilities as well. With continued training, catching up to Super Saiyan God seemed just around the corner.
This potential unleashing had saved him at least a decade's worth of struggle. Goku felt a slight unease. Piccolo seemed to be advancing too rapidly. If he were to merge with Kami, could he surpass even Goku himself?
Piccolo looked at his body in disbelief, feeling the surge of power within him. He exclaimed, "This power, it's incredible. Is this what potential unleashing feels like?" The Grand Elder smiled, "Very impressive, as expected of an Namekian Dragon Clan prodigy. With just half your potential you've reached this level, truly astounding." Piccolo's face reflected a confident expression akin to Vegeta's. It seemed that with such power no one could stand against him.
Yamcha, sensing Piccolo's battle power surpass even Frieza's performance, couldn't help but gasp. He asked enviously, "Grand Elder, is it our turn to have our potential unleashed?" The Grand Elder released Piccolo and looked at Yamcha, Krillin and the others. "Come over here. As long as you have potential I can unleash it for you. However, the increase might not be as significant as Piccolo's." Yamcha eagerly rushed forward. Me first, me first." Finally, Krillin, Tien and Yamcha all underwent potential unleashing. Although they didn't gain a powerful transformation like Piccolo, and their increase wasn't as substantial, their battle power still surged from a few thousand to tens of thousands. This aligned perfectly with Goku's prediction of a tenfold increase. They were all overjoyed, eager to test their newfound strength in battle. Krillin said, "Goku, you were right, we've all become so much stronger. Now it's your turn to have your potential unleashed. I'm really curious about what heights your potential will reach." Piccolo, in his orange transformation, glanced at Goku with a slight smile tugging at his lips. "Goku, with the strength I've gained now, you're finally no match
for me. But don't worry, because it's thanks to you bringing me here that I got this opportunity. I'm not interested in ruling the world anymore. I just want to teach those who slaughtered my kin a lesson." Goku responded, "Wow, Piccolo, I didn't expect you to become this strong. You really surprised me. When you first arrived, I did give you a beating and you let me go, so thank you for that."
Piccolo smirked with pride as he reverted from his orange transformation. Bulma, noticing Piccolo's slightly inflated demeanor, seemed a bit displeased. She nudged Goku and urged, "Goku, hurry up, it's your turn. I believe you'll become even stronger than them." Goku approached the Grand Elder. As a strange energy flowed through him, his aura surged dramatically. A fierce wind rose from the ground and in an instant the sky and earth changed color. Suddenly Goku's aura turned golden and he passively transformed into a Super Saiyan. Yet the surge of his aura wasn't over. The originally golden hair spiked upwards with a stylish fringe sweeping across his forehead. As his aura continued to soar, his body was enveloped in crackling lightning. At this moment Goku's power level had at least reached the hundreds of billions. Even the Grand Elder's usually serene expression froze in awe. The legendary Super Saiyan? What, Super Saiyan? Piccolo, Krillin and the others turned their shocked gazes to the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder exclaimed excitedly, "There's no mistake, this is the legendary Super Saiyan." The wild wind and lightning raged, causing the Grand Elder's massive frame to become unstable. If Nail hadn't been supporting him, he might have flown off. Goku was still reveling in the joy of breaking through to Super Saiyan 2 when Bulma's cry for help suddenly broke through the chaos. Stop it, Goku, stop, I can't hold on." Goku quickly looked over to see Bulma clinging to a pillar, her legs flailing towards the doorway. Goku immediately reverted from his transformation, calming his aura. As the wind ceased, the expressions of the others remained frozen. Krillin and the rest were left agape with shock. Krillin exclaimed, "Goku, you guy, you're incredible. I thought I had improved a lot and could finally catch up to you."
But you've actually become a Super Saiyan. Piccolo, feeling the vast and boundless power of Goku's aura, suddenly found his golden transformation as a Super Namekian less appealing. He muttered to himself, Goku, I didn't expect that after becoming a Super Namekian you'd become an even stronger Super Saiyan.
Damn it, I'll definitely train hard and surpass you. Bulma, seeing everyone's astonished expressions, couldn't help but feel a bit smug.
She delivered a line that once again broke everyone's defenses. Are you all surprised? Let me tell you a harsher reality, this is nothing for Goku, it's just a little bit more. It turns out that Goku had mastered this transformation a long time ago. Everyone was once again shocked to their core. What? He could transform into a Super Saiyan long before this? It was Goku, you've been hiding so much of your strength, that's really not fair.
No wonder you said you were confident in defeating
Frieza. Now it all makes sense. Goku sheepishly rubbed his head. Bulma, why are you dampening everyone's spirits like that? This is tough. Now my strength is completely exposed. Just then Nail spoke up, since you all have such great power, please help us drive out Frieza's army as soon as possible. There was a warrior who saved Dend, and he's already gone to challenge Frieza. Goku asked, are you talking about Vegeta? Nail nodded, yes, that's him.
He took Dend with him.
But it's been a while with no news and I'm worried they're in danger. Piccolo clenched his fist and said, Elder, leave this to me. I will protect the peace of Namek. The great elder looked at Piccolo with relief and said slowly, with you all here, my mind is at ease, but it's a pity that you arrived too late. Almost all of my children have been killed. If Elder Mori were still alive, the Dragon Balls could continue to be passed down. The group's expressions suddenly became heavy. Bulma immediately said, aren't there Dragon Balls here? With our group's strength, we could be considered invincible in the universe, right? I brought the radar so we can quickly gather the Dragon Balls and wish for everyone killed by Frieza to be revived. Can't we? Krillin's eyes lit up. Yet we can use the Dragon Balls to revive them. Yamcha and the others also chimed in. Yes, that's a great idea.
Krillin added, as expected of Bulma, she's really adept with the Dragon Balls.
Bulma smiled proudly. Of course, you guys might all be super warriors, but I'm a genius girl. Impressive, right? The great elder sighed and said, your plan will work. The Dragon Balls on Namek have 3 wishes, but they can only revive one person at a time, not under those conditions. Hearing the great elder's words, everyone was shocked again. What? 3 wishes sound good, but only one person can be revived at a time? That's way too stingy.
Bulma lamented, this is so frustrating. Why?
Aren't they like our Earth Dragon Balls? Nail continued, however, it is indeed possible to revive Elder Mori before the Great Elder's life ends. As long as you hurry and bring Elder Mori back, the Great Elder can pass the Dragon Balls onto him. Once the Dragon Balls are passed down, we Namekians won't be in a rush to revive, and it can happen gradually every year. Goku interrupted everyone with a single sentence.
Hold on, before I came I asked Earth's Kami to arrange for the Dragon Balls to be collected.
Our Earth Dragon Balls can revive many people at once. We can use Earth's Dragon Balls to revive the people killed by Frieza's group. That way, with just one wish, we can completely revive all the Namekians who were killed. Given Kami's efficiency, he's probably already collected the Dragon Balls by now. The resurrection mission could actually begin. Krillin looked at Sun Wukong in astonishment. Wukong, you're incredible.
You actually had such a plan, Sun Wukong chuckled. I was originally
planning to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect those killed by Nappa. However, considering the intergalactic travel involved here, things might get unpredictable, so I deliberately had Kami collect the Dragon Balls as a precaution. Nail asked excitedly, then when can we start? Sun Wukong pulled out an old-fashioned phone. I left Kami a special phone number. As soon as I dialed, we can resurrect everyone at any time.
Bulma urged, then what are we waiting for? Hurry up. Sun Wukong nodded. Alright then, Frieza's forces should be on the move by now, let's begin the resurrection.
With that, he started dialing the phone. Just then, a bolt of lightning seemed to flash through everyone's mind and their expressions turned serious. Bulma was puzzled. What's wrong with you all? Why the sudden shock? Krillin broke into a cold sweat. 5 evil presences are approaching and one of them is very powerful. Yamcha exclaimed, is it Frieza? Sun Wukong replied, it should be the Jinya force under Frieza. Frieza's presence seems unchanged. Piccolo clenched his fists, shouting, Sun Wukong, you quickly contact Kami to arrange the resurrection. Leave these scoundrels to me. I'll make them pay for massacring Namekians. Krillin, Tien, Shinhan and Yamcha also clenched their fists, eager for the fight. Finally, the battle is upon us and we've been waiting for this. Piccolo, Krillin and the others stepped out of the elder's house. The elder instructed Nail, you don't need to guard me, go and help them. Nail hesitated, but elder, The elder said slowly, go, I have some words to share with Sun Wukong. Nail nodded and followed Piccolo and the others out of the room. When they confronted the Jinyu force, they were taken aback. They saw Vegeta standing in their lineup, which was already confusing enough, but even more shocking was that the four oddly shaped individuals were striking peculiar poses. Even Vegeta struck an odd pose with his back to them, looking at Piccolo's group from between his legs. The weird-looking individuals' poses could be overlooked, but Vegeta's pose seemed out of character for his usually aloof persona. Nail reacted and immediately asked, "Are you Vegeta?" Krillin shouted to Vegeta, "What are you doing? Why are you with these evil guys striking such a strange pose?" The others were equally puzzled. It seemed that upon seeing someone appear, a loud slogan burst forth. "We are the Jinyu Force." The slogan echoed in the sky and the group struck bizarre poses accompanied by ridiculous hand gestures. Krillin, Piccolo, Tien, Shinhan and Yamcha were left speechless. Piccolo, usually serious, was left with a face full of black lines and a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. Were it not for sensing their powerful and evil aura, he might have thought they were here for comedy. Krillin took a couple of steps forward, asking as he walked, "Vegeta, what are you doing?" Piccolo immediately sensed something was off and warned, "Be careful, he's not Vegeta." Krillin froze in his tracks. "What?" Yamcha pointed at Jinyu, exclaiming, "How could he not be? It's clearly Vegeta. Does he know Poor's transformation technique?" Tien furrowed his brow. "When we were on Earth, I carefully sensed Vegeta's energy. This doesn't feel like him, plus he's become much stronger than before." Piccolo fixed a stern gaze on Jinyu's form and demanded, "What's going on here? Who are you?" The Jinyu force finally abandoned their peculiar poses. Guldo complained, "Captain, this body is strong, but it doesn't suit your style. We don't look intimidating at all." Jinyu nodded, "Yes, indeed. The height isn't right, it diminishes my commanding presence. I'll work on a better dance next time." The four team members nodded in agreement. With Vegeta's body, Jinyu finally turned to Piccolo and the others, grinning from the sound of it. "You know Vegeta pretty well. Let me tell you the truth. Vegeta's body is mine now. I've used my ability to swap bodies with him." The revelation sent shockwaves through the group. "What?" Krillin was incredulous. "How can this be?" Beads of cold sweat trickled down Piccolo's forehead, realizing the bizarre ability at play. Guldo's chubby face shook with a smile. "Look at your faces, you've never seen anything like this, have you? Our Captain Jinyu has the power to swap bodies with others. Now, the captain is a Super Saiyan. If you're wise, you'll give up this futile resistance, hand over the last Dragon Ball, and maybe we'll spare your lives." The group exchanged bewildered glances at Jinyu and Vegeta's body, scrutinizing him closely. It was Vegeta's physique, but the absurd movements and odd expressions were entirely out of character, making them believe the body swap story. Piccolo picked up on a different detail, asking, "Did you just say Vegeta also transformed into a Super Saiyan?" Guldo snapped, "Hey, that's not the main point here." Jeez pulled out a Dragon Ball, waving it in front of them. "Don't waste your time. If you don't want to end up like that last village, hand over the Dragon Balls." Hearing another village had been wiped out, Nail's face stiffened, eyes flashing with rage. "You monsters killed all the villagers of Elder Moor for the Dragon Balls?" Rikum laughed. "Killed them, so what? Enough talk." The group assumed their fighting stances. Rikum glanced at Jinyu, suggesting, "It seems there are 5 of them and 5 of us. For fairness, how about one-on-one fights?" Jeez tapped his scouter, saying, "Let me check their power levels so the captain can make assignments." However, after a few clicks, Jeez's face fell with disappointment. G-Eyes pointed at Nairu with a hint of regret and said, "What a pity, apart from that guy who's got a battle power of 42,000, the others are only around 1,000. Here's the plan, I'll take care of the strong one and Guldo can deal with the rest." Guldo, feeling insulted, retorted angrily, "G-Eyes, you're treating me like garbage cleanup duty, how infuriating." Jinyu, now in Vegeta's body, chuckled, "Only 1,000 battle power, it seems I won't need to step in." G-Eyes, with a confident gesture, beckoned Nairu, saying, "I'll handle you." But before he could make a move, Berter and Rikum interrupted, arguing with G-Eyes over who would face Nairu. It looked like this powerful opponent had become their coveted prey. The three couldn't reach an agreement and resorted to rock paper scissors to decide. "Rock paper scissors." Piccolo snorted with disdain, "They're underestimating us." Guldo, with a resigned glance at his comrades, slowly approached Krillin and the others. "How boring, hey, you guys, let me send you to the afterlife." Piccolo moved forward, but Tien held him back, advising Piccolo, "Save your strength for Vegeta, since you know his ability, be cautious. Don't let him swap bodies with you." Piccolo contemplated that these opponents weren't particularly strong. The only formidable one was Jinyu in Vegeta's body. This small boss was left for him, so there wasn't much to contest. If Jinya truly transformed into a Super Saiyan, it would be troublesome, perhaps unbeatable. However, with Goku still in the building, Piccolo felt at ease. He nodded, stepping back to observe from behind. Krillin clenched his fists and declared, "It seems his ki isn't very strong. Let me handle this guy." Yamcha and Tien nodded in agreement. "Alright, be careful. He might have some tricks up his sleeve." With that, Krillin stepped forward. "I'll take you on." Guldo was taken aback. "Even if you all come at me together, I could take you down without breaking a sweat. And you're coming alone?" "Yes." Krillin's energy surged suddenly, triggering Guldo's scouter to beep wildly. With a loud shout, Krillin's figure vanished in an instant. Guldo was startled but not overly flustered, shouting, "Time, stop." In a flash, Krillin's fist halted 3 meters in front of Guldo. Guldo was shocked, secretly thinking, "Damn, he's so fast." He quickly dodged Krillin's attack, but the time stop had already worn off. Just as he was about to counterattack Krillin's figure vanished once more. "He's disappeared again," exclaimed Piccolo, Tien and Yamcha, who were watching the fight with astonishment. To them, Guldo's body seemed to teleport. Tien, bewildered, asked, "What just happened? Even my 3 eyes couldn't catch it." Piccolo with caution explained, "Another inexplicable ability, he can stop time." "What a time stop? There's such a superpower." "It's unbelievable." Yamcha and Tien began to doubt themselves. Their knowledge seemed so limited, and it took Piccolo to point it out, otherwise they'd remain clueless. Piccolo added, "But fortunately his power is quite weak." Yamcha and Tien focused intently, continuing to observe the battle. As Krillin launched an attack, Guldo used his time-stopping ability once more. Just seconds later, Guldo was already panting. Captain Jinyu, observing the battle, warned Guldo, "Don't be careless. His fighting power can change at any moment, and just now it surpassed yours." "What?" Guldo was taken aback, and in that instant a Kamehameha wave from Krillin was already upon him. Guldo was in danger again, but he suddenly shouted, and Krillin's body was immobilized in mid-air. "Damn it, I can't move!" Krillin cried out. A cruel expression appeared on Guldo's face. "My gold binding technique is not to be trifled with, little bald head. I'm going to skewer you and roast you." With that, Guldo picked up a piece of wood from the ground and hurled it at Krillin. At the critical moment, Tien Shinhan dashed forward, kicking the wood away. It seemed that Guldo's binding technique had worn off and Krillin could finally move. "Phew, saved. Thanks, Tien." Krillin exclaimed in relief. Tien Shinhan had only interrupted the attempt to kill Krillin and did not seize the opportunity to attack Guldo. Under Master Roshi's guidance over the years, they had all grown into martial artists who wouldn't take lives lightly. Unlike Vegeta, Guldo blared at Tien Shinhan angrily. "Damn it, you ruined my plan. Wasn't it supposed to be one-on-one?" Tien Shinhan met Guldo's gaze with a serious look. "He's already lost. Now I'll deal with you." Guldo snorted coldly. "It doesn't matter who comes. In the face of my time ability, all are equal." Captain Jinyu pressed his scouter and observed Tien Shinhan's power for that brief moment. "It seems this guy might be able to defeat Guldo. Don't argue, you all might get your chance to fight." Whether out of habit or the pride of being strong fighters, the Jinyu force preferred one-on-one battles. Krillin retreated reluctantly. The battle between Tien Shinhan and Guldo commenced. Suddenly, Tien Shinhan shouted, and a blinding white light emanated from him. In an instant, Tien Shinhan split into 4. Guldo was shocked. "What kind of technique is this?" "This is the 4 Witches technique," Tien Shinhan declared. 2 of Tien's clones rushed at Guldo. Guldo shouted again, freezing the 2 clones in place. However, another Tien Shinhan charged towards Guldo, who couldn't dodge in time and was kicked away. It wasn't over yet. The last clone intercepted Guldo along his trajectory, delivering a crushing kick that sent him into the ground. A cloud of dust swallowed Guldo and the scene fell silent. As the dust settled, Guldo lay on the ground, eyes rolled back. Yamcha praised Tien's 4 Witches technique. "Though it divides his power, is really effective against these kinds of super abilities." Piccolo nodded in agreement. Indeed, to temper them, Goku, worried about their safety, was observing them. He noted Tien Shinhan's victory over Guldo without delivering a killing blow, causing him to furrow his brow. Being merciful to enemies is cruel to oneself. If Vegeta were here, he would have ruthlessly decapitated Guldo. Goku's brows furrowed and then relaxed as he contemplated the situation. Tien and the others had grown up on Earth, untouched by its harsh realities, and were not as ruthless or decisive as Vegeta. To severely injure an opponent was already pushing their limits. Indeed, when it came to dealing with the dirty work of slaughtering Frieza's army, Vegeta was the perfect candidate. Geese was taken aback. when he saw the heavily wounded Guldo exclaiming, "Oh dear! Guldo is actually lost." Berter, crossing his arms, muttered dismissively, "What an idiot." Rikum burst into laughter. "Haha, to end up like that, Guldo is truly pathetic. Well then, looks like it's my turn next." With that, Rikum approached Tien. "Hey, you two over there, if you want to help, come at me together." Ji shouted angrily, "Hey Rikum, you can't touch those two, they're for me and Berter." Rikum grinned widely and struck a series of bizarre poses as he continued to move. In these ridiculous stances he shouted, "Jinyu, Force." Krillin and Yamcha watched the display with a mix of disbelief and embarrassment, noticing a bead of sweat trickle down each of Tien's four clones' foreheads. Always too serious, Tien felt utterly out of place in this absurd scenario. Merging his four clones back into one, Tien let out a powerful shout, his energy surging dramatically. Rikum's scouter beeped incessantly at this sudden spike in power. Rikum exclaimed with excitement, "This guy's power level is over 30,000. Finally, not a weakling anymore. Haha, this will be a good fight." Ji's eyebrows knitted together. "How strange, his power level surpasses 30,000. When did so many strong fighters appear?" Berter agreed. Indeed," Captain Jinyu added. "Now I understand why Lord Frisia summoned us here." With his energy fully charged, Tien launched himself at Rikum, delivering a forceful punch that landed squarely on Rikum's face, catching him off guard. Seizing the opportunity, Tien unleashed a flurry of attacks, left hook, right hook, knee strike and a powerful slam, driving Rikum back into the ground. In the next moment, Tien clasped his hands together, shouting, "Tri-beam!" A blinding white light erupted. An explosive dust engulfed Rikum. As the dust settled, all that remained was a large crater. Yamcha exclaimed in astonishment, "Incredible, Tien's become so strong." Tien panted heavily but quickly sensed something was amiss. Rikum's energy was still present, unchanged. As expected, when the dust cleared, Rikum stood at the crater's edge in a flamboyant pose. His legs were crossed, revealing his muscular thighs, and his hands spread elegantly, a look of playful mockery on his face. "Hello everyone," he announced cheerfully. The crowd was shocked. "He withstood my tri-beam." Yamcha swallowed hard. "This is ridiculous. He seems completely unharmed." Piccolo observed calmly, "He's stronger than Tien. An attack like that won't affect him." Rikum laughed. "The warm-up is over. Now it's time for the real deal." Guys pinched his fingers delicately, holding a handkerchief over his mouth, and complained, "What a mess, really, there's dust everywhere." Tien Shinhan once again assumed his starting stance. Rikum stomped the ground with force, shouting, "Rikum, attack!" In the next instant, Rikum's body swiftly charged in front of Tien Shinhan. A knee strike sent Tien Shinhan flying. Tien Shinhan countered by slapping the ground, rolling back to his feet in a few flips. At that moment, Rikum's attack came at him again, this time a powerful slam aimed at Tien Shinhan. Tien Shinhan activated his afterimage technique, causing Rikum's move to miss. The next moment, Tien Shinhan appeared behind him, launching an agile and fierce assault. Rikum found it effortless to block left and right. Rikum laughed heartily. "Haha kid, not bad, you're a lot stronger than I expected." Even though Tien Shinhan was on the offensive, he had already noticed the vast difference in power. Hitting Rikum was like striking an iron plate. He wasn't like Vegeta, who would switch to a different strategy if his initial attack failed and then retreat quickly. Tien Shinhan began to strategize in his mind. To fight the strong with the weak, he had to employ unexpected tactics, just as Rikum was about to counterattack. Tien Shinhan suddenly retreated, placing both hands against his temples. Solar flare, whoosh, a blinding white light illuminated the sky. Rikum, caught off guard, covered his eyes. Others shielded themselves to resist the intense light. My eyes!" Rikum screamed, his eyes hurt by the flash, hands covering them. Tien Shinhan seized this moment of vulnerability, forming a Kienzan, and hurled it at Rikum. Screech, blood splattered across the ground. As everyone regained their vision, they saw Rikum had been sliced in half. The blood stained the land red. Seeing this, Goku was also taken aback. The combination of solar flare and Kienzan was something he had thought of trying, but hadn't expected Tien Shinhan to pull it off. Indeed, though Earth's warriors might have limited strength, their battle intelligence is exceptional. Goku felt relieved, realizing it was worth bringing them along, as their performance exceeded his expectations. Seeing Rikum cut in half, both Jis and Berter were shocked. Jis frowned. "Damn it, Rikum was defeated by someone like this." Berter, crossing his arms, expressed his dissatisfaction with Rikum gone. "Our formation is incomplete. It's really troublesome." "Yes, we'll have to trouble the captain to design a new formation." Jinyu contemplated. "It has to be imposing. I must think carefully." After two intense battles, Tien Shinhan's energy had significantly decreased.
Yamcha stepped forward. Tien Shinhan, you've fought 2 matches already, go rest, let me take the next one, it's up to you then, be careful.
Tien Shinhan exhaled and returned to Piccolo's side. These life and death battles were treated like a tournament by them. Even Goku found it somewhat difficult to understand. However, Tien Shinhan being able to kill Rikum was already a miracle. Flowers grown in a greenhouse can never become the towering trees that shield the earth from storms. The battle in the end turned out to be quite beneficial for them.
If his son had been involved, who knows?
Goku couldn't help but recall Gohan's later phase where he would often strike a Super Saiyan pose that was more foolish than fearsome. Quickly Goku banished the cringeworthy image from his mind, relieved that he hadn't brought Chi-Chi along this time, otherwise he might have been scarred for life. Yamcha stepped forward, beckoning to Jis and Berta with a gesture. I'm running low on energy, who's next? He asked.
Berta chuckled. Had defeating Rikum wasn't exactly a feat of skill.
What's the big deal? Jis sneered. Rikum was too overconfident. He deserved what he got. Let me handle you. With that, Jis took a step forward. Yamcha let out a fierce shout, activating his Wolf Fang fist and charging at Jis. To his surprise, the attack missed entirely. Jis' speed in evading was astonishing, leaving Yamcha shocked. Yamcha attacked again, his fists raining down like a storm, but Jis' smile remained unchanged, effortlessly dodging every strike. Each punch landed on nothing but after images.
The speed was astounding, leaving Yamcha stunned. As Yamcha accelerated his assault once more, Jis delivered a punch to Yamcha's abdomen. In the next moment, Yamcha collapsed to the ground with a cry of pain. Tien and Piccolo were taken aback. Such speed, it's like there's no chance to retaliate, Tien exclaimed. It's a shame Yamcha couldn't keep up with him, Piccolo added. Captain Jinyu laughed. Jis isn't like Rikum the brute. Jis looked down at the fallen Yamcha with disdain. How boring, and you fall just like that. Why did I bother fighting you first? Such a waste of emotion.
Now you should die, he declared, gathering an explosive energy ball in his hand ready to finish Yamcha off. Was a dramatic scene about to unfold here. However, Yamcha's strength compared to Tien's was truly lacking. Just as Goku was about to intervene, a sudden energy blast shot towards Jis, forcing him to retreat. The blast exploded, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Krillin had already dragged Yamcha back and fed him a senzu bean. Yamcha, are you okay? Krillin asked. As Yamcha chewed and swallowed the bean, his injuries healed instantly. Thanks, Krillin, he replied. Goku marveled silently.
Krillin, the strongest Earthling in the making, seemed destined for the support department.
Seeing his target rescued again, Jis fumed. You little brat, do you have a death wish? Krillin clenched his fists, ready to enter the fray once more. However, Piccolo had already stepped forward. You've all had your turn, leave the rest to me, he said. Krillin and Yamcha nodded. We're counting on you, Piccolo. Piccolo glanced at Berta and Jis. They've already lost. Why don't the two of you come at me together? He challenged. Berta and Jis were taken aback. You arrogant fool, they retorted, charging at him in tandem. The two figures rushed towards Piccolo, but with his peak combat power nearing 1,000,000, dealing with them was a breeze. Their attacks consistently missed their mark. Just as the two had ended their joint attack and were catching their breath, the next moment Piccolo struck. With a single punch, he pierced through Jis' chest. Berta's scouter beeped frantically. Seeing the battle power exceeding 100,000, Berta was shocked and tried to flee quickly. However, Piccolo gave him no chance. In a flash, Piccolo was right behind him. With an outstretched arm, he grabbed Berta by the nape. As Berta struggled, Piccolo opened his mouth wide and unleashed a demon-like cannon at Berta. Both fell lifeless on the spot.
Krillin was overjoyed. Piccolo, well done. Tien nodded approvingly. As expected of Piccolo, your moves are sharp. Goku looked at Piccolo with a fiery gaze. This Piccolo was a bit ruthless. Perhaps it was due to being raised by the minions of the great Demon King, retaining some of their ferocity. For Goku, this was a good thing. Compared to the kind-hearted Kami Piccolo, Goku hoped he would be a bit more ruthless. The matter was not yet over. Piccolo pointed a finger at the heavily injured Guldo on the ground. After an explosion, Guldo was reduced to fragments. At this moment, Captain Jinyu finally reacted. Damn it, you killed all 4 of my team members, this is unforgivable, he shouted, stepping forward in Vegeta's body. With a roar, his whole aura suddenly surged. Fierce winds raged and dust filled the sky. Piccolo readied himself in a defensive stance. Moments later, the aura of Jinyu in Vegeta's body reached its peak. He smirked wickedly. Killing them was actually good. I can now test the Super Saiyan power I just acquired. You can all come at me together. I'll make sure you all die here. Piccolo sensed his aura and was somewhat surprised.
This aura was weaker than his usual state. Is this what he called a Super Saiyan? Piccolo's lips curled into a slight smile. It seemed Jinyu hadn't truly become a Super Saiyan, it was just his wishful thinking. Having sensed Goku's strength, Piccolo naturally knew how far Jinyu was from the true power of a Super Saiyan. Piccolo's confidence grew. Thus, the battle between the two finally erupted. It was impossible to see clearly with only the echoes of their clashes resonating through the air. Countless rocks turned to dust in the aftermath of the battle. Nail watched Piccolo's strength in awe. Truly worthy of being Namekian's genius, his power far surpasses mine. Meanwhile, Bulma, who was watching the battle from the Grand Elder's doorway, suddenly noticed Goku was no longer in front of her and began searching around frantically.
But she soon found Goku on the ground, seemingly looking for something. Curious, Bulma asked Goku,
"What are you looking for?"
"Oh, nothing, just a small animal or something."
"Are you hungry?" Goku whispered. "Sure, I'm trying to see if I can get Vegeta's body back, not for eating. Can you help me find it?" Bulma, hearing Goku's plea for help, also began searching. She pointed not far away. "Goku, what about over there? There are two of them." Goku looked over. A pair of frogs were hiding in a puddle, busy with their froggy business. Sun Wukong's eyes gleamed as he swiftly grabbed the frog below. The remaining frog, interrupted in its affairs, glared at him with anger.
"Borrowing your partner for a bit, I'll return it soon," Wukong chuckled. Meanwhile, the battle between
Piccolo and the body-swapped Vegeta, controlled by Captain Jinyu, continued fiercely. Initially, they were evenly matched, each taking turns in offense and defense, neither gaining an upper hand. However, after testing his opponent's strength, Piccolo noticed that Jinyu's power kept growing. Within just a few minutes, Piccolo began to feel the strain. Sun Wukong, observing from the sidelines, shouted a warning.
"Be careful, Piccolo, that guy is getting more used to Vegeta's body by fighting you." Piccolo, engaged in combat, understood this well. He had initially wanted to retort Sun Wukong, but a glance at Wukong and the frog in his hand made everything clear. It was a subtle hint that Jinyu, now accustomed to Vegeta's body, should not be killed, while also ensuring Jinyu remained unaware of this realization. If Jinyu discovered Piccolo's hesitance to deliver a killing blow, he would retaliate with
reckless abandon, placing Piccolo at a disadvantage. Piccolo also knew Sun Wukong well enough to understand he wasn't one to act without reason. Grabbing a frog was no trivial act. Remembering Jinyu's body-swapping ability, Piccolo instantly grasped the frog's intended role. Lost in thought for a moment, Jinyu seized the opportunity and kicked Piccolo squarely in the chest. Piccolo let out a pained grunt as he was sent flying backward. Instead of pursuing, Jinyu opted to create some distance.
With a chuckle, Jinyu taunted, "No wonder you took down Geese and Burter so quickly. Your power is impressive, hahaha, but unfortunately thanks to our fight I'm getting more accustomed to this body and soon you'll lose." A sly smile crept across Piccolo's face as he coldly retorted, "You haven't reached any Super Saiyan level, but I am different, I become a Super Namekian." Jinyu paused, baffled. "What on earth are you talking about, a Super Namekian?" Piccolo chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he clenched his fists at his waist and let out a powerful roar. Instantly his energy surged dramatically, a fierce wind spread out from Piccolo, fracturing the ground beneath him. Along with these changes, Piccolo's appearance transformed slightly, exuding a newfound aura of command. His skin shifted from its usual green to a striking orange, and lightning occasionally encircled his body. Most notably, his energy felt significantly stronger than before. Jinyu was stunned. "Impossible. How can a Namekian transform?" Piccolo replied smugly, "You really are
ignorant. I told you, I'm the legendary Super Namekian." With those words, Piccolo launched himself at Jinyu with explosive speed. In a flash, he kicked Jinyu to the ground. Before Jinyu could recover, Piccolo followed up with an uppercut, sending Jinyu flying into the sky. As Jinyu soared through the air, dazed, he was in disbelief. "How can this be? I was almost winning, and now he's suddenly so strong. His speed is far beyond mine. I can't even defend or block. Could it be he truly is a Super Namekian?" As Jinyu pondered, Piccolo closed in once more. A flurry of powerful blows left Jinyu yelping in pain. He struggled to defend himself against Piccolo's relentless assault. Piccolo hadn't intended to kill him, but Nail, who was watching the fight, couldn't stand it any longer and shouted, "Piccolo, don't kill him, just injure him severely, that's Vegeta's body." Jinyu was taken aback. In that instant he understood why Piccolo, who could easily overpower him, hadn't delivered a fatal blow. "I see you don't dare to kill me," Jinyu thought. A flash of cold light flickered in Piccolo's eyes as he glanced at Nail. "Vegeta's no saint either. If he dies, so be it." Piccolo's momentary distraction was all the opening Jinyu needed. Body change, Jinya spread his arms wide, emitting a bright light and shot towards Piccolo. With a sly smile, Piccolo quickly retreated, dodging the beam. At that precise moment, Goku flung a frog into the path of the beam. Jinya, now in Vegeta's body, showed a look of horror. Oh no, don't, he thought. Just as the beam was about to hit the frog, a fly flew by, intercepting the beam. Jinya completed the body change, turning into the fly. Confused and shocked, Jinya realized he hadn't become a frog but a fly. With no other choice, he hurriedly flew away to escape. Unexpectedly, the frog in the air spotted the fly. It swiftly extended its tongue, and in an instant the fly was swallowed whole. With a croak, the frog landed and went off to play with another frog. Goku and Piccolo were left speechless. Piccolo couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Who would have thought, not even worthy of being a frog, he turned into a fly and got eaten immediately? How pitiful! Goku burst into laughter. That's hilarious. I thought he'd live out his days as a frog, but Jinya turned into a fly and got eaten before he even hit the ground. Ha! Nail immediately went to Vegeta's side, trying to help him up. The usually stern Vegeta looked utterly dazed, with no expression at all. His hands fluttered uselessly, unable to lift himself. He awkwardly rubbed his face with his feet, smearing mud instead of wiping away the blood. Everyone was at a loss. Krillin suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh no, Jinya's dead, and there's no one left to perform the body change. How do we switch Vegeta back? Bulma laughed. That's simple. Just let Vegeta, in Jinya's body, tie himself up and keep him as a pet. Goku shrugged. Bulma, you're wicked, but that's a good idea. Nail glanced at Goku and Bulma, a hint of anger in his eyes. Aren't you his companions? Why treat him this way? Goku and Bulma were momentarily speechless. Couldn't this guy take a joke? Just then Krillin shouted again, quick, hold down Vegeta's body. Everyone turned to see Vegeta using all his limbs to scurry forward rapidly. Not far ahead lay a gleaming pile of dung. Nail was startled and quickly grabbed Vegeta's ankle. Finally, Vegeta's body was pulled back, preventing him from moving forward, yet he continued to flail toward the pile. Goku quickly patted Bulma. Did you bring the camera? Bulma was taken aback for a moment. We came for a vacation, of course I brought it. Hand it over. Bulma took out a capsule and extracted a camera from it. She snapped dozens of pictures of Vegeta in quick succession. Goku looked at the photos with a satisfied expression. It's not easy getting some dirt on Vegeta. Krillin frowned and asked Goku, you're not planning to blackmail him with this, right? Goku shook his head. No way, Vegeta wouldn't give in to threats. I'll print them out and send them to him later. Krillin. Nail finally dragged Vegeta to safety and turned to Bulma. I was wrong earlier. I think your suggestion of tying him up is not a bad idea. Bulma. At last, everyone with a mix of excitement and resignation tied Vegeta up. Nail held the other end of the rope to lead him. However, they underestimated the power of Vegeta's physical strength. With just a casual struggle, the rope snapped. Krillin frowned. Darn it, even though Vegeta can't use ki, his physical strength is still intact and ordinary ropes can't hold him. Bulma asked Nail, does Namek have any steel wire? Nail looked puzzled. Steel wire? What's that? This planet doesn't even have steel. How could we have steel wire? Goku sighed helplessly. Bulma looked troubled. What should we do? If we don't control him, he'll end up eating that. Goku smirked. That's actually quite simple. Everyone looked at Goku. In the next instant, Goku flashed in front of Vegeta and launched a flurry of punches and kicks at him. With the sound of bones cracking echoing through the skies, Vegeta's body finally stopped moving, left twitching instead. Everyone watched, dumbfounded. Goku dusted off his hands and said, now he's stable. Apart from his limbs, I've even broken his spine. I guarantee he won't be able to do anything more. As long as you feed him and give him water regularly, he won't die. But whatever you do, don't feed him a senzu bean. Tien, Piccolo, Yamcha and Bulma looked on, with Bulma exclaiming excitedly, Goku, you're really sharp. Goku replied, haha, likewise. Nail thought to himself, what kind of friends does Vegeta have? Goku then turned his attention to the Dragon Ball on the ground. Next, we need to gather the Dragon Balls, right? We can't really leave Vegeta's body like this. Anyway, the Namekian Dragon Balls grant 3 wishes, so let's use them to restore him. Bulma, can you track where the other 6 Dragon Balls are? Bulma obediently brought out the radar. After fiddling with it a few times, a hint of delight flashed in her eyes. Goku, the other 6 Dragon Balls are all together. Goku nodded. Alright, let's head over there. I've thought it through. First, we'll use Earth's Dragon Balls to revive those who were killed, then we'll wish for Vegeta's body to be restored with the Namekian Dragon Balls. After making the wishes, I'll take a trip to send Elder Mori to the Grand Elder. After Nailu heard the detailed plan, he felt a slight sense of relief. It seemed relatively reliable. at least they weren't selling out Vegeta.
Krillin suddenly asked Goku, does the Namekian
Dragon grant 3 wishes? Goku nodded. Yeah, do you have a wish in mind? Krillin fiddled with his fingers, looking a bit embarrassed. Goku smirked. Krillin, how about we wish for a girlfriend for you with a slim waist and long legs? Krillin blushed. Really? Can we do that? Making such a selfish wish, it's kind of embarrassing.
Goku nodded. True, if you're embarrassed then never mind. Wait, no, I was just being polite. Krillin quickly responded, but it was too late. Everyone burst into laughter at his regret.
Amidst the laughter, Nailu grew a bit anxious. With a serious expression he said, all right, let's hurry, the great elder doesn't have much time left. The group quickly became serious and Nailu shouldered Vegeta's body. They followed the radar, heading swiftly in the direction of the Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, Frieza, after having his Dragon Ball stolen, searched the spaceship meticulously, even turning it upside down in his search. Yet he couldn't find a trace of Jinyu. After a period of searching, Frieza calmed down. He immediately activated his scouter, attempting to contact the other members of the Jinyu force. However, as expected, the other members' scouters had also lost contact. Frieza sensed something was amiss. Jinyu was always the strongest fighter besides himself. He hadn't considered the possibility of Jinyu switching bodies with someone else. Yet, through his scouter he couldn't detect Jinyu's life signs nor those of the other Jinyu force members. Frieza
understood that not everyone could have the power to suppress their energy. This meant that the other 4 might have been killed?
The possibility was slim but not impossible. If they were killed, it meant their opponent was very strong. So Jinyu might have switched bodies with someone. Therefore, the one who stole the Dragon Balls wasn't actually Jinyu. When he obtained the Dragon Balls, he didn't invite anyone to dance, which was uncharacteristic of Jinyu. Moreover, this person was familiar with the spaceship and with his personality. There was only one person capable of this, Vegeta. Frieza's eyes turned cold. Science become exponentially stronger after each battle. Frieza had once commanded countless Scions and knew this well. However, most never reached such power levels. But Vegeta, as the Scion Prince, was exceptionally gifted. Even Frieza admired him and spared his life despite knowing he was a Scion survivor. His talent could certainly grow to surpass Jinyu's strength.
Frieza suddenly realized, damn, the one who stole my Dragon Balls must be Vegeta. Vegeta switched bodies to steal the Dragon Balls.
And at the same time the Jinyu force might have been wiped out. That means there's more than one formidable foe. Just then Frieza's scouter began to ring. Frieza's face was as dark as a stormy sky. Someone's coming this way, and their power level isn't insignificant, he muttered to himself. Goku and his companions were accustomed to masking their true power levels. This wasn't any member of the Jinyu force, yet the highest power level among them was an astounding 42,000. Surely, this individual was concealing even more strength. Damn it, how dare they try to deceive me, foolish ants who don't know their place. Let me show you the might of the Emperor of the Universe. With a sudden burst of energy, Frieza left his hovering throne and shot off in the direction indicated by his scouter. Meanwhile, Goku and his group were mid-flight when they suddenly came to a halt. Bulma, who was being carried on Goku's back, curiously asked, "What's going on? Why did we stop?" She glanced at her radar, noting that they were still some distance from the Dragon Balls. Krillin, with a cautious expression, said, "A powerful presence is rapidly approaching us. It must be Frieza." Bulma's eyes widened in realization. "Oh right, I'd forgotten about the big boss himself. What are we going to do if he's coming here?" Goku, deep in thought, replied, "I was hoping Vegeta would fight Frieza, but..." He glanced at Vegeta, who was battered and bruised, his bones shattered. "Vegeta's in this state and Frieza's on a whole different level. Looks like I'll have to step in." Piccolo clenched his fists and interrupted Goku. "Goku, I wasn't fighting with my full power earlier. Besides, Frieza killed so many of my people. Let me be the one to take care of him." Goku looked at Piccolo, worried about the potential consequences. If Piccolo were to die, it would mean the death of Kami and the destruction of the Dragon Balls. However, Piccolo, now a Super Namekian, wouldn't back down easily. As long as Frieza didn't immediately transform into his ultimate form, Piccolo would hold his ground for a while. "Alright, give it a try, but be careful. His power is greater than it seems and he can transform too. I'll go contact Earth to revive the Namekians." Goku had it all mapped out. Once the Namekians were revived, he could use instant transmission to find Elder Mori and take him to the Grand Elder. 3 minutes should be enough to accomplish this. Meanwhile, they could warm up here. Given Frieza's lazy nature, he rarely transformed and wouldn't unleash his full power easily, which gave them enough time. Hearing Goku's plan, Piccolo nodded. After speaking with Piccolo, Goku turned to Krillin. Krillin, suppress your energy and take the Dragon Ball to the location indicated by the radar. Krillin hesitated, but
Goku reassured him, Frieza's coming here and the Jinyu force is finished. If I'm right, the 6 Dragon Balls should be with the transformed Vegeta, so aside from the approaching Frieza there are no other enemies on this planet. While we're fighting, make your wish quickly. Don't you still have that dream of a girlfriend with black hair?
Krillin beamed with excitement. So that's the reason. Goku, you're the best. I'll get going then. With that, Krillin picked up the Dragon Ball and the radar, flying low toward where the Dragon Balls were located. Piccolo, Nail, Tien and Yamcha landed on the ground, preparing for the arrival of the mighty Frieza. Ensuring that Frieza wouldn't detect Krillin's actions, Piccolo spread out his energy, creating a palpable tension in the air.
Meanwhile, Goku, along with Bulma, retreated a safe
distance and made a call to the Guardian of Earth. Guardian, have the Dragon Balls been gathered? He inquired anxiously. A voice from the other end confirmed, yes, they are ready. You can make your wish now. Goku quickly stated their request. Wish for the revival of everyone killed by Frieza and his forces within the last year. The Guardian replied affirmatively. Understood, I will handle it immediately.
With the wish granted, the Namekians would come back to life and Goku knew there was no need to linger.
He ended the call and shrugged at Bulma's curious glance. That's it? She asked. Goku grinned. What else can we do? The Guardian isn't a child. He knows how to handle a wish. Let's find a safe spot to watch the battle with Frieza unfold. Bulma nodded obediently and they moved to a secure distance. Conscious of the impending dangers, Goku knew he had to be ready to instantaneously teleport away once Mori was revived.
Staying close was risky as Frieza's attacks could easily reach Bulma.
Despite Bulma's low-tier invincibility granted by the Earth's dragon, injuries were still painful. Soon Frieza appeared before Piccolo and the others, hovering menacingly in the air to compensate for his lack of height. So the Jinyu force didn't even put up a fight against you? Frieza asked, looking down with a sinister smile. Piccolo met his gaze and replied, yes, they fell to me. You're next, Frieza.
Frieza, taken aback, checked his scouter, which showed Piccolo's power level exceeding 100,000.
Impressed yet amused, Frieza chuckled, higher than the Jinyu force, I see. No wonder you defeated them. Your strength surpasses those Namekians I killed. A warrior-type Namekian, I presume. I like you. Join me. Piccolo's eyes flared with anger. Join you? After all the Namekians you've slaughtered? Unforgivable. I am a Super Namekian here to end you. Frieza paused, then burst into laughter. A Super Namekian? Surely you jest.
Where are the Dragon Balls? Hand them over before I lose my
patience. With a smirk, Piccolo taunted, dreaming of immortality, are you? Too bad, the Dragon Balls are beyond your reach. Frieza's smile vanished, replaced by a furious scowl. Stubborn as always, another foolhardy Namekian. I'll tear you apart limb by limb. Without warning, Frieza unleashed a beam of energy at Piccolo. However, Piccolo effortlessly deflected it with a wave of his hand.
Tien and Yamcha shuddered, astonished by the speed of the exchange. Yamcha gasped, what just happened? I couldn't follow it at all. Tien, a bead of sweat on his forehead, acknowledged such incredible speed.
However, Piccolo responded with a look of disdain. Frieza, is this all you've got? Frieza's brow furrowed. I didn't expect you to block it with your hand. TSK tisk TSK, it seems I've been too lenient. It's rare to encounter someone as formidable as you, and I couldn't bring myself to kill you outright. Well then, let me show you the terror of the Emperor of the Universe. With that, Frieza let out a bellow.
His entire aura surged forth and the ground beneath him instantly split into a massive
crater. Tien and Yamcha felt the intense and malevolent energy, holding their breath in shock. Yamcha muttered to himself, is this really how we're supposed to grow, by fighting such a powerful opponent? With this kind of strength, we'd be finished in an instant. Goku, you really overestimate us. Cold sweat beaded on Tien's forehead. Just that casual attack earlier could have sent them straight to their doom. Facing such an opponent, they couldn't even make a move. The gap was simply too vast even if their potential were unleashed. Piccolo stepped forward, advising, stay back and don't interfere. I'll handle him myself. Yamcha and Tien wisely retreated further. Frieza charged forward. Piccolo also dashed towards Frieza. The two figures vanished simultaneously, clashing several times in an instant, creating ripples in the air. The surrounding rocks were continuously pulverized into dust by the shockwaves of their battle.
After a few probing moves, Frieza and Piccolo locked fingers, beginning a test of strength. The ground
beneath them shattered instantly, cracks spreading like a web. Tien and Yamcha were shocked once more, retreating even further. As they continued to grapple, Frisia's scouter beeped incessantly with Piccolo's power level numbers climbing higher and higher. Suddenly Frisia's scouter exploded. The two pulled apart with Frisia once again taken aback. Incredible, your power level has reached such a degree.
Piccolo sneered, don't you have transformations? Show your true capability, Frisia. You even know about that. Fine, since you're so eager to die, I won't stop you. My transformation energy is so immense even I can't control it, so don't regret it.
Frisia shouted, and in an instant his armor shattered in large pieces. The next moment his body swelled up, his battlesuit completely torn apart. In an instant Frisia became incredibly massive. A smirk played at the corner of Frisia's mouth. Once again, my current power level is 1 million. In the next moment Frisia rushed towards Piccolo, the massive horn aimed straight for Piccolo's chest, but as he closed in, Frisia found that Piccolo had dodged. He was taken aback, this being the first time someone had evaded him in his transformed state. However, it wasn't over. In the next instant Piccolo delivered a whip kick to Frisia's face, followed by a heavy punch to his chest. Frisia lost his balance from the blows. What followed was a barrage of Piccolo's combination punches. In a flash Frisia let out a series of pained groans and was sent flying by Piccolo's final overpowering move.
Tien and Yamcha were utterly stunned. Could this really be happening? Piccolo hadn't even used his transformation, yet he had Frisia completely at a loss, unable to counterattack. Even Bulma, watching from afar, was taken aback. Was this really the so-called Emperor of the Universe, Frisia? He seemed so weak. As Bulma seemed like she was about to reveal herself, Goku quickly held her back. Don't underestimate him, he cautioned. That guy is fierce, his power is far beyond this, it's just that he's never met a real opponent before, so he's become careless. Bulma nodded again. Oh, I see. But I guess Piccolo's chances of winning aren't small either, he hasn't even used that orange transformation yet. Goku shook his head. If Frisia goes into his ultimate form, it won't be enough.
Just then Goku's expression suddenly froze. Bulma, curious, asked what's wrong. Goku replied, I can feel a lot of energy signals. The Dragon Balls on Earth must have granted a wish and they've all been resurrected. I've got to get to work. Bulma said, so soon? It seems the Dragon Balls were in the hands of the Kami all along. Yes, Goku nodded. The Kami takes this matter very seriously, after all it's his home planet. Should I go alone then? Bulma thought for a second and nodded. Alright, you go ahead, but come back quickly. I think there's no danger here anymore, I'd like to watch them fight. Goku glanced at Bulma and reminded her once more, remember, don't reveal yourself, otherwise you'll be the one getting hurt. Alright, I got it. Having already experienced the battle on Namek in a previous life, Goku was familiar with the village where Elder Mori resided. He placed his fingers on his forehead, focusing in the direction of the village. In the next instant Goku vanished from his spot. Piccolo's onslaught was relentless, a barrage of attacks mercilessly pounded Frisia, sending him hurtling away. As Frisia was sent flying, Piccolo clasped his left hand on his right wrist, unleashing a tremendous energy wave toward Frisia. The blinding white light engulfed Frisia. Boom! A fierce explosion echoed, dust and smoke covering a vast area. Tien and Yamcha exclaimed in surprise, is it over? Piccolo, without looking away, stared intently at the smoke on the ground. No, he declared. As expected, as the dust settled, Frisia emerged from the rubble, casually brushing the dirt off his body. Looking up at Piccolo, impressive, he remarked, to be able to knock me down in my second form.
But driving me mad won't end well for you. Tien was shocked by Frisia's unscathed appearance. All those attacks landed, yet they didn't leave a scratch.
Yamcha swallowed hard. What a terrifying guy. Frisia clenched his fists and his power surged once more. The ground quaked continuously and countless rocks were lifted and then fell with the surge of energy. At this moment his energy level finally surpassed Piccolo's, yet Piccolo still hadn't resorted to his orange transformation. Frisia sneered coldly, foolish clown, you've managed to anger me, now it's my turn.
With those words, Frisia's figure vanished abruptly, launching an assault on
Piccolo. Piccolo swung his fist with a powerful strike, colliding head-on with Frisia. The force was immense, causing Piccolo to retreat a considerable distance, using the momentum to his advantage. Just as Piccolo was about to launch a counterattack, Frisia suddenly appeared behind him. His tail extended rapidly, slashing towards Piccolo. Caught off guard, Piccolo was sent flying through the air. Frisia pursued mercilessly, delivering another kick. However, Piccolo's reflexes were lightning fast. He regained his balance with a swift roll and raised his hand to block Frisia's assault. The two clashed and separated again, creating distance between them. Frisia frowned, you truly are a surprise. Well then let me show you my next transformation. His words were interrupted as the sky suddenly darkened. Frisia was taken aback. He looked around in confusion. What was happening? Wasn't Namek supposed to be devoid of night? Why had the sky turned black? Piccolo paused as well, glancing upwards at the sudden appearance of dark clouds. In the distance a golden glow was visible. It was unmistakably the dragon of Namek. Piccolo understood. The Dragon Balls had been activated. He had sensed many energies appearing, suddenly realizing that Earth's guardian had completed the wish. Those energies belonged to the resurrected Namekians. Frisia, unable to sense energy and with his scouter having exploded earlier, was oblivious. A cold smile crept onto Piccolo's lips. Frisia, you're doomed. This is the sign of your end. Frisia scoffed. Arrogant words. To buy more time for the Dragon Balls, Piccolo launched himself at Frisia once more. Meanwhile, where Vegeta was. Den, Krillin and Vegeta, in Jinya's body, stood together. Den had already summoned the dragon. Krillin gazed at the dragon in awe, as expected of Namek's dragon. It's much larger than Earth's. Porunga floated high above, addressing them. Those who have gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, speak your wishes. Any 3 wishes can be granted. Using Jinya's body, Vegeta looked at Den and said, make the wishes, Den. After the first wish, I won't be here anymore. Remember to grant me immortality. Den nodded. Alright, don't worry. With that, Vegeta, mimicking Jinyu, inflicted a wound on himself in his current body. Though not fatal, it left him heavily injured and unable to move, ensuring he wouldn't harm Den. Den was deeply moved by Vegeta's meticulous planning. Seeing Vegeta nearly incapacitated, Den wasted no time and uttered the wish in the Namekian language. As the complex incantation flowed, a strange golden light emanated from Porunga. Your wish is granted. Please state your second wish. Simultaneously, Jinya's body trembled violently, its hands shaking as it lay on the ground. Den looked at Jinya's body. Vegeta, is that still you? Jinya's body waved its hands, blood still pouring from its chest, yet it remained silent, crawling towards the distance. Den was puzzled. What's going on? Krillin shouted excitedly. It's done. I forgot to tell you, by a twist of fate, Vegeta's body was earlier occupied by a fly, so now Vegeta's soul has returned and Jinya's body is actually being controlled by a fly. Den, quickly make a wish. Den was momentarily stunned, but realizing the truth about the fly, he understood the situation and saw the fly-like movements of Jinya's body. He quickly nodded. Got it. Then Den turned towards Porunga and made the second wish. Please grant Mr. Vegeta immortality. In Namekian language, Porunga responded, there is a condition I must tell you. My power is limited and cannot grant perfect immortality. I can only fix a person's physical state at a certain level, and once the wish is fulfilled, there will be no further possibility of growth in power. Do you wish to proceed? Hearing this, Den hesitated for a long time. Porunga pressed, will you make this wish? Please hurry, Krillin urged Den quickly, or we'll lose the chance for any wish. Den finally nodded. A golden light flashed on Porunga's body. Your second wish has been granted. Please state your third wish. Krillin was overjoyed and said, it's my turn. Please let me have a gentle, kind, devoted, beautiful girlfriend with with a nice figure. Den, a bit puzzled, nonetheless translated Krillin's request. However, Porunga shook his head. I'm sorry, my power is limited. The wish cannot involve others unless it is with their consent. Krillin was taken aback. So it's not possible. Porunga nodded. Please choose another wish. Krillin scratched his head in frustration. This is tough. Wait, you can understand what I'm saying? Porunga nodded again. I can, but the wish must be made in Namekian as per the rules. I see, that's pretty secure. Krillin thought hard but couldn't come up with another wish. Just then Goku appeared, accompanied by Elder Mori. Goku looked up at Porunga and asked, how's it going? Haven't finished all the wishes yet? Krillin glanced at Goku. No, Porunga can't grant wishes involving others. Looks like I won't be getting a wife through the Dragon Balls. You take the last wish, Goku. Goku patted Krillin's shoulder. Thanks. Then, turning to Den, Goku said, Den, Earth's Dragon Balls can't do this. Please wish to Porunga for me to ensure that son Goku's scion Kakarot never gets sick. Den nodded and conveyed the wish to Porunga in Namekian. Porunga immediately responded, never falling ill is possible, but injury is not included. Goku nodded, I understand, make the wish for me. That's simple enough. A golden light flashed from Porunga and Goku instantly felt invigorated. He was amazed at how light and free his body felt, and even the faint aches and pains were gone. Sun Wukong couldn't help but praise, wow, the Grand Elder's Dragon Balls are really something. Porunga, you're amazing, I'll give you a thumbs up. Porunga's face visibly showed a hint of joy, his eyes curving into crescent moons. Sun Wukong turned to Elder Mori and said again, "Alright, my business here is done, Elder Mori. We need to get going." Mori nodded, immediately grabbed Sun Wukong, and with a swoosh they both vanished. Purunga also said, "The wish has been granted, goodbye." In the next instant, Purunga transformed into golden light and dived into the Dragon Balls, which then turned into stones and shot off in all directions. Meanwhile, on the other side, Piccolo and Frieza were engaged in a heated battle. Suddenly Vegeta, who had been lying on the ground, roared, "Damn it, who was the fool that shattered all my bones?" Nail, seeing Vegeta suddenly able to speak, exclaimed with surprise, "Vegeta, have you come back to your senses?" Vegeta lifted his head, opening only one eye to look at Nail since the other was too swollen to open. Vegeta demanded, "Nail, I want to know who did this?" Nail, somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Sorry, Vegeta. Your power was too strong, the ropes couldn't hold you. You were possessed earlier and we had no choice but to restrain you to preserve your body." Vegeta took a deep breath. The fact that they had to resort to such measures because of his immense strength was oddly comforting. "I understand, bring Den over here, I need healing quickly." Yamcha immediately produced a Senzu bean. "Here, take this and you'll be fine." Seeing that Vegeta couldn't lift his hand, Yamcha directly placed it in his mouth. "This is a Senzu bean, it can quickly." However, before Yamcha could finish, Vegeta spat the bean out. Yamcha was taken aback. "Why did you spit it out?" Vegeta frowned. "You think I'll just eat whatever you shove in my mouth? I don't need this." Yamcha hurriedly explained, "This is a very precious Senzu bean. If you eat it, it can restore your strength and quickly heal your injuries. No matter how severe your wounds are, as long as you eat a Senzu bean, you'll recover in no time." Vegeta paused. "What, it can quickly heal injuries?" Yamcha nodded. "Yes, it's very valuable. Do you have more?" Vegeta asked. Yamcha shrugged. "Goku only left me with this one, but you spat it onto the ground." Vegeta glanced at the spot where he had spat it out. The Senzu bean was now covered in dirt. He looked up at the intense battle in the sky between Piccolo and Frieza. The fight was fierce. Piccolo was merely enduring, not sparing any energy in his struggle against Frieza. Vegeta exclaimed, "Is that Earth's Namekian Piccolo? How did he become so strong?" Yamcha replied, "Yes, that's Piccolo. The Grand Elder unlocked his potential and he has become much stronger. Moreover, he hasn't even shown his true skills yet. Maybe he can defeat Frieza." Vegeta's entire body shook with shock. "What, he can defeat Frieza? How is that possible?" Yamcha said, "You've missed out on so much then. He can transform into an orange form known as the Super Namekian, which is incredibly powerful. However, it seems to drain too much energy, and he's waiting for Frieza's final transformation, Super Namekian." Yamcha nodded again. Vegeta snorted coldly. "What Super Namekian? Is it stronger than my Super Saiyan? Humph. Hurry up and pick up the Senzu bean and feed it to me." Yamcha glanced at Vegeta, then at the Senzu bean on the ground. Suddenly feeling a wave of nausea, he thought to himself, "Nail shouldn't have stopped you from eating dirt." Before Yamcha could move, Nail stepped in, picked up the Senzu bean, cleaned it on his clothes, and handed it to Vegeta. Vegeta chewed the Senzu bean and swallowed it, and in an instant his body crackled with energy. His bones healed in a remarkably short time. Vegeta felt a strange sensation and exclaimed, "This is amazing. In just a moment, my injuries have completely healed." Yamcha nodded. "Of course it's a Senzu bean." Vegeta stood up, stretched his limbs and felt his strength. A look of surprise appeared on his face. While the beating wasn't in vain, "I've gotten stronger." Yamcha didn't understand the Saiyan's passive ability and looked puzzled. Suddenly Vegeta felt a mysterious power surge throughout his body. A feeling that was indescribable made him shudder. "It must be that Den has granted me the wish for immortality." Vegeta's eyes lit up. "Haha, I finally achieved immortality." Yamcha was stunned. "Vegeta, did you use the Dragon Balls to become immortal? Then wasn't the Senzu bean you just ate a waste?" Vegeta retorted, "Don't mention it again." At this moment, the black clouds in the sky suddenly rolled back, revealing once again the clear blue sky. Suddenly, a ball rapidly shot through the sky, heading straight for Frieza. But with that speed, Frieza easily dodged it. Frieza frowned, looking at the flying stone ball, puzzled. "What is that?" Piccolo's face showed a trace of a smile. "Frieza, you're doomed. That was a Dragon Ball. It's already daylight and they've made their wishes, so the Dragon Balls have turned to stone. Your dream of immortality is shattered." Frieza was startled. He glanced up at the sky and noticed that it had become bright again. "You mean, the dark sky was the anomaly caused by gathering all the Dragon Balls?" Piccolo nodded. "That's right. It's the phenomenon that occurs when the Dragon Balls are gathered and Shenron is summoned." Frieza squinted his eyes for a moment, then they suddenly widened. he roared in anger. Damn it, you deliberately distracted me to keep my attention away. Piccolo smiled smugly. Exactly.
Frieza looked around at Yamcha, Tien, Shinhan, Nail and Vegeta in the distance. Damn.
It. You lowly beings dared to steal my wish. Who was it? Who did it? At this moment Vegeta flew up, pointing his thumb at himself. Haha, Frieza, I'm sorry, not only have I become a Super Saiyan, you've gained immortality and now you're doomed. Frieza's pupils trembled violently. How is this possible? Are you Vegeta? Vegeta chuckled. That's right, the one who stole your Dragon Balls is none other than me, but I did it using Jinya's body. Now not only have I returned to my original body, but I've also obtained immortality. Enraged, Frieza clenched his steel-like jaws and let out a furious roar, causing a sudden surge of wild energy. In an instant, Frieza became the eye of the storm. His aura erupting violently, the alien-like shell on his body cracked once more. Piccolo hastily crossed his arms to shield himself from the gale. Even though Tien, Shinhan and Yamcha were some distance away, they both assumed defensive stances just to withstand the explosive aura. From afar, Bulma was once again taken aback. Frieza transformed for the third time. Am I watching a Frieza transformation saga? Bulma glanced around and noticed that both Tien and Piccolo seemed significantly more serious. She even saw deep fear etched on Yamcha's face. Only Vegeta stood defiantly against Frieza's aura proudly in the air. Bulma muttered, "It seems Frieza has become incredibly strong. Goku, you need to come back soon." Upon hearing that Vegeta had gained immortality, Piccolo withdrew to a certain range. But Frieza's final evolution was still ongoing, his energy continuously escalating. Beads of sweat appeared on Piccolo's forehead. Such a powerful aura, this time it suddenly becomes so strong. Completely different from his previous transformations, it's too strong. Even if I turn orange, I wouldn't be his match. Crack. The sound of a shell breaking echoed. A dazzling white light burst from Frieza, blinding everyone. Once the light faded, a petite and delicate Frieza emerged. Vegeta sneered, "Is this your final form, Frieza? You even shrank. How ridiculous!" Frieza's eyes flashed with a cold gleam. Swoosh, a red beam pierced Vegeta's heart. Seeing a hole appear in Vegeta's chest in midair, Krillin looked around in surprise and asked, "What just happened? Did you see that?" Tien and Yamcha both shook their heads. Beads of sweat broke out on Piccolo's forehead. All I saw was a flash of light. I couldn't even see how he attacked. A sharp pain suddenly shot through Vegeta's chest. As he looked down, he discovered that his chest had been pierced, yet no blood flowed out. Simultaneously, a tingling sensation spread from the wound, and the hole began to heal on its own. A look of delight spread across Vegeta's face as he wiped away his cold sweat. That was a scare. Indeed, immortality is true immortality. I'm fine. Vegeta raised his head and looked at Frieza again, laughing heartily. Haha, Frieza, that move was impressive. But too bad you can't kill me. Frieza also saw Vegeta's wound healing automatically. The wish for immortality that Vegeta had stolen from him reignited his fury. Frieza angrily shouted, "Damn you, Vegeta, even if you have immortality, so what? I'll make you experience the taste of hell." Vegeta clenched his fist and laughed, "Don't be so arrogant. I'd become the Super Saiyan you fear the most and gained immortality. I was just a bit careless earlier." With these words, Vegeta charged at Frieza. However, as soon as he reached Frieza, the figure vanished. Vegeta was stunned. Where did he go? Suddenly, Frieza's laughter echoed from behind. "Ha ha ha, you can't even keep up with my speed and you dare call yourself a Super Saiyan?" Vegeta gasped in shock. How is this possible? Such incredible speed. Frieza crossed his arms, gazing at Vegeta. "Honestly, with your level of power, even with immortality, you're nothing more than an ant to me. I can crush you over and over again." Vegeta roared in anger, "Comparing me to an ant? What a joke. My power is far beyond that." As he spoke, Vegeta let out a loud shout, gathering all his energy. "You think you're strong? Then try to take this, Frieza," Vegeta taunted, hoping to provoke Frieza into not dodging. Frieza showed no intention of evading. Vegeta's lips curled into a sly smile. In the next moment, Vegeta shouted, "Gallic Gun!" In an instant, a tremendous wave of energy surged towards Frieza. Piccolo was alarmed. "Vegeta, such an attack will destroy this planet. Stop." However, Vegeta's Gallic Gun had already reached Frieza. Frieza's lips curled into a slight smirk, and with a swift reverse kick, the Gallic Gun was sent soaring into the sky. Witnessing this, Vegeta was once again astounded. "He kicked away my Gallic Gun with just his foot." Vegeta deeply felt Frieza's overwhelming power, a power so immense it struck fear into his heart. Before Vegeta could recover, Frieza suddenly rushed forward, landing a punch on Vegeta's face.
Vegeta couldn't even catch a glimpse of his movement before he was sent flying. Frieza didn't relent, pursuing with knee strikes and headbutts. Vegeta's screams echoed as he was battered in mid-air. The sound of bones cracking mixed with Vegeta's cries filled the sky. With a final slam dunk, Vegeta was smashed to the ground, lying sprawled out, yet in that instant his injuries healed once more. Frieza stepped on his head with a smirk. Immortal Vegeta, is it? I'll make you regret ever obtaining immortality. With a fierce kick, Frieza sent Vegeta flying, then rapidly pointed his fingers in succession. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of red beams turned Vegeta into a sieve. As soon as Frieza stopped, Vegeta fell with a scream, but as he fell, the holes in his body healed again. Vegeta barely caught his breath when Frieza's tail swept around, wrapping tightly around his neck. Like a machine gun, Frieza's fists pounded on Vegeta's back. Thud, thud, thud. Vegeta's screams were relentless. Frieza's formidable combat prowess left Piccolo, Krillin, Tien and Yamcha in awe, paralyzed with fear. If it weren't for Vegeta's newfound immortality, he might have already been reduced to ashes by now. In the village where the Grand Elder resided, the nearby villagers who had been resurrected gathered around him. Goku watched as the Grand Elder passed on the power of the Dragon Balls to Mori. Just then Goku sensed a powerful presence emerging. Many of the Namekians felt it too when the Grand Elder trembled all over. Such a strong and evil aura, it was terrifying to this degree. Without agreeing, Goku bid farewell to the Grand Elder and his group. Sorry, it seems Frieza has finally transformed. His power is too strong, it's a battle we can't keep up with. I have to go, Grand Elder. The Grand Elder slowly nodded. Thank you, we'll leave Namek in your hands. Goku placed his fingers on his forehead. Goodbye, and with that Goku vanished. In an instant Goku appeared near the battlefield where Frieza was. At this moment Piccolo, Tien, Shinhan and others were hiding in the distance while Frieza was elegantly pummeling Vegeta. Krillin saw Goku and exclaimed with delight, Goku, you finally made it. Goku nodded. What's the situation? Is Vegeta taking on Frieza one-on-one? Piccolo nodded. Vegeta has gained immortality and is fighting Frieza. But Frieza is too strong, he doesn't stand a chance. Immortality? Krillin nodded. Yes, you missed the wish earlier. Vegeta used the Dragon Balls to restore his body and gain immortality. Goku turned to look at Frieza and Vegeta. Sure enough, despite Frieza's intense attacks, Vegeta's injuries healed in no time. However, this didn't stop Frieza from venting his anger, kicking Vegeta repeatedly in the kidneys. Thoroughly enjoying Vegeta's cries of agony, Goku snorted coldly, that idiot Vegeta, wasting all the opportunities given to him. Bulma, seeing Goku had arrived, immediately grew excited. Goku, hurry up, take him down. In the next moment Goku stood before Frieza. Frieza paused, halting his assault on Vegeta. And who are you? Regaining his breath, Vegeta shouted to Kakarot. Frieza narrowed his eyes. Kakarot, a Saiyan name. Frieza scrutinized Goku closely. Seeing Goku's face, a distant memory flashed through Frieza's mind. Ah yes, the Saiyan who resisted until the very end. When I destroyed planet Vegeta, he looked just like this. By now Vegeta's injuries had healed. He stood up once more. Kakarot, show Frieza the power of a Super Saiyan. Smack, Frieza's long tail lashed out, sending Vegeta flying again. Super Saiyan, don't make me laugh. I'll deal with you later, Vegeta. Then Frieza turned to face Goku squarely. I intend to kill all Saiyans. If you know what's good for you, you should hide. Goku also studied Frieza, a hint of disdain in his eyes, and he lightly remarked, Frieza, you're quite short, aren't you? Frieza never fully transformed into his ultimate form and always lounged in his baby-like hover chair. A small part of the reason was the energy consumption, but a larger reason was his height. Frieza's army was mostly composed of tall, burly warriors. If he stayed in his ultimate form, Frieza would have to look up at nearly all of his subordinates, inevitably inviting whispers behind his back. To address this, Frieza secretly eliminated any soldier who dared to comment on his stature. However, soldiers came and went, and there were always new recruits too clueless to realize this was a taboo topic, or others who dared to gossip secretly. Consequently, throughout the years, members of Frieza's forces would mysteriously vanish without explanation. But then came Goku, who upon their first meeting mercilessly poked at Frieza's sore spot. Frieza was taken aback, yet found himself at a loss for words to retort. At that moment Frieza's desire to pummel Vegeta vanished, replaced by a burning urge to annihilate the man standing before him. Enraged, Frieza raised his seemingly delicate yet incredibly fierce fist to strike Goku. However, before his blow could land, Goku sent him flying with a single kick. Fortunately, the kick wasn't too powerful and Frieza managed to regain his footing with a quick roll.
In the next instant, Frieza pointed a finger, releasing a death beam toward Goku. Goku casually deflected it with a wave of his hand, sending the beam flying off course.
Frieza let out a soft "mm" at Goku's seemingly effortless deflection of the energy attack, thinking it must have been a fluke. His eyes turned icy cold as he rapidly fired a barrage of death beams at Goku. Once again, Goku casually waved them away, effortlessly deflecting Frieza's attacks. Frieza was stunned. How could it be that you blocked all of them with just one hand? Off to the side, Vegeta erupted into laughter. A Super Saiyan is the strongest warrior in the universe. Haha, Frieza, you're finished. In a swift motion, Frieza pointed his finger again, a red beam piercing through Vegeta's forehead. What Super Saiyan? You should know I hate it when anyone makes such jokes in front of me. Goku spoke seriously. Frieza, let me correct you, he wasn't wrong. I am a Super Saiyan. Frieza's eyes glinted with disdain. Another arrogant fool claiming to be a Super Saiyan. He raised his hand once more, ready to attack again. Goku glanced at the recovering Vegeta before turning back to Frieza. Even though with my current power transforming into a Super Saiyan to fight you is overkill, I've decided to show you what a Super Saiyan really is, so you'll have something to reflect on in hell. Frieza, chuckling with his fist covering his mouth, said, hahaha, you're killing me with laughter. You claim to be a Super Saiyan and talk about sending me to hell? Seems like you're even more arrogant than Vegeta. Don't you know Vegeta, who calls himself a Super Saiyan, has been beaten by me for half the day already? As he spoke, Frieza sent another death beam flying, once again knocking down the just standing Vegeta. Vegeta muttered, damn it. Whether it's the Dragon Balls on Earth or those on Namek, they've all been used. We can't be careless. If this guy blows up Namek, Frieza could turn the tables on us. Sun Wukong didn't waste any time. He gathered his breath, and in an instant a golden aura ignited around him. His hair turned golden and stood up while his pupils shifted to a vibrant green. His energy multiplied dozens of times over in a heartbeat. The surrounding sand and stones scattered as fierce winds surged. Vegeta was stunned by the sight. So this is a Super Saiyan, transformed into a Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong glanced down at Frieza. After transforming, he felt a bit taller and Frieza seemed even shorter now. Frieza's brow furrowed, and with sudden fury he shouted, damn it, you annoying monkey, you're so infuriating, die. With that, Frieza soared into the sky, raising one hand. In an instant, a black energy ball formed. As Frieza's breath continuously infused it, the energy ball rapidly expanded. In less than a breath, its diameter reached tens of meters and it continued to grow. The terrifying energy surged, causing lightning and thunder to strike across Namek, altering the very weather. The air was thick with the scent of impending doom, oppressive and heavy, making it hard to breathe. Cold sweat beaded on Piccolo's forehead. That idiot Sun Wukong, he actually managed to anger him right off the bat. Damn it, now the whole planet's in danger. Yamcha's hands trembled as he clutched his head in agony. Isn't this too harsh? He's planning to destroy the entire planet along with us. We're done for, we're all going to be wiped out. Krillin exclaimed, no way, Frieza's starting with a big move already. Are we really going to die? How can this be? I haven't even gotten married yet. In the distance, Bulma's heart skipped a beat. This is terrifying. Such a small person conjured up such a massive energy ball. I suddenly feel so uncertain. Wukong, you can't lose. Frieza noticed the fear on everyone's faces and sneered maliciously at Sun Wukong. I'm afraid now, are you? This is what happens when you anger me. This energy is enough to destroy this planet in an instant. I don't believe a Super Saiyan can withstand this. You're all going to die, ha 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 ha. With a cruel expression, Frieza hurled the supernova energy ball towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong chuckled lightly. I called you short and you went straight to the sky. Little did Frieza know, the angle he was at was exactly what Sun Wukong desired. As he spoke, Sun Wukong placed his hands by his waist, his palms forming a flower-like shape. A powerful energy gathered in Sun Wukong's palms. With a loud roar, a thick energy wave erupted forth. In an instant, the blue-white beam collided directly with Frieza's supernova energy ball. Without a hint of struggle or delay, Frieza's supernova was immediately pushed back. Frieza was shocked. What? You're pushing it back? Frieza, in terror, pressed both hands against the supernova, trying to force it downward. However, no matter how hard he pushed, he couldn't stop the energy ball from being repelled. How is this possible? Get back there, Frieza roared, his purple aura flaring violently as his muscles enlarged significantly in an instant. However, despite giving it his all, he only managed to delay the energy sphere for a mere moment. The Kamehameha wave, with its unrivaled power, pushed the energy blast and engulfed Frieza. Ah, damn it! In the next instant, the Kamehameha wave became incredibly robust, shattering the supernova energy blast into pieces, and Frisia's petite frame was swallowed by the white light, turning to ashes. The blinding light illuminated the cosmos for a fleeting moment, forcing everyone nearby to shield their eyes. As the light dissipated, Frisia's figure vanished completely. Krillin and Yamcha leaped up in excitement. "We won!" Krillin exclaimed. "Goku was amazing. This means I can go back to Earth alive." Piccolo swallowed hard. What terrifying power! Did Frisia get defeated in just one move? Bulma, seeing everyone celebrating, finally realized that Frisia was defeated. She let out a deep sigh of relief, as expected of Goku once again taking down the enemy in just one strike. It's the same formula, the same taste after all these years. Vegeta's face was filled with disbelief as he looked earnestly at Goku. "Kakarot, is this the power of a Super Saiyan?" Seeing the expectant look in Vegeta's eyes, Goku nodded. "Yes, this is the power of a Super Saiyan. Quite impressive, isn't it?" Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, the veins on his forehead bulging, but then a smile appeared on his face. "Kakarot, you're just a low-class warrior. If even you can transform into a Super Saiyan, then I surely can too, and I will certainly be stronger than you. You might have been right before, but now it might not be possible," Goku replied. Vegeta was taken aback. Waiki. Goku exhaled and reverted back from his transformation. "Vegeta, you shouldn't have sought immortality. Your current immortality has stripped away the Saiyan trait of growing stronger through battle." Hearing Goku's words, Vegeta was suddenly struck with a realization. Every time after a battle, especially after recovering from severe injuries, his power would surge. However, ever since gaining immortality, he seemed to have been on the receiving end constantly, with no progress in strength. Vegeta stood frozen on the spot. Regret, pain, and even despair welled up inside him. How could this be? Vegeta clenched his fists so tightly they turned purple, shouting in anger, "Damn it, I can't transform into a Super Saiyan in the future. What is the point of this immortality then? It's infuriating." Vegeta howled up to the sky. "It's infuriating." "Stop, yelling won't help," Goku interrupted Vegeta. Vegeta paused, angered. "Kakarot, are you mocking me?" Goku, needing Vegeta's strength, had no intention of hiding the secrets to becoming a Super Saiyan from him. It would be beneficial for both him and Earth if Vegeta could become stronger sooner. Goku patted Vegeta on the shoulder, comforting him. "That's not what I meant. To transform into a Super Saiyan, you need 3 conditions. First, you need to maintain a calm mind for a period of time. During this time, more S cells will appear in your body, which is one of the keys to transforming into a Super Saiyan. Secondly, the foundational combat strength needs to be at least around 3 million, and you're not far from that. Thirdly, once you've achieved the first 2 points, all you need is a trigger, an extreme burst of anger that shatters your calm state of mind, and you'll be able to transform into a Super Saiyan." Vegeta was incredulous. "Kakarot, you actually told me all this?" Goku casually replied, "There are only a few of us Saiyans left. I'm telling you this so you can strive to become a Super Saiyan. Becoming a Super Saiyan is just the beginning. Keep it up, Vegeta." Suddenly, Vegeta's expression darkened again, saying, "All this is useless to me. My immortality restricts my growth, dooming me to never become a Super Saiyan. Damn it, why did I make such a useless wish?" Remembering the times he'd been thrashed despite his immortality, Vegeta's scalp started to itch. Now, the bigger downside had come. Knowing the secret of the Super Saiyan yet being unable to transform despite being a proud Saiyan genius was harder for him to bear than death. Just then Nail approached. "Not necessarily, Vegeta. If you want, you can transform too." Vegeta was stunned. "Nail, what are you talking about?" Nail explained, "You've become immortal and your strength can advance. But it's actually easy to solve. The one who ties the bell must untie it. Wait for a while until the Dragon Balls are restored and then wish to cancel your previous wish." Vegeta was shocked. Didn't the Grand Elder have little time left? Krillin immediately stepped forward. "I forgot to tell you, we used Earth's Dragon Balls to revive all the Namekians who were killed." Elder Mori was revived and the Grand Elder passed the Dragon Balls onto him. "So Namek will still have Dragon Balls in the future." Vegeta was overjoyed. "Really?" Nail nodded. "Yes, this time on Namek you helped us a lot. If you need that wish, once the Dragon Balls are restored, I'll ask Dend to help you make it." Vegeta shouted in excitement. "Great, I can become a Super Saiyan too. Ha ha." Seeing Vegeta joyously shouting like a child, Goku was filled with emotion. Goku had roughly understood the journey that brought Vegeta here.
In terms of his heart, he wasn't really a good person, but he hadn't killed a single Namekian. In terms of actions, his hatred for Frisia's army had inadvertently led him to save a few Namekians. He received Den's healing and the Grand Elder's potential unlocking. Vegeta, who had never done a good deed in his life, stumbled into becoming a hero here. Moreover, he gained one wave of blessings after another. Surely Vegeta's future path won't stray right. Goku noticed Bulma running towards him and stepped forward to meet her. Bulma dashed into Goku's arms, snuggling her head affectionately into his chest. The next moment she lifted her head and pecked him twice on the face. Moa, Goku, you're amazing. I thought we were all going to die just now. Gently holding Bulma's shoulders, Goku smiled warmly. Still don't trust me? Alright, everything's settled, let's head back. Bulma nodded lightly yes. Piccolo watched Goku's retreating figure. Unable to calm his thoughts for a long time, he could clearly feel the vast gap between himself and Goku. Even after unlocking his potential, he was still far behind. Krillin, seeing Bulma and Goku's affectionate display, couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Inwardly he thought, catching up to Goku's strength is impossible for me. But when I return, I must find a beautiful wife. Having defeated such a powerful enemy, Namek was saved. Under the Elder's instructions, Nail wanted to take them back to the village to express their heartfelt gratitude. The group didn't refuse and allowed Nail to lead them to the Elder's village. However, there was only water to offer as Namek had little food to provide. Fortunately, Bulma had her capsule filled with supplies and she prepared a feast at her own expense. Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien happily joined the celebration. Goku was eating with relish when suddenly Bulma's phone rang. Hello sister, why did you call? What, you encountered a troublesome villain and need Goku's help? Goku paused and turned to Bulma, shouting into the phone, what kind of villain? It's not a criminal the Galactic Patrol is after, is it? If it's just a small fright, don't call me. It's not interesting, Krillin laughed loudly. Exactly what kind of bandit is worthy of our Super Saiyan's involvement? Bulma's phone suddenly blared. Goku, it has to be you. Our enemy is strong, several officers have already fallen. If it wasn't serious, Jaco and I wouldn't have taken this mission. If you don't want me to heroically sacrifice myself, you better come find me quickly. Goku, intrigued, said, oh, if you put it that way, the enemy must be formidable. I guess I'll take a look. By the way, does this criminal have a name? Tights replied, of course they're formidable. No, they're not just formidable. They're infamous. They're the most ruthless space pirates, Bojack. So do you think you can handle it? Goku raised an eyebrow, seriousness evident in his demeanor. Bojack, that sounds like the space villain that appeared after Cell. Gohan had to go Super Saiyan 2 to defeat him. But since King Kai isn't dead, how did he escape? Hello Goku, are you listening? Came Tights urging over the phone. Goku quickly responded, sister, where are you? Give me a space coordinate and I'll come right away. Vegeta also paused his meal. Kakarot, judging by your expression, that person is strong. Take me along. Goku glanced at Vegeta. Bojack was indeed a foe that Gohan in his Super Saiyan 2 form had beaten. While it wasn't much of a problem for Goku, Vegeta might end up as a punching bag given his resilience. Alright, at the Galactic Patrol's North Galaxy branch, Tights was on the phone with Goku, tilting her head. Seizing the moment while Goku and Vegeta were talking, she shouted, Jaco, get me a cola. Jaco hurriedly fetched a bottle of cola from the fridge, opened it and handed it over. So Tights, is your formidable brother-in-law coming? Tights grabbed the can of cola and took a long, satisfying swig. Ah, that's refreshing. Meanwhile, Gak was anxiously asking her, hey Tights, I'm asking you something. Tights put down the cola and turned to look at Gak. Why are you in such a rush? Of course he's coming. He's gathering his crew right now. Gak was taken aback. That easy? But we're talking about a galactic villain sealed by the four great Kai, a really formidable one. I thought he wouldn't dare to come. Tights nodded. He said if the opponent's too weak he wouldn't bother coming. But if they're tough, that's what excites him. Gak scoffed, he sure talks big. Let's see if he doesn't end up running away like a coward. Tights wrinkled her nose in dismissal. Don't underestimate him. My brother-in-law, he's none other than Son Goku. He's incredibly strong. When he was young he already defeated the Demon King Piccolo. He's a hero of our Earth. Seeing Tights' eyes light up at the mention of Son Goku, Gak frowned and said, what Demon King Piccolo? Just a minor nuisance. You should tell him that Bojack is a galactic-level criminal. That Piccolo you mentioned is just a small-time thug stuck on Earth, not even in the same league. They're worlds apart. Gak sighed deeply. Oh, what bad luck. Who would have thought that with the death of the West Kai that ridiculous seal would just undo itself? I was about to become an elite member and now this happens, it's like everything goes wrong at once, Tais casually said. Alright, stop complaining, with Goku on the case it'll be fine, I've already sent them the coordinates, they're heading here from Namek and should arrive in about a month, you just need to pay for a feast to celebrate the victory, the credit will be yours, and prepare plenty of meat, my brother-in-law has quite the appetite. Gak was startled, are you kidding me, he hasn't even arrived yet and you're already planning the celebration, are you sure he knows about the galactic villain Bojack? Tais nodded. Of course, he specifically asked me for the name, and let me tell you some heavyweight news, my brother-in-law just did something big, this news is so shocking don't be scared when you hear it. Gak looked skeptical. What could possibly scare me, you're joking. Tais laughed. Just today he defeated the Galactic Emperor Frieza and even scattered his ashes. With Frieza gone, our galactic patrol missions will be much easier and our prestige will rise again. The Galactic Emperor Frieza, Gak scratched his temple trying to recall who that was, suddenly his eyes widened. What, the Galactic Emperor Frieza? Tais swallowed her cola and nodded. Yes, that's him. According to Bulma, they had their showdown on Namek. Gak shook his head in disbelief. Impossible. Someone like that, how could a human possibly defeat them? Believe it or not, Tais finished off her cola, stood up and stretched. Being a patrol officer is exhausting. Gak helped tidy up a bit. I'm going to take a shower and relax. With that, Tais strode towards the bathroom humming a tune. As she turned on the shower, Jaco's face drooped. Seriously, lately you've just been organizing documents in the office all day long, what's so tiring about that? And claiming to have defeated the galactic tyrant Frieza, who would believe such a tale? As he muttered, Jaco took out a broom to sweep away the sunflower seed shells under Tais' desk. Just then a voice flashed through Jaco's mind, Galactic Patrolman Jaco. Hello, I'm King Kai of the North. Jaco was startled and immediately looked around. Who's speaking? Where are you? I am the North Kai, one of the 4 Kais. I'm communicating with you through a special ability. Jaco stood up straight in an instant. It's an honor, King Kai, what are your instructions? The Bojack crew just wreaked havoc on several planets in the West Galaxy and are now heading toward the North Galaxy. I've analyzed their flight path and according to my prediction they'll reach planet Vadal in about a month. That planet is resource rich and they won't let it go. You should evacuate the population there quickly. Jaco responded with a rigid formality. King Kai, I'm glad to receive your intelligence support. I'll arrange the action immediately. Wait a minute, something major happened on Namek today. According to the South Kai, the Galactic Emperor Frieza was defeated. Have you Galactic Patrol received this news? Jaco's pupils shrank. You said the Galactic Emperor was defeated? Could it really be him? What? Who are you talking about? Jaco asked King Kai. Who defeated Frieza? I heard it was a surviving scion named Son Goku. It would be great if such a formidable fighter were from our North Galaxy. Huh, that's a good joke. Jaco was shocked. What, it really was Son Goku? What, you know him? Jaco replied to King Kai. Son Goku was from Earth, which is in the North Galaxy. Moreover, we've already invited him to join us in dealing with Bojack's crew. Ha, didn't expect you to have such a sense of humor. I know how many experts we have in the North Galaxy and it's impossible for him to be from here, let alone Earth. Don't try to amuse me. Alright, go get busy. Jaco protested. No, it's true. King Kai. Meanwhile, Son Goku and the others were discussing. Considering the safety of Earth's Dragon Balls, Goku persuaded Piccolo to return to Earth. After all, he couldn't be of much help here. If something happened to him, it would affect Kami and Earth's Dragon Balls, which would be quite troublesome. Thus Piccolo, Yamcha and Tien boarded the spaceship Vegeta had arrived in and set off back to Earth. Krillin, Vegeta, Goku and Bulma took a faster, larger spaceship heading to the North Galaxy's branch. Vegeta lay down on a bed in the rest area, falling into a deep, relaxed sleep. Krillin sat by the window, gazing at the vast starry sea of the universe with high hopes. I hope the next planet has beautiful girls so I can have a grand adventure rescuing them. In the main cockpit, Bulma lay in Goku's arms. Honey, give me a kiss. Goku gazed at Bulma's rosy cheeks and gently pecked her inviting lips. Mwah! Bulma's eyelashes fluttered as she puffed out her cheeks and playfully scolded. No, I asked you to give me a kiss, and that's it, just one kiss and you're done. She shushed him. The spaceship's soundproofing isn't great, never mind then. Meanwhile on Earth, Amando, one of Darl's henchmen, landed in a forest. He raised 2 fingers and pointed at the ground. An energy blast instantly created a long fissure in the earth. Amando then tossed a seed into the crack. the seed quickly took root and sprouted, its tendrils penetrating the ground and sensing a strong source of nutrients. It grew explosively. What were once delicate roots became thick, robust tree roots spreading through the soil in all directions, hungrily absorbing nutrients. The sun set, and as night fell, the young shoots broke through the ground, transforming into sturdy trees that shot skyward. Branches multiplied and continued to grow. By morning, the colossal tree had reached a terrifying size. From space, it looked as if Earth had sprouted an unsightly growth, and it was still expanding. In the dim sky of West City at dawn, Chi-Chi stood in the courtyard gazing upwards. Not a sliver of sunlight. Looks like it might rain, she murmured to herself.
Goku's been gone for half a month. Why hasn't he come back yet? Could he have met a pretty alien girl out there and been reluctant to return?
Suddenly Chi-Chi felt weak at the knees and almost collapsed. Rubbing her head, she muttered, "What's happening to me? Even with Goku gone, why do I feel so drained? I should call them." She went inside and dialed Bulma's number. "Hello, Bulma," Chi-Chi asked. "It's Chi-Chi, what's up? Everything okay at home?" Bulma responded, "Yeah, everything's fine. Raditz took the kids out to play. I was just wondering when you guys are coming back," Chi-Chi inquired. Bulma explained, "Goku just defeated Frieza and we were about to head back. But we need to make a detour to help my sister catch a criminal.
Once that's done, we'll head back to Earth, probably in about a month and a half."
"What? You still have to help Tights catch a criminal? It'll be more than a month before you're back." "Alright, got it. Be careful on the way." "Hey Bulma, why are you out of breath?" Chi-Chi wondered. Bulma quickly replied, "Oh, it's nothing, I'm just doing laundry."
Chi-Chi was surprised. "What, Goku's making you do laundry?
You haven't done chores like that before, have you? It must be tough." "I should have just gone with you guys." Bulma reassured her, "It's fine, doing a bit of work isn't tough." "Chi-Chi, I'm hanging up now."
"Okay, take care then, bye." Chi-Chi hung up the phone and continued pondering as she looked at the sky.
"I knew it, doing laundry is too much for Bulma. I should have packed more spare clothes for them." Suddenly a streak of gray and green caught her eye. "Hey, what's that? It looks like a tree. How could it be so huge? Am I seeing things?" Shaking her head, Chi-Chi went back inside and turned on the TV. Breaking news.
A journalist has captured footage of a gigantic tree in the east of Earth.
This tree has grown at an unprecedented rate, reaching a diameter of several hundred miles in just one day. The authorities were conducting an investigation.
Chi-Chi was startled. This was not good. Something serious seemed to be happening.
She needed to call Goku immediately. Chi-Chi tried to reach Bulma again. The phone rang once and then the connection was cut off. "The number you dialed is not in the service area, please try again later."
Chi-Chi frowned. Not in the service area? Was the signal really that bad in space? Wait, Raditz was around. Maybe she should try calling him instead.
Raditz was having a great time with Hilaka at the amusement park. Suddenly Hilaka focused intently on the sky. "Uncle, did you feel that?" Raditz was taken aback. "Feel what?" Hilaka pointed into the distance and said, "Over there's a very evil aura." Raditz furrowed his brow, sensing it himself. "It does seem like it," Hilaka suggested. "Let's go check it out."
Raditz shrugged, gesturing to the various rides in the amusement park, and asked, "But we just got the tickets today. Aren't you going to enjoy the rides?" Hilaka replied, "I'm bored with them. I've been playing for half a month." "Alright then, since there's nothing better to do, let's go have a look."
With that, the uncle and nephew duo flew swiftly in the direction of the ominous presence. Moments later, a towering tree blocked their path. They halted. Hilaka looked up at the massive tree in awe. "What a huge tree! Who could have planted this?" Raditz glanced around and quickly said, "This tree looks very unnatural." Hilaka was puzzled. What's so unnatural about it? Just at that moment, Raditz's phone rang. "Hello," Chi-Chi's urgent voice came through. "Something terrible has happened. Someone has planted a huge tree on Earth.
The authorities discovered that this tree can absorb life energy. No wonder I felt so weak when I woke up this morning."
Raditz assured her, "Got it, we're here. Don't worry about it. Nothing can stop me." Chi-Chi sighed with relief. "Yes, with you around, it's reassuring." Raditz hung up the phone and pointed his palm at the tree. In an instant, an energy blast shot towards the trunk. Boom! The explosion echoed, but the gigantic tree remained unscathed. Hilaka was shocked. "Not even a scratch? How is that possible? Let's do it together," Raditz said, and they both unleashed fierce energy waves at the trunk. However, no matter the intensity of the energy waves, they couldn't harm the tree in the slightest. Raditz was taken aback. "This is infuriating. Even with all my strength, I can't damage this tree." Hilaka looked up and suggested, "Let's go up there and take a look." "Let's go." They soared into the sky, quickly reaching the branches.
There a few bizarre-looking figures were perched on the boughs. Raditz frowned. Who are you? One of them smirked evilly and launched an energy wave at Raditz without a word. With a casual wave of his hand, Raditz deflected the energy wave, sending one of his own back in retaliation. The energy wave hit its target directly, but to their surprise, the opponents split into two figures. Raditz and Hilaka were both stunned. What's going on? One of the split figures laughed heartily. Haha, you're unlucky to have encountered us, the Ryizlaka Ci brothers. Raditz and Hilaka suddenly realized what was going on. They had been expecting some kind of ultimate technique, but it turned out they were just dealing with twins. As Raditz's figure flickered, he swiftly approached the Ryizlakas brothers. With a graceful whip kick and a sidekick, he sent the two flying away. Floating in mid-air, Raditz looked down on them and asked, "Did you get my approval before planting trees here?" Raditz's question left the group and the trees silent for 3 seconds before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. This guy actually thinks he needs to approve planting a spirit tree. What a joke. Meanwhile, the twin brothers who had been knocked away returned, facing Raditz once more. You dare attack us? You must have a death wish. Raditz glanced at the two brothers, a sly smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. At first glance I thought your heads were on backwards. How disgusting. Raditz's words infuriated the brothers. What, you dare mock us? We'll show you what we're made of, they shouted, charging at Raditz with fists raised. Raditz cracked his knuckles, stretching his neck with a sinister grin. It's been a while since I've killed anyone. I never thought I'd encounter someone foolish enough to invade this planet and even dare to challenge me. Let me show you my power. With that, Raditz engaged them. The brothers punched rapidly, but Raditz moved like lightning, effortlessly dodging their attacks. As he dodged, he countered with a punch that hit one of them squarely. The immense force left the man spewing foam, his eyes bulging with bloody veins. Raditz then swept his leg, striking the other brother with such force that his chest nearly caved in. The man cried out as he spat blood sent flying backward. Raditz looked down arrogantly at the fallen brothers, his eyes filled with disdain. Weak, pathetically weak, he declared. Raditz, after a period of training, had grown far stronger even though he hadn't fought since arriving on Earth. His power was leagues above these small fry. Seeing this, the remaining group encircled Raditz and Hilaka. Hilaka readied herself for battle as well. A sudden shout shattered the tranquility and the group launched an attack on Raditz and Hilaka. Calmly, Raditz and Hilaka faced off against their 10 or so attackers. The uncle and nephew duo's combat skills far surpassed their opponents. Despite their best efforts, the attackers couldn't lay a scratch on them. They were simply being beaten down. Within a few rounds, the attackers were all on the ground. Hilaka excitedly raised her right hand, laughing, "Oh yeah, we won, we won." Raditz's arms crossed, looked down on the crowd with disdain. I am a Scion warrior and you dared to provoke me. On Earth, they say it's like an old man tying a noose courting death. A burly man glared up at Raditz, eyes burning with fury. How dare you act so arrogantly? Our leader is on his way and soon you'll regret crossing us. Someone shouted defiantly. Raditz couldn't help but laugh. Haha. What kind of leader do you have? I'll take him down with just one move. Shiraka echoed the sentiment. One move to take him down. Raditz stepped forward, pressing his foot on the man's head, demanding loudly, "How do you get rid of this tree? If you don't want to die, you'd better tell me now." Just then, a bright light sliced through the shadowy canopy and an energy blast whizzed through the air. Raditz's eyes flashed as he swiftly retreated. The blast struck the tree roots, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, a figure resembling Goku became clear. His skin was slightly darker and he wore a scouter similar to those used by Frisia's forces. "Kakarot, Dad," Shiraka shouted, confused. The Goku look-alike smiled coolly. "So you're the ones who took down my men. I see now, it's Raditz, Kakarot's brother and Kakarot's son." "You're not my dad," Shiraka retorted angrily. Raditz narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the man's face and demeanor. "You're not Kakarot. You look just like him. Could it be Tulz?" Tulz grinned knowingly. "Long time no see, Raditz. I never expected you to hide on Earth with Kakarot." Raditz scoffed, "Just another weakling. Don't try to get chummy with me. If you know what's good for you, uproot this tree and get lost. You're blocking my sunbathing." Tulz said nothing, merely pressing a button on his scouter revealing their current power levels. Tulz was taken aback. "Raditz, your power level has reached 50,000. Even this kid's power level is at 30,000. Raditz smirked. "Still using those outdated scouters? How primitive." "Hey Tulz, out of respect for our shared Scion heritage, I won't kill you. Just get rid of this tree and scram. Don't get in my way."
till surprise morphed into a smile. Hey Raditz, why not join me along with the kid? We could soar through the universe at will, destroying planets as we please. Wouldn't that be fun? Raditz snorted. Join you? Who do you think you are?
Some big shot, Shiraka chimed in angrily. Exactly.
We won't join forces with a villain like you. Get rid of that tree or else. Till shrugged. No need to be so harsh, we're among the few surviving scions, we should get along. To be honest, the spirit tree has taken root, no one can stop it now. This beautiful blue planet is destined to become a desolate wasteland, so you'd be better off joining me. Shiraka gasped. What did you say? Our Earth will wither away? Tills nodded. That's right.
So what do you say? Want to leave with me?
Raditz crossed his arms arrogantly. Say it again. Who do you think you are, trying to make us follow you? Moreover, I was living quite comfortably on Earth and you disrupted my enjoyment for no reason. For that I'm going to make you pay. As he spoke, Raditz assumed a battle stance. Seeing that Raditz was unmoved by any reasoning, Dales' gaze turned icy. When you call yourself a scion, how could you indulge in such a leisurely and peaceful life? Dales transformed into a flash of lightning, charging fiercely at Raditz. Raditz charged forward as well. The two figures collided rapidly. Within mere moments, they exchanged hundreds of blows. As the fight began, Dales' scouter beeped incessantly. The power level numbers kept rising, quickly breaking past the 100,000 mark. Dales was startled. What's going on? Why is your power level constantly increasing? Bang!
Dales' scouter suddenly exploded. Raditz smirked, raised his thumb
high and pointed to himself. And now you know my strength, don't you? Scared, aren't you? Pull this tree out right now and kneel before me and I might spare you, even let you follow me. Hearing Raditz suggest he follow him, Dales laughed angrily. Surrender to you, Raditz? Are you dreaming? Raditz cracked his knuckles noisily, stepping closer to Dales. You're really giving me no choice here. I just wanted a little underling, not your life. Yet you refuse the toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. In that case, I won't hold back. With a cold snort, Dales charged forward again, but Raditz was now more ferocious than ever, faster and stronger than before. Raditz's movements were like lightning, so quick that Dales could not keep up. As Dales missed several attacks, Raditz backhanded him, sending him flying. Dales was shocked and thought to himself that he couldn't continue to confront Raditz head-on and turned to flee. Raditz, with a mocking smile, pursued him like a cat chasing a mouse. Whenever Raditz caught up, Dales received another beating, screaming in pain.
Realizing he couldn't win, Dales didn't linger in battle. After taking a beating,
he'd put some distance between them and continue to flee. Raditz laughed. Where do you think you're running to, little one? As they continued their chase, the spirit tree kept growing wildly. Gradually the fruit began to ripen, glowing with a red hue. A sly grin crept across Dales' face as he fled to the dense treetops, grabbing a ripe fruit and using the terrain and thick foliage to evade Raditz, putting some distance between them. Raditz chuckled. Defeated foe, where's all that arrogance?
From before, you can't even beat me, yet you talk about ruling the universe and making me your underling.
All you can do is run. To Raditz's surprise, Dales laughed. I've won. Raditz frowned. What nonsense are you talking? Dales took a big bite of the spirit tree fruit. Instantly his muscles swelled and his aura multiplied exponentially. Raditz's pupils contracted. What's happening? How did you? Before Raditz could finish, Dales charged at him. Raditz hastily prepared to fight back, thinking he could still easily defeat Dales.
Unexpectedly, as soon as the battle commenced, the balance of
power between the two fighters flipped completely. This time, it was Raditz whose attacks were missing their mark, while Dales countered with a punch to Raditz's abdomen. The intense pain caused Raditz to spasm, staggering back a few steps, his mouth agape as he gasped for air. His eyes were filled with shock. After a few breaths, Raditz incredulously looked at Dales. What was going on? Dales took another bite of the fruit and laughed heartily.
I've been eating the spirit tree's fruit all along. Did you think you could win?
The difference in strength between you and me is as vast as the heavens and the earth. Raditz's gaze shifted heavily between Dales and the fruits hanging from the tree. He began to ponder internally. What logic was this? Just a moment ago he was the one running for his life, but after eating a fruit he could crush me. Is this thing really that powerful? There are so many fruits on the tree. If he can eat them, why can't I?
Once I eat them, I will surely become stronger than him. After
figuring out his strategy, Raditz leapt into the air, flying towards one of the fruits. However, just as Raditz was about to reach a fruit, Dales struck with an attack that sent Raditz flying, followed by a series of blows landing on Raditz's body. The pain made Raditz cry out loudly, and as a ferocious slam came his way, Raditz was harshly slammed onto the tree roots. His body had only just begun to bounce and roll a few times before stopping when Dallas was already upon him, pinning Raditz' head with a foot and grabbing his hair to pull him up. With his other fist he repeatedly pounded Raditz's abdomen, bang, bang, bang. With each small punch from Dallas, Raditz screamed in agony, quickly beaten into a state of weakness. Dallas' lips curled into a sinister smile as he taunted, defeated, "Where did your arrogance go?" Dallas threw Raditz's earlier words right back at him. Raditz, bruised and battered with countless fractured bones, looked at Dallas, pleading, "Stop, Dallas, if you keep hitting me I'll die. Aren't we both surviving? Science, please spare me, I promise to follow you." But Dallas showed no mercy, scoffing, "Humph, what a loser, spineless." As he spoke, Dallas landed another brutal punch to Raditz's abdomen, almost wishing to knock out even his last meal. Just then a burst of energy shot forth. Dallas quickly released Raditz, retreating dozens of meters. The energy blast exploded violently, catching Raditz in its blast radius and sending him flying. Amidst screams of pain, Raditz's body tumbled a few times. Before landing in the water, Uncle Shalaka rushed over, diving into the water to rescue him. Moments later, Shalaka emerged, dragging Raditz to the surface. Coughing, Raditz spat out some water, taking deep breaths of fresh air. Shalaka asked with concern, "Uncle, are you all right?" Raditz mustered the strength to lift his head, speaking in a barely audible voice, "Quick, get me a fruit or I won't be able to beat him." As Raditz spoke, he coughed up a few more mouthfuls of blood. In the sky, Dalez's lips curled into a cruel smile. "Almost forgot about you, brat. Well, then you can die together. I'll make this desertified planet your grave as a token of our scion camaraderie." Hiraka set Raditz down and looked up at Dalez with anger. "Don't get cocky, my dad is a super scion. When he returns he'll deal with you." Dalez's smile grew wider. Super scion, it's just a legend. Kakarot is merely a low-class warrior. I'm different. With the fruits of the spirit tree I can grow infinitely. One day I'll conquer the whole universe." Dalez pointed a single finger at Raditz and Hiraka, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. Whiz, whiz, each energy ball exploded, engulfing the two in a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, they were nowhere to be seen. Dalez was taken aback, escaped. Suddenly, not far away, their figures reappeared. Hiraka was carrying Raditz, flying swiftly away from the scene. Dalez smirked, "Trying to escape from me?" In the next instant he gave chase. Seeing this, Hiraka quickly set Raditz down. Gathering all his energy, he clenched his young fists and charged at Dalez. Hiraka threw punch after punch, all of which Dalez blocked effortlessly with one hand. Surprised, Dalez remarked, "Brat, I didn't expect you could withstand a few of my moves. It seems your power surpasses Raditz by a lot." "Perfect, my subordinates are all gone. Why don't you join me?" Hiraka, facing Dalez's offer, refused outright. "I won't go with you. You're a bad guy." Despite Hiraka's attacks having little effect on Dalez, he continued his relentless assault with wild punches. Dalez snorted, "Ungrateful wretch," and delivered a sharp hand strike to Hiraka's body. Hiraka let out a pained scream. Dalez pressed on, delivering knee strike after knee strike to Hiraka's abdomen. With each strike, Hiraka's cries grew louder. Nearby, Raditz slowly raised his head, watching the battered Hiraka. A flicker of anger flashed in his eyes. "That fool, if Kakarot knew he'd kill you," he thought. Then Raditz turned his gaze towards the dense spirit tree, or more specifically, the ripe fruits hanging from it. He mused, "If I could just eat one of those fruits I'd become stronger than you. I'll definitely take you down, Dalez." Raditz calculated the distance to the nearest fruit. No matter how he figured it, with his current strength he wouldn't reach it before being caught. Suddenly a fruit on the treetop behind Dalez ripened, emitting a faint red glow. Raditz's eyes narrowed. "While he's distracted with Hiraka, I'll sneak over from below. If I fail, at least Kakarot can use the Dragon Balls to revive me when he returns. Fortune favors the bold, so let's do this." With newfound courage, Raditz stealthily approached Darls. At that moment, Darls had been relentlessly beating Zalaka, leaving him weak and breathless. Finally, Darls stopped his assault. Raditz froze in place, panic creeping in. Had he been discovered? But to his relief, Darls ignored him, instead grabbing Zalaka by the hair and lifting him up. "Kid, I'll ask you one more time, do you want to be my underling? If not, I'll send you to your death." Breathing a sigh of relief, Raditz continued crawling and managed to position himself beneath them. Zalaka, utterly drained, looked at Darls with drooping eyes, yet his gaze still burned with defiance. It was clear he would rather die than yield. A flash of anger crossed Darls' eyes. "You little brat, you're tougher than Raditz. Since you're so ungrateful, I'll send you to the afterlife." With that, Darls tossed Zalaka aside. Raising his hands, a golden energy ball formed in his palms.
Zalaka, half-conscious, watched the powerful energy gathering in the sky above and felt a sense of helplessness. "Father, please come save us." With a roar, Darls released the energy ball, its light piercing through the gloomy sky. In a heartbeat, the energy ball transformed into a beam hurtling towards Zalaka. Knowing he couldn't resist, Zalaka closed his eyes in resignation. In that instant, a blood-curdling scream echoed across the heavens, a voice so familiar that Zalaka reopened his eyes. Raditz had blocked the golden energy with his back. His limbs quickly lost strength, hanging limply. Raditz looked at Zalaka, forcing a final smile as a few crimson drops of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Barely a tenth of a second later, his eyes lost their spark and his body fell like a rag doll into Zalaka's arms. It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck Zalaka's soul. "Uncle." Darl's face twisted with a hint of shock, soon replaced by disdain. "Raditz, you're a disgrace to the Scions, sacrificing yourself to save someone. Disgusting behavior. But you're all going to die anyway, so why rush it?" As he spoke, Darls gathered another ball of golden energy in his palm, ready to send Zalaka on his way. Yet when he looked down, he saw Zalaka frozen in place. Zalaka raised his head, his eyes ignited with fierce flames. You killed my uncle, Raditz." Trembling, Zalaka clenched his fists. "You're despicable." As he uttered these words, a lightning bolt streaked across the sky. A miraculous transformation occurred in Zalaka. In an instant, his eyes changed from dark to green and his hair shot up, turning a brilliant gold. A powerful golden aura exploded from him, transforming into a fierce gust that dispelled the gloomy sky while lightning crackled around him. Darls was taken aback. "What is this?" He hesitated momentarily, then immediately launched his energy blast at Zalaka. However, at the very moment the energy blast approached Shiraka, a mere ripple of his aura caused the energy beam to dissipate into scattered light spots. How could this be possible? A hint of panic flashed in Dale's eyes. With a fierce glint in his gaze, Shiraka began to step towards Dales, exuding a murderous aura. The cold indifference in his eyes, the menacing expression on his face, and his overwhelming presence exerted an immense pressure on Dales. Boundless fear surged through Dale's heart, prompting him to immediately retreat. Yet, in the next instant, Shiraka's figure abruptly appeared, blocking his path. Dales quickly turned back, continuing his escape. It was then that Shiraka moved. With a swift swing of his small fist, he struck at Dales. Dales tried to dodge, but he couldn't track Shiraka's movements. There was simply no way to evade. Shiraka's punch precisely hit his kidneys, sweeping across with force. In Dale's shocked gaze, his body, as if made of paper, was torn into two parts by a single punch. His intestines and internal organs were exposed, blood pouring out. The violent aura drilled into his bisected body and exploded in an instant, transforming into a shower of blood that rained down from the sky. The blood rain gently fell upon the spirit tree, which began to disintegrate, turning into scattered light spots that drifted away in all directions. Simultaneously, countless light spots fell upon the earth. The land near the spirit tree, which had been turned to sand, regained its vitality. Numerous plants swiftly sprouted from the soil. Those weakened and debilitated by the tree's influence, both animals and humans, awoke once more. Television broadcasts immediately reported the sudden disappearance of the spirit tree. Shiraka hurried to Raditz's side to check on him. His life force was gone, his heart had ceased to beat. Grasping Raditz's hand, Shiraka said, "Uncle Raditz, don't worry. When my father returns, we'll gather the dragon balls and bring you back to life." With a heavy heart, Shiraka prepared to carry Raditz back. Just at that moment, several invisible energy light spots landed on Raditz. He regained some vitality, his heartbeat returning, and he slowly opened his eyes. "Shiraka, quick, pick a fruit for me or we won't be able to defeat him." Raditz's words trailed off as he realized something was amiss. "What's going on, Shiraka? Why is your hair golden? Have you turned into a Super Saiyan?" Seeing Raditz come back to life, joy filled Shiraka's eyes. "Uncle Raditz, you're alive, you should be fine now." Raditz, however, was more focused on observing Shiraka's Super Saiyan transformation. "Shiraka, how did you turn into a Super Saiyan?" Shiraka replied, "I thought you were dead, and in my anger I transformed." Raditz's gaze sharpened. "In your anger you transformed?" "Yes." Shiraka nodded obediently. Raditz was taken aback, his mind racing with the key points Goku had once told him. The secrets to transforming into a Super Saiyan included 3 key elements: a sufficient number of S-cells, a battle power of around 3 million, and an extreme rage that shatters a calm mindset. He effortlessly transformed into a Super Saiyan.
This meant that Shiraka's basic combat power had already reached nearly 3 million, although Kakarot had mentioned that second generation hybrid scions had impressive talent. His growth was simply monstrous. Raditz couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Not even 5 years old, and his combat power had reached 3 million with mastery over the Super Saiyan transformation. This guy was truly a prodigy. As for Raditz himself, he'd be grateful if his combat power hit 200,000. Why was there such a vast difference? Suddenly Raditz remembered something, that Dallas, who originally couldn't even defeat him, yet after consuming the spirit tree fruit he became significantly stronger. Raditz couldn't even escape. The Dallas who had eaten the spirit tree fruit had combat power at least several times greater than his own. If he could also consume a spirit tree fruit, wouldn't he step into the realm of super science? Raditz glanced around. Hub, why is the sky clear? Shiraka, where's the spirit tree from just now? Shiraka replied innocently, I don't know. After I killed Dallas, the spirit tree completely dissolved. Raditz's pupils contracted and he hurriedly asked what? How could the spirit tree, which couldn't be broken, dissolve on its own? Raditz felt a deep sense of regret. So many spirit tree fruits, yet he hadn't managed to eat a single 1 inch, like watching billions turn to ashes before him. That was a treasure that could elevate him instantly. Shiraka rubbed his head deep in thought. The scenes of killing Dallas and the spirit tree's collapse flashed through his mind. Suddenly his eyes lit up and he said, I understand. Raditz was puzzled. Understand what? I understand why Uncle came back to life. The spirit tree broke down and the absorbed life energy returned to Earth. I can feel many more auras nearby now. So not only has Uncle been resurrected, but many weakened or deceased humans and animals have also been restored. Raditz looked at Shiraka in shock, full of disbelief. This kid, able to transform into a super scion at such a young age, was a pure genius warrior. Not only that, his analysis of the spirit tree was incredibly mature, like a little adult. At least a teenager could think of that, yet he was only 5. It seemed he inherited not only Kakarot's combat talent and S-cells but also Bulma's keen analytical mind. His intelligence and combat prowess were enviable enough to make one grit their teeth in admiration. Raditz felt a little dejected. To be left so far behind by a nephew not even 5 years old was utterly embarrassing. The gap between people was immense. The most regretful part was not getting to eat a spirit tree fruit. As these thoughts swirled, Raditz's blood surged and he coughed heavily before fainting. Uncle, Shiraka exclaimed in surprise, immediately checking Raditz's breathing. Breathing was their heartbeat too. Thank goodness he was still alive. With a scion's physique, death wasn't so easy. Shiraka quickly shouted, Uncle, hang in there, I'll get you a senzu bean. Shiraka picked up Raditz and shot towards home with great speed. West City. Chi-Chi lay on the sofa pretending to nap, feeling utterly drained. Suddenly, she noticed a remarkable change. Her back no longer ached, her legs were pain-free, her limbs stopped cramping. Even more astonishing warmth spread through her body, filling her with newfound energy. Could it be? Had they succeeded? Chi-Chi glanced towards the window. Indeed, the gloomy skies had cleared and sunlight once again bathed the world in its golden glow. In a hurry, Chi-Chi turned on the television to understand the situation. The screen was alive with vibrant images of prosperity, good news, astounding, heart-stirring news. The colossal trees that once overshadowed the earth had vanished, taking the darkness with them, and sunlight now blessed the land. Not only that, but the frail and ailing humans and animals were recovering, and withered plants and trees were rejuvenating. Incredibly, even some who had died were coming back to life. It was miraculous. Some speculated that it was Mr. Sun Wukong who had destroyed the giant trees and used the Dragon Balls to resurrect the living. However, experts pointed out a paradox. People in East City had revived days ago, yet the Dragon Ball's cooldown period was far from over. The authorities were investigating the cause and reporters had already headed to Capsule Corporation for answers. The television continued to broadcast scenes of thriving life. Half an hour later, a commotion erupted outside the door. Suddenly, gunshots rang out. Startled, Chi-Chi dashed out of the room. She found the entrance swarmed with reporters, all clamoring to get inside for an interview. Is Mr. Sun Wukong home? Was it him who destroyed the alien-planted giant tree? Could we possibly get a small interview? We have a question. How did those people and animals come back to life? The Dragon Balls were used just half a month ago, weren't they? The reporters' chatter was incessant and they seemed ready to storm in. Blonde-haired Launch, armed with a machine gun, fired into the air. The gunfire quieted the reporters somewhat, but they still lingered. Launch shouted furiously, I've told you 800 times, Mr. Sun Wukong isn't home. Scatter now, or I'll start shooting at people.
With that, she pulled the trigger again, this time firing a volley of bullets into the ground inside the entrance. Dust and sparks flew everywhere. At such close range, anyone hit by a stray bullet would be severely injured, if not worse. Seeing this fiery woman shooting so recklessly, the reporters scattered and fled. Interviews were important, but life was paramount. With the reporters driven away, Launch exhaled deeply and turned to go back inside. Chi-Chi, watching her, swallowed hard. Launch, you're amazing. Launch nonchalantly tucked the gun back into a capsule and laughed. Just chasing away a bunch of paparazzi, no big deal. Just then, blonde-haired Karaka flew back carrying Raditz. Aunt Chi-Chi, quick, give me a senzu bean, it uncle's hurt. Chi-Chi looked at Karaka in surprise. Karaka, did you dye your hair? Karaka, anxious and slightly irritated, urged, hurry up, the senzu bean. My hair isn't important, my uncle's life is at stake. Right away, I'll go get it. Kiki nodded in shock and ran inside, muttering under her breath, oh no, Bulma asked me to keep an eye on Shalaka. And now, in just half a month, Raditz has turned Shalaka into a delinquent. Bulma's definitely going to be mad when she gets back. In the vast expanse of the universe, Goku's spaceship continues its high-speed journey. Inside, Bulma opens a supply capsule and lays out a feast of delicious foods on the table. Goku, Krillin, and Vegeta gather around, diving into the meal. In no time, a towering stack of meal boxes, taller than a person, piles up beside them. Watching Goku and Vegeta's voracious eating, Krillin feels a bit overwhelmed. Hey Goku, your and Vegeta's appetites are enormous. One meal for you both equals my food for a whole month. I'm worried our supplies won't last until we get back to Earth. Bulma sighs. Krillin, don't worry. Our food supply has already run out. What? It's already finished? What are we going to do? Krillin exclaims in surprise. Goku takes a bite of pork and says, no problem. If we really run out of food, we've got a pack of senzu beans. As long as we don't use up too much energy fighting, 3 beans per person should cover us for a month. Vegeta is taken aback. Kakarot, aren't senzu beans incredibly valuable? Goku shrugs. Yeah, they're not just valuable, they're extremely precious. But when it comes down to it, using them to stave off hunger is better than starving, right? 1 bean keeps you full for 10 days, making them the perfect emergency food. Upon mentioning starvation, Bulma's eyes light up. She turns to Vegeta. Hey Vegeta, aren't you virtually indestructible? You won't starve anyway, so why don't you skip meals to save some senzu beans? With that, Bulma removes the plate in front of Vegeta and pushes it over to Goku. Vegeta fumes. Damn it, aren't you also invincible? Why do you get to eat? Bulma shrugs. Because I bought these foods, besides, I eat so little. It doesn't take much to fill me up. Vegeta's mouth twitches and he falls silent. Watching from the side, Krillin can't help but burst into laughter. Huh? Vegeta's gaze turns icy. No laughing. Fine, I won't laugh, Krillin says, trying to suppress his amusement. I'm not eating much anyway. He grabs a chicken leg and continues munching. This drumstick is delicious. As Vegeta snorts and stops talking, finding a chair to lie down on, closing his eyes in a huff. Bulma, with her small appetite, soon finishes eating. But Goku is still enjoying his meal. She peels a large shrimp and offers it to Goku. Honey, open wide. Goku smiles as he eats the shrimp Bulma peeled for him. Is it tasty? Really tasty. Bulma grins sweetly. If it's good, I'll peel more for you to enjoy. Krillin, happily eating nearby, suddenly finds the moment too sweet to handle. The chicken leg in his mouth loses its appeal. Goku, Bulma, you continue eating. I'm going to take a walk to digest, he says, slinking away. Bulma swiftly pulled the plate of chicken drumsticks away from Krillin's reach. Great, honey, they're not eating anymore. This whole table is yours. Goku, while munching on his food, suggested. Bulma, you should rest. I can eat by myself. Bulma waved it off. It's fine, I have nothing else to do. Let me peel a chicken claw for you. Goku praised her. Wow, my wife really knows how to take care of people. Bulma smiled sweetly. Of course, just treat me a little better in the future. Here, open your mouth. Ah. Just as Bulma was feeding Goku, the phone suddenly rang. She wiped her hands and picked it up. Hello, Chi-Chi. What, a giant tree and unruly teenagers? Bulma was completely puzzled. After listening for a while, she understood what Chi-Chi was trying to say. Oh, I see, no problem, just let him do whatever he wants. Thanks for the hard work, Chi-Chi. Bulma chatted with Chi-Chi for quite a while before hanging up. Goku, curious, asked, why did you talk for so long? Did something happen on Earth? Bulma replied, yes, something did happen. A scion named Tulls came to Earth and planted a tree of might. But don't worry, Raditz and Shiraka defeated him and the tree was destroyed. Goku didn't even pause his eating and continued questioning. Oh, Tulls the scion? It makes sense that Big Brother could defeat him, that guy's not that tough.
Bulma chuckled. It wasn't Big Brother who defeated him, it was Shiraka, all the same close enough.
Hearing Goku mention Science, Vegeta, who was nearby, suddenly perked up and listened intently. Goku between bites asked, but Chi-Chi mentioned something about unruly teenagers. What was that about? Bulma laughed again. What unruly teenager? Chi-Chi was talking about Shiraka. Apparently he accidentally transformed into a Super Saiyan during the fight. Chi-Chi thought he dyed his hair and kept apologizing to me, saying she failed to watch over him and that he learned bad habits from Raditz.
Goku suddenly choked. What did you say? Bulma repeated. Chi-Chi said she saw Shiraka with golden hair carrying Raditz home. I think he might have transformed into a Super Saiyan. Goku paused. This kid's not even 5 yet and he's that strong. Bulma nodded. From her description, golden hair and green eyes, just like your transformation, seems like it, while this kid is something else.
Goku was surprisingly calm, but Vegeta couldn't hold it in any longer.
He rushed over and demanded from Goku, Kakarot, you're saying your son isn't even 5 and he transformed into a Super Saiyan? Goku glanced at Vegeta's shocked face and nodded. I didn't see it myself, but if Chi-Chi said so then probably.
Vegeta gritted his teeth. Impossible, how can a child not even 5 years old transform into a Super Saiyan?
Goku shrugged. Vegeta, don't take it to heart, half-blood Saiyans have naturally strong talents. Besides, when we had him I could already transform into a Super Saiyan, so he inherited my S cells, which makes it easier for him to transform into a Super Saiyan.
Despite Sun Wukong's attempts to console him, Vegeta's anger was palpable, his fists clenched so tightly they nearly drew blood.
From a young age Vegeta had lived under the brilliant aura of being a prodigious Saiyan renowned for his extraordinary talent and unparalleled insight, yet ever since he encountered Sun Wukong he faced repeated setbacks. Not only had Kakarot surpassed him in strength, but even his own son had outshone him. This series of blows deeply wounded Vegeta's pride. As the spaceship continued its voyage, half a month passed before they finally arrived at the Northern Galaxy branch of the Galactic Patrol. They were warmly welcomed by Tights. Bulma, Goku, you're here already, didn't you say it would take a month? You've arrived in just over 20 days.
Bulma nodded, explaining, yes, thanks to my dad's modifications the spaceship traveled faster than expected.
At that moment Krillin and Vegeta stepped out of the spacecraft. Tights was momentarily taken aback. Whispering, she asked, is that you, Shiraka? You've grown so tall. By the way, you're here to help catch bandits, so why bring a child along?
Sun Wukong's lips twitched slightly. Sister, perhaps you should get some glasses. Realizing her mistake, Tights awkwardly laughed and quickly changed the subject, leading them into the office. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Jaco greeted them with enthusiasm. Welcome, Mr. Sun Wukong, Miss Bulma. He paused mid-sentence, casting a questioning look. And these two are?
Krillin promptly introduced them. Hello, I'm Krillin and this is Vegeta. Jaco warmly welcomed them. Hello, thank you for taking the time to help us. By the way, Bojack and his gang haven't arrived at the Vader planet yet. Let's proceed with the appointment ceremony. The King of the Galaxy is waiting for you. Please, this way. Soon they entered another room where a creature resembling an octopus stood.
Bulma blinked in surprise. Goku, look, it's an octopus spirit. The King of the Galaxy was
visibly displeased, retorting, I am not an octopus. Jaco hurriedly clarified, let me introduce you, this is our esteemed King of the Galaxy here to perform the appointment ceremony for you. Sun Wukong and Vegeta remained indifferent, showing no interest in formalities, while Krillin, anxious to ease the awkwardness, stepped forward to shake hands with the king. Hello, Your Majesty, it's an honor.
The King of the Galaxy replied coolly, you little bald one, have some manners, but that's not my hand you're shaking.
Krillin froze, quickly withdrawing his hand, realizing the king was more akin to an octopus than he had thought, making it hard to distinguish his appendages. Sun Wukong, already aware of this peculiarity, wisely avoided any handshakes. Amused by the scene, Bulma hid behind Goku, giggling softly. Soon, the appointment ceremony began.
Today, I hereby declare Sun Wukong, also known as Kakarot, Krillin, and His Highness Vegeta IV as special members of the Galactic Patrol. Your mission is to capture the intergalactic villain Bojack and his crew. Should you misuse your authority, your positions will be immediately revoked. Now let's have Jaco hand out the team uniforms. Krillin was taken aback. Uniforms too? Have I become a temporary worker? Do Galactic Patrol members have any special privileges?
Tights chuckled, of course. Like jumping the line to buy ice cream under the guise of an investigation or using the Galactic Patrol badge to chat up pretty girls.
Vegeta snorted dismissively. How childish. Goku glanced at the oddly designed uniforms and pouted. Do I need a badge to talk to girls?
Tights playfully patted Goku on the shoulder. Of course not, Goku is tall, handsome and strong. Girls would drool just looking at you, Bulma teased. Sis, I suspect you're abusing your power to take advantage of Goku, Tights pouted back. Nonsense, I would never. Goku, that I'm not wearing any uniform, Jocko interjected. What are you talking about? This is a badge of honor for millions in the galaxy. Besides, just look at these uniforms, they're the latest design and super cool. Wearing it you'll be the star of the show. Goku picked up the uniform, scrutinized it and frowned. It looks too silly, I refuse. Vegeta, I don't want to wear it either. Krillin handled the uniform saying, the material feels nice and the design looks good too. Jocko sighed, at least Krillin has some sense. You two are missing out on a once-in-a-lifetime honor, you fools. Tights laughed. Although it's not mandatory, sticking on a badge to honor the rules isn't too much, is it? Vegeta and Goku reluctantly nodded. Tights helped them by drawing a symbol on their clothes. Two casual outfits with badges and Krillin in a full Galactic Patrol uniform looked much more official, Jocko said. Alright everyone, first of all congratulations on joining the Galactic Patrol. As your senior, let me share some experiences. First you need to decide on a victory pose like this. Jocko struck a pose with his fingers pointing skyward. Krillin twitched at the corner of his mouth. It looks even sillier than the Jinya Force poses. Goku nodded in agreement. Indeed. Jocko, let's skip the poses. Bojack and his crew will land there soon, so let's get ahead of them. Bulma nodded. Exactly, before they arrive I need to get some food. We're running out of supplies on this journey, Tights suggested. You're about 10 days early, they won't arrive for another 10 days. In that case, I'll take you to land on planet Vadal and then we can shop for supplies. Goku agreed. It'd be better for you to lead us, sis. But for safety, when Bojack and his crew are about to arrive, you and Bulma should take the spaceship and avoid them. Tights' face blossomed into a smile, her expression as sweet as honey. As expected of Goku, still so considerate after all these years. Let me tell you, Vadal planet uses universal currency. Earth money won't work, but I have plenty. Whatever Goku likes to eat, I'll buy it for you. Thank you, sister. Bulma's cheeks puffed out stubbornly as she shouted, sister, Goku is mine. Tights glanced at Bulma, visibly impatient. Bulma, I've spoiled you since we were kids, don't be so petty. With that, Tights took Goku by the arm and led him out of the room. Bulma, still fuming, followed closely behind. As they walked, Goku turned back and reached out a hand towards Bulma. Her face lit up with a smile as she took his left hand, walking alongside him and Tights, flanking him as they left the office. Vegeta followed silently, saying nothing as he trailed the group. Krillin watched the scene unfold, surrounded by beauties, and couldn't help but feel a bit redundant. Seriously, what am I even doing here? He thought to himself. Jocko, noticing the group had already started moving, hurried to catch up with Krillin. Hey Mr. Krillin, I've been observing you for a while. You don't have hair or a nose and you're not very tall, so you must be pretty strong, right? Make sure to cover me when the time comes. Krillin sighed. Soon they landed on planet Vadal. It was quite similar to Earth but much more technologically advanced, with people living in greater prosperity. The streets were lined with luxurious shops, each more opulently decorated than the last, with a dazzling array of goods on display. The food street, in particular, was quite impressive, offering a rich variety of delicacies. Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement as he took in the sights. However, with Tights' wealth and her tendency to spend lavishly, there was no need to hold back. Goku pointed to a whole roasted cow and said, that one, let's get it. Tights nodded, then Goku pointed to a row of dinosaur roasts, and a ton of that to try. With a wave of her hand, Tights placed a stack of money on the counter. 10 tons, please, she declared. Bulma turned around and called out to Krillin and Vegeta, you two pack one of each and put them into capsules. Krillin and Vegeta exchanged reluctant glances. Seeing their hesitation, Tights frowned and looked at them. What's wrong with you two? I'm paying for your supplies and you don't even want to eat? You can't even do a little work without complaining, Vegeta snorted arrogantly. Turning his head away, as the Prince of Scions, he wasn't thrilled about being ordered around. Krillin was at a loss for words. Vegeta didn't have money and Tights was generously buying food for them, yet they were unwilling to do a little packing. It felt a bit like freeloading. Something doesn't feel right here, he thought. Sensing Vegeta's pride flaring up, Goku quickly reassured him. Vegeta, Krillin, Tights doesn't mean any harm. Especially you, Vegeta, you've been hungry for the entire journey, so go ahead and pack up. I'm picky about my food and prefer cooking my own meals, so these are mainly for you. I just need to buy some ingredients for myself. Hearing this, Vegeta's expression shifted. All for me, he asked. Of course, Goku replied. Without another word, Vegeta headed into the shop to start packing the goods into capsules. Wait for me, Vegeta, Krillin called, hurrying to join him. Tights looked at Goku with curiosity. I've spent all this money on them, huh? Sun Wukong nodded and said, I tore off a piece of meat earlier to taste it, but the flavor is just too poor. I don't think I can get used to the food here. We brought our own spices, so I'd better buy some raw meat and vegetables and cook it ourselves. Tai-Sai covered her mouth and laughed. Hee, I didn't expect you guys to be so particular about food. You're right, the food here looks decent but doesn't taste nearly as good as the dishes cooked with Earth's seasonings. Bulma also tore off a piece of meat and put it in her mouth. Her expression turned bitter immediately and she spat it out right away. Yuck, you wouldn't believe it, these grilled meats look good, but they're really hard to swallow. Tai-Sai suggested, then let's go, I'll take you to the market to buy some meat and vegetables, then we can find a spot to have a picnic. Bulma looked at the shop and asked, what about those two? Sun Wukong pulled Bulma back and said, don't worry about them, they can sense my energy, they won't get lost. Bulma nodded, alright, let's go. Sun Wukong then turned to Tai-Sai, sister, give Krillin some money so they can eat at a restaurant. Tai-Sai nodded, handed a handful of coins to Krillin and then bid them farewell as she and Wukong went to the market with Bulma. While others were simply shopping, they were stocking up. They gathered several tons of vegetables and meat along with some space food. Then the three of them headed to the wilderness for a barbecue. Meanwhile, Krillin and Vegeta finished loading the supplies. It was time to eat. With the money Tai-Sai gave them, the two entered a modest restaurant. The food looked alright, but the taste was completely different from Earth. Simply put, it was quite unappetizing. Vegeta, often exposed to the elements and rather hungry, didn't fuss at all and started devouring the meat with gusto. Krillin, on the other hand, changed his expression after just one bite. The next moment he spat out the piece of meat he had in his mouth. As he rinsed his mouth he complained, ugh, such good ingredients, cooked so badly. At this level even dogs on Earth wouldn't eat it. Hearing this, Vegeta paused with the meat in his hand. Krillin twitched at the corner of his mouth, realizing he misspoke. He quickly explained, Vegeta, I didn't mean it like that, I just don't really like the food here.
Humph, so much fuss over a meal, just like a woman.
Vegeta resumed eating heartily. Krillin gave an awkward smile and reached into his pocket. He had one senzu bean left and after staring at it for a while he decided not to eat it. Suddenly a few pretty girls walked past the window. Krillin's eyes lit up. Wow, the girls on this planet aren't bad at all. Watching the beautiful scenery, Krillin finally picked up a piece of grilled meat and put it in his mouth. With such a lovely view, the food didn't taste that bad. Elsewhere in the suburbs, under the bright sunshine and gentle breeze, Goku, Bulma and Tai-Sai gathered around a grill to start their picnic. Goku was in charge of cutting the meat, Bulma handled the skewers and Tai-Sai took care of the grilling. The meat skewers on the grill sizzled and dripped with oil, sprinkled with Earth's spices. The aroma was particularly enticing. Tai-Sai handed Goku a skewer. Goku, try this and see how it tastes. Goku devoured an entire skewer in one go, the rich flavors bursting layer by layer on his taste buds, leaving Goku with a look of pure enjoyment. Ah, the aroma was delightful. Your cooking skills are truly impressive, Taze remarked with a smile. With the assortment of spices you brought, even a shoe sole could turn into a gourmet dish. Sun Wukong, ever the lively spirit, chimed in as Bulma handed him a couple of skewers. Here, Wukong, have some kidneys to boost your energy. The trio grilled, ate and chatted away, thoroughly enjoying the peaceful moment. As always, joyous times seemed to slip through our fingers all too quickly. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Sensing it was time, Wukong escorted Taze and Bulma off the planet Vader. He then reunited with Krillin and Vegeta. Krillin, how have you enjoyed the past few days? I noticed the ladies on this planet are quite the lookers. Wukong teased, causing Krillin's face to flush as he awkwardly tapped his fingers together. Wukong, stop making fun of me. Besides, I'm a temp for the Galactic Patrol now and I can't break the law. Wukong patted Krillin on the shoulder, chuckling. Krillin, you're too honest, don't take Jaco's words too seriously, you need to broaden your horizons. And if you happen to land a beautiful wife thanks to this gig, would you still be eager to stick with the Galactic Patrol? It's a temp job, dangerous, low pay, lots of work and far from home. Krillin blinked in surprise, nodding vigorously. Wukong, you're absolutely right, I need to broaden my horizons. Sun Wukong nodded approvingly. By the way, I've got some news for you. Bojack's gang has a pretty girl in their crew. I'll leave her to you, but don't go easy on her. Krillin's face lit up with excitement. I get to face a girl. Wukong, you're a real friend. Suddenly an explosion boomed in the distance, a mushroom cloud rising high into the sky. Vegeta, with his piercing gaze, stared coldly into the distance. Looks like they've arrived, he muttered. Sun Wukong nodded. Yeah, I can feel it. Their energy isn't that impressive.
Vegeta clenched his fists, determination burning in his eyes.
After all the beatings I took on Namek, it's time to settle the score. Kakarot, stay out of my way. Sun Wukong nodded with a mischievous grin. Sure, you won't die anyway, so do as you please. Having faced the likes of Frieza the Galactic Emperor, neither Krillin nor Vegeta were overly concerned with the criminals of the Galactic Patrol. The trio marched toward the source of the smoke, soon dispersing as the thick smoke enveloped them. Krillin approached a smoky area full of spirit. The leader might be strong, but I've undergone the Great Elder's potential unlock.
Catching a small-time criminal shouldn't be too much trouble, especially if it's a girl. As the smoke cleared, a
figure became visible. Krillin focused, seeing a woman with flowing orange hair. Her figure was graceful, her features exquisite, with a pair of mischievous blue eyes adding to her allure. Swallowing hard, Krillin murmured in surprise, such a cute girl, is she really a criminal? The woman was none other than Xenia, one of Bojack's crew. Eyeing Krillin's uniform, she twirled a lock of her hair, asking with a touch of amusement, little bald guy, are you the Galactic Patrolman sent to capture us? Krillin assumed his fighting stance, declaring, that's right, I'm Krillin, a temporary worker for the Galactic Patrol. Cooperate for leniency, resist for severity. If you don't want to get hurt, surrender now. A slight smirk played at Zanjia's lips as she refrained from speaking further. Her aura surged instantly, causing her golden hair to flutter wildly, creating a fragrant breeze. A hint of flush appeared on Krillin's face as he wiped the sweat off his forehead. Even if you're a girl, I won't hold back, he declared, stepping firmly on the ground and charging at Zanjia. However, as soon as Krillin made his move, his opponent's figure blurred. Realizing things weren't looking good, Krillin attempted to dodge, but Zanjia landed a fierce punch on his abdomen. What seemed like a frail fist nearly knocked the wind out of Krillin. Before he could recover, Zanjia unleashed a series of combination punches. In mere moments, Krillin found himself battered and bruised, sprawled on the ground. With her hands on her hips, Zanjia looked down at him mockingly. What's wrong, Galactic Patrolman? Is this all you've got? Krillin rolled over, lying on the ground, his bruised face staring blankly at the sky. This shouldn't be happening. Something must be wrong. How could I be beaten by a woman?
Just then, Zanjia's high heel pressed onto Krillin's face. Unexpectedly, after all these years, the Galactic Patrol is still as useless as ever. Yet as Krillin looked up at her, he was stunned. From his peculiar vantage point, he saw her long legs, alluring black stockings, a seductive figure, and a delicate face, all of which left Krillin blushing. Beautiful, he blurted out in astonishment. What woman doesn't enjoy a compliment, even a villain? Zanjia, who had intended to finish him off, frowned at his words and kicked him away. Meanwhile, on the other side, Vegeta encountered a burly opponent sporting a spiky pineapple-like hairdo. Somewhat reminiscent of Rikun, though his expression wasn't as goofy. Vegeta, known for his decisiveness, launched his attack with precision. With a roar, he maximized his energy and unleashed a barrage of attacks on the spiky-haired foe. With a mocking smile, the opponent blocked Vegeta's strikes, taunting, "Tsk tisk, is that all the power you have? It's not even enough to scratch an itch." "What did you say?" Vegeta erupted in anger, immediately employing his royal combat strategy. Countless energy blasts rained down upon the spiky-haired foe, engulfing him in a cloud of dust. Vegeta hovered in the air, panting heavily. True to form, Vegeta failed to break the rule of smoke without fire. As the dust settled, the spiky-haired opponent emerged unscathed. Vegeta's pupils contracted in disbelief. "Impossible," he murmured as the opponent casually brushed off the dust, a cruel smile curving his lips. In the next instant, the spiky-haired foe lunged forward, delivering a relentless barrage of punches and kicks at Vegeta. Hook punches, jabs, whip kicks, side kicks, each move flowed seamlessly into the next. Vegeta's cries echoed through the sky, drifting afar, unending. Yet, possessing an immortal body, Vegeta, no matter how brutally beaten, would not die. Vegeta was on the verge of losing his mind. Damn it, how could I, the Prince of all Saiyans, possibly be unable to defeat a mere underling? The sound of punches and slaps echoed around him as his opponent, realizing Vegeta could take quite a beating, intensified their assault. The cries of pain grew more and more harrowing. Yet after a relentless barrage, Vegeta found himself calming down. Though the beating continued, his strategic mind began to race.
The spiky-headed adversary slammed Vegeta into the ground with a powerful strike, creating a massive crater and sending dust clouds into the air. As the dust settled, it became clear that Vegeta was still alive. The spiky-headed fighter was momentarily stunned. "That move should have crushed you," he remarked, surprised. "You're tougher than you look. Honestly, you're the sturdiest punching bag I've ever encountered." He cracked his knuckles and charged at Vegeta again. Lying in the crater, Vegeta gazed skyward. A cloud drifted away, revealing a full moon, and his heart started to race. Before gaining immortality, his tail had never been severed. The sight of the full moon lit up his face with a hopeful glow. This was his chance. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta's body began to grow exponentially, transforming into a colossal great ape. The once formidable spiky-headed opponent now seemed as small as a mouse before him. Startled, the opponent exclaimed, "What is this?" The transformed Vegeta grinned widely. "You enjoyed beating me up earlier, didn't you? Treated me like a punching bag, now it's my turn." With that great ape, Vegeta raised a fist as large as a mountain and swung it at the spiky-headed fighter. Buildings crumbled and the tide of battle shifted instantly as the adversary fled in panic. Vegeta, relentless, continued to pound the ground like a game of whack-a-mole, pursuing his quarry. Despite his intimidating appearance as a great ape, Vegeta's speed wasn't remarkable. The spiky-headed fighter, wary of the size disparity, opted to dodge swiftly rather than confront the ape's might. Vegeta, exhilarated by the chase, trampled over structures in his pursuit. Just as he was about to catch his foe, a figure wrapped in a turban appeared. With a flick of his fingers, invisible threads seemed to materialize in the air. In an instant, Vegeta found himself bound. "Damn it, what is this?" Vegeta roared in fury, struggling desperately, yet the mysterious power was formidable. No matter how Vegeta roared or struggled, he could not break free. The short figure with the turban chuckled. "Head, my ability can completely bind your power. The more you struggle, the faster your energy drains." Enraged, Vegeta opened his mouth wide, unleashing a blast towards the diminutive figure. Unexpectedly, Zanja appeared, landing an uppercut on Vegeta's chin. The blast veered skyward, missing its target. Zanja adjusted his bangs, remarking, "You might look big, but your strength isn't all that impressive." The spiky-headed fighter paused in surprise. "Well, I ran for nothing. Turns out your giant monkey form was just a bluff." In the next moment, the short figure used his powers to completely immobilize Vegeta. Zanja and Pineapple had flexed their joints, then launched a relentless assault on the giant ape Vegeta. Vegeta suffered a staggering 10,000 points of damage once more. The roar of the giant ape made the ground tremble, but no matter how loud he roared, it was of no use. What awaited him was still a chaotic beating from the trio. Just at that moment, a figure shot forth like a cannonball, colliding directly with Vegeta. Vegeta was knocked back by the force of the impact and landed heavily on the ground. The figure stood up from Vegeta's body, and despite the bruises and swelling all over, it was clear who it was: the one and only Bojack. Zanja, Pineapple Bun, and the little guy all paused in surprise at the sight. "Lord Bojack, you're hurt. Are you okay?" they exclaimed. Just then, a golden figure appeared. Vegeta's eyes snapped open. "Kakarot," he exclaimed. Goku stood with his hands on his hips, looking dismissively at Bojack. Bojack asked coldly, "Damn it, who exactly are you people?" Before Goku could respond, Jocko rushed to his side. Pointing at his badge, he struck a pose with his fingers pointed skyward, arrogantly declaring to uphold the order of the galaxy to maintain world peace. "We are the Galactic Patrol. I am Jocko." "Bojack, the space villain, you are under arrest." Goku looked speechless. "Jocko, why are you here in such a dangerous place?" Goku questioned. Jocko, hands on his hips, boasted, "As your captain, how could I not come?" Goku shrugged and gestured invitingly. "Then Captain Jocko, why don't you finish this?" Jocko, oblivious to the seriousness of the situation, approached Bojack with handcuffs in hand, saying, "Bojack, the space villain, you shouldn't have come out. Now you have two choices: be captured by me or die here." However, before Jocko could take more than a few steps, Zanja swiftly stepped forward and kicked Jocko, sending him crashing into a pile of rubble. Lying amidst the debris, Jocko muttered, "What's going on over there? We already dealt with the most powerful Bojack, and you guys can't even handle a few small fry." Vegeta's mouth twitched slightly, but he said nothing. Nearby, Krillin looked up at Jocko, complaining, "You not a speck of dust on you, haven't even lifted a finger, have you?" Seeing Jocko kicked away, Goku shook his head helplessly and strode toward Bojack. "Bojack, it seems you've made your choice, so I'll send you to your end," Goku declared. The superpowered Shorty and Pineapple Head immediately moved to assist. The superpower tried to control Goku, only to find it had no effect at all.
Goku didn't pause for a moment. With his hands open he
launched 2 energy blasts that sent the two flying away. Then he pointed his palm at Bojack. An energy blast slowly grew larger, its terrifying energy dazzlingly bright, and with a soft shout it shot towards Bojack. Bojack's lips curled into a cruel smile, shouting, "I am the strongest in the universe." He swung his large hand, suddenly pulling Zanja alongside him to take the hit. Zanja was taken aback, her face paling in fright as a piercing scream echoed across the sky. Just as the energy blast was about to hit her, the silhouette of Sun Wukong flashed by, snatching the energy blast in mid-air. In the next moment Sun Wukong vanished again, reappearing behind Bojack, and without hesitation he shoved the energy blast into Bojack's mouth. Boom! With a deafening explosion, Bojack's body was torn apart, scattering in all directions. As the light faded, Bojack's remains were nowhere to be found, leaving the area in a profound silence. Bojack's subordinates were left in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. His strength was formidable, arguably surpassing even that of the cosmic Emperor Frieza, yet here he lay defeated and gone, an outcome they struggled to comprehend. Sun Wukong's gaze swept calmly over Bojack's four remaining henchmen. "Bojack is dead, however you still have a choice, face death or accept capture." The henchman tensed up in response. Moments later Zanja stepped forward towards Sun Wukong. She looked at him softly and spoke in a gentle voice, "Thank you for saving me earlier. Please go ahead and arrest me." With that, Zanja extended her arms, crossing them in surrender. Sun Wukong chuckled, a wise choice. However, he didn't have handcuffs, so he glanced over at Jaco. Catching the cue, Jaco approached with the cuffs. The Galactic Patrol special handcuffs were designed to suppress one's energy, preventing the use of any powers. As Jaco moved closer, Zanja furrowed her brow and pointed to Sun Wukong. "I would like him to arrest me if that's all right." Jaco was puzzled. "Does that make a difference?" Zanja nodded earnestly. "It does," Jaco retorted. "To be honest, he's just a team member. Jaco and the squad leader." Zanja persisted. "Please, Captain Jaco, he saved me just now and I have something to say to him." Jaco shrugged. "I see. Well then, as the elite captain, I'll grant you this request." With that, Jaco handed the handcuffs to Sun Wukong. "Thank you," Zanja said, willingly placing her hands into the cuffs and obediently following Sun Wukong. Pineapple Head looked at the captured Zanja, clenched his fists, then released them. "I never imagined that Bojack would use Zanja as a shield at the critical moment. It seems we've been following the wrong person all along." "I will also accept arrest." With his declaration, the other two criminals wisely extended their hands in submission as well. "We also accept capture." Thus, Jaco officially apprehended the remaining three. Moments later, they escorted the four captives onto Jaco's spaceship. While the other three entered the cell, Zanja hesitated. She turned to Sun Wukong and said, "Wait, before I go in, there's something I need to tell you." Sun Wukong nonchalant replied, "I only saved you in passing, no need for thanks." Zanja shook her head. "No, this is important. Come closer, I don't want anyone else to hear." Krillin, Jaco and the others watched curiously. Jark, filled with curiosity, whispered to himself, "Is this girl really turning over a new leaf? And is she about to give up her accomplices? That would be a major breakthrough." Krillin, puzzled, asked, "Really, wasn't it said there were only 5 of them? Could there be more accomplices?" Sun Wukong glanced at Zanja, reluctantly leaning his ear closer to her mouth. Suddenly Sun Wukong felt a cold sensation sweep across his face, immediately followed by the startled cries of Krillin and Jark beside him. Zanja had planted a deep kiss on Sun Wukong's face, leaving a bright red lipstick mark. Sun Wukong was left standing there, stunned. Zanja, with a blush on her cheeks, bit her lip and said, "Your name is Sun Wukong, also known as Kakarot, right? I'll remember you. Once I'm out, I'll come find you." With that, Zanja, her face flushed, hurriedly ran into the cell and slammed the door shut behind her. Krillin was so shocked that the corners of his mouth twitched. Some people really have all the luck. This Goku, he's got too much charm, doesn't he? Why is it that another beautiful girl likes him? Jark, being an asexual human, was utterly confused by this display. Is this supposed to be gratitude? I thought it was a big deal for nothing. Krillin turned to Jark and said, "A kiss from a pretty girl is quite precious, you wouldn't understand." Jark, looking nonplussed, responded, "You Earthlings and your male-female divisions, what a hassle, I'm not interested in any of that." Krillin asked again, "By the way, Jark, how long do criminals like them get sentenced for?" Jark pondered for a moment and said, "At least 100 years, I'd think." Krillin was taken aback, exclaiming, 100 years? That's about a lifetime for an Earthling. Does it really need to be that long? Jark explained, "They're all from the universe with long lifespans, but the sentence length isn't fixed. It mainly depends on the individual's crime severity and there will be professional judgment. The prison is to reform people and those with meritorious deeds can have their sentences reduced.
But for a main culprit like Bojack, killing him is fine, even if caught he'd get the death penalty.
I see. Krillin nodded, looking enviously at Sun Wukong. Goku, really your luck with girls is just off the charts. At this moment Goku was busy trying to wipe the lipstick mark off his face against the metal wall, yet his cheek was turning red while the mark stubbornly remained. Hey Krillin, stop with the sarcastic comments. This mark is hard to clean off. If Bulma sees it when I get back, I'm in trouble.
Do you have any makeup remover or something? With a mischievous grin, Krillin replied. How would we have something like that? Ask Bulma or Tights for it.
Sun Wukong. Vegeta approached Sun Wukong and asked Kakarot how strong is Bojack. Sun Wukong, still trying to remove the lipstick mark, didn't catch Vegeta's words. Vegeta, what did you say? Vegeta repeated, I asked you how does Bojack's power compare to Frieza's? Sun Wukong thought for a moment and replied, in terms of combat power he's stronger than Frieza.
Also, 2 of his subordinates are quite strong with overall strength not inferior to the current Frieza. Vegeta took a deep breath. So that's how it is, no wonder even after transforming into a great ape I couldn't defeat them.
Goku nodded and continued, yes, there are many powerful beings in the universe. A Super Saiyan isn't invincible, on the contrary, becoming a Super Saiyan is just the beginning of entering the realm of true strength, so after you make your wish in a while you should start training right away. Oh, and once you can transform into a Super Saiyan, that tail of yours won't be necessary anymore.
You might as well cut it off when you have the chance. Vegeta snorted, mind your own business.
Soon everyone returned to the Northern Galaxy branch of the Galactic Patrol. Jocko was gleefully reporting the battle details to headquarters. Report, Jocko Squadron has successfully completed the mission. After an intense battle we managed to defeat Bojack and capture 4 criminals with none escaping. Very good, congratulations Jocko, you've passed your evaluation. From today you're an elite member. Your elite badge will be awarded within 10 business days. Additionally, headquarters will be issuing a 1 million space currency bonus to your team. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, sir, Jocko replied. Oh, Jocko, could you also assist in escorting them to the galactic prison? Understood. Meanwhile, after returning to the residential area, Goku sensed that Bulma and Tights weren't together, so he sneaked into Tights' room and whispered, is my sister here? It's Goku. Do you have any makeup remover? Can I borrow some? Upon hearing Goku's voice, the bathroom door opened. Tights, wrapped in a towel, poked her head out. Seeing Goku covering his face with an embarrassed expression, Tights chuckled and boldly stepped out of the bathroom. Oh, it's Goku. I'm taking a bath. Want to join? Goku's mouth twitched. No. Sorry for disturbing you. Unexpectedly, Tights spread her arms wide, revealing everything without reservation. A grown man and you're still shy? Why are you covering your face? We're all family. Come on, you're too conservative. Tights teased Goku a bit, noticing his face had already turned beet red. In his haste, Goku removed his hand from his cheek, revealing a bright red lip print firmly imprinted on his handsome face. Tights was momentarily stunned, then covered her mouth and laughed. I see you didn't dare to go to Bulma's room and came to mine instead. The lip shape is quite nice. Did you get caught off guard and kissed by a girl? Goku nodded quickly. Yes, I was caught off guard. This lip print is really stubborn, I can't get it off. Sister, please help me. Tights laughed, wrapped her towel securely and walked over to Goku, examining the lip print. Looks like this lipstick is the latest shade, same as mine. Sisters, stop talking and help me remove it quickly. It'll be hard to explain if Bulma sees it. Hold on, I'll get it, Tights said, heading to the vanity. She picked up a clear bottle and returned to Goku's side. Tights took the makeup remover brush, studying Goku's face. With a bright and playful glint in her eyes, she remarked, my Goku has really grown up. He shed his childish air and become even more handsome than before. No wonder he's so popular with the girls. With that, Tights playfully lifted her foot and planted another kiss on Goku's other cheek. Goku was momentarily stunned, quickly covering his face as he exclaimed, sister, stop it. Tights laughed, sorry, I've just been lonely for too long and couldn't resist. But now it's balanced, see, my lipstick marks are quite nice and symmetrical. Goku was shocked and said, sister, please stop messing around, just give me the makeup remover so I can wipe it off myself. He reached out to grab the makeup remover, but Tights evaded him with a mischievous grin, retreating swiftly. As she ran, she called out teasingly, ha, you want it? Well, I won't give it to you. Since she was a lady and Bulma's sister, Goku dared not forcefully take it,
after all it would inevitably involve physical contact. Tai swayed her lithe body to dodge Goku, but to her surprise her bath towel, hanging a bit long, got caught under Goku's foot. As Tai's continued to run with a swoosh, her oversized towel slipped to the floor. Her snow-white neck, smooth back and exquisite curves were fully revealed, presenting a stunning scene before Goku's eyes.
Oh no! Goku halted his pursuit and hurriedly explained, "Sister, I didn't do it on purpose." Tai's nonchalantly said, "I told you we're family, so even if it was intentional, it doesn't matter."
"So, what do you think? Is my figure better than Bulma's?" Just then a familiar voice came from nearby. "Sister, who are you fooling around with? Is Goku back?" As the words fell, Bulma appeared in the room. Witnessing the alluring scene, Bulma was momentarily stunned. Her sister was practically undressed, and judging by their movements her sister seemed to be running while Goku appeared to be chasing her.
Moreover, there were 2 bright red lipstick marks on Goku's face, one on each cheek. Bulma's scalp tingled in an instant. "What are you two doing?" Goku immediately tried to explain. "Bulma, it's all a coincidence, really." Thais hurriedly grabbed the towel to wrap herself up and nodded in support. "Bulma, I was just teasing him a bit, it wasn't on purpose." With the symmetrical lipstick marks on Goku's cheeks and the flirtatious scene between the two, it was hard to believe it was just a coincidence. Bulma sucked in a sharp breath and exclaimed angrily, "I'm so mad, Sister Goku, do you two take me for a fool? I'm not talking to you anymore, Goku." With that, Bulma stormed out, slamming the door heavily behind her. Bulma. Since she had already seen everything, Goku no longer cared about the lipstick marks on his face and immediately chased after her. Reaching Bulma's door, he found it firmly locked. Goku apologized while knocking on the door. From inside, Bulma shouted, "Goku, you stay outside and stand as punishment. No using instant transmission, and you're not allowed to leave here, or I'll never talk to you again. Wait until I calm down, then you can come in." Hearing Bulma's words, Goku finally breathed a sigh of relief. This tiny punishment was nothing at all, so Sun Wukong stood obediently outside Bulma's door, dutifully maintaining his position. Time slipped away gradually, and before he knew it, several hours had passed. Inside, Bulma lay on the sofa, still fuming. She turned her head to glance at the gap under the door, clearly seeing Sun Wukong's shoes. It seemed he was still steadfastly standing there. Bulma muttered to herself, "Sun Wukong, you idiot. For someone who's supposedly honest, you dared to flirt with my sister. And if you're supposedly not honest, can't you think of a way around this? Just because I said don't come in, you really won't. How am I supposed to get over this if you don't come and make it up to me?" Bulma hesitated. She didn't want to appear as if she was giving in by inviting him in. But with him standing out there, who knew how long this would go on? She was getting hungry. Bulma pondered, "I need to find an excuse for him to come in on his own," so she tiptoed to the door and quietly unlocked it. As long as Sun Wukong wanted to come in, he could easily push the door open. Meanwhile, she grabbed a bottle of milk to quell her hunger. Not long after, Krillin happened to pass by the entrance and saw Sun Wukong standing there. "Wukong, what are you doing?" Sun Wukong turned around and Krillin immediately noticed the lipstick print on his face. Krillin's mouth twitched slightly. "All right, no need to explain, I get it. So, I'm heading to the cafeteria for a meal, should I bring you something?" Sun Wukong shook his head. "No, you go ahead." Krillin walked away with a mischievous smile, a mix of envy, jealousy, and a touch of schadenfreude on his face. However, Krillin hadn't gone far when Jocko emerged from inside, escorting 4 criminals. Krillin greeted him. "Jocko, taking them to the Galactic Prison, are you?" Jocko nodded. "Yes, they're in a hurry over there, so I'm rushing to escort them." Just then, as Jocko passed by Bulma's door, he saw Sun Wukong. "Wukong, what are you doing here? Going out, or would you like to help me escort these criminals?" Sun Wukong shook his head. "No, I can't go. Bulma's angry, I can't leave." Krillin chuckled. He had a fight with Bulma, so he's being punished by standing here. "Don't mind him, Jocko." Jocko nodded. "All right, you Earthlings sure have your ways." Zanja walked over to Sun Wukong, looked at him intently and focused on the red mark on his cheek. With a hint of apology, she asked him, "Sorry, did I cause you trouble?" Sun Wukong shook his head again. "It's not you guys go on and focus on your reform." Zanja's still curious, remarked, "Hey, I remember kissing just one side, how come there's another lipstick mark on the other side?" Sun Wukong covered his face with one hand, unwilling to respond. Suddenly a sly smile appeared at the corner of Zanja's mouth and she tiptoed up to plant a firm kiss on Sun Wukong's lips. Sun Wukong was startled and stumbled backward, inadvertently pushing Bulma's door open. With a clumsy thud, Sun Wukong sprawled on the floor while Zanja, due to the handcuffs, lost her balance and toppled into Sun Wukong's arms.
Well, that was a scene straight out of a romantic drama. On the sofa, Bulma was watching the scene unfold. In an instant, the milk in her hand was squeezed so hard it splattered all over her face. Bulma screamed hysterically, "Son Goku!"
Krillin, witnessing this drama, was suddenly taken aback, his mentality utterly collapsing. It was as if some were dying of thirst while others drown in abundance. I was just passing by, how did I get caught up in this mess? Zanjia, startled by Bulma's roar, quickly stood up. However, Son Goku lay motionless on the ground. Being liked by a pretty girl is indeed a good thing. If something could happen, it would be like going with the flow. But he wasn't doing anything, and all sorts of coincidences and misunderstandings kept happening, all of which Bulma caught red-handed. Trying to explain in this scenario where evidence seemed irrefutable was futile. Even if he tried to explain, Goku himself wouldn't believe it, let alone Bulma. At this moment he felt more wrong than Doi.
Seeing Son Goku lying there with lifeless eyes, Jaco walked in and asked, "Son Goku, are you alright?" "I'm fine," Goku replied. "Then get up, the ground is cold." Son Goku exhaled a breath of frustration. "Let me lie here and calm down for a moment. You should take them away, don't come back." Jaco nodded, then turned to Zanjia threateningly, saying, "Behave yourself. If you try anything again, I won't hesitate to add more to your charges." Zanjia argued, "The handcuffs are too tight and I'm weak, that's why I stumbled. I didn't do it on purpose." Jaco waved his hand dismissively. "Alright, let's go, hurry back." Zanjia quickly ran to catch up with the other three, and finally Jaco strode out proudly, leading the four criminals away. Before leaving, Krillin even helped them close the door behind them. Inside, only Son Goku lay on the ground with Bulma seething with rage. The air was eerily quiet, yet filled with the oppressive feeling of an impending storm. In past lives, Bulma's anger was terrifying. In this life, he had never provoked her wrath, let alone made her this furious. Now, Son Goku just wanted to give up. He had no idea what she might do. Resigned, he lay on the ground, unwilling to move. Bang! Son Goku was startled. Peeking out, he realized it was the sound of a lighter. Bulma had lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and blew out a smoke ring. She then crossed her legs elegantly, gazing at him on the floor. Her expression softened considerably, and she said, "The ground is cold, get up."
"No, I'd rather stay lying down." "Don't you want to explain?" Son Goku replied, "I don't want to explain. I don't even believe what I'd say myself." With that, Goku closed his eyes, feeling dejected. "Hup!" Bulma made a light exclamation. "Hey, Goku, it's the first time I've seen you like this. Why so downcast? This expression looks like life has lost all meaning. Are you heartbroken?" Not long after, Son Goku felt a cool sensation on his face. Opening his eyes, he found Bulma crouching beside him, carefully wiping his face with makeup remover. Seeing him awake, a smile graced Bulma's face. "Isn't it quite stifling?" Sun Wukong blinked twice, rapidly looking at her with an expression of surprise. As Bulma helped him clean the red marks, she said, "What happened in my sister's room today is definitely not your fault. I actually know that." Hearing this, Sun Wukong's mind was even more confused. In broad daylight, something like that happened right next to her room, yet she said it wasn't his fault. Bulma noticed Sun Wukong's strange expression and smiled gently, saying, "Get up and sit on the sofa, it's too cold on the floor." "It's okay, I won't get sick, but it's really uncomfortable for me to squat like this while cleaning you." Sun Wukong glanced at Bulma's tight skirt and stockings, noticing how they were almost stretched to their limits. Though she looked quite seductive squatting there, it must have been uncomfortable, so he immediately stood up and sat on the sofa. Bulma followed him and sat beside him, continuing to clean the red marks on his face. Bulma softly said, "I know my sister very well. She's had her eye on you for quite some time. She's talked to me about you many times in private. Years ago, I even jokingly said that if she could win you over, she was free to do so. But she's been working with the Galactic Patrol, so she hasn't had the chance to meet you until now. Given this opportunity, she'd definitely go all out. What happened in her room was definitely intentional on her part." Sun Wukong looked at Bulma in shock, momentarily speechless. At this moment, Bulma finished cleaning the marks, put down the makeup remover, and rested her head on Sun Wukong's shoulder. "Actually, I got upset because I wanted you to come and comfort me. Who knew you'd just stand at the door for hours? That's not like you at all today, not lively at all." Sun Wukong gazed deeply into Bulma's eyes. They were filled with nothing but tenderness. Feeling Bulma's warmth and understanding, Sun Wukong felt a bit uneasy. After all, he had been with her in his previous life and was used to her fiery personality. Bulma's gentleness was not something he could trust. Even her softness was just a passing moment. Other women might be made of water, but Bulma was definitely gasoline, ready to ignite at any
moment. In this lifetime, since he met her as a child, he had always avoided Bulma's triggers, pampering her in every possible way. He fulfilled her every fantasy of a perfect love. He was that so-called ideal husband, perfect in every way. So over the years, they had always been close and loving. Suddenly, like a bolt of lightning through his mind, Sun Wukong had a realization. From childhood to adulthood, it meant that because he understood her so well, he never let her get hurt or have any disputes. Compared to their previous lives, Bulma's personality had subtly changed. Moreover, Sun Wukong could feel that she trusted him from the depths of her being. Finally relaxed, Sun Wukong let go of his previous tension. Bulma's body softened as she leaned into Sun Wukong's embrace, whispering, "Honey, if you also like my sister, I don't mind if something happens between you two. After all, we already have Chi Chi at home, so I don't mind anymore."